The man in the teal bandana repeatedly struck the pan, issuing a resounding wake-up call throughout the camp. On the bed, Ankrid frowned, raising a hand to his forehead to ward off the chaotic sound. In the common quarters, a muscular tattooed warrior suddenly sat up, feeling something lumpy in his shoe. Ankrid remained still, his eyes reflecting extreme annoyance at his comrade's shouts upon discovering a bug. Standing up straight, the tattooed warrior confidently declared his name was Ankrid, while a red-haired youth grinned behind him. In another corner, the muscular white-haired man quietly examined a small object in his hand. The blonde squad leader, who was said to have been demoted, remained fast asleep, oblivious to the morning commotion. Outside, a brown-haired female soldier sat alone, calmly and focusedly sharpening her dagger. The present stillness shattered, giving way to the roars of an ancient battlefield under a fiery sky. A commander roared the attack signal, a charge order echoing through the ranks. Amidst the chaotic battle, Ankrid was keenly aware that he had to fight without any special powers. He gritted his teeth, raising his shield to block a powerful attack that sent sparks flying. Relying entirely on his stamina, with a desperate roar, he pushed back the enemy with all his might, creating a brief opening in the dense encirclement. He tensed, locked in a brutal struggle of strength with an armored soldier. Overwhelmed, he was knocked to the ground, the harsh truth of his end clear in his eyes. A final, decisive sword stroke descended, aiming to end his fight. The memory shifted to a desolate battlefield, where Ankrid was dying, struggling to reach his sword. Outnumbered, he fought alone amidst the enemy's encirclement. A spear whizzed through the air. The spear impaled an enemy directly in front of Ankrid's neck, momentarily stunning him. With a desperate cry, he continued to fight, tears welling in his eyes. He swung his sword wildly, striking down another opponent. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, pouring all his remaining strength into his hands. An enemy blade cut deep into his hip. The enemy cruelly withdrew the sword from his body. Ankrid coughed up blood, his vision blurring with pain. He staggered, losing his balance. He collapsed on the bloody battlefield, his sword and shield falling beside him. The world around him dissolved into darkness, leaving only a hovering blue soul flame. The soul flame faded. Back in reality, Ankrid shot up, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with horror. His breathing was still ragged, haunted by the death he had just experienced. Ankrid fell into an endless void, concentric ripples spreading beneath him. His eyes suddenly snapped open, escaping a chaotic dream. Sitting up in bed, Ankrid curiously directed his attention to his boot, while Rem observed. Rem screamed in disgust, holding up the boot as if it were a biological weapon. A chillingly familiar sensation flashed in Ankrid's mind. Reality dissolved, returning him to the old battlefield, where he was bracing himself to block an attack with his shield. He staggered back, the force of the impact stunning him. A sword blade unexpectedly pierced his neck from behind. For the second time, his body collapsed on the bloody battlefield. For the third time, he was mercilessly struck down by another enemy. Elsewhere, a muscular cook loudly clanged a pan and ladle together, creating a deafening noise. Coming back to himself, Ankrid frantically brought his hand to his neck, feeling the phantom wound. The painful memory flooded back with the image of the enemy's blade piercing his throat. Amidst the fiery battle, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination to fight to the end. He charged forward, alone, into the sea of enemies on that fateful day. An enemy knight in a full-face helmet swung his weapon down, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Amidst the battle, Ankrid charged forward with a desperate expression. His eyes were intensely focused, reflecting his final resolve. A helmeted enemy charged, swinging his sword with terrifying speed. The soldier gritted his teeth in endurance, sweat pouring as he faced the perfect attack. He closed his eyes, accepting the familiar fateful moment. The enemy's blade pierced the soldier in a decisive movement. He roared in extreme pain as the 17th death arrived. Blood spurted from the fatal wound in his neck. His strength depleted, he collapsed before the still-standing enemy. His body slumped onto the dry ground. Amidst the chaotic battle's encirclement, Reality dissolved as he fell into a dark, endless void. An ancient lantern hung suspended, its blue light the only thing existing in the darkness. He lay on a rippling, water-like surface, his tired eyes looking up, struggling to sit up. He saw a ghostly ferryman in the distance. A colossal, terrifying face emerged from the darkness, issuing an overwhelming command. The soldier sat huddled alone in the void, succumbing to despair. A surge of blue energy flashed from Ankrid's eyes as he gritted his teeth in extreme pain. The shrill clang of metal on a pan and ladle resounded, shattering the morning silence. Awakened by the noise, Ankrid wearily raised a hand to his forehead, his eyes blank. Rem, partially dressed, turned to look at the waking Ankrid and greeted him. Ankrid, now sitting up, calmly pointed towards Rem's shoe as a warning. Rem looked down at his shoe with a puzzled expression. A bug fell from inside the shoe onto the floor. Rem decisively crushed the bug with his bare foot. Rem angrily questioned Ankrid, holding up the shoe as incriminating evidence. Ankrid stood up, sword in hand, his eyes coldly dismissing the absurd accusation. His gaze was distant, holding the weariness of someone who had witnessed this scene repeat for the 18th time. On the floor, the crushed bug twitched its last. Ankrid pulled the curtain aside, looking out with resignation, wondering how long this loop would continue. Reality faded, returning him to a memory of his youth, where a young Ankrid roared as he swung his first sword strike. In a training match, a young Ankrid panted after defeating his opponent, revealing his innate talent. A voice praised the boy's superior skills, planting in his mind the dream of becoming a knight. The sound of a pounding heart as an old question echoed in Ankrid's mind. Memories brought him back to the ideal image of a knight. A lone warrior stood amidst the fiery battlefield, a symbol of strength, an invincibly hero, capable of changing the tide of battle with just a flag. Ankrid's youthful belief blazed in his eyes, convinced that the song of that night was meant for him. Determined to leave home, the mercenaries in the tavern burst into mocking laughter. They pointed and ridiculed young Ankrid, who was huddled in a corner because of his dream. With a body full of injuries, he realized he had no special talent whatsoever. But failure did not defeat him. He looked at his sword with unwavering determination. He swung his sword tirelessly under the night sky, believing that hard work would never betray him. He plunged into training and combat, using his time to hone his skills. Despite the harsh weather, he pushed himself to fight, growing stronger little by little. With absolute effort, he delivered a finishing sword thrust to the monstrous enemy. Standing over the enemy's corpse, Ankrid panted, feeling the accumulated strength and experience in his body. He roared with burning hope, believing that he could finally become a knight. And then, that hope was extinguished by a sudden stab against a black background. A cold affirmation appeared, signaling the collapse of a hope. Ankrid's sword flew into the air, flung away by the attack of an ash-blonde boy. The ash-blonde boy looked at Ankrid with a condescending gaze, a declaration of his weakness clearer than words. Defeated, Ankrid knelt on one knee on the ground, while the ash-blonde boy turned his back and walked away indifferently. All strength drained, Ankrid collapsed completely, face down on the dusty ground in humiliation. Ankrid's eyes widened in despair and disbelief, reflecting the collapse of an entire worldview. Reality faded, bringing him back to the starry night sky of the past, where a shooting star ignited his dream of becoming a knight. Despite the ridicule, Ankrid poured all his strength into the tree trunk, each strike a testament to his iron will. He trained relentlessly, his body tense with effort, sweat soaking his attire. From dusk till dawn, Ankrid's solitary figure diligently practiced his sword by the ancient tree. Ankrid roared, unleashing all his perseverance and hope into a sword swing. He unleashed a powerful strike, pouring all his heart into it. The sharp blade stopped, vibrating after the impact, bearing countless scratches from thousands of hours of arduous training. Ankrid panted, exhausted, but his eyes still burning, refusing to give up. Dawn broke over the mountains, signaling the start of another day of training. Sweat streamed down Encred's resolute face, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Memories brought Encred back to the moment he stood exhausted under a tree, his sword heavy in his hand, sweat pouring. Encred gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt with renewed determination. Refusing to accept defeat, he swung his sword high, putting all his strength into a strike. The blade struck the tree trunk forcefully, wood chips flying everywhere. His eyes blazed with a single goal: to become a seasoned soldier. He roared, releasing all his frustration and determination. His roar echoed through the empty space. Years passed in arduous training, each strike into the barren tree trunk a testament to time. Back in reality, the flag of the Cyprus Division proudly waved in the wind. Now, Encred, with a more robust physique, led his squad. A collection of soldiers considered the dregs of the army. Encred approached a sitting, long-haired soldier, who was called Saxon. Saxon looked up, his gaze scrutinizing, as his superior approached. Encred made a request, his eyes expecting agreement. Saxon silently considered his commander's proposal. He nodded in agreement, but his eyes held an unpredictable calculation. As Encred turned away, Rem stepped beside him, his sharp gaze directed at Saxon with dissatisfaction. Encred called Rem's name, and the muscular comrade turned back with an inquiring look. Seemingly accustomed to being asked for favors, with unshakable determination, Encred requested to relearn the beast heart skill. Rem silently turned around, assessing Encred carefully. A skeptical smile formed on Rem's lips as he reminded Encred of his own previous abandonment. Reality faded, Encred's mind sinking into memories of the fated battle between Lunelia and Asfin. Memories brought him back to the bloody battlefield, where he had died for the first time and countless times thereafter. Images of training with Rem and then collapsing repeated in his mind. He recalled the painful sensation of being pierced by a blade, a death that had become all too familiar. But in his eyes now blazed an indomitable fire, a vow that today would be the day he triumphed. His gaze swept over a massive army under the dawn light, preparing for the 21st confrontation with fate. The entire army roared into battle, and Encred joined that roar with all his steadfastness. Amidst the chaotic battle, Encred moved skillfully, dodging an axe blow he had anticipated. He ducked just in time, a spear grazing right over his head, an attack he knew by heart. He spun, evading another horizontal sword slash with chilling precision. He used his shield to block a final spear thrust, the impact echoing amidst the clanging of weapons. Sweat streamed down his temples, but Encred's eyes remained sharp, fully focused on the battle. Memories brought Encred back to the chaotic battlefield, where he witnessed the soldier named Vel let out a final roar. Vel fell under the enemy's blade. An arrow tore through the wind, aimed at another comrade. Encred lunged forward, blocking the fatal arrow with his shield just in time. But immediately after, another enemy leaped down from above, finishing off the recently saved soldier. Encred roared, plunging into a life-or-death battle. Thrusting his sword into an enemy, he struck down another opponent with the chilling precision of one who knew the battle by heart. Encred's face hardened, recognizing the familiar scenario of impending death. A comrade fell, pierced through the leg. A cold blade pointed at a fallen soldier. Amidst the battlefield, a fully armored knight easily struck down a soldier. The knight's glowing red eyes flashed behind the helmet slit, locking onto his target. Encred's fated enemy strode over the corpses, heading straight for him. Encred gasped, facing the one who had killed him 20 times in the past. Back in reality, his eyes blazed with an iron determination to change fate. Rem twirled a small axe, pointing out Encred's fatal mistake just as he was lost in thought. Rem's bandaged hand gripped Encred's weapon, easily blocking the attack. With a powerful spinning motion, Rem slammed Encred to the ground. Standing over Encred, Rem used a stern gaze to point out the fatal flaw in his technique. Rem raised his axe high, imparting a lesson on courage and a fighting spirit that disregards death. Encred's pupils constricted, his mind fully focused on his master's teachings. Rem's eyes turned wild, revealing the primal instinct of a predator. His thoughts led Encred into a mental confrontation with his fated enemy, the fully armored knight. Facing the familiar blade, Encred now responded with a resolute gaze, devoid of any fear. The sword's reflection mirrored his iron will as he questioned his own fear. Encred's back exuded steadfastness, a silent affirmation that he had surpassed his limits. His eyes blazed with a new power, realizing that each death only made him stronger. With a decisive movement, Encred used his shield to parry the knight's attack. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the counterattack, his blade pressing against his opponent's neck. His heart pounded powerfully, a beat of newly awakened wild strength. In the moment of victory, Encred looked over the shoulder of his defeated enemy, his gaze complex. Returning to reality, Encred gasped, realizing that he had finally found the path to victory after 21 attempts. Encred's eyes were highly focused inside his helmet. To dodge the enemy knight's fatal sword strike, Encred spun with astonishing speed. In a blurred movement, he swung his sword to counterattack. Encred roared with effort, his blade swinging up towards the enemy's neck. A blue light flashed in Encred's eyes, signaling his enhanced senses. His blade severed the head of the enemy knight, causing blood to spray. The enemy's headless body fell to the ground. The scene dissolved into a dark void, where an oar stirred still water, while a desperate voice echoed. Encred, now in simple attire, looked up at the ferryman, spirit beckoning him from a boat. The entity's invisible face leaned down, urging him to surrender and accept his fate. Encred knelt in the empty space, his head bowed as if crushed by the endless struggle. He suddenly raised his head with a defiant and angry smile, his eyes blazing with power as he refused oblivion. Reality returned. Encred was using a pot lid and a ladle to practice dodging movements. He sat up in bed, fully awake, while Rem observed from the side with an understanding gaze. Encred clenched his fists, his expression radiating absolute determination to face the loop once more. Back on the battlefield, Encred let out a powerful battle roar, charging into the crowd with his shield raised high. On the 33rd day, Encred's gaze sharpened with a bitter clarity. The armored enemy swung his sword down with unstoppable speed. Encred spun in a desperate attempt to anticipate the familiar attack. The enemy's blade sliced cleanly through Encred's neck, ending the battle. He gritted his teeth in pain, realizing that his opponent's speed still far exceeded his expectations. Encred's body collapsed onto the blood-stained ground. As life faded, a blue amulet slipped from his armor. The amulet fell to the ground, its shimmering surface the last image he saw. His memories took him back to his mercenary days. Exhausted amidst fallen monsters, he panted, leaning on his sword after completing an optional mission to protect a village. He trudged along, his body weary, but his heart steadfast. In his dream of becoming a knight who protects the weak, a hooded villager took his hand, conveying sincere gratitude. Encred, with a younger and dirt-smeared face, silently accepted their appreciation. The villagers placed the blue amulet in his hand as a token of gratitude. The villager's promise of a greatest wish echoed in his mind. Back in reality, Encred's final gaze was fixed on the amulet, a horrifying realization flashing as he took his last breath. Memories of death flooded back. The armored knight stood tall on the battlefield, mocking Encred's dream. The knight raised his sword high, preparing to deliver a seemingly merciful finishing blow. Lying on the ground, Encred glared back with extreme indignation, despising his enemy's words. Through the helmet slit, the knight's fiery red eyes gleamed with malice. A cruel smile appeared on his face, reveling in the pain of others. The cold blade pierced Encred's body, ending another loop with cruelty. The stream of memories was cut short by the clanging of a ladle against a pan, signaling the start of a new day. Waking up in a different reality, Encred coldly announced that he had put a bug in Rem's angry shoe. Rem sprang up, horrified and enraged by Encred's insane act. Encred crushed the bug under his heel, decisively ending the prank. With an unprecedented resolute gaze, Encred made an undeniable request to teach him Beast Heart. Rem, after a moment of surprise, looked at his comrade with a scrutinizing gaze. The scene shifted to an outdoor training ground under a clear blue sky. Rem took his stance, tensing his muscles and unleashing a powerful demonstration attack. Encred was highly focused, his blue eyes never leaving Rem's every movement. Rem grabbed Encred's hand, beginning to instruct him on how to sense and control his primal power. Rem held Encred tightly in a lock, his axe blade pressed against Encred's throat. Rem narrowed his eyes, his face full of skepticism at his comrade's change. Rem questioned Encred about his sudden recklessness, but Encred only responded with a calm demeanor. Encred's eyes became profound, holding the weight of countless deaths known only to him. Encred dismissed Rem's question with a dismissive gesture, shrugging slightly, as if it were no big deal. To prove his words, Encred turned and drew a sword from the weapon rack. He raised his sword, his resolute gaze offering a silent challenge to Rem. Rem looked up, his initial skepticism having turned into interest at the challenge. A warlike smile spread across Rem's lips as he cheerfully accepted the fight. Without a moment's hesitation, Rem swung his massive battle axe, creating a whistling arc through the air. Encred moved with astonishing speed, his body gliding past the axe blade by mere inches. Rem roared a provocation, urging Encred to attack instead of just dodging. Encred continued to lean back, smoothly dodging another powerful attack. Sweat streamed down his temples, but Encred maintained intense focus, analyzing every movement of his opponent. He gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash his unique swordsmanship. Valen mercenary swordsmanship. He suddenly staggered, a seemingly off-balance movement that was actually the prelude to an unpredictable attack. Rem leaped into the air, using his axe to knock Encred off balance. Instead of falling, Encred stomped his foot firmly on the ground, using it as a stable pivot. He spun with the momentum, transforming the passive stance into a sudden, aggressive lunge. Rem narrowed his eyes, a fleeting surprise at his opponent's improvisation. Memories flooded back. Encred vividly recalled the armored enemy's glowing red eyes just before he struck. Instinctively, he lunged forward, his sword pointed straight ahead, precisely replicating the fatal thrust. Rem raised his axe handle, blocking Encred's sword tip with a deafening clang of metal. Phantom sword trails showed the complex attack trajectory Encred had just executed. Encred froze, his hand trembling as he realized he had unconsciously mimicked the one who had killed him. The image of the knight's cruel smile reappeared, haunting his mind. He clenched his fist, determined to transform the pain from his previous deaths into strength. Rem looked down at his chest and scratched it in confusion. Finding no wound, he admitted it was Encred's best thrust, but gestured that it lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Encred listened, his eyes full of focus at his teacher's remark. Rem pointed directly at Encred, implying that hesitation and doubt were holding him back. Encred's eyes reflected the truth in Rem's words. Realizing his biggest obstacle, Rem delivered a harsh criticism, emphasizing that the goal must be to destroy the opponent, not just to dodge attacks. Encred listened in silence, his resolute gaze showing he was absorbing every word. He bowed his head, looking at his hands, seemingly having grasped the lesson. Reality blurred, taking Encred back to the fateful moment when the armored enemy lunged with an unstoppable thrust. The blade pierced his throat, blood gushing. As Encred desperately clung to life, he collapsed onto the desolate battlefield, realizing his indecisiveness was the cause of his failure. The armored enemy stood above him, his sword pointed at Encred like a cruel judgment. A finishing blow was delivered without hesitation. Back in reality, Encred roared, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination to kill. He unexpectedly threw his sword towards Rem in a reckless move. Memories flooded back again. The image of the armored enemy, with cruel, glowing red eyes, reappeared. He lunged again, repeating the fatal thrust that haunted Encred. Encred blocked the attack, determined to advance, step by step. The armored enemy overwhelmed him once more, repeating the cruel judgment. The blade pierced Encred's neck again, but this time he did not collapse immediately. On the 11th day, facing familiar death, Encred's eyes gleamed with stubborn defiance. Day 123 was marked. Memories brought Encred back to the fateful moment where the fated enemy knight stood over him, granting a sarcastic mercy. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the knight's blade pierced through Encred. The memory shifted to day 124, ending with Encred's painful scream as he collapsed once more, back in reality. With a new burning determination in his eyes, Encred suddenly lunged to attack Rem. Rem, though startled, easily used his battle axe to block Encred's sword swing. Rem stared at Encred, his face bewildered and confused, questioning his comrade's sanity. To show his determination, Encred gripped the sword hilt so tightly that his hand bled. Rem's gaze shifted to Encred's bleeding hand, his face filled with concern. Despite the pain, a smile of enlightenment spread across Encred's lips as he finally grasped the secret of the fatal thrust. Encred roared, unleashing all his pent-up killing intent. The scene dissolved, taking him into a mental battle where he actively charged at the fated enemy knight with the sole objective of killing. He used all his might to deflect the enemy's previously unstoppable thrust. Encred's blade scraped a sparking line across the knight's neck armor. With a decisive sword twist, Encred thrust straight into the enemy's neck, ending the torturous loop. The mental scene vanished. Encred stood there with a fatal wound on his neck, blood gushing, but his eyes remained wide open, resolute. Encred's eyes blazed with iron determination, without a trace of wavering. Memories brought Encred back to the bloody battlefield where he faced his fated enemy. The armored enemy delivered a brutal punch to Encred's chest, stunning him. The knight gasped, looking down at Encred with feigned pity. Mocking his pain, he raised his sword, preparing to grant Encred a merciful death. The enemy's eyes flashed with confusion as Encred showed no fear. His blade stopped right in front of Encred, the young soldier looking directly at imminent death. But instead of fear, Encred displayed a confident smile, the smile of one who had seen through every move of his opponent. Turning the tables, Encred delivered a fatal sword thrust to the armored enemy's throat, ending the loop of failure. As the illusion faded, Encred's amulet glowed, marking the end of a cycle. Back in reality, a leaf gently fell. A boot crushed the leaf, signaling a new, more decisive beginning. Encred stood upright in the mess hall, his eyes meeting Rem's with unprecedented confidence. He turned and walked away, casually asking Rem to do his morning chores as a thank you. Rem could only stare after him, completely bewildered by his comrade's sudden audacity. At the same time, a red-haired youth startled when he heard someone call him on day 125. Encred confidently ordered the equipment, promising to pay later, leaving Big Eyes stunned. Big Eyes turned to complain to another soldier, disbelieving Encred's sudden change. The wavy-haired brown soldier spoke up in criticism, immediately receiving an implied threat from Rem. While the blonde undercut soldier offered well wishes, Rem observed thoughtfully, sensing something unusual about his squad leader. Encred's eyes turned sharp and cold, filled with an unprecedented deadly killing intent. Reality dissolved, giving way to the memory of a fatal blow he had endured. He gritted his teeth, enduring the extreme pain every time he fell in the loop. The towering figure of the fated enemy appeared, sowing doubt and despair in his mind. In the empty mental space, Encred confronted exhaustion and the urge to give up, but he cast aside his weakness. His eyes blazing with determination to surpass his own limits, he faced the invisible wall, preparing for the fated confrontation. By repeating countless times, he had ingrained the beast heart skill into his instincts. He replicated the enemy's fatal thrust, turning it into his own weapon. With a roar, Encred launched a counterattack, pouring all his strength into the sword tip. He leaped up, delivering the decisive thrust, refusing to waste this opportunity. For the first time, his blade pierced through the fated enemy's armor, breaking the loop of failure. Encred decisively tightened the strap of his metal greave. He stood upright, firmly gripping his wooden shield, his gaze fixed steadily forward. His blue eyes blazed with an iron resolve, ready to take another step into hell. At his command, the ranks of soldiers uniformly raised their weapons, ready for battle. Encred stood at the forefront, Beside him were Rem, Big Eyes, and other loyal comrades, all sharing a tense expression. The entire army roared a resounding battle cry, their morale soaring. Reality faded, bringing Encred back to the battlefield of memory, where he faced the enemy with only fragile preparation and luck. A brutal impact from the enemy's mace made him stagger, but this time he had anticipated it. Memories of his shoulder being crushed and his head shattered in previous loops flashed as a warning. This time, instead of defending, Encred actively spun and delivered a preemptive slash at the mace wielder. He recalled another enemy who had once slashed his leg, causing him to fall before reaching his main target. The unexpected low attack was blocked by Encred's greave, the sound of metal clashing piercingly loud. He crouched behind his shield, parrying a fatal blow from the recently defeated enemy. The memory of death by a flying axe flashed through his mind, reminding him of a distant threat. With a furious gnash of his teeth, Encred identified the axe thrower in the crowd. Determined to eliminate him, he swung his sword, preparing to execute a perfect throw, honed through countless deaths, to end the threat before it could act. Amidst the chaotic battle, Encred glanced over his shoulder, anticipating an attack from the mustachioed soldier named Bell who was charging towards him. Without hesitation, Encred raised his shield, blocking an incoming arrow with a deafening clang. Encred spun, his sword sweeping horizontally, finishing off Bell and another enemy in a single motion. Having cleared the immediate threat, Encred turned to face a formidable warrior wearing a slit helmet. The silhouette of the new warrior loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority as he swung his sword in a deadly arc. The warrior's glowing red eyes flashed with killing intent from behind his helmet. Encred faced his foe, his blue eyes gleaming with cold determination. The two warriors charged at each other amidst the battlefield, beginning a life-or-death struggle. The helmeted warrior attacked with furious speed, forcing Encred to retreat. Encred dodged a slash that grazed his face, his shield shattering into pieces under the force of the blow. He rolled on the ground to avoid the next attack, his expression tense as he analyzed his opponent's fighting style. Two blades clashed, sparking fire, as Encred used all his strength to parry a powerful attack. Noticing a moment of hesitation from his opponent, Encred discovered a gap in his fighting experience. Seizing the opportunity, Encred delivered a direct punch to his opponent's face, causing him to lose balance. He immediately spun, swinging his sword in a powerful arc. Encred's blade pierced through the helmeted warrior's chest, decisively ending the fight. The fated enemy roared, charging forward with full might. His eyes gleamed with pure malevolence. His massive blade slashed down with a wind-rending force. Encred raised his head to face the attack, his expression completely calm and confident. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the two warriors charged at each other in a decisive moment. The fated enemy's heart pounded, his eyes beneath the helmet glowing red. Encred's eyes sharpened, analyzing every movement of his opponent. With the understanding gained from countless repetitions, Encred stood firm on his shield, awaiting the perfect moment. He blocked the fated enemy's fatal thrust with perfectly precise movement. The fated enemy's sword shattered into 100 pieces upon impact, disarmed. The fated enemy lost his balance and fell to the ground. From a distance, a gloved hand drew a bowstring taut, ready to fire. A rain of arrows poured down on the battlefield, embedding themselves in the fallen soldiers. The fated enemy desperately reached for the hilt of his broken sword. Encred reached for a nearby sword, his eyes gleaming with victorious affirmation. A single arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Encred amidst the enemy encirclement. Encred's round shield was thrown with terrifying speed. A battle axe shattered upon impact with an unstoppable force. Enemy blood splattered as Encred coldly ended another life amidst the battle. To prevent a reckless act, the bearded soldier roared a desperate warning. Encred lunged from below, thrusting his sword directly through the wall's throat. The wall's eyes widened in horror in his final moment as blood gushed from the wound. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, swords clashed, creating a deafening sound of metal. Encred stood tall over the wall's corpse, facing the next enemy. The entire battlefield echoed with a unified battle roar. After the berserk rampage, Encred panted, his body trembling from exhaustion. His eyes glowed with a strange purple hue, a bead of anxious sweat rolling down his temple. Encred's enemy fell to the ground with a fatal slash to the head. Encred assumed a defensive stance, his sword ready to counter any remaining threats. With a cold gaze, Encred delivered a merciless finishing blow. With a powerful upward slash, Encred split his opponent's helmet in two. He stared at the aftermath of his action, his purple eyes revealing horror and shock. Encred knelt, exhausted, amidst the ruins of a conquered fortress. A brutal impact sent Encred flying sideways, his eyes glowing with a weary purple. A frog-like warrior lunged across the chaotic battlefield. Having just delivered an attack, Encred fell face down onto the ground, his face contorted in pain. The bearded soldier roared in surprise and anger upon witnessing his comrade fall. The frog warrior landed softly on the ground. He stood upright, observing his fallen target. The frog warrior stood towering over the helpless Encred. Exuding authority, he looked down with contempt, seemingly mocking Encred's weakness. Black blood splattered from a knight's head as he was struck down amidst the battle. Encred gritted his teeth, panting, in an effort to get up, to protect his captain. The bearded soldier charged forward, swinging a massive battle axe downwards. The axe blade descended with terrifying force. The frog warrior raised his weapon to parry the blow just in time. The bearded soldier put all his strength into his slash. The two weapons clashed, creating a fierce shower of sparks. The goatee soldier gritted his teeth, letting out a defiant roar, facing him. The frog warrior observed with cold, calculating eyes. Their weapons clashed with a deafening metallic clang, sparks flying. Amidst the battle, an enemy soldier raised his spear high, preparing to finish off the fallen Encred. Suddenly, a red-eyed swordsman charged like a whirlwind, his slash cutting the enemy in half. Returning to the confrontation, the goatee soldier slid to the ground, steady after the impact. The frog warrior also landed lightly, demonstrating his agility. The two warriors faced each other amidst the chaotic battlefield, the tension palpable. With an arrogant smile, the goatee soldier raised his axe, blocking the enemy's path to protect his captain. The frog warrior glanced with disdain, expressing doubt about the worth of the one the soldier was risking his life to protect. The soldier's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he realized the terrifying power of his opponent. The frog warrior also showed surprise, wondering why a warrior of this caliber was in an unknown battle. The soldier's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the axe handle, accepting that this was a battle to the death. After some consideration, the frog warrior decided that this fight was not worth the risk. He turned, letting out one last roar before leaving. The frog warrior turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing behind the battlefield smoke. With a disdainful expression, the goatee soldier roared a challenge at the fleeing enemy. He charged into battle. He leaped, using his full body weight to bring his axe down on an enemy soldier. The axe blade struck hard, embedding itself deep into the opponent. A wavy-haired soldier plunged into the fight, her eyes sharp. She swung her sword in a powerful arc. The sword swept through, felling multiple enemies at once in a shower of blood. The goatee soldier, the wavy-haired soldier, a blonde undercut soldier, and a white-haired man stood together, forming a solid front. Encred's eyes turned a vibrant purple, unleashing an intense surge of killing intent. A soldier raised the standard high, desperately shouting the order to retreat. Encred's eyes returned to normal, silently observing the rout. The entire army began to retreat from the chaotic battlefield. The space suddenly plunged into darkness, a drop of water falling to create mystical blue ripples. Encred lay there, floating in the void, a warning echoing that his survival was only temporary. The hooded figure of the ferryman spirit appeared. Its skeletal hand, extended as a prophecy of greater trials, was uttered. The hooded phantom declared Encred's fate was to surrender to despair. In the void, Encred collapsed, his hands clenched as he faced the question of destiny. He braced his hands, struggling to stand on a stone floor that was dissolving into nothingness. Encred stood upright, facing the ferryman spirit hovering on its ghostly boat. With eyes burning with blue determination, he silently declared that all barriers could be broken. The phantom of the ferryman's spirit enveloped the space. Uttering a curse of future destruction, reality returned, and Encred woke up in a hospital bed, his body wrapped in white bandages. He looked up at the ceiling of an unfamiliar room in confusion, trying to ascertain his location. His gaze shifted, realizing he was in an infirmary. Rem, his comrade, sat beside the bed, signaling that Encred had been unconscious for 2 days. Rem leaned down, reiterating that he had saved Encred from a frog warrior to test his memory. Encred winced, one hand clutching his chest, as the pain from his memories rushed back. Rem continued to tease, claiming to be Encred's best friend. Encred closed his eyes, coldly denying their relationship and calling Rem by his alias, Noble Killer. Rem's expression immediately hardened, and he grabbed Encred's shirt in a silent warning. The scene widened, showing the tension between the two men in the deserted infirmary. Encred issued a warning about keeping secrets, but Rem only responded with a sarcastic, defiant smile. Outside, a military tent camp, the relief of survival permeated the air. A red-haired soldier, Kreise, leaned back on his bed with a smug expression, demanding a triple price for saving his comrade's life. Encred, heavily bandaged, responded with a cold, skeptical gaze. Lying in the hospital bed, Encred silently endured Kreise's taunts about his absence from the battlefield. Kreise flashed a radiant smile, theatrically lowering the price as a special favor for his beloved comrade. Dusk fell over the camp, signaling the end of the day. A long, brown-haired soldier, Zaxxon, appeared with a stern expression. Encred looked at Zaxxon warily, bluntly demanding to know his purpose. Without a word, Zaxxon tossed a small ointment box onto Encred's bed. As he turned to leave, Zaxxon ordered Encred to keep the ointment's origin a secret. Encred picked up the box, recognizing it as Zaxxon's personal possession, with a bewildered expression. A muscular blonde soldier, Auden, sat alone, sobbing while muttering and clutching a small object in his hand. The perspective showed Auden by Encred's bedside, lost in his own grief, unaware he was being observed. With eyes glowing purple, Encred wearily waved Auden away, asserting that he would not die. Night enveloped the camp, and silence returned inside the tent. Alone in the darkness, Encred looked back, pondering the unusual concern he had never received before. Encred lay on the hospital bed, his eyes half closed, filled with weary skepticism. A blonde soldier, Ragna, pulled back the curtain and entered the infirmary. Startled by the sound, Encred opened his eyes and saw Ragna standing by his bed. Ragna looked down at Encred with a curious expression, holding an apple as if to question him. With a swift flick of his hand, Ragna tossed the apple towards Encred. Encred closed his eyes, completely ignoring Ragna's action with an indifferent expression. The infirmary also had 2 other patients, while Ragna had sat down next to an empty bed. On another bed, Rem, a rival captain, rested his hands behind his head and glared defiantly at Encred. In the corner of the room, another blonde soldier sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the distance. Encred shifted his gaze to the blonde soldier, wondering about the presence of a low-ranking person here. A sudden metallic clink echoed, breaking the silence. The strange sound made both Rem and the blonde soldier turn their heads towards the entrance. Encred also sat upright, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. A pair of pointed ears, characteristic of the elf race, emerged from behind the curtain. An intricately decorated sword hilt, shimmering with leaf patterns, gleamed at the hip of the newcomer. A tall, blonde elf warrior, clad in silver armor, stood imposingly at the entrance, her authoritative gaze sweeping across the room. A female elf warrior with an authoritative demeanor entered, her gaze sweeping across the infirmary in search of the platoon 444 leader, recovering on his bed. Encred looked up with a bewildered expression at the sudden appearance of the strange visitor. The elf warrior's presence dominated the room, causing the recovering soldiers like Encred, Rem, and a quiet blonde soldier to observe in silence. Rem squinted, Recognizing her race with a hint of surprise and disrespect, the female commander immediately turned to Rem, her sharp gaze demanding him to state his unit. With a stern look, she sharply reprimanded Rem for his disrespectful attitude. Rem immediately bowed his head, his previous complacency vanishing before the aura of a true superior. Encred recognized her identity, the new company commander he had heard rumors about. In response to the initial question, Encred sat up straight despite his injuries and formally reported his identity. The female commander looked at Encred with approval, acknowledging his reputation for commanding a difficult unit. Encred watched her retreating back, surprised by the brief and direct encounter. As she prepared to leave, the female commander suddenly stopped. A silent command issued, her gaze now focused on the quiet blonde soldier, who had been silent until now. The blonde soldier, Kran, replied with a casual smile, breaking the tense military atmosphere. Encred observed the exchange with growing suspicion. Kran's overly relaxed demeanor, making him question the man's true identity. The elf commander looked at Kran for a long moment, her expression revealing no emotion as she assessed his reply. Encred quietly watched the company commander leave, her cloak fluttering in the wind. He pondered, his eyes filled with complex thoughts after the encounter. Night fell over the military camp, signaling the end of another day. In his tent, Encred clenched his fists, feeling his strength gradually returning. He spread his hand, checking the flexibility of his fingers, ready for training. With a determined expression, he told himself it was time to resume training. As Encred put on his gear, Kran spoke from his sickbed, asking where he intended to go. Encred ignored him and walked out, leaving behind Kran's taunts about the futile efforts of a mere grunt. Kran watched him with a half-smile, his eyes full of condescension and curiosity. Under the dawn light, Encred stood alone on the training ground, his sword blade reflecting the first rays of sun. His mind returned to the recent battle, analyzing each sword stroke, each decision. A bloody memory flooded back, replaying the decisive thrust that had ended his enemy. He questioned his recklessness, realizing that even a small mistake would cost him his life. Images of Rem's brutal, relentless attacks appeared, a model of strength he yearned for. Encred's eyes flashed purple as he focused his will, a new energy beginning to surge. Kran, who had followed him at some point, sat nearby and made a sarcastic remark about Encred's strange training method. Encred explained to Kran that he was training to review the recent battle. Kran sat on a tree stump, asking Encred why he did that, and Encred replied decisively that it was to avoid dying. With a condescending air, Kran questioned whether Encred had any goal greater than merely preserving his life. Encred's gaze was distant, holding a silent determination. He looked towards the dawn, admitting that his dreams were often mocked and that he felt he lacked talent. His hand tightened on the sword hilt, an action showing his will to never give up. His sword blade reflected the sunlight, a symbol of his burning aspiration. Encred boldly declared his dream to become a knight. Kran's mocking expression vanished, replaced by surprise and contemplation. Encred's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. He looked directly at Kran, expressing surprise that for the first time, someone hadn't laughed at his dream. Kran admitted that he had forgotten how to laugh, and that Encred had reminded him of something. He turned and walked away, saying that observing Encred had helped him realize what he needed to do. Encred stood frozen, watching Kran's retreating back with an incredulous expression. Kran looked back with a slight smile, calling Encred a friend and hoping he would remember his name when he became a knight. Left alone, Encred realized this was the first time someone had truly encouraged him. As the military camp scene appeared behind him, a minstrel performed for a group of cheering soldiers, who chanted the name of a hero. Encred, looking tired, listened to a blonde undercut soldier angrily demanding breakfast. He walked through the camp, where a wavy-haired female soldier sat on a wooden barrel and struck up a conversation with him. Encred responded with an appreciative nod, his eyes shining with gratitude. The female soldier waved off his thanks, gesturing for him to return to his duties while continuing to carve a piece of wood. Night fell, the only light in the camp flickering from a single candle. In the quiet camp, Kran wished Encred good night With a slight nod, Encred lay down on his bed, returning Cran's wish before closing his eyes. Another soldier in the camp grumbled in his sleep. Annoyed by the brief exchange, Encred drifted into sleep. Ending a seemingly unremarkable day, Encred's eyes snapped open on his bed as the familiar song and chant of the minstrel echoed again. The blonde undercut soldier's shouts for breakfast rang out again. A chillingly repetitive sound. A horrifying realization dawned on Encred's face as he understood the truth. His heart pounded in his chest, a rhythm of extreme doubt and fear. The scene shifted. He was again standing before the wavy-haired female soldier, who was repeating the exact question about his injury. Encred bowed his head, sweat pouring down, trapped in the moment he had already experienced. The wavy-haired female soldier offered a practical reminder, but her familiar voice stunned Encred. Encred's eyes widened in horror as he realized the undeniable truth today had begun again. A hooded phantom appeared in his mind, uttering a challenge about a new wall and a battle for survival against time. Encred shot up, sweat pouring down as he came to the horrifying conclusion that he had been killed in his sleep. Standing alone in the camp yard, he felt helplessness and humiliation washing over him. But then, his eyes flashed with determination, transforming the humiliation into motivation to overcome this challenge. The star-filled night sky above the camp signaled a new battle was about to begin. The flickering candlelight in the tent illuminated the calm before the storm. Lying on his bed, Encred began to analyze coldly, searching for who had killed him and how. His eyes sharpened as he ruled out the possibility of an external attack, concluding that this was an assassination carried out by an insider. His thoughts turned to the company commander, who possessed the skills to execute a silent killing. Suspicion rose in Encred's eyes as he realized a nimble elf would be the perfect assassin. He recalled seeing the company commander moving through the air at night, perhaps to scout the target's location. The image of her passing through the camp during the day further reinforced his hypothesis. Encred's mind focused on the infirmary's sole entrance, where he devised a simple yet dangerous plan. In the darkness, his eyes were wide open, patiently waiting for the assassin to reveal themselves. A poisoned dart precisely struck Encred's neck as he slept. His eyes widened in horror as he recognized the weapon that had just attacked him. The pain and poison spread, causing his body to convulse violently on the bed. Losing all strength, he fell to the floor, his entire body completely paralyzed, lying motionless on the floor. Encred's eyes turned purple as he analyzed the situation with intense focus. His gaze swept across, seeing the blonde, undercut soldier dead on his bed, also a victim of a poisoned dart. From his vantage point, Encred spotted a tall, hooded figure standing silently beside Cran's bed. Helpless and enraged, Encred gnashed his teeth until they bled. Struggling to get up to stop the assassin raised a dagger high. Its cold blade pointed directly at the sleeping Cran. The blade plunged straight into Cran's chest in a merciless finishing blow. Cran died with wide-open eyes, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, witnessing his comrade's death. Encred's purple eyes flared with a burning hatred. A sudden slash tore through the attacker's cloak. Inside the torn cloak, a second, smaller assassin was revealed. Encred was completely stunned by the unbelievable truth. The smaller assassin's face was partially revealed, showing a cold determination. In Encred's mind, the image of a weapon-wielding hand gripping a victim appeared. He recalled the hooded assassin's silhouette standing in the tent, a horrifying realization dawning. The cold face of the company commander appeared, identified by Encred as the true mastermind. The dark memory faded, giving way to the clear blue sky of that morning. His thoughts brought him back to the moment the minstrel Cypress was singing a victory song. Back in reality, Encred sat on his bed, the burden of repeating the same day for the third time evident on his shoulders. He bowed his head, analyzing his failure. Despite being vigilant, he still couldn't sense the attacker. The image of the company commander haunted his mind again, a challenge even greater than the assassin. A feeling of helplessness enveloped Encred as he sat alone in the darkness of the tent. He recalled a similar feeling of despair just days before on the battlefield. The memory brought him back to the life-or-death battle against the wall, a seemingly insurmountable opponent. But then, the image of him standing proudly on the battlefield, with the enemy's helmet flying in the air, confirmed a truth he had won. Regaining strength from that memory, Encred stood up, his eyes burning with determination to find a way out. He acted immediately, lunging forward and decisively flipping the blanket off the adjacent bed. The soldier in the adjacent bed startled awake, completely bewildered by Encred's sudden action. Drawing his sword, Encred ignored his comrade's question. His eyes focused outward, identifying the approaching threat. Venzins looked at Encred with disdain, making a derogatory remark about his skill. Encred replied with a feigned thank you, causing Venzins to roar an insult in anger. With a cold expression, Encred affirmed his sarcasm and gestured for Venzins to leave. Cran appeared at the tent entrance, interrupting the tense atmosphere with a question about their argument. He pulled back the tent flap, smiled mischievously, and asked if he should come back later. Encred allowed Cran in, while Venzins irritably flopped onto his bed, ending the confrontation. Encred's gaze followed Cran, his mind replaying the scene of the assassins meticulously examining their target. He stood there, analyzing why someone seemingly ordinary like Cran would become the target of an assassination. His eyes sharpened, determined not to let secrets stand in his way. His thoughts led him to images of other comrades in the squad, those he didn't need to bother understanding. But then his mind returned to Cran, realizing that his own death in this loop was directly related to him. To break the loop, Encred decided to confront the mystery directly, preparing to question Cran. Cran startled and turned around, his face bewildered by Encred's sudden and direct question. Encred felt a fleeting regret, realizing his communication skills weren't much better than Venzins's. Cran hesitated, his eyes avoiding Encred's as he tried to answer the question about his true identity. Finally, Cran asserted that it was something he couldn't reveal, leaving Encred with an even greater mystery. Cran shrugged, giving an evasive answer to Encred's question. Encred remained silent, his sharp gaze analyzing the person in front of him. Confused by the indifferent answer, Encred subtly frowned. Venzins suddenly turned to Encred, angry that he had given up questioning so easily. Venzins's rage shifted, and he pointed directly at Cran's face, leveling a harsh accusation about his loyalty. Cran met the accusation with a calm gaze, completely unfazed. Venzins startled and took a step back as Cran began to advance towards him. Cran walked with full confidence, each step exuding an air of dignity. Cran's shadow fell over the cowering Venzins, completely overwhelming him. Cran leaned forward, affirming his loyalty with a confident smile. Encred observed Cran's every gesture, recognizing something familiar in his demeanor. Encred's thoughts conjured the image of a knight in splendid armor, a symbol of dignity and honor. Venzins tried to regain the upper hand by invoking his rank, but Cran merely responded with an indifferent look. Encred concluded that even if Cran wasn't a knight, he still carried their essence. Cran smiled mysteriously, seemingly aware of Encred's thoughts. After wishing Encred good night, Cran left, leaving a flickering candle in the tent. In the quiet camp tent, Encred was the only one still awake, tossing and turning on his bed. With his eyes glowing purple, he pondered Venzin's unusual silence after the confrontation with Cran. His eyes returned to blue as a decision was made, calmness returning to his face, knowing about the impending attack. Encred looked towards the tent's exit. He sat up, reaching for the sword beside his bed, while Venzins was still asleep, just waking up. Venzins spoke in a sleepy voice, telling Encred to go back to bed. Encred turned back, giving a firm warning about the assassins and asking Venzins to cooperate to survive. Venzins looked at Encred with a skeptical expression, completely disbelieving the warning, assuming Encred had lost his mind. Venzins turned his back, ignoring his words. Meanwhile, Cran, seemingly asleep, subtly smirked, realizing Cran knew everything. Encred turned to look at him with a stunned expression. Encred's eyes widened in horror, realizing a truth beyond his expectations. A sharp blade suddenly tore through the tent fabric, delivering a fatal cut across Encred's neck. Stunned, Encred only managed to realize what had happened as blood gushed from the wound. He tried to grasp the sword hilt in his final moments, not understanding when he had been attacked. Immediately after, Venzens was also mercilessly killed right on his bed. A flood of memories returned. Encred saw Cran fall under the assassin's blade. Next was the image of himself falling, eyes still wide open in horror. Back in reality, Encred sprang up from his bed, clutching his head as he tried to find a way out of the deadly loop. The memory of Venzens dismissing his warning with an angry glare only strengthened his resolve. Standing alone in the darkness, Encred tightened his grip on his sword hilt, determined to set a trap for the assassins himself. Night fell over the camp, wind rustling through the tents, signaling a hunt was about to begin. Hidden behind a corner, Encred held his breath, waiting, sweat beading on his forehead. Realizing the danger, he cried out a desperate warning as a blade pressed against his throat from behind. Blood splattered, cutting off his warning mid-sentence. His body collapsed to the ground under the shadow of a hooded assassin. The loop restarted. This time, Encred chose a different ambush spot, determined not to be attacked from behind. A small black object tore through the air, flying straight towards him. At incredible speed, the poison dart embedded itself directly into Encred's neck, stunning him with the sudden attack. He looked around desperately, realizing he was fighting an invisible enemy. The precise strike to a vital point showed the enemy knew everything about the infirmary. In the dead of night, the silhouette of the hooded assassin appeared, sword in hand, ready to end the loop. Once more, a question about the hero of the battlefield echoed throughout the military camp, with the name Cypresses hailed as the answer. Encred's hand tightened on his sword hilt, the weight of 20 failed loops pressing down on him. He hunched over in despair, haunted by his helplessness against the assassins. His face hardened, despair giving way to a flicker of determination. Encred lifted his head, a cold resolve evident on his face under the clear sky. His eyes blazed with new focus, refusing to be defeated by 20 deaths. Standing tall, Encred decided on a new strategy. First survive, then fight. He turned his attention towards another soldier, realizing he needed to react faster to survive the next attack. His gaze settled on Saxon, who was calmly wiping his dagger, oblivious to Encred's internal calculations. Encred's expression showed deep contemplation as he weighed his options. Venzens suddenly appeared, axe in hand, challenging Encred's assessment of Saxon with a loaded question. Venzens explained his view, calling Saxon a cunning backstabber and untrustworthy. A brutal image flashed by, showing a slit-helmeted soldier being struck down from behind, illustrating Saxon's alleged cowardly tactics. Unaware of the conversation targeting him, Saxon looked up and called Encred by his rank. Saxon showed concern for Encred's condition, while Encred secretly thought about how this man's skills could change the tide of battle against the assassins. Encred's face showed clear frustration. Knowing he lacked the authority to recruit the soldier, he might need to break the loop. Under the night sky, Encred's eyes gleamed beneath his hood, reflecting an iron determination to overcome his challenge. His gaze focused on a single target, a name forming on his lips, Saxon. To understand the potential enemy, Encred stood behind Saxon, dagger in hand, posing a challenge of betrayal and defense. Saxon pondered, hand on chin, carefully considering Encred's loaded question. He looked up, eyes sharp and confident, implying that no one had ever successfully outsmarted him. Encred looked down, his resolute expression unwavering in the face of the challenging answer. He repeated the threatening posture, the dagger still in place, emphasizing the importance of the test. Saxon maintained his confident demeanor, his gaze unwavering, asserting his own capability. Encred stood upright, sword at his hip, exuding the aura of someone who had made a final decision. Saxon responded with a calm yet scrutinizing gaze, awaiting the next move. After a moment, Saxon sighed, bending forward, as if tired of the mind game. He sat up straight, offering a cryptic piece of advice about needing eyes in the back of one's head. Encred frowned, his face clearly showing confusion at the soldier's abstract answer. He questioned Saxon, demanding a clearer explanation for the implication. Suddenly, Encred pointed into the distance, a practical plan forming in his mind at just the right moment. Encred's eyes sharpened, and he ordered Saxon to pay attention to a supply cart behind the camp. From his hiding spot, Encred watched Saxon in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he could perceive events from such a distance. Saxon calmly issued a warning, predicting the cart was about to break apart. True to his word, the cart suddenly broke in half in the middle of the camp. Encred turned back, his eyes full of skepticism, staring at Saxon. He approached Saxon, demanding an explanation for his comrade's astonishing foresight. In response, Saxon pointed to his ear, implying the answer wasn't visual. He explained that he had heard the rattling of the wheel's joints, a detail no one else had noticed. Saxon looked up, his sharp gaze asserting that once heard, predicting the outcome was entirely possible. Encred was stunned by the explanation, realizing his own limitations as Saxon offered a lesson on using other senses. Saxon turned his back, instructing Encred on how to train by focusing on listening and chasing sounds. Encred commented on Saxon's change, surprised that this time he explained thoroughly instead of evading. Saxon admitted the nuisance but reasoned that explaining once was better than being constantly bothered. He glanced at Encred, adding that the soldier's recent persistence was the reason for his change in attitude. Night fell, enveloping the military camp in silence. Under the dawn light, Encred slept soundly in his tent, completely defenseless. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, hand outstretched, forming an invisible blade, ready for a silent death. Encred's eyes fluttered open, highly focused in the darkness. His ears twitched, trying to analyze every sound in the night. He recognized the familiar sounds of patrolling footsteps and the campfire. From above, a hooded assassin silently dropped into the camp. Encred frowned, straining his ears to locate the unseen threat. The hooded assassin landed without a sound, ready to strike. Encred's face became desperate as he couldn't pinpoint the enemy's location. Amidst the deadly silence, a streak of light flashed from nowhere. A sharp weapon pierced Encred's neck, blood gushing out. He froze in pain, his hand unconsciously rising to the fatal wound. Waking up in bed, Encred clutched his head in silent fury at having failed once again. He stood up, clenching his fists, his body still remembering the feeling of exhausting training sessions. His eyes gleamed with determination, recalling the skills he had honed. The stream of memories brought him back to the lesson, where Saxon was calmly explaining. Encred listened intently as Saxon explained how ears could become a second pair of eyes. To illustrate, Saxon suddenly snapped his fingers right in front of Encred, creating a sharp sound. Memory flooded back. Saxon used a hand gesture to explain the pervasive nature of sound waves. He clenched his hand, emphasizing the need to pick out a single sound from the chaos. Back in reality, amidst countless footsteps and noisy conversations in the camp, Encred began his exercise. He raised his head, closed his eyes, and commanded himself to listen, categorize, and grasp every sound. He focused on the sound of flags flapping in the wind, trying to count their number using only his hearing. He shifted his attention to the ground, distinguishing between nearby and distant footsteps. He felt each familiar sound wave pass through him. Then a strange sound entered, the flapping of a bird's wings flying across the sky. Auden approached, calling Encred by a new nickname. With a friendly smile, he was curious about Encred's strange training session. Encred opened his eyes, slightly confused by the new name he was called. Auden explained that it was an affectionate term, and he stood there awaiting Encred's reaction. Encred bowed his head, showing self-consciousness, thinking he was just sitting there foolishly. Auden smiled, his eyes showing confidence that Encred was not wasting his time. That encouragement reignited the flame of determination in Encred's eyes. In his mind, he had grasped a single sound, sharp as a ray of light. The cold blade cut a fatal line across Encred's neck. He froze, his eyes wide, with shock and extreme pain. In another tent, a hooded assassin coldly plunged a knife into Auden's chest as he slept. The attacker's blood-stained dagger reflected the faint light. Auden screamed in pain as the blade was plunged deeper. Encred awoke, haunted by the failure of day 33. The memory of day 34 began with the image of the hooded assassin landing on the tent roof. He landed without making a sound. A clear failure for Encred's perception ability. Auden's motionless body lay on the bed. A grim reminder of the failure. Back in reality. Encred meditated in the barracks, trying to filter out every tiny sound. He recalled the lesson that overcoming a wall does not depend on perfect opportunity, nor does it come from enlightenment or divine assistance. Success requires doing the simplest yet most essential thing. Encred opened his eyes, his unwavering determination evident. A hawk landed, its talons gripping the top of the flagpole, and repeat that ceaselessly. Just as the assassin landed perfectly, Encred opened his eyes, his gaze fixed forward, completely focused. Auden approached with a warm smile, a bag slung over his shoulder. He smiled mischievously, signaling that he had deliberately tried to approach stealthily, but failed. Auden nodded understandingly, realizing Encred was meditating to train his hearing. Encred's gaze sharpened, and then reality faded, taking him back to that fateful night. In the memory, the hooded assassin lunged with a dagger in hand. A deadly movement. The blade plunged mercilessly into the victim lying on the bed. Encred's hand in the past reached out in despair, but it was too late. The assassin spun around, swinging the knife to cut a long gash across Encred's chest. He continued the attack. Another brutal slash aimed at Encred, but this time was different. As the shadow lunged, Encred was there waiting, blocking his attack. The hooded assassin gritted his teeth in astonishment, unable to believe his target had anticipated his actions. With eyes glinting coldly, Encred held his blade to the enemy's neck, completely gaining the upper hand. The assassin roared in anger, helpless against Encred's agility. He frantically swung the knife again, but Encred easily dodged it. Encred stared at the subdued enemy, a confident and cold smile appearing, showing he had victory firmly in his grasp. Encred's gaze swept across the battlefield, quickly assessing the situation of his remaining comrades. The image of Venzins lying motionless on the bed, dead, flashed through his mind. At the same time, Cran was still fighting, swinging his staff fiercely. The memory shifted to his own confrontation, as the hooded assassin lunged with murderous intent. In self-defense, Encred delivered a high kick, blocking the enemy's attack. The assassin dodged and swung his dagger in a flash. The sharp blade grazed Encred's shoulder, leaving a deep cut. Losing balance from the wound, Encred fell backward. His shirt was torn open, revealing the wound that was starting to bleed. Encred gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his eyes still burning with determination. Reality returned. The elf commander stood tall over him with a cold expression. Cornered, Encred gripped his dagger tightly, realizing this was his only chance to survive. He had to attack first, or he would be the one to die. In another turn of the battle, the hooded assassin raised his weapon, unexpectedly acting as a protector. From the ground, Encred saw Cran lunging down from above, aiming directly at the assassin. Cran delivered a powerful blow to the hooded assassin. Encred's eyes widened in astonishment at an unforeseen development. To block the danger, the elf commander lunged between Encred and the attack. Her cloak billowed, forming a sturdy shield. The thick fabric blocked the incoming volley of arrows, protecting both Encred and Auden behind her. Encred realized a shocking truth. The enemy was not the assassin's ally, but their protector. Seizing the golden opportunity, he lunged forward with his dagger in hand. Encred launched himself into the air, aiming at a hooded attacker. The hooded attacker roared in anger as he faced the sudden assault. Encred's blade clashed fiercely with his opponent's weapon. The attacker gritted his teeth. Failing to overpower Encred, he quickly spun around, using his cloak to create distance and prepare to escape. Encred landed lightly on a rooftop, watching the disappearing figure. He turned to the elf commander, his eyes questioning if the enemy had escaped. Auden approached Encred, the dark-haired soldier confirming that he was the attacker's target and receiving a confirming nod from his comrade. Auden's face showed confusion and worry, not understanding why Encred was so certain. Standing beside the elf commander, Encred gazed into the void, pondering who had sent assassins to target unknown soldiers like himself and Venzins. The elf commander looked at Encred with recognition, her hand gripping the sword hilt. She sheathed her sword, implying the direct confrontation had ended, shifting to an unspoken agreement. Encred's gaze turned sharp. He clearly understood the danger if their secret was exposed. To dispose of the evidence, Encred drew his dagger, ready to act according to the agreement. Encred took a step forward, cautiously observing the elf commander. Auden stepped between the two, raising his hand to signal a halt to an impending action. With a resolute expression, Auden made a plea, an order that allowed no further bloodshed. Encred listened in silence, his gaze still fixed on those around him. The elf commander slightly bowed her head, a gesture of acceptance to Auden's request. All three looked towards the unconscious lieutenant on the bed, and the elf commander affirmed that he would live. Encred looked at the elf commander with a new gaze, realizing she possessed knowledge of herbs. Auden was pensive, hand on his chin, showing concern about having to clean up the assassination scene. He turned to Encred, his gaze inquiring about the method for handling the evidence. The elf commander turned around, drawing the attention of both as she proposed a solution. Her solution was implemented. A massive fire erupted, engulfing the entire tent camp. In the chaos, other soldiers screamed in panic, trying to extinguish the fire in the infirmary area. Amidst the ashes, the soldiers discovered Encred and the unconscious lieutenant. Encred coughed dryly, trying to get up after inhaling smoke from the fire. He looked at the fire consuming the infirmary, a cruel but effective solution to erase all traces. Elsewhere, under the night sky, Auden and the elf commander walked together through the forest. The elf commander admitted to Auden that Encred himself had made her change her mind. She was pensive, her eyes gleaming with interest for the soldier who had defied all her expectations. Auden looked ahead, confessing to himself that he had always been running away, until now. His thoughts brought him back to the image of Encred resolutely facing danger. With a newfound determination, Auden hoisted his pack and walked on. He bowed his head, a resolute smile appearing as he realized Enki's influence on him. As dawn broke, Auden and the elf commander parted ways, each heading in their own direction. In an empty space, a ghostly scythe materialized from dark ripples. The weapon shattered into pieces as soon as it was formed. Encred stood in that space, his hand gripping the hilt of the shattered weapon. Facing the spirit once more, a ghostly face appeared, conveying a silent promise of an inevitable reunion. Encred looked directly into the darkness, his gaze unwavering, ready to fight at any moment. The clear blue sky signaled a new morning, a new beginning. After the silent death was overcome, a military camp appeared in the sunlight, symbolizing a broken loop and a new dawn. Encred focused on his work, determined to train his hearing to become stronger. He hoisted a bag onto his shoulder, feeling relieved that he was unharmed and ready to return to duty. Encred faced Venzins, who was sitting with his back turned, and questioned him directly. With a scrutinizing gaze, Encred was wary of Venzin's attitude, wondering if the man was looking for trouble. Encred stepped past, asserting that his act of saving others was simply because they were comrades in the military. Venzins was stunned by the answer, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he silently processed the statement. As Encred turned and walked away, Venzins muttered skeptically about his naivety. Venzins stood up and called Encred back, asking if he intended to return to his squad. With a serious expression, Venzins warned that the situation in the camp was very bad, causing Encred to turn back with a worried gaze. The camp flags fluttered in the wind, signaling a rumor of a curse spreading everywhere. A braided-haired soldier roared an insult, his face full of provocation and ready for a fight. Without hesitation, the braided-haired soldier lunged and shoved hard into the chest of a burly goatee-wearing man. Attacked. The burly goatee-wearing man did not flinch, but merely smirked savagely and defiantly. The confrontation quickly erupted into a chaotic brawl, engulfing the entire camp in screams and violence. A soldier was sent flying, shattering the wooden structures in the camp. The braided-haired soldier threw a brutal punch, his eyes warning those around not to approach. The bearded soldier retaliated, using immense strength to break his opponent's attack. With a murderous expression, the bearded soldier drew 2 axes, ready to end the fight. The braided-haired soldier did not flinch, drawing his sword in response. causing other soldiers to panic and call for evacuation. Amidst the chaos, Ankrid held another soldier back, calmly observing the brawl with a weary expression. Ankrid closed his eyes, sighing in exasperation at the indiscipline of his squad. The brawl continued to spread, turning the camp into a chaotic battlefield. The sky gradually turned to night, bringing temporary quiet to the mountains. 3 days later, Ankrid rested on his bed in the camp one morning. Ankrid's eyes suddenly opened, his senses immediately alert to a presence. Saxon stood silently at the foot of the bed, his silhouette looming over Ankrid. Saxon gave a subtle smile, acknowledging that Ankrid had sensed his silent approach. Ankrid sat up abruptly in bed, confirming that he was ready to begin the training session. Ankrid stood facing Saxon, listening to the unspoken instructions from his mentor. Saxon nodded in approval before turning away, satisfied with Ankrid's progress and spirit. As winter approached and battles became less frequent, a hand gripped a large log. Ankrid's muscles tensed as he exerted all his strength to lift it. Sweat streamed down his muscular body. He affirmed his determination to use this time for training. Under the sun, Ankrid stood alone, swinging the log like a weapon to temper himself. A massive rock was placed nearby, signaling the presence of another person. Ankrid, now clothed, turned to look at the newcomer. Auden, with an astonishingly muscular physique, was doing push-ups with a rock on his back, greeting Ankrid with ease. To show approval of Ankrid's training, Auden dropped the rock to the ground with a loud thud. Ankrid silently observed, assessing the changes in his former comrade. Auden explained the importance of a trained body, stating that it was a shield in itself. He placed a hand on Ankrid's shoulder, his gaze both encouraging and challenging. Auden flexed his massive bicep to demonstrate that Ankrid still had a long way to go. Ankrid looked at Auden's extraordinary physique with skepticism. Then his gaze became resolute. Accepting the challenge, Auden began to give instructions on muscle training techniques. Elsewhere, the bearded soldier charged directly at the sleeping braided-haired soldier. He roared, demanding his comrade wake up and make breakfast. Ragna crawled on the bed, trying to retrieve his sword while the goatee soldier watched provocatively. With a decisive gesture, Ragna snatched his sword, ready for a confrontation. Driven by hunger and anger, Ragna swung his sword towards his comrade, shouting a furious challenge. Undaunted, the goatee soldier grabbed his axe, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the impending fight. Just as their weapons were about to clash, Ankrid lunged between them, stopping the brawl with his bare hands. With the calm silver-haired soldier's support, Ankrid ordered both to stop, his gaze brooking no resistance. The goatee soldier turned to Ankrid, pointing at Ragna to justify his actions, blaming him for not preparing breakfast. Ankrid gave a firm command to Ragna, who reluctantly obeyed. The goatee soldier threw a towel towards Ragna as a final mocking gesture. Ragna angrily flung the towel away, refusing to accept the provocation. Ankrid stood between them, intervening once more to diffuse the tension. While the goatee soldier casually sniffed the towel, the goatee soldier shrugged with a smug smile, admitting that peacetime boredom made him restless. To address his comrade's battle frenzy, Ankrid gripped his sword and gestured for the goatee soldier to follow him outside. The gloomy night sky enveloped the military camp, signaling an impending training session. Under the moonlight, Ankrid put all his strength into a powerful sword swing, beginning the rigorous training. The goatee soldier lunged down with a powerful overhead strike, his face showing clear disdain. Ankrid raised his sword to parry the blow, metal clashing with a shower of sparks. Despite heavy pressure, Ankrid maintained a focused expression, sweat pouring down, but his will unwavering. The goatee soldier spun, delivering a swift horizontal slash. Relying on his keen hearing, Ankrid anticipated the attack and blocked it precisely. After defending, he gathered his strength, preparing for a counterattack he had practiced hundreds of times. The goatee soldier smirked, seemingly too familiar with this move. Ankrid lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight ahead with all his might. The goatee soldier easily deflected Ankrid's sword tip with the flat of his axe. Before Ankrid could regain his composure, his opponent had seized his sword-wielding wrist. Ankrid was stunned, his face showing clear pain as his attack was completely neutralized. The goatee soldier delivered a crushing punch to Ankrid's face. Knocked back. Ankrid looked up, dazed and bruised. The goatee soldier looked down with a dejected expression, showing extreme disappointment. Despite being exhausted and defeated, Ankrid gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes showing no surrender. Ankrid stood alone at the base of the tree, his sword plunged into the ground, his back burdened by the weight of the past. He looked up, his eyes blazing with an iron resolve, ready to face any challenge to move forward. The goatee soldier observed Ankrid with an indifferent expression, judging his skills as pathetic. Ankrid's gaze remained unwavering, an unyielding fire smoldering within. A smirk of amusement appeared on the goatee soldier's face. Drawn by Ankrid's resilience, he uttered an arrogant provocation, challenging Ankrid to prove himself. The sky suddenly darkened as the first raindrops began to fall. The sudden rain poured down, forcing Ankrid and the goatee soldier's training match to a halt. Rain lashed down on the tents of the military camp. From inside the tent, Ankrid stood with his arms crossed, watching the erratic rain with a pensive expression. The goatee soldier grumbled about the wet weather, huddled in his blanket. Amidst the noise, Auden slept soundly, while the veteran silver-haired soldier sat beside him, quietly keeping watch. Chryse angrily stormed into the tent, swinging a bag and venting his frustration at the rain that had ruined his plans. He asserted that the entire squad was cursed, his face showing clear confusion and annoyance. Chryse turned to face Ankrid, demanding an explanation. Ankrid mused, recalling Venzin's warning about a curse. Chryse angrily presented to Ankrid, claiming the curse was haunting the entire camp. He wrung his hands, listing a series of recent misfortunes to bolster his argument. Chryse sighed, admitting the absurdity of the curse, but still blaming the bad weather for spreading confusion. Ankrid listened silently, believing that his superiors would soon quell the baseless rumors. Chryse questioned Ankrid about why he was standing motionless at the exit, and received the answer that it was part of his auditory training. With skepticism, Chryse pointed out the absurdity of training in the middle of a storm. From behind, the goatee soldier, wrapped in a blanket, mocked Ankrid's method, but then offered encouragement. The goatee soldier turned away, seemingly having said his piece. Chryse angrily turned to the goatee soldier, accusing him of teaching Ankrid strange things, while Ankrid ignored them to focus on the sound of the rain. In another corner, the veteran silver-haired soldier gently offered advice to Ragna, who was lying on the bed. The full tent scene showed everyone occupied, the goatee soldier muttering, the wavy-haired soldier intently reading a book. The wavy-haired soldier looked up from her book, her sharp gaze sweeping over her comrades. The veteran silver-haired soldier offered a gentle, knowing smile. Ragna glanced over, his face indifferent and weary of the advice. Saxon looked towards Ankrid with a smug smile, implicitly confirming that he had noticed the same thing. Ankrid's gaze was sharp and focused, reflecting a world perceived through honed senses. Under the pouring rain, an order was issued from the command tent, demanding the suppression of rumors spreading through the camp. Inside, high-ranking officers convened around a strategic map, planning a final reconnaissance mission before winter arrived. The elf commander proactively proposed a candidate for the vacant position, drawing attention to the captain of squad 444. The goatee commander expressed skepticism, frankly stating concerns that the soldier was too slow and would hinder the mission. The elf commander calmly dismissed this, asserting that he might create a surprise. With a mysterious smile, she declared her belief stemmed from an elf's intuition, a guarantee stronger than any evidence. Dawn broke over the military camp, dispelling the night and the storm. Ankrid was summoned to the command tent. Standing at attention before the waiting elf commander, he looked up with unconcealed surprise. Hearing that he was assigned to the reconnaissance team, the elf commander looked him directly in the eyes, her steady gaze an unspoken confirmation of her decision. A warning appeared, signaling the danger level of the upcoming mission. The reality of the new mission dawned as Ankrid stood facing his superior's command. Ankrid's surprise gradually turned into determination. Accepting the challenge within the reconnaissance team, The elf commander observed with a sharp gaze. Her decision had been made. Combat gear was laid out, signaling a dangerous mission awaited. Crazy, questioned Encred, skeptical about why he was chosen for such an important mission. The image of the elf commander appeared in Encred's mind, sowing unease about her true intentions. Encred's eyes gleamed with determination, strengthened by Cran's absence. Saxon placed a hand on Encred's shoulder, using his eyes to ask if he truly accepted the mission. Venzen smiled meaningfully, lightly tapping his axe against his palm as an offer for a violent solution. Encred turned away, decisively rejecting Venzen's implicit offer, hinting at his unsavory past. Saxon clasped his hands together, performing a sarcastically prayerful gesture for his fragile squad leader. Ragna sprang up from his bed, volunteering to take the mission in Encred's place. With a serious expression, Ragna reaffirmed his desire to go in place of his squad leader. Encred and Venzen's simultaneously rejected Ragna's offer, reminding him of his terrible sense of direction. The wavy-haired soldier, who was sharpening her knife, paused and turned her attention to Encred to ask about his mission. She leaned forward, imparting an important survival lesson about listening to detect enemies. Venzen's flared up, pointing his finger in protest against her, teaching Encred her combat tricks again. Encred sighed, his eyes closed for a moment, bearing the responsibility of keeping his squad from self-destructing. He opened his eyes, a steely resolve appearing as he accepted his indispensable role in the upcoming mission. Memories brought him back to his early days in the military, where he was merely someone shuffled between units. In that memory, Venzen's roared in anger, swinging his axe at a comrade. In response, the long brown-haired soldier drew his knife, his gaze unwavering in the face of the deadly threat. Encred lunged between them, a decisive step to prevent bloodshed. Venzen's and the long brown-haired soldier's eyes met, tension reaching its peak. That moment froze. Revealing this was precisely the squad of unruly individuals he was entrusted to lead. Encred raised his hand, stopping Venzen's axe blade with just a light touch. A silent command issued. Venzen's paused, looking at Encred with skepticism, both defiance and a hint of respect. The long brown-haired soldier lowered his weapon, warning Venzen's about their squad leader's timely intervention. Returning to his thoughts, Encred admitted that while his warriors were talented, he was the one who held them together. The night sky with two bright moons symbolized his solitude and contemplation. As dawn broke over the military camp, his self-reflection ended, giving way to a clear awareness of his capabilities. Under the sunlight, Encred's squad advanced into a treacherous valley, beginning their mission with renewed determination. Memories brought Encred back to a reconnaissance mission, where he stood beside a new commander, Andrew Gardner, who appeared annoyed. Andrew turned, calling Encred's squad with a contemptuous tone to get his attention. With a pointed finger, Andrew aggressively asserted his command and challenged Encred. Andrew's soldiers joined in, mocking Encred while their commander watched with a smug expression. Andrew sneered, belittling Encred with a condescending remark. To command the squad, Andrew yelled out an all-out attack strategy, completely contrary to the nature of a reconnaissance mission. Encred merely observed silently, his emotionless face concealing his skepticism towards the commander's immaturity. A soldier unexpectedly discovered footprints on the dirt path. Andrew bent down to examine them, confidently declaring them to be wildebeest tracks. He stood up with an eager smile, ordering the entire squad to pursue them to prepare for a barbecue feast. Encred's face clearly showed disappointment at Andrew's reckless and ignorant decision. A quiet archer in the squad, Henri, gently interjected, correcting Andrew's mistaken assessment. Henri turned to Encred, lightly patting his shoulder as a gesture of understanding. With an empathetic smile, Henri implicitly confirmed to Encred that they both shared dissatisfaction with their commander. From that moment, a friendship formed between Encred and the mountain hunter as they continued their journey. Henri shared his hunting experience with Encred, promising to guide him further. As night fell, the failure of the reconnaissance mission became evident through a curse echoing in the darkness. Andrew Gardner walked alone under the moonlight, his face annoyed at having wasted the entire day pursuing non-existent tracks. Unable to sleep, Andrew wrung his hands, determined to find something to prove the squad's efforts. While Encred quietly observed, dawn broke, signaling a new day and a new plan taking shape. The reconnaissance team set off again, their steps decisively moving forward. They stopped before a field of grass as tall as the eye could see, a silence enveloping them. Andrew Gardner announced that this was the location to be checked, called Emerald. The entire squad looked at the head-high grass field, the rustling wind creating a scene both beautiful and ominous. With a raised fist and a determined expression, Andrew ordered the squad to cross the field to find and capture the enemy reconnaissance team alive. Henri glanced at Encred, his eyes showing worry and doubt about the reckless order that had just been given. Encred only responded with a steady gaze forward, reluctantly accepting his superior's command. The entire squad waded into the sea of grass, the difficulty of movement evident with each step, and Encred observed the commander's reaction. Contrary to Encred's expectations, Andrew Gardner resolutely led the way, showing surprising dedication to the mission. Encred stopped, showing Henri the absence of animal tracks, an unusual sign, indicating something was wrong. Amidst the tall grass, Henri whispered about the deadly silence of the area, a bad premonition rising within him. A gigantic beast's foot, covered in black fur with sharp claws, unexpectedly emerged from the darkness. That foot stomped heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep imprint. Encred's eyes flashed with an eerie blue light, his pupils contracting as he scanned his surroundings with a superhuman sense. He lunged with terrifying speed, one arm completely transformed into the clawed limb of a predator. His gaze was razor-sharp, fully focused on the unseen threat. His beastly eye glowed brightly, seeing through the darkness. To protect his comrades, Encred roared a command and pushed both Andrew and Henri to the ground. Immediately, a volley of crossbow bolts embedded themselves in Encred's beastly shoulder, where he had just shielded his comrades. Andrew Gardner looked up, his face pale with horror at the sudden ambush. From within the grass, an enemy army wearing full-face helmets and armor, crossbows in hand, emerged. Andrew yelled a desperate retreat order as the entire squad was forced into a fight for their lives. Encred and Henri drew their swords, facing the surging enemies. With brutal speed, Encred charged into the enemy formation, swinging his beastly arm like a scythe of death. Amidst the ravaged grass, Encred stood alone among dozens of enemy corpses. The slaughter was over. Encred frantically rushed through the tall grass field to escape the unseen pursuers. A crossbow bolt was loaded, ready to sow death from the shadows. He focused intensely, trying to apply Saxon's lessons to sense danger through sound. An arrow narrowly grazed past, which he dodged by a hair's breadth. His eyes widened in horror as countless sounds attacked from all directions. Overwhelming him, sweat poured out. He realized he couldn't distinguish the real threats amidst the chaotic sounds. A barrage of arrows flew in like a deadly rain, rendering his efforts to sense them useless. A stream of memories brought him back to the moment before the ambush, when a scratch on his cheek was the first warning. Andrew Gardner dismissed Encred's warning with a contemptuous look, deeming it cowardice. Encred looked at his comrades, realizing the bitter truth that no one believed him, and the thought of having to save himself flashed through his mind. The shouts signaling the ambush echoed across the field, confirming his fears were true. In a memory loop, an enemy blade pierced his side as he tried to flee. In another scenario, countless crossbow bolts embedded themselves in his back. Blood spurted as his body collapsed under the relentless rain of arrows. When he tried to run in another direction, he was again surrounded by spearmen and stabbed to death. Back in reality, Encred's hands clenched the ground, transforming the pain of countless deaths in his memories into an iron will. Hunted under the moonlight, an Asvan soldier ordered the search, while a heavily wounded Encred desperately crawled through the tall grass. A hooded Asvan soldier, weapon ready, scanned the field, determined to find the target. With arrows embedded in his back, Encred gasped for breath, his body screaming in protest every time he tried to move forward. Through a gap in the grass, the glow of a distant enemy campfire came into his view. The tattered Asvan flags fluttered in the night wind, a symbol of their occupation of this field. Encred's eyes widened as a painful memory flooded back. Reality dissolved, bringing him back to the moment an enemy blade pierced his head, ending one of his countless lives. The memory shifted to earlier in the day, where Andrew Gardner was eagerly ordering his squad to cross the field to attack the Asfen enemy. With a face weary from dying too many times, Ankred warned Andrew that this mission was a death trap. They had never survived. His gaze was resolute, believing that some secret was buried in this field, and he had to be the one to find it. A flicker of despair crossed Ankred's face as he considered giving up to escape the painful loop. But a soldier called his name, pulling him back to reality. He raised his head, iron determination, replacing doubt as he refused to surrender to fate. Andrew Gardner lost patience, turning to yell at Ankred's squad for their hesitation. The scarred soldier tried to calm the angry goatee soldier, defending their squad leader's decision. Ignoring the dissuasion, the goatee soldier confronted Ankred, challenging his obedience to Andrew. Andrew Gardner listened to the confrontation, his face darkening at the blatant insubordination within his ranks. To assert his defiance, Ankred pushed the goatee soldier's hand away. Andrew stepped forward, facing Ankred, his eyes full of challenge at the rebellion. Ankred's face showed an iron determination to change the core methodology. He raised his head, his confident gaze declaring that he was now the one giving orders. Andrew gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage at the blatant defiance. Ankred's gaze swept over the goatee soldier and the green-haired soldier, assessing them as capable warriors. He focused on the goatee soldier, recognizing his blind loyalty to Andrew. Provoked, Andrew drew his sword, ready to use force to reassert his command. Ankred's sharp eyes analyzed Andrew's sword stance. Recognizing it as formal swordsmanship, he observed Andrew's posture, concluding that his opponent lacked real combat experience. Ankred's analysis flowed through images of Andrew tossing and turning in his sleep, suggesting a sheltered past. He looked directly at Andrew, who stood with the arrogance of a fallen noble. Ankred confronted Andrew, concluding that the entire squad would not survive under the command of an incompetent leader. Andrew let out a roar, his fury reaching its peak. Ankred calmly raised his hand, a provocative gesture inviting Andrew to attack him unarmed. Without hesitation, Andrew charged, swinging his sword in a lightning-fast attack. Ankred stood firm, a confident smile evident as he anticipated his opponent's attack. Andrew Gardner charged recklessly, his sword pointed directly at Ankred. With astonishing speed, Ankred's hand became a blur, moving to block the blade. Ankred easily parried the sword with the back of his gauntlet, causing Andrew to lose his balance. Andrew's face contorted with shock and disbelief at his defeat. Taking advantage of the opening, Ankred forcefully elbowed Andrew in the jaw. Andrew reeled backward from the force of the blow, letting out a cry of pain. Andrew fell face down onto the ground, utterly defeated. The green-haired soldier and the goatee soldier were stunned, unable to comprehend Ankred's hidden strength. Standing over the fallen commander, Ankred faced the remaining soldiers, his demeanor exuding unchallenged authority as he declared his command. The green-haired soldier's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and fear. The goatee soldier's expression shifted from shock to a cold assessment of the new power dynamic. Lying on the ground, Andrew gritted his teeth, silently cursing his humiliating defeat. After a moment of tense silence, the goatee soldier sighed and nodded slightly, accepting Ankred as the new leader. Ankred observed the soldier's submission, his calm expression indicating that earning the loyalty of the entire squad had only just begun. Now, Ankred led the formation, guiding the entire reconnaissance squad, including a bowed Andrew, into the tall grass field. The soldiers whispered among themselves, skeptical of Ankred's intentions as they concealed themselves within the tall grass field. Ankred turned to Henri, his gaze unexpectedly posing a personal question. Henri appeared flustered and surprised by the sudden question from the new commander. After a moment of hesitation, Henri shared his mundane dream, and Ankred responded with a realistic reminder about survival. Ankred continued to ask another soldier, who expressed his motivation for living as his newborn child. The other soldiers also shared their own aspirations, in turn. from opening a shop to returning to their hometown. When it was his turn, Andrew Gardner raised his head. His former arrogance replaced by a contemplative expression, Andrew looked straight ahead, his resolute gaze showing his determination to restore the Gardner family as a sacred duty. Ankred took a decisive step forward, declaring that the only path to achieving all dreams was to survive. The entire squad, including Andrew, now focused completely on Ankred. Drawn by his decisiveness, Ankred looked directly at his squad, his sharp eyes asserting that the desire to live was the strongest motivation. The soldiers' faces, including the goatee soldier and Andrew, lit up with a new determination. Ankred briefly explained the change in tactics, shifting from a direct assault to a different plan. He pointed to an indefinite space in the middle of the grass field and ordered Henri to shoot an arrow at head height, with a cold gaze that allowed no resistance. Ankred repeated the command sternly. Obeying, Henri drew his bow, and the arrow sliced through the air, soaring into the seemingly empty space. The Asvan soldier's strategy collapsed from the start. The first arrow flew through the wind, piercing an Asvan soldier, beginning the slaughter. Henri and the goatee soldier were stunned as the battle erupted around them. Without hesitation, Ankred charged forward, signaling the bewildered Andrew to follow. Overcoming his confusion, Andrew drew his sword, his face etched with determination to join the fight. Hidden in the tall grass, the other Asvan soldiers realized the approaching threat. To gain the initiative, Ankred approached from behind and delivered a fatal stab to the enemy. His face was cold and focused, the blood-stained blade reflecting the success of the preemptive strike. Facing an Asvan soldier shouting an alarm, Ankred prepared for the next attack. Andrew also sprang into action, piercing another enemy to protect the team's flank. He continued to fight, every movement showing he was executing the surprise attack strategy. Another Asvan soldier fell before their coordinated effort, blood staining the grass red. Ankred unleashed a powerful slash, clearing the path and reducing the enemy's numbers. Chaos engulfed the Asvan ranks as they realized they were surrounded and overwhelmed. Ankred's team moved in unison through the grass, giving the enemy no chance to regroup. The entire team regrouped, weapons ready, their gaze fixed on the remaining enemies. With a cold, determined expression, Ankred ordered the complete annihilation of the enemy. A series of brutal combat scenes showed Ankred and his soldiers effectively sweeping through the enemy ranks. As the battle subsided, Ankred's mind returned to the pivotal moment that changed their fate. Starting with a hand brushing through the tall grass, the memory took him back to an earlier timeline. An Asvan soldier, startled as a small, dark beast with blue eyes, darted past. The beast leaped into the air, a blurred streak of motion against the golden field. The soldier reacted instantly, raising his weapon to strike down the creature that had inadvertently revealed their position. With a brutal thrust, the soldier pinned the small beast to the ground. The memory focused on the beast's piercing blue eyes, an image Ankred recalled from the first time he lived through this day. In that past timeline, Ankred stood over the animal's corpse, realizing that the enemy had found them by chance while pursuing it. Back in reality, a grim understanding appeared on Ankred's face. He knew he couldn't let the beast die this time. Andrew Gardner, panting amidst the enemy corpses, reported that the area was secure. Ankred gave a decisive order for the entire team to move immediately. The small beast, having survived in this new timeline, emerged from the grass and followed him. The creature watched with intelligent, vigilant eyes. Ankred led the formation of survivors forward, his mind already calculating the losses and the path ahead. With knowledge from countless repetitions, he signaled his team to change direction, leading them around a crossbow ambush he knew was waiting. Ankred outlined a lightning attack plan, his mind focused on eliminating the enemy's wounded unit to clear the path. A swift and brutal attack was launched, taking down an enemy in the blink of an eye. Exhausted, Andrew Gardner gasped as a comrade worried they wouldn't find their way back before nightfall. The sun gradually set behind the tall grass field, signaling that their time was running out. Ankred resolutely led the team forward, but the goatee soldier stopped him, questioning the path that led directly into enemy territory. With a sharp gaze that brooked no defiance, Encred ordered the soldier to obey his command. The clang of metal echoed as the goatee soldier drew his sword, his face filled with alarm and defiance. In a show of defiance, the goatee soldier pressed the sharp blade of his sword against Encred's neck. He declared that he would not follow a suicidal path and was ready to kill his commander to return to camp. Encred calmly looked down at the blade, explaining that it was too late to turn back. He pointed out that after the battle, the enemy had blocked all escape routes, turning retreat into a deadly trap. Clutching his sword hilt, Encred stated a simple truth to reassure the rebellious soldier he also wanted to live. Encred's assertion made the goatee soldier and Andrew Gardner reconsider, their hostility beginning to waver. Andrew looked at Encred with new eyes, realizing his initial judgment of the commander was completely wrong. The memory took Andrew back to the image of his father, a man collapsed amidst empty wine bottles, having given up everything. Back in reality, Andrew understood that Encred was not incompetent, but a true leader forged in adversity. The memory took Andrew Gardner back to his father's deathbed, where his dying father spoke of their family's lost honor. The father looked at his son, his eyes holding a final plea. With a weak breath, he entrusted Andrew with the burden of becoming a true leader to guide others. Back in reality, Andrew's gaze was fixed on Encred, recognizing the role model his father had always longed for. Encred faced his team, his steadfast gaze, a firm promise that they would survive. Respect and trust were evident on Andrew's face as he fully accepted the new commander. With reinforced belief, Andrew and the other soldiers followed Encred through the tall grass field. The goatee soldier looked doubtful, turning to question Andrew about his decision. Andrew quelled the insubordination with a sharp look, asserting Encred's absolute command. The goatee soldier fell silent, accepting the new order. Encred gave a signal, crouching down to hide in the dense grass. Without hesitation, Andrew and the entire team immediately followed suit, preparing for the ambush. The grass field stretched out under the dawn light, concealing the impending danger. The entire formation lay hidden, blending into the scenery, awaiting their moment. The blades of grass rustled slightly from an unseen movement. A boot gently stepped forward, signaling the attack had begun. A vast field at dusk was covered with countless arrows, evidence of a brutal battle that had passed. Henri looked back with a worried expression, aware that the path they were on had been charted by Encred through countless past failures. Andrew Gardner and the goatee soldier exchanged a tense look, their trust being tested as they advanced deep into enemy territory. The sun gradually set below the horizon, signaling the precise moment for the reconnaissance team to act. Encred led the team, crouching low as they weaved through the rustling tall grass. The soldiers crawled on the ground, moving in unison and with discipline at their commander's order. The reconnaissance team carved a narrow path through the sea of grass, executing a meticulously calculated route to avoid enemy patrols. Andrew Gardner moved with a determined expression, sweat beading on his forehead, fully focused on the mission. Encred's sharp and steadfast eyes scanned the path ahead, knowledge from previous loops guiding every step. From above, the small contingent moved as a single entity through the vast landscape, a fragile yet determined force. The entire team huddled together, pausing for a moment, their faces showing a mix of fatigue and tense anticipation. Encred's gaze remained fixed on the objective, his expression confirming that everything was proceeding according to plan. As night fell, Encred prepared the team to enter the final, most crucial phase of the mission under the cover of darkness. Encred signaled a halt, his calm demeanor indicating they had reached the designated position. Henri was horrified and couldn't believe his eyes, while the green-haired soldier covered his face, stunned by the sight before them. The entire team emerged from the grass to find themselves standing right at the edge of the heavily guarded and brightly lit enemy camp. With a determined gaze, Encred stared intently, realizing the enemy was hiding a crucial secret. The wind whistled through the desolate Asvan army camp under a dark purple sky. Tattered, torn flags flapped violently. The camp entrance was adorned with stakes bearing skulls and bones, a barbaric warning. Andrew Gardner looked over Encred's shoulder with concern, but Encred decisively ordered the team to advance with unshakable confidence. Ankrid led his team forward, his stride a reassurance to those who followed. Upon reaching the edge of the enemy camp, a soldier confronted Ankrid, his face contorted with fear and skepticism at the seemingly suicidal plan. The soldier continued to object desperately, but Ankrid calmly interrupted to ask his name. The soldier with a goatee and a scar on his eyebrow introduced himself as Mac. Ankrid's gaze turned icy as he issued a clear, non-negotiable warning against any disobedience. As Mac began to flare up, Andrew Gardner firmly intervened, forcing him to silence to maintain discipline. Andrew assumed a ready stance, his action a clear signal for Mac to comply. Subdued, Mac sighed in resignation and bowed his head, accepting the order. Under the moonless night sky, the fate of the entire team now rested entirely on their squad leader. Ankrid sprang into action, tearing open a tent and striking down the guard inside with a single sword thrust. Mac watched with utter astonishment, finally comprehending the audacious recklessness of Ankrid's direct assault. Ankrid led his team through an open area in the enemy camp, the other soldiers following with bewildered expressions. From above, Mac and the others looked around skeptically at the strange silence of the camp. Ankrid continued to rush forward with a clear objective, leaving his bewildered comrades behind. Mac frowned, sweat beading, as he tried to understand why they hadn't encountered any resistance. Their gaze swept across the entire vast camp, with no sign of any guards. Ankrid abruptly stopped, raising his hand to signal his team to take cover just as a group of enemy soldiers appeared in the distance. He gestured for them to wait, his eyes intensely focused on the situation ahead. A stream of memories brought Ankrid back to one of countless previous infiltrations, where he leaned against a pillar, planning his next move. Memories of failure resurfaced. He was surrounded and impaled by Asvan soldiers while attempting to seize their flag. Ankrid explained to Mac, pointing out that the flag was the Asvan soldiers' priority target to protect. A gruesome image of a battlefield strewn with corpses and spears guarding the flag appeared, emphasizing its importance. Ankrid proposed a daring plan, his eyes gleaming as he looked at his comrades, while Mac and the others listened with stunned expressions. Mac was stunned, his eyes wide as he tried to figure out how Ankrid could have known such a strategic secret. The image of the elf commander flashed in Mac's mind. He speculated whether she was behind this secret mission. Ankrid calmly presented his tactical logic, explaining that the enemy would focus on saving the flag. Mac stared at Ankrid, his skepticism gradually turning into astonishment at his new commander's strategic vision. Ankrid looked directly at his comrades, his gaze unwavering as he outlined the decisive moment for their escape. He gestured, outlining a two-pronged attack strategy. One team to lure the enemy, the other to target the crucial flag. Mac stepped forward, his eyes sharp without a hint of hesitation, taking on the most dangerous task of diversion himself. Ankrid subtly raised an eyebrow, a little surprised by Mac's sudden change in attitude. Though still skeptical, Mac led his team forward, accepting his new role without further explanation. Mac turned to face the team, his tone carrying the weight of experience as he began to reveal a truth. He admitted that in countless infiltrations of this enemy camp, this was the first time they had advanced so far without casualties, prompting Andrew Gardner to nod in acknowledgement. Ankrid looked at the immediate results, a strong belief igniting within him that this time they could break the loop. Just as hope flickered, an enemy guard was suddenly struck down from the shadows, signaling the attack had begun. Mac charged into the enemy ranks, his sword flashing as alarms blared throughout the camp. The order to attack was given, and a squad of helmeted enemy soldiers surged towards Mac's team to quell the threat. Capitalizing on the chaos, Ankrid broke away, rushing alone like an arrow towards the signal torch, the true objective of the mission. His scarred hand reached out, mere centimeters from the blazing torch that could decide the battle. He gripped the torch tightly, the firelight reflecting in his determined eyes, believing victory would bring them a tomorrow. But then a massive, burly shadow loomed from behind, a greatsword raised high, ready to extinguish his hope. The bearded enemy unleashed a full-force slash, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Ankrid. A massive, glowing mace descended with destructive force, aimed directly at Ankrid lying on the ground. Ankrid's eyes widened in astonishment at the completely silent ambush. With extraordinary speed, Ankrid rolled to the side, just as the mace smashed the ground where he had been, narrowly escaping death. The mace-wielding soldier stared at the empty space, bewildered by the appearance of an enemy he had never encountered in any previous battle. Ankrid's astonishment gave way to a sharp analytical gaze. Immediately processing this new and unexpected variable, the giant soldier glared with utter contempt, searching for the rat that had appeared from nowhere. A confident smile spread across Ankrid's lips, a declaration that the enemy's actions were too late. The soldier's brows furrowed, confused by Ankrid's inexplicable confidence. As if on cue, a fierce blaze erupted from the enemy camp in the distance, illuminating the night and the soldier's stunned face. Panic spread through the enemy camp as a soldier screamed, pointing towards the raging fire. Chaos erupted as enemy soldiers scattered, some rushing towards the fire, while others pursued the diversionary force. The enemy commander turned, roaring an order to prioritize extinguishing the fire, thereby revealing the success of Ankrid's three-pronged strategy. With the mission accomplished, Ankrid's expression hardened, his focus entirely shifting to the final objective: escape. He lunged forward like a blur, closing the distance with his unsuspecting opponent. In a flash, Ankrid was behind the enemy, his sword held in a reverse grip, poised at his back, demonstrating his combat principle. Bracing himself for maximum force, Ankrid prepared to deliver the decisive blow while the enemy was still focused on the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Ankrid lunged, putting all his strength into the sword's tip. The sharp blade aimed directly at the giant's vulnerable neck. The sword grazed past by a hair's breadth, reflected in the enemy's astonished eyes. Ankrid's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Without a hint of hesitation, a perfect cut was delivered. As swift as lightning, Ankrid landed lightly while his opponent staggered from the unexpected blow. The giant was stunned, sweat beading, as he felt the wound. Fresh blood spurted from the deep gash on his shoulder. The giant stumbled backward, a choked cry in his throat. Ankrid maintained his stance, observing the outcome of the attack, for which he had risked everything. The giant looked down at Ankrid with absolute contempt, treating the wound as a minor annoyance. Ankrid's confidence shattered as he realized the unbridgeable power gap between them. Reality blurred, taking him back to the grassy field where an Asvan soldier's spear had pierced his chest. Memories of countless deaths flooded back, each fall a bloody lesson. He recalled himself kneeling amidst a battlefield filled with comrades' corpses, after having died and revived just to get past that place. Back in reality, Ankrid's eyes reflected a harsh truth. The true wall still lay ahead. In a defensive stance, Ankrid recognized the overwhelming power of the opponent before him. He clutched the wound on his shoulder, understanding that attacking now would only lead to a brutal death. Staggering, he accepted the truth that he would have to repeat this day over and over again. His gaze became resolute, ready to face dozens more deaths to find a path to victory. The mace-wielding enemy bent down, raising an eyebrow at Ankrid's unexpected expression. Despite the situation, a defiant smile appeared on Ankrid's lips, showing his iron will. Provoked, the mace-wielding enemy swung his weapon, roaring a brutal threat. Ankrid gathered his strength, preparing to charge forward to confront the insurmountable wall of power. He poured all his will into his sword, his eyes burning with determination. He charged forward with terrifying speed, his sword tip pointing straight up. With a mighty roar, he put all his strength into a slash to overcome his own limits. Ankrid's sword clashed with the mace, creating a fierce shower of sparks. The mace-wielding enemy easily swept away Ankrid's attack with contempt. Ankrid's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that his full-force attack was so useless. Taking advantage of the opening, the mace-wielding enemy raised his massive mace high. He unleashed a fatal blowdown upon Ankrid, who was completely off balance. The mace-wielding enemy swung his weapon down with terrifying force. Ankrid was horrified by the power and speed of the attack. Ankrid's blade collided with his opponent's weapon, creating a violent shockwave. From a distance, Andrew Gardner was stunned by the speed and precision of Ankrid's swordsmanship. Encred realized the skill gap between them was insurmountable. With no time to counterattack, he braced himself to block another attack, the force of which pushed him back. Encred slid his feet on the ground to regain his balance, his eyes still full of determination to find an opening. Encred charged, aiming a precise thrust at his opponent's neck. The mace-wielding enemy moved with incredible speed, raising his hand to block the attack. Encred's sword tip was stopped by the back of the giant's hand. Andrew Gardner was speechless, unable to believe the sight of someone blocking a sword with their bare hand. The mace-wielding enemy looked down at Encred with absolute disdain. He raised his weapon high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to the exposed Encred. At the same time, in the enemy camp, a fierce fire erupted and spread rapidly. The massive mace head plunged straight down towards Encred's head. The entire enemy camp was engulfed in flames, the result of the oil raid. Amidst the burning enemy camp, the aggressive flames licked their way towards the flagpole. A hooded soldier desperately yelled to get Andrew Gardner's attention. He pointed towards the fire, his face clearly showing frustration at his superior's distraction. Andrew Gardner staggered back, his astonished gaze fixed on Encred, who stood firm and unwavering. Encred ignored the chaos, his sharp eyes focused on the recent enemy. The mace-wielding enemy gave Encred a look of utter contempt, an implied promise. He issued a final warning about their inevitable reunion. Then, the mace-wielding enemy turned and walked away, leaving Encred alone amidst the sea of fire. Encred watched his opponents retreating back, his face full of skepticism at this sudden withdrawal. He looked towards the burning flagpole, his mind still analyzing the wall of power he had just faced. Encred's hand clenched, his chest armor, a decision beginning to form. His hand clenched into a fist, signifying unshakable determination. In his eyes, a fire burned even brighter than the surrounding blaze, a vow to become stronger. Andrew Gardner rushed towards Encred, calling out his rank in a panic. He yelled an urgent retreat order, trying to pull Encred out of his thoughts, pulled back to reality by the call. Encred turned to face his worried comrade. Encred stood with his back turned, his cloak billowing before a fiery inferno, a solitary figure amidst the destruction. His jaw was clenched, his gaze fixed on the flames, reflecting the burning resolve born from the recent humiliating battle. His eyes gleamed with a steadfast will to become stronger, the camp's flames seemingly mirroring the fire within him. Andrew Gardner grabbed Encred's arm, the clang of metal, a sharp call to return him to reality. With an urgent expression, Andrew roared a full retreat order, a desperate attempt to save the remaining men from the chaos. The camp was completely engulfed in flames, structures collapsing and bodies strewn about, marking a brutal end to their raid. To escape the spreading inferno, Encred led the survivors in a desperate sprint from enemy territory. They plunged into the relative safety of the forest, moving as a unified mass through the darkness. Mac nervously glanced over his shoulder, his face revealing his fear that their escape had not gone unnoticed by the enemy. Encred offered a calm, reassuring look, confidently dismissing the threat of pursuit to steady his men's morale. The green-haired soldier suddenly stumbled and coughed violently, his body pushed to its limit as Encred turned back with a worried expression. The green-haired soldier's face crumbled as he spotted enemy soldiers closing in, his ragged breaths a mix of exhaustion and terror. Their path was blocked as enemy soldiers emerged from the shadows, encircling the weakened formation to cut off all hope of escape. Without hesitation, Encred spun and unleashed a deadly slash, felling the first pursuer to clear a path. Following their leader's example, Andrew Gardner plunged his blade into another enemy. Fighting with cold efficiency, Mac brutally smashed an enemy's head with his sword hilt, his previous fear replaced by the ferocity of a cornered beast. Andrew Gardner roared an order, urging Mac and the exhausted green-haired soldier to keep running relentlessly. Amidst the chaotic retreat, Henri proposed a daring escape through beast territory, but Mac immediately objected due to its danger. With the eyes of a seasoned hunter, Henri asserted that he knew a safe path that only those like him could traverse. Andrew Gardner, with a determined expression, placed his full trust in the plan and ordered the entire squad to follow Henri's lead. Under the moonlight, the squad ventured deep into the dense forest path, leaving the sounds of enemy footsteps behind. The soldiers' mud-caked feet moved relentlessly through the thick vegetation from atop a rocky outcrop. A lone fox silently watched the reconnaissance team disappear into the night. The green-haired soldier, panting, looked towards Mac, acknowledging his and Andrew's efforts in holding back the enemy. Henri pointed forward, outlining the safe path, and was recognized by the entire squad as the guide for their successful escape. Encred looked at his blood-stained hands, then at his comrades, realizing their strength came not from an individual, but from unity. Andrew Gardner clenched his hands, his eyes gleaming with an iron resolve to bring everyone back safely. The first rays of dawn appeared over the mountaintops, signaling the end of a long, terrifying night. Under the morning sun, the squad's shadows stretched long across the grassy field as they ran the final steps back to base. As Encred's squad stumbled into camp, a goatee-wearing sentry turned, stunned by their disheveled appearance. Andrew Gardner and Mac gasped for breath, almost collapsing from exhaustion after reaching the safety behind the defenses. Encred looked up at the sky and let out a long breath, the tension on his face finally dissipating as the mission was complete. Under the sun, Encred's squad finally collapsed from exhaustion at a safe camp, greeted by the surprised gaze of a sentry. The scene shifted to a devastated battlefield, where tattered flags and broken weapons bore witness to a bitter defeat. A hooded soldier reported to the Grey Dog Company commander, who ordered preparations for a new hunt. The Grey Dog Company commander frowned, unable to accept that his renowned unit had let a few mere soldiers escape. Amidst the ruins of his camp, the commander clutched the torn flag, his mind reeling with questions about this unbelievable defeat. The emblem of a silver wolf appeared, representing the Grey Dog Company, an elite special forces unit of the Asven army. The memory shifted back to the land of Asven, where a legendary gray wolf stood atop a mountain under 2 moons, symbolizing their tenacity. The wolf's eyes glowed with an unyielding determination, an obsession, whether the goal was love or battle. It was this relentless perseverance that earned the Grey Dog Company the nickname the Persistent Pursuers. The commander questioned his subordinate about the opponent they had faced, seeking answers for his defeat. Mitch Hurrier, the Grey Dog platoon leader, faced his commander, his eyes reflecting suppressed anger. Mitch asserted that he could have won if not for the flames, an excuse for his wounded pride. The commander dismissed the explanation, stating that luck would not favor their enemies a second time. In a tent, Encred silently wrapped his hand, his mind focused on the wall of strength he couldn't overcome in the recent battle. Encred's eyes gleamed with an iron resolve, a promise to himself that he would become stronger. Turning back to the enemy, Mitch Hurrier gritted his teeth, swearing a bloody oath that he would personally end his opponent's life. Encred's eyes blazed with an iron resolve, an unspoken vow etched within him. In a barracks, Venzins idly tossed a chakram, his impatience evident as he awaited his squad leader. Boredom quickly turned into decisive action as he snatched the hilt of a battle axe. Venzin sat upright on his bunk, the heavy axe resting firmly in his hand. His expression hardened, a flicker of genuine concern for his squad leader's fate passing through. But then he dismissed it, scratching his head dismissively with the axe head, belittling his squad leader's skills. He sighed, the brief concern fading, leaving only his familiar boredom. Nearby, a muscular soldier with distinctive two-toned hair yawned widely. Stretching, he brushed his hair behind his ear, his sharp eyes observing his surroundings. The two-toned-haired soldier's gaze met Venzin's, who sat opposite him. He narrowed his eyes, posing a silent, challenging question. With a smug grin, Venzin's responded with a rude, provocative gesture. Undeterred, the two-toned-haired soldier lifted his leg, returning the same gesture coolly. Venzin's grin widened, amused by the defiant retort. The playful atmosphere vanished as Venzin's drew a dagger, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. The two-toned-haired soldier merely smirked, calmly drawing his own weapon, ready for bloodshed. The elf commander questioned Encred with a sharp gaze. disbelieving his humble explanation for an extraordinary feat. The commander's eyes narrowed, analyzing every detail of his account, searching for the truth behind the so-called luck. Encred faced the scrutiny with a calm expression, revealing no emotion. With a wave of her hand, the elf commander signaled him to withdraw, and Encred immediately bowed in compliance. Once alone, the commander crossed her arms, pondering the enigmatic soldier who had just left, his results far exceeding her expectations. Encred stepped out of the tent, his back receding as the elf commander watched with a thoughtful gaze. Just outside, Andrew Gardner blocked Encred's path, his eyes no longer arrogant, but instead filled with respect. Andrew, along with Mac, Henri, and the other soldiers, bowed in unison, a sincere apology and thanks for the lives he had saved. Andrew looked up, his eyes showing trust and hope in their new commander. Encred merely nodded slightly, a distant gesture indicating their paths only intersected on the battlefield, then turned and walked away. He left behind the comrades who had just sworn their loyalty. Andrew and Mac stood upright, their gazes steadfastly following their commander's retreating back. The entire reconnaissance team bowed deeply once more, a gesture of absolute respect for the one who had led them from the jaws of death. Their figures remained bowed to the ground as Encred continued to walk alone. Each of Encred's steps was heavy, bearing the lives of the 4 people he had saved. Amidst the bustling camp, Encred was lost in thought, questioning if that was all he could do. Encred bowed his head, his eyes heavy with torment over the comrades who had sacrificed themselves under his command. Amidst the vast military camp, he realized that the endless loops had given him the opportunity to transcend his own limits. He stood tall, hand gripping his sword hilt, determined to pursue the knightly ideal he had always dreamed of, so as not to repeat the past. Encred's blue eyes flashed with an intense light, reflecting his will to become stronger. Suddenly, a curly-haired soldier shouted as the clang of metal echoed from the training ground. Venzins and Saxon lunged at each other with terrifying speed, their weapons sparking in a violent sparring match. Venzins bared his teeth in a savage grin. Completely immersed in the frenzy of battle, Saxon narrowly dodged a fatal blow, his eyes gleaming with deadly focus. Encred observed from afar, realizing he had never seen such wild expressions on his comrades' faces. The curly-haired soldier took a step back, horrified by the inhuman power they were displaying. Venzins and Saxon faced each other, their pure combat instincts fully unleashed, something Encred had never witnessed in previous training sessions. Encred clenched his bandaged hand, a new realization dawning on him. He looked straight ahead, a new, ambitious goal forming to become strong enough to force his comrades to unleash their full power when facing him. Amidst the skirmish, Venzins and Saxon's weapons clashed once more with immense force. Saxon glanced to the side, his smug smile fading as he noticed Encred observing them. Encred faced Saxon, his sharp gaze issuing a silent challenge. Venzins, axe on his shoulder, confronted Ragnar with a challenging look, questioning why he hadn't announced his return. Venzins swung a small axe and roared a challenge to those around him, while Encred pointed out his injury, which Venzins dismissed. Venzins shifted his attention to Encred, beginning to ask him about a past battle with Ragnar, but the red-haired youth interrupted, urging Venzins to rest. Encred looked down at a weary Ragnar, attempting to bring up the details of a specific attack. Ragnar glanced at Encred, his expression questioning the timing of such a discussion given his current state. Encred paused, his gaze focused and thoughtful, processing Ragnar's reluctance. As Ragnar turned away, Encred sensed the unspoken words still hanging in the air. Encred looked away with quiet understanding, deciding to let the matter rest until Ragnar was ready to talk. The scene dissolved, returning to a memory of infantry moving to a new position across a vast field. In the memory, Encred checked his bandaged arm, recalling how he had used his recovery time for relentless training and contemplation. The memory shifted to a campfire at night, where the red-haired youth advised Encred to stop training and rest before the next day's march. The red-haired youth expressed his concern to Ragnar about Encred overexerting himself while still injured. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of a tree, signaling a return to the present. Ragnar's eyes snapped open as he awoke on his bunk. Sitting up, Ragnar looked at the empty bunk nearby, immediately concluding that Enkred had gone out to train. Ragnar stretched and yawned deeply, the morning light casting long shadows in the barracks. A stream of memories took Ragnar back to the past, where he grasped the sword hilt with an innate familiarity. His hand gripped it perfectly, a testament to his natural talent. But then he let his hand drop, letting the sword clatter to the ground, signifying his weariness with the too easy path of a warrior. Ragnar let out a long yawn, boredom evident on his face, as he realized the path of a knight held no appeal. He turned his back and walked away, leaving behind the expectations and efforts he deemed meaningless. His figure stopped in the middle of the camp, a symbol of his aimless life, having reached a dead end. Back in reality, Enkred swung his sword with terrifying speed, slicing through the air. A sharp pain flared in his chest, making his body convulse. He stumbled forward, losing his balance from exhaustion, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Enkred fell to his knees, panting and clutching his chest, sweat beading on his forehead. From a distance, Ragnar observed with an analytical gaze. Noticing the corporal's incorrect sword grip, he crossed his arms, continuing to assess the bad habits ingrained in Enkred's technique, wondering why he was so stubborn. Despite Ragnar's analysis, Enkred's hand found the sword hilt again, gripping it clumsily, but with determination. Enkred's blue eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire. Ragnar's expression shifted from analytical to bewildered, unable to comprehend the source of such self-destructive determination. Despite the pain, Enkred struggled to his feet, raising his sword high to the sky. Ready for another swing, Ragnar stood with his arms crossed, questioning Enkred's relentless training with a scrutinizing gaze. Without breaking his stance, Enkred gave a straightforward answer about his pursuit of strength. Ragnar continued to inquire, his face skeptical as he asked about the ultimate purpose of that strength. Enkred declared his intention to become a knight, a goal Ragnar seemed to find too simple. With a look of conviction, Enkred began to define his own knightly code. Ragnar listened, his skeptical demeanor gradually giving way to genuine curiosity as Enkred spoke of protecting loved ones. Enkred raised his sword in a symbolic gesture, his eyes reflecting an unwavering belief in honor. His declaration of the knight he aspired to be echoed in the air, filled with pure ideals. Those words resonated in Ragnar's mind. His hand tightening on the hilt of his own weapon, Ragnar closed his eyes. A moment of profound realization, flashing as he understood Enkred's perspective. His face became a canvas of inner conflict. Questioning his own path and aspirations, Ragnar hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder. A decision had been made. He took a decisive step forward, closing the distance between them. Calling out the corporal's rank, Ragnar fully captured Enkred's attention. Enkred turned to face him, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Ragnar looked him straight in the eye, offering to teach him true swordsmanship. Ragnar looked directly at Enkred, his gaze serious as he offered formal swordsmanship training. With a firm stance and determined eyes, Enkred immediately accepted the offer. The two soldiers faced each other in the camp, a formal teacher-student relationship established. A flicker of hesitation appeared on Ragnar's face as he realized the burden of the task ahead. He let out a sigh, regretting having taken on such an arduous task. However, upon closer inspection, his attitude began to change. Catching the unquenchable fire in Enkred's eyes, a smile of amusement briefly appeared on Ragnar's lips. Starting the lesson, Ragnar questioned Enkred's techniques. Lightly tapping his sword hilt to correct a misremembered name, Ragnar held up 2 fingers, ordering Enkred to forget all learned techniques, keeping only 2 things. Enkred looked surprised, asking if he had to discard even the Valen mercenary style that had become his instinct. Ragnar explained that clinging to old habits would hinder progress, presenting Enkred with a choice. He issued an ultimatum: either rebuild from scratch or accept remaining stagnant. Without a moment's hesitation, Enkred's expression turned resolute as he declared his choice to start anew. Looking down from above, Ragnar silently received his student's decisive answer. He was genuinely surprised by Enkred's swift and absolute commitment. Ankrid's eyes lit up with eagerness. He was ready to begin training immediately. Ragnar looked down at the sword, a silent vow forming in his mind regarding Ankrid's potential to equip his student with a more suitable weapon. Ragnar handed his greatsword to Ankrid. Ankrid gripped the new sword hilt, his hands tightening with powerful force. Ragnar immediately questioned Ankrid's overly tight grip, a fundamental mistake he couldn't overlook. Ragnar showed disdain upon learning this erroneous technique was taught by Venzens. With a stern gaze, the master ordered Ankrid into an attacking stance. Ankrid swung his sword with full force, a rigid and inflexible attack. Ragnar easily parried the attack, their blades clashing with sparks. The shock force transmitted through the sword made Ankrid falter, his hand trembling. Ankrid looked at Ragnar, his expression showing confusion at the painful lesson he had just received. Ragnar explained the basic principle, emphasizing that rigidity would lead to breakage. Ankrid listened, noticing the awkwardness in his new master's explanation. He fell into thought, analyzing Ragnar's lesson and cryptic explanation, understanding the issue. Ankrid adjusted his sword grip, loosening his hand. The clang of metal resounded as the training continued with undiminished intensity. Ragnar delivered a kick to Ankrid's leg, forcing him to pay attention to his center of gravity. Ankrid lunged with an incorrect stance, his leg awkwardly extended. Ragnar forcefully parried Ankrid's weapon with his sword, pointing out his overly tight grip. Ankrid turned to look, his face confused by his master's unspoken criticism. Consecutive clangs of metal resounded, ending with a heavy thud. Disarmed, Ankrid fell to the ground, helplessly watching Ragnar stand tall before him. Ragnar sighed, his face clearly showing disappointment at his student's fundamental shortcomings. Though exhausted and panting, Ankrid still braced his hands on the ground, his gaze unwavering. Sweat poured down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring extreme fatigue. Ankrid's hand tightened around the sword hilt on the ground, an action showing his determination not to give up. Ragnar glanced at Ankrid, his attention drawn by the young man's tenacious will. The master's gaze became serious, reevaluating his student's hidden potential. Ankrid raised his head, his fiery gaze making a request to continue. Ragnar sighed softly once more, then lightly swung his sword to demonstrate a basic movement. He gestured to Ankrid, indicating that the training would start again from the very first steps. Another figure entered the training ground, drawing the attention of both. A burly soldier with a goatee looked at them with displeasure, seemingly to scold them for missing a meal. The goatee soldier patted Ragnar's hand resting on Ankrid's shoulder, offering protection, causing Ragnar to narrow his eyes threateningly. Ankrid turned to look at the goatee soldier, his gaze questioning his sudden presence. With a serious expression, the goatee soldier shouldered his weapon, announcing an urgent assembly order. In the camp, Kreisi hastily donned his armor, preparing for the enemy's impending attack. The long brown-haired soldier turned his back, drawing two short swords from their scabbards, ready for battle. On the hilltop, the elf commander stood before the neatly arrayed troops, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Ankrid's squad assembled, each face tense as they stood among the large army. Ragnar glanced at Ankrid, his face showing concern that the battle might kill his comrade before he could perfect his skills. To ensure Ankrid's safety, Ragnar placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze resolute. He decided to fight alongside Ankrid, protecting him from all dangers on the battlefield. Ankrid ignored Ragnar's concern, his mind fully focused on the strange enemy formation in the distance. The enemies tattered. Black banners fluttered eerily in the wind. Their formation was a dense wall of spears, unusual and menacing. A hooded enemy reached forward, a gesture signaling the impending end. Immediately, the enemy's banners were hurled like javelins, tearing through the air towards them. The elf commander was stunned, realizing this was not a normal attack, but dark magic. A hazy object streaked over the heads of the charging soldiers in the thick fog. Ankrid frowned, his sharp gaze inexplicably sweeping through the dense fog. Disoriented, he tried to peer through the blinding white mist. The entire army plunged into chaos, shadowy figures moving indistinctly in the unusual fog. Ankrid's ear twitched. He froze as his keen senses picked up a strange sound. The surrounding soldiers also stopped, looking at each other in confusion as they heard strange noises in the fog. Confusion quickly turned to alarm as the whistling sounds grew closer and clearer. Realizing the deadly danger from the approaching sounds, Encred roared a warning. A shower of black arrows tore through the fog, streaking directly into the unprepared ranks of soldiers. The arrows pierced the soldiers, causing them to fall in droves into pools of blood. The elf commander swiftly raised her sword, deflecting an arrow just in front of her. Her eyes flashing with realization, she shouted orders, signaling her troops to take cover and raise their shields. Hidden in the fog, the enemy's hooded sorcerer let out a savage laugh. He smirked smugly, reveling in the success of the magical trap he had set. Behind him, the enemy army stood firm, able to see everything clearly thanks to the magical banners. The black banners fluttered in the deadly fog, signaling a one-sided massacre. The curly-haired commander commented on the hooded sorcerer's triumphant expression, who confirmed his satisfaction that the magical trap had almost failed. The hooded sorcerer clicked his tongue, showing annoyance as he admitted that a single soldier had caused unnecessary trouble. The curly-haired commander's eyes narrowed, focusing on the memory of that troublesome soldier. Amidst a battlefield littered with arrows, Encred maintained his defensive stance, his sword ready for the next assault. Another deadly shower of arrows tore through the dense fog, streaking straight ahead. Encred reacted with extraordinary speed, his body blurring as an arrow grazed the spot where he had just stood. A familiar voice shouted a warning, causing Encred to glance over his shoulder. He recognized Venzen's voice amidst the chaos, his gaze sweeping over the indistinct figures in the magical fog. Helplessness was evident on Encred's face as he realized he couldn't pinpoint targets in this zero visibility. To calm himself, Encred plunged his sword into the ground, an act of trying to regain stability. Sweat poured down, his breathing became heavy, and his hand gripped the sword hilt rigidly. His legs wavered, an alarming sign that he was unconsciously reverting to old, flawed combat habits. Reality blurred, bringing Encred back to a training session where Ragna warned that old habits would return and fighting without mastering new techniques was even more dangerous. Ragna continued, acknowledging the harsh truth that not fighting on the battlefield meant not surviving. The memory stream was cut short. Encred faced the harsh reality with newfound understanding. His eyes gleamed with cold determination, accepting that his only choice was to push past his limits or face death. In the dense fog, Encred charged amidst the clash of weapons. The two-tone-haired soldier appeared behind him, trying to call Encred back, but he only responded with a resolute gaze before continuing forward. Despite his comrade's desperate warning, Encred plunged deeper into the blinding white mist. He swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a blur in the air. From within the fog, a spear suddenly lunged out and pierced Encred's throat. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from the fatal wound. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but Encred's eyes gleamed with a cruel realization as he faced his attacker. The helmeted enemy soldier roared, trying to push the spear deeper to finish Encred. With a final movement, Encred took his enemy's life before collapsing. His death caused the world to collapse, the scene dissolving into a sunlit training ground. The memory stream brought him back to the moment he lay sprawled on the ground during a training session. Ragna, his instructor, looked down with a puzzled expression, demonstrating a simple sword stroke with ease. Encred looked up, sweating profusely, frustration evident as he tried to grasp the overly vague instructions of a genius. Ragna was merely confused by Encred's question, unable to articulate his instinctive movements into words. Ragna awkwardly tried a stance, while Encred observed, realizing that geniuses often don't understand what they are doing. During the session, Encred looked away with steely determination, accepting that he had to master it himself through repetition until proficiency. A sudden shower of arrows erupted from the dense fog, signaling a direct assault. Encred swung his sword with terrifying speed, deflecting an arrow that narrowly missed his face. He frowned, realizing his body was still too rigid to react perfectly. Despite the danger, he stood still as another arrow flew directly towards him. With cold determination, Encred accepted the arrow piercing his neck, actively sacrificing himself to restart and learn. Reality dissolved, bringing him back to the sunlit training ground, where he was repeating a day of training for the 30th time. He swung his practice sword with increasing flexibility and power. Ragna observed, nodding in approval at Encred's now agile footwork. With a resolute gaze, Encred expressed his desire to move on to basic sword exercises. Ragna began his lecture, demonstrating 3 fundamental attack movements with power. He placed the tip of his sword on Encred, who was lying on the ground, illustrating the concept of the line of attack. Ragna continued to explain the abstract principles of swordsmanship with decisive gestures. Encred diligently practiced the sword swings, etching the lesson into his muscle memory. Back on the foggy battlefield, Encred's body now moved with newfound lightness and agility. He easily dodged a dangerous spear thrust from a helmeted enemy soldier. As another volley of arrows approached, Encred glided away as lightly as a leaf, completely evading the attack that had once taken his life. In the deadly fog, Encred collapsed as 3 arrows pierced his back. A stream of memories brought him back to the training ground, where he used the edge of his sword to deflect Ragna's attack with incredible speed. Ragna was stunned, his eyes showing extreme disbelief at his student's breakthrough skill. Reality returned. A spear blade pierced Encred's neck, but a satisfied smile spread across his lips. Memories flooded back, showing Encred executing a perfect diagonal slash, his blade moving decisively. Ragna observed, reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement that Encred's technique had reached a level beyond needing correction. Back in the fog, Encred suddenly lunged forward, forcefully pushing the 2-toned-haired soldier out of the path of the incoming attack. Immediately, arrows struck the exact spot Encred had just vacated, taking the full impact for his comrade. Despite his wounds, Encred smiled resolutely. He had determined the enemy's trajectory and continued to advance. The stream of memories continued, with Ragna unleashing an overhead attack with full force. Ragna's blade slashed down with a powerful blur, aimed at Encred. Encred narrowly dodged, his movements smooth and swift as the wind. The 2 swords clashed, sparks flying, a deafening sound echoing as Encred blocked his master's attack. On the 100th day of training, Ragna stood motionless, his sword blocked by Encred. Ragna's eyes widened, reflecting unconcealed astonishment. He stared at Encred, an unspoken question clear on his face. Who was this person truly before him? In a moment from the past, Encred looked up at Ragna, exhausted yet defiant. Ragna's gaze shifted. He noticed something unusual in the young soldier's eyes. The hazy reality returned, Encred plunging himself into the thick fog of the battlefield. The 2-toned-haired soldier shouted a desperate warning, trying to stop his commander. Despite the dissuasion, Encred accelerated, determined to push himself further beyond his limits. He narrowly dodged an incoming spear, his body bending extraordinarily. At dizzying speed, Encred swung his sword, his sharp eyes focused on an invisible target. He dashed across the hazy battlefield, a blur heading towards his ultimate objective. A fleeting smile of relief and self-satisfaction crossed Encred's face. He charged directly towards an enemy soldier in a helmet, who stood ready with a spear. The enemy soldier mercilessly thrust his spear through Encred's chest. Blood spurted from Encred's mouth, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the extreme pain. A wild, ecstatic smile spread across his blood-smeared face. The stream of memories brought him back to the fateful moment where Ragna stood towering before him. Ragna looked directly at Encred, making an offer that would change his life. Encred nodded slightly, an iron resolve clear on his face, ready to accept any challenge to become stronger. Encred, in a memory, smiled with iron resolve, accepting a challenging fate. The stream of memories brought him back to the moment Ragna called his name on the training ground. Ragna looked directly at Encred, offering a serious training proposal. Encred nodded slightly, accepting the offer to become stronger. His eyes burned with fervor, ready to face death countless times to achieve his goal. Time in the memory passed, Ragna scratching his head in confusion at Encred's extraordinary progress. He questioned Encred, who simply stood and listened, while Ragnar himself realized that Ankrid already had the foundation. Ragnar concluded that real combat experience was the only thing Ankrid still lacked. The memory faded, giving way to a snow-covered battlefield where a rain of arrows descended. Amidst the battle, Ankrid looked up at a flying arrow, his mind completely calm after having experienced this day over 200 times. He stomped his foot on the ground, preparing to charge into battle. Ankrid dashed forward, his body moving with the familiarity of someone who had memorized every detail of the battlefield. He swung his sword with terrifying speed, a perfect slash honed through hundreds of deaths. Ankrid's eyes were icy, ready to verify the results of his hellish training in real combat. A helmeted soldier charged to attack, but Ankrid had anticipated his movements. The soldier only had time to realize his mistake in a moment of astonishment before Ankrid's sword struck him. Ankrid slashed horizontally through an enemy soldier, black blood splattering. With absolute confidence, he snatched a spear from the fallen enemy's hand. Knowing the exact positions of the others, even without seeing them, the spear flew true, piercing an astonished enemy soldier amidst the fog. Another enemy soldier turned, his face contorted with fear at the invisible attacker. He cautiously advanced, weapon raised, trying to pinpoint the threat. His eyes scanned the white fog, finding no trace of the enemy. Suddenly, Ankrid lunged from his blind spot, his sword swinging in a deadly arc. Chaos ensued as enemy soldiers fell from unexpected directions, their warnings proving futile. An archer was struck down by an arrow just as he managed to draw his bow. The stream of memories brought Ankrid back to the training session, where Ragnar calmly imparted the fundamental principles. Eyes must be used to anticipate enemy movements, feet for movement, to create or close distance, and hands to end the battle with a decisive blow. Back in reality, a wild smile spread across Ankrid's lips as he felt the profound difference in his every movement. Mastering the fundamental principles had transformed him into a completely different lethally effective warrior. He plunged deeper into the enemy ranks, a challenge inviting all of them to charge. Ankrid charged into the enemy formation, his sword swinging to create a deadly blur. He landed steadily, facing 3 enemy soldiers aiming crossbows at him in the fog. An enemy soldier, though somewhat impressed, maintained an air of overwhelming confidence in their numerical superiority when facing Ankrid. Ankrid gasped, a challenging smirk on his face as he stood firm against the enemy. Despite the crossbow bolts aimed at him, he took a decisive step forward, causing the enemy soldiers to hesitate and retreat. With fiery eyes, Ankrid issued a challenge, inviting an honorable duel. His smile grew wilder, showing an intense desire to push himself to the limit. The enemy soldier was stunned by Ankrid's recklessness, disbelief and fear evident in his eyes. Countless crossbow bolts pierced Ankrid's body, ending his assault in a violent instant. The scene dissolved into a dark space, where a ripple spread across still water. In that void, Ankrid knelt, while a large hooded entity appeared to question him. The hooded entity bent down, its shadow enveloping Ankrid, a question about his sanity seemingly hanging in the air. Ankrid suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in bed, completely unharmed. He sat up abruptly, his gaze unfocused as he tried to piece together what had just happened in the loop. His eyes suddenly sharpened, recognizing the presence of another person in the room. Ankrid turned and saw Rem standing there, the man's muscular physique filling the space. Ankrid's memory stream replayed a battlefield where meaningless formations stood guarding their flags. Back in reality, Ankrid, still sitting on his bed, turned his thoughtful gaze towards Venzins, seeking an answer about magic. Venzins looked up at the unexpected question, listening, as Ankrid explained that his curiosity was merely interest. Accepting the explanation, Venzins began his lecture by posing a question that distinguished between magic and sorcery. Ankrid made a guess based on commonality, and Venzins confirmed it was correct. Venzins emphasized a core difference, explaining that sorcery requires a medium to exist. Ankrid listened intently, his mind connecting the pieces as Venzins affirmed the absolute importance of the medium. A flash of insight sparked in Ankrid's mind as he realized the true nature of the flags on the foggy battlefield. The memory replayed the image of the tattered flag in the fog, now identified as the source of the magic that had killed him many times. Having received his answer, Encred stood up, questioning Venzins about his tribe's connection to this type of magic. Venzins offered a knowing smile, admitting he had seen it before, but also exposing the continent's ignorance of true sorcerers. With the necessary information, Encred abruptly turned and left, surprising Venzins with his action. Looking out at the clear blue sky, Encred decisively declared his next goal training. On the training ground, Ragna began the session. Acknowledging Encred's swordsmanship foundation and preparing to impart higher principles, Ragna's narration took the viewer back 500 years to a place where a 9-year-old boy stood among corpses, holding only a fire poker. Reality faded, drawing Encred into Ragna's story of an orphaned boy adopted by a noble family. That boy, Leonessus Oniak, grew up with a sword in his hand, his eyes full of promise. But fate was cruel as Leonessus's body gradually weakened, causing him to collapse on the training ground and eventually become completely paralyzed. Returning to reality, Ragna explained that it was in that paralyzed state that Leonessus changed the history of swordsmanship forever. Encred listened intently as Ragna listed the 5 schools of swordsmanship that Leonessus had systematized. An illusion of a magnificent hall appeared, where knights raised their swords high, testament to Leonessus's enduring legacy. Ragna continued his lecture, pointing out regional swordsmanship schools and emphasizing his own skill. Encred furrowed his brow, trying to recall a term Ragna had mentioned. Ragna corrected him, stating the name Beastheart and explaining that it was a state of absolute focus on one's sword and opponent. Without warning, Ragna declared the lesson had begun and lunged to attack Encred. Encred's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to react in time to the sudden attack. A flash of light streaked as Ragna's blade grazed right in front of Encred's face with incredible speed. A thin, precise cut appeared on Encred's neck, blood beginning to seep out. Encred clutched his neck, feeling the wound and stunned by the speed of an attack that far surpassed anything he had ever faced. Ragna stood still, lowering his sword and looking directly at Encred, awaiting his answer to the recent lesson. Rem stepped forward, his eyes blazing at Ragna, who stood opposite Encred, with his axe on his shoulder. Rem questioned Ragna with a menacing glare, defending his squad leader. Rem angrily protested Ragna's method, while Ragna calmly explained it was merely an aid. Encred glanced at his 2 teachers with a frustrated expression, silently assessing the shortcomings in both of their teaching methods. Rem pointed directly at Ragna, accusing him of his barbaric origins. Ragna retorted coldly, turning the accusation back on Rem. As Rem raised his axe in a fit of rage, Encred stepped forward to intervene, signaling him to stop. Ragna placed a hand on Encred's shoulder, redirecting his attention back to the lesson about senses being sharpened when facing death. Encred listened intently as Ragna explained the sole point of focus state, where everything else would fade away. In Encred's mind, the world blurred, leaving only the vast enemy army clearly visible on the battlefield. Donning his military uniform, Encred recognized the difference between the 2 skills. Determined to train and master them, his eyes swept across the battlefield, identifying the enemy flags as the mediums for the fog magic. A hooded enemy sorcerer glided across the sky, spreading a deadly mist below. Within the mist, panicked enemy soldiers screamed as they were attacked from unknown directions. With his new objective clear, Encred charged forward, his sword raised, ready to cut down the magical flags. Encred plunged into the chaotic battle, his sword carving a bloody path. With a dodge, he slipped past an attack, his eyes still intensely focused on the target ahead. He landed, using his full body weight to stab through the fallen frog warrior. His blade swung up, flicking a trail of blood into the misty air. Despite the danger, a challenging smile appeared on Encred's face, determined to test his own limits. The reality of the loop struck as a sword, unexpectedly pierced his neck from behind. The memory stream took him back to a dark room, where he honed his hearing to evade the attacks of a hooded assassin. The memory shifted again to the battlefield, where he gritted his teeth enduring torture to sharpen his beast heart. Back at the training session, a lightning-fast slash shot straight towards Encred. Ragna abruptly stopped his blade right before Encred's throat. A test of focus, Ragna held his stance, his eyes questioning, waiting for Encred to realize the shift in his perception. Encred subtly shook his head, admitting failure in grasping the technique. Ragna withdrew his sword, beginning to explain the core principle of absolute focus on the opponent's weapon. Encred listened intently, then posed a direct question to find a shortcut for his learning method. Ragna paused, his answer incredibly simple, revealing an innate talent that Encred could not replicate. Encred exhaled, his determined gaze showing Ragna that he would hone the skill himself through trial and error. The memory stream brought him back to the familiar battlefield, where his primary targets were the enemy flags fluttering in the distance. Reality dissolved, giving way to a surprise attack that plunged the enemy ranks into chaos and obscurity. From within the memory, Encred roared a sharp warning command, a reflex forged through countless deaths. The panicked soldiers crouched to the ground at his command. Encred and Ragna in the memory jointly ordered the soldiers to raise their shields in defense. A black rain of arrows whizzed down from the sky. The arrows thudded into shields and the ground, embedding themselves in soldiers who couldn't react in time. With chilling composure, Encred threw his shield to block a volley of arrows while stabbing an enemy to death. He glided like a ghost, appearing right behind a startled enemy soldier. Encred's blade coldly pierced the soldier's throat. He spun in a deadly arc, decapitating another enemy and deflecting an incoming spear. The surviving enemy soldiers looked at him with utter horror, unable to believe what was happening. A commander desperately yelled, ordering his troops to charge and eliminate the lone monster. Encred charged into the enemy formation, his blade continuing to carve bloody paths. With cold eyes, Encred decapitated an enemy soldier. A panicked enemy commander pointed at Encred, yelling orders for his troops to charge. Encred responded with a crazed smile. Ready for the slaughter, he plunged into the enemy formation, weapons clashing and sparking. A soldier's blade shattered against Encred's might. Immediately, he delivered a devastating punch to the face of another enemy. After countless attempts, Encred finally stood before the enemy's command flag, breathing heavily. With a roar of satisfaction, he chopped down the flagstaff, but his eyes suddenly flashed with confusion. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, bewildered to realize that the ghostly mist had not dissipated. Suddenly, countless spears from behind pierced through him. The enemy soldier with the slit helmet bent down, mocking his foolishness as he revealed the bitter truth. Another spear plunged straight into his chest, ending this loop. Before his consciousness faded, Encred realized his fatal mistake. There were 6 flags on the battlefield. Reality returned. Encred raised his shield to block an attack, causing the wavy-haired soldier and the undercut-haired soldier to cry out in astonishment. Despite his comrades' confusion, Encred alone charged into the thick mist, staking his life on a slim 1 in 5 chance. He glided through the hazy battlefield at an astonishing speed, leaving his formation behind. Sensing imminent danger, Encred roared a warning command to his soldiers. Disoriented in the mist, his soldiers panicked, unable to comprehend the recent command. A sudden rain of arrows poured down from within the mist, aimed directly at Encred's position. Encred raised his shield to block the attack, his body contorting under the impact of the embedded arrows. The rain of arrows massacred the unprepared soldiers, embedding themselves all over their bodies. In the final moment of the loop, Encred realized the error in his warning, timing before darkness descended. The memory shifted, showing Encred, after 3 grueling days of combat, finally reaching an enemy command flag. But it was a trap, and an enemy soldier's blade ended him the moment he realized he had been deceived. In the next loop, he collapsed at the foot of the 3rd flag after 5 days of fighting, his body impaled by countless spears. 7 arduous days passed in another loop as he fought frantically to reach the 4th flag. Once again, he was overwhelmed and killed by enemy forces right before his objective. Another bitter defeat. From the realm of death, Encred's mind encompassed the entire battlefield, identifying the final 2 flags among the many decoys. Returning to consciousness, Ankred's eyes gleamed with cold determination, ready for the next attempt. Amidst the battlefield mist, a tattered enemy command flag fluttered, surrounded by countless spears. The flag's tattered black fabric fluttered hauntingly in the wind. A spear carrying a decoy flag was thrown aside, revealing the true objective deep within the enemy ranks. Surrounded by thick mist, Ankred and the other soldiers frantically sought cover. The soldiers hastily raised their shields, forming a makeshift defensive wall against the unseen threat. A rain of arrows poured down, embedding themselves densely into the wooden shields with fierce impact. Amidst the chaos, Venzin signaled to Ankred, urging him to charge forward together. Venzin roared, his face bewildered by the ferocity of the sudden attack. To clear a path, Venzin and Ankred charged together directly into the astonished enemy ranks. Venzin, with a powerful leap, used his axe to strike down an enemy soldier to draw their attention. He swung his blood-stained axe, his sharp eyes searching for the mastermind behind the magic. Venzin grabbed another enemy soldier, pushing the recently killed soldier's body aside to interrogate him. While Venzin created chaos, Ankred glided through the battle, his cold blue eyes unwavering after countless deaths and rebirths. With a single objective in mind, he accelerated, charging towards the true command flag. Ankred tightened his grip on his sword hilt, preparing to end this painful loop with a decisive strike. Ankred plunged into the fight. The moment he had awaited finally arrived. Two blades clashed with a deafening clang of metal, Ankred's reality seemingly shaking. An unknown swordsman blocked Ankred's attack, sparks flying from the fierce impact. A satisfied smile appeared on Ankred's face. He regarded this confrontation as a gift. The unknown swordsman's eyes narrowed, filled with a deadly promise. He looked at Ankred with extreme hatred, yearning to personally end him. Ankred faced his enemy, his eyes gleaming with unwavering curiosity. He asked a simple question, completely unaware of the simmering hatred before him. The unknown swordsman was stunned by Ankred's lack of recognition, his face contorted with rage. Unable to believe he had been forgotten after just a few days, Ankred maintained his confused expression, trying to search through a non-existent memory. He looked directly at his opponent, repeating his request to know his identity, giving up on explanations. The unknown swordsman raised his sword, deciding to use action to jog his memory. He charged forward, his sword point aimed directly at Ankred with the intent to pierce through him. Ankred raised his sword to block the attack, ready to face the wrath he couldn't comprehend. The vengeful swordsman lunged down from above, delivering a fatal attack towards Ankred. Ankred stood firm, his feet scraping the ground to absorb the terrifying impact. After blocking the blow, he spun, using his opponent's momentum to prepare a counterattack. The vengeful swordsman landed, his face stunned by Ankred's unexpected strength. Standing opposite him, Ankred exuded a completely different aura. His confidence and skill made his enemy wary. The vengeful swordsman gritted his teeth, his mind in turmoil as he tried to comprehend his opponent's extraordinary transformation. Ankred dodged another slash with practiced fluidity, easily evading the blade. Two swords clashed, sparking fire, the force of the blow reverberating through both of them. Ankred's gaze remained unwavering. He calmly analyzed each of his opponent's sword strokes. The vengeful swordsman recognized Ankred's solid swordsmanship foundation and calculated fighting style. With a decisive flick of his wrist, Ankred deflected the blade, causing the vengeful swordsman to lose his balance and cry out. Ankred immediately seized the opportunity, pressing his opponent into a passive defensive stance. The vengeful swordsman realized with horror that Ankred was fully focused on the battle, without a single opening. In that moment, Ankred poured all his strength and experience into a decisive attack. The mission to destroy the command flag was temporarily cast aside. His mind was left with the sole objective of defeating the enemy before him. Ankred's gaze sharpened, his entire world narrowing to the sole objective of victory through his blade. As he charged, the scene dissolved into darkness, leaving only him and his opponent, Mitch Hurrier, suspended in the void of battle. The air was torn as their blades became blurred streaks of light. The only reality in this state of focus, Mitch Hurrier's eyes gleamed with deadly focus. Matching Encred's intensity, a blinding spark flashed as steel met steel with destructive force. Encred's focus shattered, his eyes widening in painful surprise as his defenses were breached. Mitch Hurrier plunged his sword deep into Encred's chest with a swift, fatal thrust. Blood spurted from Encred's mouth as the cold steel blade pierced through him. He collapsed forward, coughing violently as life began to fade. In the moment of death, Encred's eyes stared wide open with a flash of sudden insight. The memory became crystal clear. He now realized that the one who killed him was Mitch Hurrier, the platoon leader guarding the enemy's flag. Defeated, yet resolute, Encred introduced himself to his opponent in the recurring memory of their first encounter, surrounded by his soldiers. Mitch Hurrier acknowledged the intruder's impressive infiltration skills. A subordinate pointed out a fleeting hint of disappointment in the commander's expression. Mitch Hurrier turned back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Surprised by the soldier's observation, Mitch Hurrier bent down to look at the fallen Encred, his face full of skepticism at the smile on his opponent's bloodied face. Encred's eyes flashed with a profound realization, recognizing the truth in his teacher's harsh lessons. Mitch straightened up, his cold gaze acknowledging Encred as a worthy opponent, one who had forced him to fight with all his might. Surrounded by his soldiers, Mitch looked down at the kneeling soldier, wondering about the madness of the one he was about to execute. With a decisive sword stroke, Mitch finished off Encred, ending the confrontation. The scene shifted. Ragna now stood before Encred, explaining the state of absolute focus forged from the brink of life and death. Encred listened, his gaze distant, as Ragna expressed concern about his lack of focus. Nearby, Venzins observed the training session before turning to order the formation to prepare for battle. A confident smile flickered across Encred's lips as he silently accepted his teacher's challenge. Ready to apply his new realization, Ragna paused, sensing the shift in his student's demeanor from absent-mindedness to ironclad determination. Venzins observed Encred, pondering to himself the corporal's strange, yet perhaps potent nature. Ragna rested his sword on his shoulder, a satisfied smile evident as he prepared to meet his student's resolve with his full strength. On a chaotic battlefield, an invisible surge of power suddenly swept through, completely stunning the ranks of enemy soldiers. The soldiers reflexively raised their shields, attempting to ward off an attack they could not see. A volley of arrows rained down on the enemy's disoriented formation, embedding themselves into the shields with unstoppable force. Amidst the battle, Venzins shouted an order while Encred charged through the defensive line. Venzins turned back with a look of astonishment as Ragna suddenly appeared beside him, his sword drawn. Ragna gave Venzins a cold glance, a silent warning to focus on the enemy ahead. Both warriors charged together into the chaotic enemy ranks. Ragna and Venzins coordinated closely, cutting through the enemy formation mercilessly. The stream of memories brought Encred back to the fated confrontation, where he stood alone before Mitch Hurrier. Encred offered a chilling smile, his eyes full of defiance as he faced his enemy. Mitch frowned, appearing puzzled by Encred's strange confidence. With a slight smile, Encred provoked Mitch with an arrogant gesture. Mitch responded to the challenge, raising his sword with a serious expression, ready for the fight. Without hesitation, Mitch charged forward, swinging his sword at Encred. Mitch's blade pierced Encred's chest in a fatal blow. Mitch stood over Encred's fallen body, his eyes gleaming with contempt for his opponent's weakness. Reality shattered and reformed. Encred's eyes snapped open, flashing with a spark of realization, as Mitch delivered another finishing blow. Encred parried it perfectly, the clang of metal echoing across the battlefield. In the death loop, Encred repeatedly charged into Mitch Hurrier's blade, seeking a moment of realization through each death. Mitch Hurrier delivered another finishing blow, but Encred focused solely on the blade's trajectory. For the 18th time, Mitch Hurrier's blade lunged forward again, a familiar threat. By the 28th time, Encred faced the attack, his eyes sharp and his sword glowing with absolute focus. The stream of memories brought him back to the training session, where Ragna swung his sword to impart a lesson. Ragna's blade descended with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Encred. Encred's pupils constricted, focusing entirely on a single point. The world around him faded, leaving only the reflection of Ragna and his sword's trajectory in Encred's eyes. With a precise movement, Encred used his sword to block Ragna's attack. Ragna was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. He looked at Encred with astonishment, realizing his student had mastered a nearly impossible skill. Encred held his stance, his composure, a testament to his absolute control over his body and sword. Ragna watched as Encred turned and walked away, a question evident in his eyes. Encred rested his sword on his shoulder, walking with a clear purpose, leaving his teacher behind. His eyes gleamed with ironclad determination, ready to face the ultimate challenge to end this day. Encred carried his sword on his shoulder, his steady stance showing his determination to meet the company commander. Encred's eyes blazed with an unshakable conviction. He was ready to overcome this fated challenge. The elf company commander looked up from her scroll, her eyes questioning, as Encred presented his discovery of the enemy's magic. The commander's eyes narrowed, showing skepticism and awaiting an explanation. Encred recounted what he had witnessed, emphasizing the Asfen soldier's mention of a sorcerer. The company commander nodded slightly, signaling Encred to continue presenting his plan. A stream of memories replayed the scene of Asfen soldiers panicking as a thick fog suddenly enveloped the battlefield. Following a decisive command, the soldiers raised their shields to protect themselves as a rain of arrows poured down from within the fog. The soldiers were thrown back by an invisible force from within the fog. Back in reality, Encred dashed across the battlefield, leaving the outcome of the larger battle to the commanders. His eyes were intensely focused, identifying the personal objective he had to overcome on his own. Mitch Hurrier stood tall beside the enemy's command flag, completely unaware that he was the target. Mitch turned, his eyes filled with astonishment as he recognized the approaching soldier. Encred faced his enemy, Mitch, looking confused as he heard his own name called correctly. With a resolve forged through countless deaths, Encred tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for the confrontation he had long awaited. Encred swung his sword up, lunging to attack Mitch with the speed of lightning, determined to end this painful loop. Mitch Hurrier swung his sword down with terrifying force. The sword blade cut through the air at dizzying speed. Encred braced himself, raising his sword to parry the direct attack. The two swords clashed, creating a powerful impact. As Encred firmly blocked Mitch Hurrier's downward strike, Mitch Hurrier was stunned by the incredible power of the parry. Seizing the opportunity, Encred pushed his opponent's sword aside and launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Gritting his teeth, Mitch Hurrier hastily parried the incoming slash. The two warriors clashed like a whirlwind, their blades continuously striking each other in midair. Sparks flew as the two swords once again locked together in a stalemate. Pressing his sword against Encred's, Mitch Hurrier's eyes conveyed a silent question about the skill his opponent was concealing. Encred responded with a cold gaze, neither acknowledging nor denying. Mitch Hurrier pressed closer, his angry face demanding to know the name of the one who dared challenge him. Encred faced him without fear, his lips mouthing a single name. Mitch Hurrier stepped back, his expression hardening as he committed the name to memory, a promise of vengeance clear in his eyes. Encred's gaze sharpened, his confidence issuing a defiant challenge in return. A blue light flashed in Encred's eyes, signaling the focus and power he now wielded. Encred raised his sword, his entire being condensing a concentrated source of energy. He shifted his weight, planting his right foot firmly on the ground as he entered a state of absolute focus. In a blur of motion, Encred lunged forward, preparing to unleash a devastating diagonal slash. Every lesson, every death, every moment of training converged into a single, perfect moment of insight. He closed the distance with terrifying speed, his blade a silver streak aimed directly at Mitch Hurrier. The blade cut deep, a spray of blood erupting as it sliced across Mitch's shoulder. Mitch's eyes widened in utter disbelief at the speed and precision of the attack. He recoiled, a pained growl escaping his lips as he realized the truth of the strike. Mitch's initial shock hardened into a defiant glare, refusing to accept that he had met his match. He gritted his teeth, a silent vow of destruction passing through his clenched jaw. Realizing a simple exchange of blows wouldn't suffice, Mitch adjusted his grip, preparing a more powerful and specialized technique. He leaped back to create distance, then lowered his stance, channeling all his strength into a final, decisive strike. Mitch began a wide, circular sword swing, his blade tracing a deadly arc from the ground upwards. He put his entire body into the upward slash, a technique designed to be unstoppable. Encred's eyes flashed with an eerie blue light, his perception slowing time as he witnessed the trajectory of the attack. Memories of this very fatal strike, which had claimed his life dozens of times before, vividly appeared before his eyes. Encred swung a powerful slash, his blade glowing with blue energy. A confident and wild smile appeared on his face, showing his readiness to face any challenge. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying, as Encred effortlessly neutralized Mitch Hurrier's attack. Mitch was stunned, sweat pouring as he realized his skills had been completely read by his opponent. A stream of memories took Mitch back to the Hurrier family, one of the 3 military pillars of the Asfen Duchy, where he once knelt. In the past, as a descendant not of the direct lineage, young Mitch's talent had quickly emerged among his peers. At 18, he stood on a bloody battlefield, having single-handedly defeated the best swordsman of the neighboring town. With only his innate skill, he rose to become one of the top 3 warriors of the Grey Dog Company, rarely encountering a worthy opponent. He looked down at the soldiers, toiling and training with disdain, not understanding why they endured such pain. To him, defeating an exhausted opponent was simply natural, requiring no effort. He believed that only a few sword strokes were enough to master any technique, a belief reinforced by his talent. Back in reality, that arrogance became his undoing as Encred lunged. Swift as a phantom, Mitch's eyes widened in horror as he felt the cold blade pierce through his chest. Encred stood behind his opponent, his sword deeply embedded in Mitch's body. He decisively pulled the blood-soaked sword from Mitch's back. Mitch stumbled forward, clutching his fatal wound, his face contorted in pain and defeat. Mitch Hurrier coughed up blood, his eyes vacant from the fatal stab. Encred stood there, exhausted but still standing firm after the battle. Gasping, Mitch Hurrier muttered in disbelief, acknowledging his complacency and pointing out his opponent's inferiority in pure skill. Encred panted, his gaze unwavering as he asserted his victory despite the truth in his opponent's words. Mitch Hurrier gritted his teeth in regret, clutching his wound as he realized his fatal mistake. He looked at Encred, who stood firm with the blood-soaked sword in his hand. With cold determination, Encred swung his sword, preparing to end the fight. Mitch's eyes flickered with a final spark, a belated regret for untapped potential. To protect their commander, a group of enemy soldiers charged forward, forming a living shield in front of Encred. A soldier lifted the dying Mitch, trying to rouse him in vain. A new blonde commander appeared, ordering Mitch to be taken from the battle. The soldier obeyed, helping Mitch Hurrier away while the new commander advanced. The blonde commander looked at Encred, his tone a mix of astonishment and disdain at his audacity. He tightened his grip on his sword, issuing a brutal threat. Completely surrounded, Encred reminded himself of his perilous situation. His eyes became sharp and intensely focused, ready for the next challenge. The tattered, blood-stained enemy banner fluttered. The ultimate objective of the mission. Encred faced the goatee-bearded enemy commander, both in battle-ready stances. Encred's eyes gleamed with iron determination, ready to overcome the obstacle before him. The goatee-bearded commander roared a command, and a volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed. Encred charged into the hail of bolts, deflecting the incoming arrows with his sword. He charged alone directly towards the commander and his troops, unwavering, accepting an arrow lodged in his shoulder. Encred gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to continue his charge. The commander roared in fury, swinging his great sword down with terrifying force. The two swords clashed, sparking, as Encred strained to block the furious attack. The opponent's strength was too great, breaking Encred's guard. In astonishment, pushed back by the overwhelming power, Ankrid realized he couldn't win a contest of strength. Immediately, he changed tactics, slipping past his opponent to charge towards the banner, his blade arced, aiming directly at the flagpole. The magical conduit. Ankrid's eyes were highly focused, identifying the enemy's critical weakness. He skillfully dodged the counterattack of the enraged commander in pursuit. Ignoring the enemy, Ankrid put all his strength into the final strike, aimed at the flagpole. Ankrid's eyes narrowed with intense focus, pinpointing the critical weakness where the flag met the pole. With a flashing streak, his blade severed the flagpole, breaking the source of magic. Meanwhile, in another area of the battlefield, shadowy figures engaged in combat within the thick fog. A female commander in armor fought with a desperate expression, resentful of the corruption that had led them to their demise. She coldly pierced through an enemy, her mind heavy with thoughts of her superior's incompetence. Standing amidst countless corpses, she faced the harsh truth that their destruction was only a matter of time. A sudden shift on the battlefield made her turn, skepticism clearly visible on her face. Her soldiers were stunned as the magical fog rapidly dissipated, revealing the battlefield clearly. A soldier looked around in confusion, trying to find the now vanished enemy flag. The chaos of battle returned as an allied soldier fell before an enemy's blade. Seizing the opportunity, the female commander roared a command, her face alight with the will to fight and turn the tide. Reinvigorated, her soldiers shouted in unison and charged into the disarrayed enemy ranks. Amidst the counterattack, the female commander fought while trying to determine who had dispelled the magic. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, her mind fixed on a single possibility: that squad leader elsewhere. Ankrid knelt, gasping, his body riddled with crossbow bolts, the price for breaking the spell. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve as he realized his miscalculation. Severely wounded and surrounded, Ankrid realized the support he had expected had not arrived. Elsewhere, Venzin stood amidst a battlefield he had single-handedly created, his eyes burning with hatred. He roared a bloody command to the surviving enemies: surrender their sorcerer or die. Meanwhile, Ragna was also surrounded, his sword ready to face a hostile encirclement. An allied goatee-bearded officer stood silently before his troops, his gaze fixed on Ragna. Ragna cautiously observed the soldiers surrounding him, analyzing the situation. The tension on his face turned into extreme confusion as he realized these were not enemy troops. Returning to Ankrid, the goatee-bearded enemy commander looked at him with contempt, mocking his stubbornness. He raised his greatsword, a decisive gesture signaling that all of Ankrid's hope had ended. A gigantic black panther with glowing blue eyes suddenly lunged in, tearing apart an enemy soldier. Ankrid stared, his eyes wide with shock as he recognized the magical creature. Memories flooded back of the small beast he had encountered, now transformed into a massive guardian. The enemy soldiers panicked and retreated, trembling as they aimed their crossbows at the monster. The panther darted like a phantom, its claws tearing through the enemy ranks. It moved with incredible speed among the soldiers, a deadly blur. A terrified soldier looked down at his crossbow, its string perfectly severed. Ankrid stood defiantly before the blue-eyed panther, his gaze full of challenge. He issued a cold warning, demanding the opponent retreat. The goatee-bearded commander advanced, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the unusual threat from the panther. His confident demeanor vanished, replaced by heightened vigilance. A hand rested on Ankrid's shoulder, stopping him with a reassuring gesture. Venzens stepped forward, shielding Ankrid and declaring he would protect him. Without warning, Venzens lunged to attack the goatee-bearded commander. Their swords clashed, sparking, but Venzens was immediately overwhelmed by his opponent's strength. Thrown back, Venzens fell to the ground, causing Ankrid to look at him with skepticism regarding his promise of rescue. From the ground, Venzens signaled his troops waiting behind him. The goatee-bearded commander spun his sword with incredible speed, easily deflecting the incoming volley of crossbow bolts. Amidst the chaos, the panther leaped into the air, aiming directly at the commander. He was forced to use his sword to parry the beast's deadly pounce. The panther slammed the goatee-bearded commander to the ground in a fierce attack. Lying on the ground, the commander's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie blue light, identical to the panther's eyes. His greatsword also began to emit a similar blue energy, signaling a hidden power. Encred, riddled with injuries, had a moment of realization as his eyes lit up with intense focus. The goatee-bearded commander swung his greatsword down, but Encred, instead of blocking, prepared to deflect it. With a resounding clang of metal, Encred successfully redirected the force of the massive blade away from his body. He shifted his weight, skillfully guiding the enemy's sword past him. A technique learned from a fallen opponent. Sparks flew as Encred forced the commander's blade to harmlessly slide off his own sword, creating a critical opening. The goatee-bearded commander recoiled in extreme disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unexpected counter. He stared at Encred, recognizing the precise, familiar sword technique of his former subordinate. Encred stood firm, his expression confirming the commander's suspicion. A fleeting, cold satisfaction appeared on Encred's face. His risky gamble had paid off. Seizing the opportunity, Encred lunged forward, thrusting his sword through the commander and into the chest of another enemy soldier. The goatee-bearded commander roared in fury, enraged by the successful counterattack. His roar echoed across the battlefield as his soldiers continued to charge. The commander's rage subsided, replaced by a cold, grudging respect. He turned his back on Encred, silently vowing to remember this warrior. Encred met his gaze with unwavering defiance, ready for whatever came next. With a decisive gesture, the goatee-bearded commander ordered his bewildered troops to fully retreat. The blond enemy commander yelled an urgent retreat order, pointing at Encred's wound, while Encred staggered, trying to hold the small panther. The commander hoisted both Encred and the panther onto his shoulder, snapping at Encred to prioritize his own life. With Encred unconscious on his shoulder, the commander ordered his entire platoon to retreat from the battlefield. Encred's consciousness faded from blood loss, his eyes slowly closing despite the commander's attempts to rouse him. Encred completely lost consciousness, his eyes shut as he sank into darkness. Reality dissolved into a purple void, where a mysterious voice echoed, questioning Encred's desires. In that space, the serene face of a long-haired entity appeared, its eyes closed as the voice continued to probe the source of his determination. An illusion of a fierce, fiery battle flashed, a reflection of Encred's life or death struggle. The scene returned to the void, the voice once again repeating the question of what Encred desired. The serene entity's face reappeared, the voice now questioning the deep motivation that drove him. The illusion of the bloody battlefield once again interrupted the silent space. Inside a tent, allied soldiers whispered anxiously about Encred's fatal wound and prayed for his safe recovery. Encred's bandaged hand twitched slightly, his consciousness gradually returning as he felt something soft beneath his hand. Encred opened his eyes, surprised to find himself lying on a bed, with the small panther sleeping soundly and purring on his chest. Venzins and other comrades gathered around, showing immense relief to see their commander finally awake. Still dazed, Encred looked at the familiar faces, trying to ask what had happened. The wavy-haired soldier inquired about Encred's recovery, while another comrade offered him a cup of water. As Encred drank, the red-haired youth expressed relief that their commander was out of danger, while the panther growled protectively beside him. Encred gently poured a little water on the panther's head, a gesture of care as he recalled the moment he collapsed. Reassured that their commander was awake, Encred's tired squad left to rest after a long day of fighting. From inside the tent, a peaceful military camp scene unfolded under a clear sky, signaling a temporary lull after the battle. Venzins lingered, his gaze sharp and thoughtful as he observed Encred, clearly something weighing on his mind. Encred tried to break the tense silence with a casual offer, but Venzins dismissed it, his eyes still fixed on him. Venzins leaned forward, his gaze demanding a direct answer to the perplexing question about the enemy's magic. Questioned unexpectedly, Encred fell silent, his internal struggle torn between lying and maintaining his comrade's trust. After a moment of consideration, Encred began to offer a carefully calculated explanation, attributing his knowledge to an old friend. Encred's expression became resolute. He believed his evasive answer was the best option to protect his secret without breaking trust. Venzin seemed to accept the answer, but he still issued a stern warning, expressing concern for Encred about the dangers of magic. Venzin stood up, revealing that while Encred was fighting on the front lines, he had personally sought out the source of the fog magic. A cold and cruel smile spread across Venzin's lips as he declared he had found and eliminated the enemy sorcerer. A fleeting memory showed Venzin's leaping into action, delivering a devastating finishing blow to a hooded enemy on the battlefield. Back in reality, Encred silently understood the battle's outcome. While the curious red-haired youth tried to check on the panther but was warned off by its growl, the panther growled fiercely, baring its fangs, and its blue eyes glowed menacingly. Big Eyes timidly hid behind Encred, both scared and pointing at the panther, explaining something with a calculating expression. Encred placed his hand on the panther's head, and the beast immediately calmed, its fierce expression turning to docility. While the panther calmly licked its fur, Big Eyes continued to explain enthusiastically, emphasizing its value. The scene of a large military camp appeared under the sunset, signaling a temporary stalemate on the battlefield. Memories of the battle flashed in Encred's mind. Replaying the moment, he deflected an enemy's attack with a skilled technique. A wavy, reddish-brown-haired soldier approached, holding up a cloth and gesturing for Encred to rest to prevent his wound from getting infected. Despite the advice, Encred stood up and began performing stretches. Ragna, observing from behind, Venzins entered the tent, roughly bumping Ragna's shoulder as he passed. Encred turned to face the two, beginning to ask questions about swordsmanship. With a serious expression, Encred looked directly at his advisors, his face showing confusion as he described a sword technique he had instinctively performed. Venzins rested his chin on his hand, offering an explanation based on combat experience, his tone suggesting it was a natural development. Ragna lightly drew his sword from its sheath, using it to illustrate his explanation of improved focus and combat vision. Encred listened intently, absorbing Ragna's explanation that his success was a rare stroke of luck at his current skill level. Encred's gaze lowered. He understood their explanation, but a different truth lay within him. Encred clenched his bandaged hand, his eyes sharpening with an iron will, an internal affirmation of the path he had forged for himself. Encred, bandaged but resolute, clenched his fist, his eyes reflecting a silent determination to continuously improve. He turned to interrupt the heated argument. A direct confrontation between Venzins and Ragna, with unyielding resolve. Encred looked up and made a clear, non-negotiable request for a sparring match. Venzins and Ragna exchanged skeptical glances, questioning his sanity for wanting to fight with such severe injuries. The company commander entered the tent, her stern gaze further emphasizing the absurdity of his request. She walked between the men, her full attention on Encred as she directly questioned whether he was the one who destroyed the enemy's magic conduit. Encred turned to face his commander, calmly and without hesitation, admitting responsibility for the act. He offered a logical but incomplete explanation about using reconnaissance and available knowledge, prompting her to inquire further about how he bypassed the false targets. The company commander listened with a skeptical, unreadable expression as Encred evaded her sharp question by blaming pure luck. She seemed to accept his explanation, then shifted the conversation to a feigned health check as she turned away. Encred watched her, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, as he tried to understand her sudden change in demeanor. Looking towards the sunset, the commander made an enigmatic statement, suggesting that a shared destiny now bound them together. She left, leaving Encred standing there bewildered while Ragna and Venzins watched, equally curious about her words. Venzins leaned in with a sly smile, playfully asking Encred to reveal the secret of his new talent that had caught the commander's attention. Big Eyes burst in with inappropriate enthusiasm, giving a thumbs up as he made a business proposition to Encred before being gestured to be quiet. Encred ignored the commotion, his mind focused on the commander's strange behavior. While Big Eyes prepared to share another piece of news, Encred's gaze focused on an uninvited guest, his expression serious as he received information about the arrival of a night squire. Meanwhile, A lone knight of the Order of the Crimson Cloaks walked past his division's banners, a symbol of powerful military force. The ranks of the Knight Order were displayed through its warriors' knights, para-knight squires, and elite warriors who had proven their strength. Ankred bowed his head, contemplating that this knight squire was no ordinary attendant, but a warrior about to prove himself in battle. The sound of war horns echoed throughout the camp under the fiery sky, signaling a major battle about to begin. Inside the tent, Venzins gestured anxiously, advising the heavily wounded Ankred to stay and rest while the army prepared for battle. A young knight squire with resolute purple eyes and multiple ear piercings declared his unwavering intention to meet someone. The knight squire stood firm before Venzins, his posture unwavering. Venzins looked deep into the knight's eyes, recognizing the iron will within and assenting with an understanding nod. The knight squire's vision expanded to a sea of soldiers arrayed for battle, the ideal image of combat he had always pursued, carried by Venzins and Ragna on a shield like a living banner. The wounded Ankred was brought before the cheers of the entire army. The knight squire's eyes lit up as he finally saw Ankred, a piece of his ideal made real. From his elevated position, Ankred looked down at the lone figure of the knight squire, who now stood alone on the vast battlefield. Dressed in full armor and the red cloak of the Knight Order, the knight squire stepped forward, a solitary champion, advancing towards the enemy lines. He walked with unwavering purpose through no man's land, his solitary figure a stark contrast to the massive army he was approaching. In response to his advance, a line of enemy archers simultaneously drew their bows, their arrows aimed directly at the lone and defiant warrior. The squire in red armor stepped onto the battlefield alone, hand resting lightly on his sword hilt. The bearded enemy commander roared an attack order. Thousands of black arrows were shot up, obscuring the twilight sky. The squire raised his head, facing the deadly rain descending upon him. He stood firm in the open battlefield as the massive arrow rain began to pour down. The arrows whizzed past, turning the sky into a deadly blur. Instead of defending, the squire charged forward, straight into the heart of the arrow storm. He glided across the ground, his red cloak fluttering like a flame amidst the steel storm. With a skillful slide, he changed direction at the last moment, leaving a trail of dust. From a distance, Ragna recognized the technical nature of the opponent. While Ankred observed with intense focus, a surge of white energy erupted around the knight, deflecting the remaining arrows. He carved a safe path through the arrow rain with his sheer will. Ankred watched the knight's figure with a thoughtful and analytical gaze. Breaking through the defensive barrier, the squire drew his sword and charged straight into the enemy ranks. He unleashed a spinning slash, creating a destructive whirlwind of sword energy. Enemy soldiers were flung away like dry leaves, creating a deadly void around the lone knight. The squire landed on the ground with a resolute gaze. Ready for the slaughter, he plunged into the enemy ranks, the force of the impact sending soldiers flying. From a distance, Ankred observed the battle with intense focus. The bearded enemy commander was stunned, unable to believe the sight before him. The squire, a crimson blur, raised his sword for another attack. He spun, creating a whirlwind of sword energy that swept away every enemy within reach. The panicked enemy soldiers tried to retreat but were torn apart by the unstoppable force. In despair, the enemy commander roared a futile command to halt the rampage. A single slash sent the commander's head flying into the air. The squire rode a warhorse, charging past the headless body of his foe. He leaped from the horse's back, a phantom of death descending upon the terrified soldiers. Ankred's gaze did not leave the knight, analyzing his every movement. Venzins observed with a solemn expression, acknowledging the formidable power of this warrior. Ragna clenched his fist. A new resolve ignited within him as he witnessed the display. A wavy-haired brown soldier coldly remarked on the incompetence of the defeated enemy, while Big Eyes confidently declared victory. The muscular white-haired soldier beside him clasped his hands in prayer. Ankred focused his observation, analyzing each sword stroke of the squire, recognizing an incredible combination of styles. In his mind, the image of true sword appeared, a subtle style that lures enemies into a trap of defeat. Next was heavy sword, a style that uses overwhelming force to crush opponents and claim victory. Then came phantom sword, an unpredictable fighting style used to disorient and deceive enemies. Assault sword flashed through his thoughts, a style that overwhelms opponents with absolute speed. Finally, soft sword, a technique that deflects enemy attacks before delivering a fatal counterstrike. Ankred was perplexed as he sensed both streams of power and speed, two completely opposing styles from the same warrior. His gaze was fixed on the back of the squire, who stood tall amidst the ravaged battlefield. A moment of insight flashed in Ankred's mind. His thoughts led him to the image of a dark-haired swordmaster, who asserted that all styles shared a common origin. Ankred realized that mastering the interplay of styles would transform the sword into a living entity. His violet eyes gleamed with a profound realization. He closed his eyes, engraving the newly acquired truth into his mind. Inspired, the entire allied army roared a resounding battle cry. Vengeance, with a fierce expression, led a wing of the army charging forward. Beside him, Ragna also charged, his gaze fixed firmly on the enemy. Vengeance smirked confidently. He roared a command, gathering the allied soldiers into a defensive formation. Together with Ragna, Vengeance stood firm, ready to fight to protect their captain. In an internal space, Ankred closed his eyes, receiving a new truth. He opened his eyes, a profound realization evident in them. He stood alone in a vast space, his mind serene. His vision expanded, revealing a towering, endless cliff, symbolizing the path he must take. Outside, Vengeance, Ragna, and the allied soldiers formed a wall of steel, ready to face the enemy. Returning to his inner self, Ankred looked up at the cliff with unwavering determination. He clenched his bandaged hand. Channeling his willpower, he began his journey to conquer the cliff, determined to reach its peak. Amidst the battle, an allied soldier struck down an enemy. Holding the line, Ankred persevered in his climb, one step at a time, on his path of enlightenment. An enemy commander roared a command, urging his army to charge for annihilation. Completing his internal journey, Ankred looked up with a sharp, powerful gaze. He clenched his fist, ready to unleash his new power. The soldiers roared a battle cry, weapons raised high. In the middle of the battlefield, Ankred stood firm, his gaze resolute as the battle drew to a close. The vibrant sky heralded an upcoming relentless winter and spring. Under the starry night sky, a city nestled among mountains glowed with lights. Inside the Asven Duchy's council chamber, Grand Duke Asven sat on his throne, listening to two advisors present. Grand Duke Asven rubbed his forehead in anger, condemning the opponent's rule-breaking by allowing knights into battle. Hurrier, the head of the military house, listened with a solemn expression. Ekans, the administrator of state affairs, explained that the appearance of a frog general had been used as a pretext. Grand Duke Asven questioned the general's absurd involvement, but Ekans argued that the enemy side would always find a reason. Ekans pointed out that the failure of new magic was the root cause of the problem, and Hurrier silently received the information. With a resentful expression, Grand Duke Asven declared that he would hold the Grey Dog Company responsible for this defeat. To reassure him, Hurrier pledged to make the enemy pay for their actions. After a long stalemate, the Asven army finally retreated from the front. Among the returning army ranks, Ankred and his comrades, including Ragna, marched forward. They advanced towards Border Guard, the heavily fortified border city. Before a crowd of soldiers, a ceremony was held to honor the bravery of those who brought victory. During the commendation ceremony, Ankred was named as the one who defeated Asven's magic. In the crowd, other soldiers whispered among themselves, skeptical of the achievement of a squad leader considered to be from a ragtag team. Ankred bowed his head, ignoring the whispers that he was merely a weakling taking credit for others' work. A goatee soldier and a balding soldier sneered, implying that he had flattered his superiors to receive the commendation. Mac shot a cold glare at the two soldiers, ordering them to be silent with his eyes. Along with his other comrades, Mac stepped forward to defend, asserting that no one was allowed to insult Encred. A green-haired soldier in the ranks looked up with respect, showing his loyalty. Another goatee soldier looked on with confidence. Trusting in his commander's ability, Encred received a heavy pouch of reward money, his expression remaining calm and unreadable. A flicker of determination gleamed in his eyes. A new goal had been set. He clutched the money pouch, feeling the weight of the new opportunity in his hand. The red-haired soldier excitedly asked Encred where he planned to spend the money, suggesting wine and women. Encred looked straight ahead with a serious expression, ordering them to take him to the best blacksmith in the city. The scene shifted to a rustic blacksmith's forge, where weapons and armor were displayed. The red-haired soldier looked confused, vehemently protesting Encred's use of the entire reward money for a single sword. Ignoring the dissuasion, Encred drew a sword from its sheath, testing its weight with intense focus, beginning his path to becoming a knight. Encred, with the new sword in hand, his gaze resolute, declared his determination to end his days as a mere grunt by entering the promotion examination. He sheathed the sword, a decisive action showing his serious commitment to his new goal. He reiterated his resolve, his gaze unwavering. Big Eyes seemed surprised by Encred's sudden ambition, while his squad leader asserted that he couldn't remain stagnant forever. Big Eyes nodded in understanding. Then an idea sparked in his mind as he decided to organize bets for the upcoming match. A diagram explained the Naurilian military rank system, from base to zenith, with the peerless rank reserved for those who excelled. In an outdoor arena, Encred stood alone, facing the crowd of soldiers awaiting his promotion match. Big Eyes, acting as an announcer, shouted loudly, stirring up the atmosphere and calling for everyone to place bets on the match between Encred and a mid-tier opponent. A wavy brown-haired soldier stepped out of the crowd, approaching Encred with a smug smile, mocking his achievements. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Encred identified the arrogant soldier as his first opponent. The betting manager stared at the single coin placed on Encred, unable to hide his astonishment and skepticism. Big Eyes and his comrades, including Mac and the wavy-haired soldier, smiled confidently, implicitly acknowledging that they were the ones who had bet on their commander. Encred and his opponent took their positions, ready to fight. As he realized this was a battle with no retreat, no chance for a do-over, he gripped the hilt of his sword, focusing his entire will to face the challenge with only his current effort and skill. The wavy brown-haired soldier looked at Encred with pity, believing his opponent would never dare to face people like him without luck. Encred cast aside all thoughts, his eyes gleaming with iron determination, preparing to fight as if it were his last time. The arrogant soldier roared and charged, swinging his sword to attack Encred. Encred's eyes sharpened, focusing on executing a deflection technique to create an opening. With a perfectly circular motion, Encred parried the attack, the force of the impact sending his opponent's sword flying into the air. His opponent's hand flailed hopelessly in the air as his weapon was disarmed. Encred showed a hint of surprise at how easily he had disarmed his opponent. The opponent cried out in pain, clutching his injured hand. Encred calmly stepped forward, catching the enemy's falling sword. Without hesitation, Encred used the hilt of the newly acquired sword to strike his opponent hard in the face. The arrogant soldier collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated at Encred's feet. Encred looked down at the defeated foe, his expression clearly showing confusion at his unexpected weakness. In the stands, the betting box holder turned to the red-haired soldier with an incredulous look, accusing him of knowing the outcome beforehand. The red-haired soldier sweated in shock, confessing that he had only placed the bet out of loyalty, while the wavy-haired soldier beside him gently admonished him. Encred pondered the swift victory, wondering if his opponent had underestimated him too much, or if his own strength had far exceeded expectations. A gray-haired veteran soldier stepped out of the crowd, issuing a challenge, dismissing the recent victory as mere luck. The veteran soldier gripped his spear, his stern gaze locked on Encred, declaring himself the next opponent. A confident smile briefly appeared on Encred's lips as he knew his new opponent was an elite heavy infantry soldier. The gray-haired veteran took his stance, twirling his spear to distract, preparing for a surprise attack. He suddenly lunged forward, his spearhead tearing through the air, aimed directly at Encred. Encred subtly leaned to dodge the thrust, simultaneously swinging his sword to cut through his opponent's spear shaft. To the latter's astonishment, Encred analyzed his opponent's simple attack, realizing there were no traps, and this was his full intention. The gray-haired veteran cried out in despair, realizing he was completely exposed to a superior opponent. Without hesitation, Encred delivered an incredibly powerful punch to the veteran soldier's face. The punch sent the gray-haired veteran flying backward, collapsing to the ground unconscious, ending the match. The crowd of soldiers, including the green-haired soldier, fell silent, whispers of astonishment spreading as they tried to comprehend Encred's second victory. Encred stood firm in the arena, his overwhelming victory, proving that 2 consecutive wins against higher ranks were not mere luck. Red-haired youth and his other comrades watched the crowd grow larger, realizing no one dared to step forward and challenge out of fear of humiliation. The goatee veteran soldier showed disdain, but his subordinate pointed out that he was the one who had mocked Encred the most, causing him to quickly deny it. In another corner, Mac pondered, intending to step out and challenge Encred once more to avenge his previous defeat. The scarred peacemaker soldier placed a hand on Mac's shoulder, stopping him and admitting that Encred had progressed so remarkably that even he was no longer confident of victory. Both sat down, accepting the reality that Encred was now on a completely different level. The goatee brawler suddenly grabbed the goatee veteran soldier and pushed him forward, designating him as the next opponent. The goatee brawler mocked the soldier's cowardice, challenging him to face Encred after all his previous taunts. Encred turned his back to the crowd, while an opponent who had been sent flying behind him quickly got up and asserted he was fine. Encred's face was pensive. He realized a truth he had previously overlooked. A stream of memories brought him back to his confrontation with a fully armored knight, who had attacked relentlessly. The next image that appeared was of a mysterious hooded assassin, a silent threat from the past. Memories of the life-or-death battle with Mitch Hurrier, who had fallen before him, flashed through his mind. He also recalled the rigorous training sessions with his comrades in his squad. Returning to reality, Encred looked up, admitting that every battle he had ever experienced was incredibly difficult. His new opponent, a goatee swordsman, stepped forward, questioning Encred's distraction right before the match. Encred bowed his head, recalling his master's teaching about never underestimating an enemy. The swordsman continued to provoke, pointing out Encred's distracted expression as proof of his carelessness. Encred raised his head, a confident and knowing smile gracing his lips. His eyes unusually sharp, his smile became more pronounced, a silent acknowledgement that he was strong enough to find this situation truly interesting. With astonishing speed, Encred charged, swinging his sword at his completely surprised opponent. The clang of metal echoed as Encred used a powerful strike to block his opponent's sword, forcing him to strain in defense. Encred pressed on, completely overwhelming and breaking the swordsman's guard. He continued his assault with a downward strike, causing his opponent to scream in horror as Encred's weapon bore down. The goatee swordsman's shoulder armor shattered, his face contorted in extreme horror. From a low stance, Encred launched a powerful upward strike, ending the match. His opponent was thrown into the air, flying backward helplessly, lying sprawled on the ground. The defeated soldier looked up at Encred's blade, held close to his face. The opponent's eyes rolled back. He was completely unconscious from the irresistible force. Encred stood tall, resting his sword on his shoulder with absolute confidence, asserting his victory. Encred's close comrades, including the blonde undercut soldier and the muscular goatee man, were stunned into silence. Encred looked down at his fallen opponent. The third match had ended swiftly. A veteran soldier in the crowd whispered with belated realization, associating Encred's power with the title Curse Cleaver. Whispers quickly spread through the ranks of soldiers as they realized the man they had mocked was the hero who had destroyed the enemy's magic. A young brown-haired soldier looked at Encred with eyes full of respect and determination. Encred glanced at the murmuring crowd, his expression calm as a new title began to be attributed to him. The young soldier sprang to his feet, raising his voice passionately to remind everyone that Encred himself had saved their lives. He raised his fist to the sky, starting a resounding cheer, initiating the acclamation for their new hero. The entire arena erupted in a roar. Countless arms raised in response to the chant, Encred. Curse Cleaver. Encred subtly curved his lips into a discreet smile, calmly accepting the glory and the weight of his new title. The red-haired soldier cheerfully ran over to congratulate Encred with a tray of pastries, but Encred coldly brushed him off, stating it was too early to celebrate. With a resolute gaze, Encred declared that his true challenge was to face the high-ranking soldiers. The red-haired soldier was stunned, not understanding why Encred wanted to continue putting himself in danger. A whistle sounded from the crowd, and a gray-haired veteran soldier stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with interest. The crowd stirred and parted as the veteran soldier advanced towards Encred, his face full of confidence. The eagle emblem on his shoulder was clearly visible, a mark of the elite Royal Frontier Garrison. The appearance of high-ranking members from the Frontier Garrison made the surrounding soldiers question. Encred stood firm, facing the new challenger without flinching. The gray-haired veteran soldier smiled, extending an invitation to duel Encred directly. Encred maintained a serious expression, accepting the challenge with a decisive nod. The veteran soldier tightened his gauntlet, repeating the challenge with clear eagerness. The two warriors faced each other in the arena, while the crowd began to murmur. From the stands, Encred's comrades watched with worried and tense expressions. Encred silently assessed, realizing that the Frontier Garrison possessed strength comparable to the infamous Grey Dog Company. The image of Mitch Hurier flashed through his mind, a measure of this new opponent's formidable strength. Encred gripped his sword hilt tightly, preparing for a real battle with no chance of a do-over. Encred, with a resolute gaze, raised his sword, decisively accepting the challenge. The Frontier Garrison soldier smirked, showing amusement at his opponent's courage. He drew his sword from its scabbard with a fluid motion, ready for a real fight. Amidst the crowd, the allied soldiers roared, raising their fists to the sky to cheer for Encred. The entire arena echoed with the infantry's shouts, placing all their faith in their new hero. Curse Cleaver. The Frontier Garrison soldier glanced at the crowd with disdain, viewing their excitement as foolishness. He took an offensive stance, his sharp eyes fully focused on Encred. With terrifying speed, the Frontier Garrison soldier charged, swinging his sword at Encred. Encred's pupils constricted, focusing his entire consciousness on the moment of attack. He reacted in an instant, raising his sword to parry his opponent's lightning-fast attack. The two blades clashed, sparking, a deafening sound echoing throughout the arena. Surprised by the perfect defense, the Frontier Garrison soldier grimaced as their blades grated against each other. He put all his strength into his arm, trying to overwhelm Encred with sheer power. In a decisive move, Encred used his other hand to firmly grasp his opponent's sword-wielding wrist, stopping the attack, capitalizing on the fatal opening he had just created. Encred spun and put all his strength into a counterattack. Encred's blade pierced through the defense, embedding itself in the Frontier Garrison soldier, ending the match. The Frontier Garrison soldier exuded a bone-chilling killing intent, making Encred shiver. Realizing the deadly disparity, Encred swung his sword up in a final defensive effort. The two blades collided with terrifying force, sparking. Encred strained to resist, being pushed back by the Frontier Garrison soldier's strength. With an angry roar, the veteran soldier put all his strength into his strike. Completely overwhelmed, Encred was thrown into the air. Encred's face showed clear despair as he realized he couldn't resist. Capitalizing on the opening, Encred grabbed his opponent's sword-wielding arm. The Frontier Garrison soldier retaliated with a devastating punch to Encred's face. Encred's sword flew from his hand, embedding itself in the ground, leaving him completely disarmed. Without hesitation, the Frontier Garrison soldier lunged with a dagger to finish him off. Encred watched in horror as the blade plunged straight towards him. With no escape, the opponent swung the knife down, aiming directly for Encred's life. Suddenly, an elf commander appeared, her figure cutting across the attack. Her blade blocked the dagger just inches from Encred, the sound of metal clashing, echoing piercingly. The elf commander stood in front of Encred, her sharp eyes issuing an undeniable command to stop. Encred gasped for breath, his eyes still wide with shock after his narrow escape from death. A curly-haired soldier unexpectedly held a knife to Torres's throat. A reckless and misguided act of intervention. Torres's platoon appeared right behind him. A silent but menacing wall of men. Torres maintained his composure, his eyes signaling to his soldier that the situation was under control. He turned to the soldier, his tone implicitly reprimanding him for escalating a mere sparring match. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Encred reevaluated his opponent's terrifying skill. Torres stepped towards Encred, his eyes no longer hostile, but instead showing recognition for a worthy opponent. He extended his hand, a gesture of reconciliation, and introduced himself as platoon leader Torres of the frontier garrison. Encred responded with a firm handshake, introducing his rank with newfound confidence. The crowd of soldiers fell silent as they realized Encred had just faced a high-ranking commander of an elite unit. The silence erupted into resounding cheers. They hailed Encred as a hero, a new pride for the infantry. Encred stood firm against the wave of admiration, his gaze fixed on Torres. He subtly tilted his head, a humble gesture yet unwavering, amidst the acclamations of the crowd. Torres squeezed Encred's hand, offering a promise of a future reunion between true soldiers. Encred's eyes gleamed with determination, fully aware that this was just another step on the arduous path he had chosen. The border fortress stretched out under the twilight, a symbol of the challenges and glories to come. A military outpost stood firm under the sunset sky, a makeshift home built from wood and canvas against the backdrop of rugged mountains. Graham, commander of the 1st Company, extended a direct recruitment offer with sharp, authoritative eyes. Encred listened to Graham's offer, aware that his Kurscleaver reputation had opened a path for advancement in the military. After considering the promising career path laid out, Encred decisively refused, a decision that made Graham question his motives. Encred's gaze was firm, without a hint of regret, affirming his choice was entirely intentional. Graham turned away, unable to hide his disappointment at Encred's refusal, while also dismissing the idea of recruiting another soldier he deemed unreliable. With a decisive wave of his hand, Graham accepted Encred's decision and departed, leaving the young soldier to his own path. Returning to the room, Chrysa questioned Encred about refusing the 1st Company's offer, not understanding why he would miss such a good opportunity. Chrysa continued to express his confusion, pointing out that Encred would be treated very well in any unit he chose to join. Encred remained silent for a moment, his gaze distant as he prepared to explain the profound reasons behind his decisions. A decisive footstep echoed on the wooden floor, signaling the arrival of an uninvited guest. Encred and Chrysa looked up together, interrupted by the sudden presence of the newcomer. Torres, the veteran soldier, stood with his arms crossed and a stern expression, greeting Encred formally. Without a superfluous word, Torres looked directly at Encred and Chrysa, preparing to state the purpose of his visit. Torres extended a final and most prestigious offer, a position in the frontier garrison. Encred was stunned, realizing the significance of this offer. Thus, an opportunity to serve in an elite unit under direct royal command. The long, gray-haired veteran soldier with a goatee discussed with his comrades, affirming that this offer was far superior. He mused, convinced that only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Torres faced Encred, his sharp gaze seeing through to the hidden desire for battle within the young man. To persuade Encred, Torres promised hellish training and endless battles in the frontier garrison. Torres extended his hand, offering a prestigious invitation, a challenge to push Encred to his very limits. In a quiet moment, Venzin slept soundly. Beside him, the blonde undercut soldier was also deep in slumber. The wavy brown-haired female soldier focused on sharpening her weapon, while the white-haired muscular soldier rested in the background. Encred looked up, a brief hesitation flickering across his face. Torres awaited the answer, his gaze fixed on Encred. In the presence of his comrades, Encred gave his answer, asserting that hellish battles were already a part of his life. With eyes burning with determination, Encred declared his goal was not to reach limits, but to surpass them. Wind blew through a simple wooden barracks in the military camp. Inside, Vincent shivered from the cold, curled up in his blanket and cursing the weather. Encred, fully armored, stepped out of the room, ignoring Vincent's complaints. The white-haired muscular soldier yanked Vincent's blanket off to drag him to training. Despite Vincent's shouts of protest, in the common barracks, a burly muscular soldier offered to spar with Encred, while Vincent remained curled up under his blanket. Encred, already equipped, politely declined to depart for his mission, stepping out the door as his comrades called out a reminder. Donning his cloak, Encred walked alone under the winter sky, his gaze distant as he looked at the bare branches. He entered a bustling market, where street vendors were hawking their wares. At a rendezvous point, Encred met two other soldiers who greeted him to begin their patrol shift. The goatee-wearing soldier introduced himself as Jack, while his blonde comrade, Bo, nodded in confirmation. Encred glanced at them, his mind quickly recognizing them from the reconnaissance team. As the three began their patrol, Jack and Bo walked beside Encred, showing clear admiration for the soldier bearing the title Cursa Cleaver. Bo enthusiastically expressed admiration for Encred's promotion, but Encred merely looked away modestly. Jack offered a friendly sparring match after their shift, and Encred accepted with a decisive nod. A sudden cold gust of wind swept through the market, flapping the tarpaulins. To avoid the cold, Jack and Bo pressed close to Encred, causing him to show annoyance at the inconvenience. The group continued their duty, moving through the noisy crowd of villagers and merchants. Amidst the bustling crowd, they maintained their patrol formation professionally. Suddenly, Encred's gaze halted, focusing on a hooded figure with unusually limp arms. The person staggered as they walked, confirming Encred's suspicion that something was amiss. Encred reached out with a worried expression towards a hooded figure who was walking unsteadily. Suddenly, the hooded figure swung a dagger towards Encred, whose eyes widened in astonishment. The dagger plunged deep into Encred's abdomen, leaving him numb with shock and pain. Encred coughed up blood, his eyes still wide with disbelief. Immediately, Jack and Bo seized Encred from behind, restraining him while feigning concern to deceive those around them. The group dragged Encred through the crowded market, creating a charade to conceal the assassination. The hooded figure leaned close to the restrained Encred, revealing their complicity with a meaningful look. He pulled down his hood, revealing the face of a blonde half-elf assassin with a smug, malicious smile, mouth gagged and held tight. Encred realized the attacker was an assassin sent for revenge. The ruthless assassin twisted and then pulled the dagger from Encred's wound in a spray of blood. Encred's body went limp, collapsing as blood gushed from the fatal wound. He knelt on the ground, utterly helpless, as the assassin declared the mission accomplished. The assassin signaled Lawton, a figure observing from a nearby watchtower. A flood of memories rushed back, taking Encred to the moment he realized the attackers were the very reconnaissance soldiers he had once saved. Reality faded, giving way to the image of Chrysa tending to wounded soldiers, revealing their motive for revenge. Back in reality, Encred staggered and fell face down, sinking into darkness. Amidst the crowded market, a civilian suddenly fell backward in terror. A veiled woman nearby gasped, her eyes wide with horror at the sight before her. A cloaked body lay slumped in a pool of blood, causing those around to recoil in panic. A cold flash ignited in Encred's mind. Analyzing his perilous 4-on-1 situation, a stream of memories took him back to the past, where he sprang from his bunk in the barracks with fierce determination. He strode out into the freezing cold, calling out the name of a burly soldier named Auden. Auden calmly poured a bucket of cold water over himself. Steam rose profusely from Auden's robust body as he turned to face Encred. Smiling confidently, Auden explained his unarmed training method, while Encred listened with intense focus. Encred's breath turned to mist in the cold air, his eyes never leaving his comrade. With a resolute look, Encred made a silent request, asking to be taught the secret. Cruel reality intruded, the image of the half-elf assassin's dagger flashing in his mind. He recalled the sensation of his body freezing from the cold, unable to react in time to defend himself. Back in the present, Encred strained against the traitor's restraint, his muscles twitching from the effort. He endured the pain, his mind racing to apply Auden's lesson and find an opportunity to counterattack. Memories of his first encounter with Jack and Bo resurfaced, their false friendliness further strengthening his resolve. Encred bowed formally, but his eyes gleamed with cold determination, vowing to overcome all opponents. While on patrol, Jack chatted with Encred in a friendly manner, while Bo walked behind. Observing their newly famous comrade, Jack and Bo shivered, complaining about the biting cold, a stark contrast to Encred's calm demeanor. Encred clenched his fist, feeling the latent power flowing within his body, a result of his rigorous training with Auden. Encred's gaze suddenly sharpened, his senses honed through countless battles, signaling an impending danger. Amidst the bustling market, the ordinary civilians were unaware of the trap being set. Suddenly, a hooded man collapsed to the ground, creating a deliberate commotion to draw attention. Without hesitation, Encred spun around, ignoring the bait, and aiming directly at the true enemy right beside him. He delivered a devastating hook to Jack's face, a lightning-fast preemptive strike that left the traitor no time to react. Immediately, Encred unleashed a sweeping kick, sending Bo flying to neutralize the second threat. Bo staggered to his feet, his face etched with extreme panic as he realized their ambush plan had been completely exposed. Encred took a stance, ready to finish off the two traitors before their accomplices could intervene. But from within the crowd, another hooded figure lunged out, launching a stealthy attack towards Encred. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air, and Encred felt a piercing pain as his body froze. His eyes widened, surprise and pain evident as he realized he had been struck by a hidden enemy. A throwing knife was lodged firmly in his chest armor, blood beginning to seep from the wound. In the bustling market, a throwing knife struck Encred from a distance while the hooded assassin landed lightly on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Encred recognized the attacker's extraordinary skill. The half-elf assassin extended a hand with a wicked smile, asserting that the prey would not escape. Losing his balance, Encred realized the knife had pierced his heart even before he heard it cut through the air. The surrounding civilians screamed in panic as they witnessed the assassination. Lying motionless on the ground, Encred began to analyze tactics for the next confrontation. In his near-death state, he determined he had to deal with both close-range and long-range attacks simultaneously. He replayed the half-elf assassin's attack patterns, realizing they were simple, yet extremely effective. His body trembled uncontrollably, a biting cold invading him. Memories flooded back of a training session where Auden used his full body weight to force Encred to resist. From the side, Venzins and Ragna observed the rigorous exercise with skepticism. A long-haired brown soldier stepped forward, offering to demonstrate. The whole group, including Venzins and Ragna, awkwardly tried to imitate Auden's flexible posture. The long-haired brown soldier turned back with an annoyed expression, asking everyone not to stare at their training session. Returning to his analysis, Encred sat on the ground, sketching the shape of the throwing knife. He realized its sharpness and speed far surpassed any weapon he had ever known. In a memory, a long-haired brown soldier pointed at Encred's dagger, asking an identifying question. Encred confirmed the weapon's name, explaining its origin based on the sound it made. The long-haired brown soldier issued a stern warning about the deadly danger posed by those who wielded this type of weapon. Encred absorbed the warning with a pensive expression, determination forming in his eyes. Returning to reality, the hooded figure of the half-elf assassin loomed behind Encred. With a new strategy, Encred braced himself, preparing to directly confront the long-range threat. To neutralize the traitors, Encred launched a preemptive strike, punching Jack directly in the face. Caught off guard, Jack clutched his cloak, his face clearly showing panic as their plan was exposed. Encred immediately spun around, grabbing Bo to use him as a human shield. A deadly streak of light flashed past, embedding itself directly into Encred's side as he restrained Bo. At the same time, another knife pierced Bo's back, and a third knife lodged itself in Jack's neck. Jack collapsed, his eyes wide with horror as the throwing knife from his own accomplice plunged deep into his chest. Struck, Encred was stunned by the assassin's incredible speed. From the shadows of his hood, the half-elf assassin observed his handiwork. He flashed a wicked smile, satisfied with the swift massacre. In the chaotic square, the half-elf assassin coldly stepped over the bodies, leaving horror in his wake. Lying prostrate on the ground, Ankrid looked up at his vanquisher, the half-elf assassin, who was looking down with a condescending smile of approval. Ankrid's eyes flashed with astonishment and indignation. The assassin's smile widened, revealing his teeth in a self-satisfied hunter's expression. Despite his wounds, a defiant smile subtly curved Ankrid's lips. The assassin tilted his head, a fleeting look of surprise at his prey's stubbornness, deeming it an amusing diversion. He pressed his foot onto Ankrid's weapon. He coldly admitted to underestimating his opponent, just before plunging the dagger into Ankrid's chest. Even as blood flowed, Ankrid maintained a defiant smirk, an assertion that the wall remained a wall. Reality dissolved, giving way to an endless night river, where a hooded figure rowed a boat and issued a warning about indulgence. The lantern hanging on the boat swayed gently, its light illuminating a prophecy of despair and a curse. Ankrid awoke in bed, completely unharmed. Looking up at the ceiling for a moment, he stood up, his back showing an iron determination as he rejected the curse, viewing it as a blessing. Without hesitation, Ankrid approached Ragna, who was sitting and checking his equipment. He looked directly at his comrade, making a direct request for information about the type of weapon that had killed him. Ragna looked up, momentarily surprised by Ankrid's sudden and specific question. Ragna bowed his head, beginning to explain the structure and deadly properties of the almost invisible dagger. Ankrid challenged Ragna, questioning the ability to see and dodge a thrown knife. Ragna responded with a skeptical look, deeming the request impossible. With a decisive nod, Ankrid affirmed his absolute determination. Ragna subtly frowned, silently pondering his student's strange stubbornness. He began his lecture, explaining that observing the thrower's hand movement was key. Ankrid listened, then asked if his current skill level was sufficient to perform that technique. Ragna flatly dismissed it, stating that Ankrid's skills were still too immature. Ankrid looked up with sharp eyes, making a bold offer to capture his teacher's attention. Surprised by Ankrid's arrogance, Ragna paused, only for Ankrid to provocatively withdraw his offer. Cutting to the chase, Ankrid looked directly at Ragna, making a direct plea. The scene shifted to a bustling market, sounds and hustle enveloping it. Meanwhile, in reality, Ankrid walked with Jack and Bo, listening to their feigned praises. The memory stream returned, where Ragna was explaining the core principle of knife throwing. Ankrid's eyes narrowed. He focused intently, realizing the same principle applied to dodging. The market scene reappeared, its vibrancy concealing a lurking danger. The assassin's boots stepped decisively on the ground, signaling the imminent attack. Ankrid drew his sword with lightning speed. With a decisive swing, Ankrid severed Jack's head, blood splattering. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to face the stunned Bo. Ankrid delivered a horizontal slash, instantly finishing off Bo. The civilian crowd screamed in horror at the daytime slaughter. Ankrid stood between the two corpses, regarded by the terrified crowd as a murderer. Amidst the chaos, the half-elf assassin glided through the crowd, seeking an opportunity while Ankrid was distracted. Hidden beneath his cloak, the assassin drew a throwing knife, its blade glinting with a cold light. Ankrid focused all his attention on his opponent, calculating that protecting his heart would prevent instant death. His gaze was fixed on the assassin's fingertips, searching for the slightest sign of an attack. A throwing knife unexpectedly lodged itself in Ankrid's shoulder, piercing through his leather armor. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-piercing pain. Despite his wound, Ankrid charged forward, swinging his sword in a final counterattack attempt. He collapsed to the ground, his body losing all strength. As life slowly left him, in his final moments, a triumphant smile appeared on Ankrid's face as he had seen through something. His mind locked onto the image of the glinting light from the assassin's weapon, a valuable piece of data for the next loop. In his dying moments, Ankrid looked up at the one who had struck him down. The half-elf assassin sneered, completely confident in his victory. Ankrid, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, merely offered a defiant smile that stunned his enemy. His eyes burned with a promise of vengeance, an assurance that they would soon meet again. The half-elf assassin stepped forward, continuing his taunts. His smug expression froze into utter astonishment. Encred, still on the ground, saw through his enemy's heart with an inexplicable understanding. He delivered a final declaration of war, an assertion that his enemy's weapon would soon become useless. Reality. Reset. Encred charged forward with terrifying speed, his sword ready for a preemptive strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed through Jack's throat. Immediately, he spun and delivered a devastating kick to Bo's chest. The surrounding crowd screamed in horror at the sight of two soldiers being struck down by their comrade. Ignoring the chaos, Encred focused all his attention on the ultimate target, the half-elf assassin. After a moment of shock, moved with lightning speed, drawing a glinting throwing knife, his hand swung, releasing the deadly weapon. The throwing knife tore through the air, hurtling straight towards Encred like a silver streak. Encred charged forward, his eyes fixed on the knife flying towards him. The half-elf assassin threw the weapon with a feigned look of surprise, a trap already set. Realizing the knife was flying straight at him, Encred prepared to dodge to the side, fully trusting his judgment. The half-elf assassin skillfully twisted the knife, changing its trajectory mid-air to act as a feint. Too late, Encred realized he had been deceived, his eyes flashing with horror. Exploiting the opening, the half-elf assassin soared over Encred's head, launching a fatal knife into his back from above. Encred crumpled, his body collapsing to the ground after the unexpected attack. He coughed up blood, his trembling hand gripping the dagger in his chest. Analyzing the weapon that had ended him, with a final effort, he pulled the knife from the wound, blood gushing out. Instead of pain, a crazed and covetous smile appeared on Encred's blood-stained face as he admired the knife. The scene shifted. Encred was training, twirling an ordinary knife in his hand to mimic his enemy's movements. He threw the knife with a skillful curve, embedding it precisely into an apple used as a target. Ragnar approached, his eyes full of curiosity, as he observed Encred's unusual training session. Ragnar looked at Encred with a questioning gaze, his gestures showing confusion at Encred using an ordinary knife for a special technique. Encred responded with a confident smile, his eyes burning with determination to seize his enemy's weapon. The reddish-brown-haired man executed a lightning-fast knife throw. Encred stood opposite the reddish-brown-haired man. A moment of focused silence. In another loop, the half-elf assassin unleashed a volley of throwing knives towards Encred. With iron determination, Encred spun to evade the attack that had killed him before. He froze in astonishment, realizing he had been fooled by a feint. A crossbow bolt from above lodged directly into Encred's back, instantly killing him. On top of the watchtower, Lawton lowered his crossbow, completing his role in the ambush. Starting a new loop, Encred acted first, throwing a knife straight towards the watchtower. Lawton collapsed on the tower, eliminated by Encred's preemptive strike. The half-elf assassin mocked Encred's distraction before preparing to launch his own attack. In another setting, a knife flew through the air, splitting an apple in half. The reddish-brown-haired man stood firm, having just completed a perfect throw while Encred observed from afar. The master offered guidance, his gaze and posture conveying the principles of the throwing technique. Encred, an attentive student, asked questions to grasp every aspect of the skill. While peeling the apple, the master turned his attention towards Encred, curious about the origin of his skill. Encred explained that he had learned his skill by observing an expert on the battlefield. The reddish-brown-haired master was secretly astonished, wondering if Encred was a born genius. He changed the subject, asking Encred about a legendary knife-throwing technique called blade conductor. Encred listened intently as the master revealed the history of the technique, linked to a renowned assassin. The master continued to explain the origin and development of the weapon characteristic of that technique. He expressed skepticism, pointing out that Encred's posture was incredibly perfect for a technique he had never heard of. Encred's eyes were full of determination, concealing the truth that his body had memorized this technique through countless deaths. Time transitioned to the 10th day of the loop. Jack nervously asked Encred as he led them down an unfamiliar path. Encred walked resolutely, ignoring Jack and Bo's protests about deviating from the designated patrol area. He asserted his command, declaring he would bear all responsibility for changing the orders. Jack and Bo exchanged a hesitant glance, but ultimately decided to follow their commander. Ankred led them up a hill, revealing that he knew well the assassin's deadly trap awaiting them at the market. He turned back, his gaze sharp, directly exposing his two comrades as spies. Shock and anger were evident on Jack and Bo's faces as their secret was exposed. Exposed. The two traitors drew their swords, charging at Ankred with murderous intent. With a decisive slash, Ankred struck down Jack, the first traitor. Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed through Bo, finishing off the second traitor. Ankred stood between the two bodies, his blood-stained sword ready for the next threat. His sharp gaze swept around, searching for the true masterminds. The heel of a stranger's boot landed on the ground, signaling the arrival of two new assassins. Two hooded figures emerged from the mist, facing Ankred. The half-elf assassin glanced at his crossbow-wielding accomplice, showing displeasure at his delay. Ankred smirked, signaling a challenge to both of them at once. In response to the challenge, the half-elf assassin lunged forward like a whirlwind, unleashing a volley of daggers. Ankred focused intently, his mind solely on his opponent's hand, recalling the core lesson he had learned. From behind, the crossbowman fired a fatal arrow in support. Ankred subtly leaned aside, the arrow narrowly missing him. With a lightning-fast movement, he caught the arrow and threw it back with even greater force. The half-elf assassin roared in rage as he watched his accomplice fall by his own weapon. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Ankred lunged forward and delivered a finishing sword thrust to the assassin's chest. The hooded mastermind was stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Amidst the recently ended battlefield, Ankred raised his blood-soaked sword, ready for the next battle. His eyes gleamed with a cold blue light, a deadly focus directed at the sole remaining enemy. Maintaining a safe distance, the hooded figure uttered a question filled with doubt and fear. Ignoring the question, Ankred calmly looked down at the arrow lodged in his forearm, his demeanor suggesting that identity was less important than the impending confrontation. He yanked the arrow from his arm with a decisive movement. Raising the enemy's weapon, he posed a challenging question, turning his own wound into a threat. Faced with such terrifying confidence, the hooded figure once again questioned Ankred's identity. Ankred dismissed the question once more, his attention entirely focused on the arrow in his hand. Blood splattered as he pulled the arrow from his flesh. Without flinching, he twirled the arrow between his fingers, his gaze probing as he inquired about his opponent's arsenal. The hooded figure analyzed Ankred's skill, while Ankred gave an enigmatic reply, hinting at the number of assassins he possessed. Ankred continued his psychological game, prompting the hooded figure to accuse him of madness. The hooded figure tried to regain the initiative by pointing out Ankred's weakness, but only received a nonchalant reply. With a confident smile, Ankred asserted that only the final outcome would determine the victor. Ankred's eyes were sharp, analyzing his opponent's slightest movements to find an opening. Facing him, the hooded mastermind took an offensive stance, ready to strike first. His hand gripped the dagger tightly, the steel blade flashing with a cold gleam. Ankred realized the threat wasn't coming from just one direction. The hooded mastermind unleashed two daggers simultaneously, which tore through the air. Ankred skillfully leaned aside, the two blades narrowly missing him. He was highly vigilant, knowing that the attack had only just begun. With a smug smile, the mastermind showed that he still had weapons in hand. Ankred held up a throwing knife, showing that he too was prepared for a ranged battle. The confidence on the mastermind's face vanished, replaced by astonishment. Ankred launched the knife, a silver streak flying straight towards the enemy. The mastermind roared in anger as he had to dodge the unexpected attack. He drew his sword, shouted an accusation, and charged into close combat. Ankred calmly parried the blow with his sword, the sharp clang of metal echoing. Pushed back, the mastermind looked at Ankred with skepticism, realizing he had underestimated an all-around opponent. The mastermind charged with terrifying speed, lowering his center of gravity in an unfamiliar attacking stance Ankred had never faced. With a scowl, he spun in midair, forced to change his attack due to Encred's resistance. Despite the attack, Encred swiftly closed in and firmly grabbed the mastermind's cloak. The mastermind's eyes widened in astonishment. His smugness shattered as he realized he had been caught. Encred pulled the stunned enemy towards him, his face cold and determined, ready to decide his fate. He raised his sword, hilt high, his gaze signaling the end for the one who had ambushed him. He struck a devastating blow to the mastermind's head with the sword hilt. Both grappled tightly in the deathmatch, the mastermind gasping for breath after the brutal blow. Encred thrust his sword straight through the mastermind's chest, fresh blood splattering. Standing over his enemy's corpse, Encred exhaled, his posture revealing 10 days of repeated combat to overcome this obstacle. He let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that the price of victory was a loop of fighting, failing, and growing stronger. Amidst the bodies of the ambush party, Encred looked up, a chilling sense of exhilaration washing over him. The mastermind's body lay motionless on the ground. His campaign of revenge concluded. Encred's expression was calm, almost serene, as he looked back at the brutal victory he had just achieved. He knelt and took the set of throwing knives from the dead mastermind's belt, confiscating his opponent's weapons. Encred's eyes gleamed with cold determination. The sky over the border outpost was eerily quiet. Inside the fortress, the elf commander questioned Encred about the assassination attempt. Encred reported that his survival was purely due to luck, a carefully calculated lie. The elf commander narrowed her eyes, showing skepticism at his story. Despite the scrutiny, Encred maintained a calm expression, asserting that fortune had been on his side. Her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through all lies. Encred met her gaze steadily, revealing no weakness. After a moment of silence, the elf commander gestured for him to withdraw, temporarily accepting his explanation. Outside the commander's office, life in the fortress continued as usual. Encred entered his quarters, announcing his return. Immediately, a wooden mace flew straight at his head from the side. An unexpected attack. With reflexes honed through countless deaths, Encred narrowly dodged the fatal blow. The gray-haired veteran lowered his weapon, smiling in approval and explaining that this training was necessary to counter assassins. In response, Encred threw a scorching object towards his comrade, turning the training into a real test. The gray-haired soldier cheerfully caught a hot stone thrown to him. Encred frowned, raising a hand to his hair as the hot stone narrowly grazed his head. Kreise, his hand burning from the stone, began negotiating the price of a haircut with Encred. Outside a wooden building, Kreise began cutting Encred's hair, who appeared displeased with the price. Encred showed trust in Kreise's skill, firmly refusing to go to the barber shop in town. Kreise looked up at the sky, realizing that snow had begun to fall. The other soldiers also noticed the change in weather, some shivering, while Ragnar stood with his arms crossed, observing. Amidst the sound of scissors, Encred began analyzing the ambush, questioning how the traitors had operated. Kreise stopped, asking Encred if he knew anything about the past of the 3 deceased individuals. The gray-haired soldier interjected, revealing Jack and Beau's criminal past. Kreise continued, providing information about Lawton and deducing that all 3 must have had a connection before enlisting. Encred pondered, connecting the clues and recalling a significant event that occurred a year prior. His train of thought envisioned a thieves' guild, a criminal organization operating in the city's shadows. Turning to Ragnar, Encred directly questioned him about the thieves' guild, his gaze scrutinizing. Ragnar avoided Encred's gaze, denying any current ties to the guild, claiming they had been severed. Kreise proudly shook his barber's cloak, announcing the completion of Encred's new haircut, while the veteran gray-haired soldier nodded in approval. With his neatly cut hair, Encred looked up at the falling snowflakes with a calm expression. Ragnar raised his hand, announcing his intention to leave, causing the veteran gray-haired soldier to immediately shout, accusing him of shirking snow-clearing duty. Encred silently observed the argument between his 2 comrades with an unchanging expression. To defuse the situation, Ragnar calmly proposed an alternative undertaking, a mission under his authority. Hearing a way to avoid work, the veteran gray-haired soldier immediately changed his demeanor, excitedly brandishing his axe and urging everyone to depart at once. Kreise now cloaked, and with his sword at his side, confirmed he was ready. Clearly also wanting to join the mission to avoid labor, the two-toned-haired soldier approached Encred, reminding him that any mission required the company commander's approval. Encred watched as the veteran gray-haired soldier put an arm around Ragna's shoulder, both walking together in unexpected agreement. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the military camp. Wooden buildings covered in white snow at the foot of a majestic mountain range. Inside an office, Encred stood at attention, presenting his plan to the female elf commander, formally requesting permission to pursue the Thieves' Guild. The female elf commander listened, chin in hand, her sharp eyes assessing Encred's every word and expression. Encred met her gaze directly, his eyes unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. The female elf commander narrowed her eyes, questioning his true motives. Suspecting it was merely an excuse to avoid snow-clearing duty, Encred maintained a serious expression, firmly denying the accusation while secretly acknowledging her astuteness. In a snow-covered town, a voice questioned Encred about his sudden decision to hunt down a bandit guild. Standing with his team, Encred coldly declared that they would begin searching for information immediately. Encred ordered Ragna to split off and search for the whereabouts of the Gilpin Bandit Guild on his own. Encred's gaze was sharp, issuing an order that allowed no dissent. It must be found at all costs. Kreis appeared utterly bewildered by the commander's vague yet demanding order. With a serious expression, Ragna accepted the seemingly impossible task. Kreis remained confused, unable to comprehend the conversation that had just taken place between the two of them. The entire team entered the inn Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup to wait amidst the falling snow. Inside the inn, Encred affirmed to his teammates that whether or not they were involved in the assassination, the Bandit Guild was still criminal and needed to be eliminated. Kreis pondered Encred's declaration, a fork in his hand, to seek information. Kreis called a waitress named Lisa, who cheerfully responded. Kreis leaned close to Lisa's ear to whisper a question, while Encred sat calmly eating beside them. While waiting, Encred began to ponder Ragna's absence, acknowledging that the task he had assigned was extremely difficult. A flicker of regret appeared on Encred's face as he wondered if his order had been too irresponsible. Meanwhile, Ragna moved alone through the town's snow-covered streets and rooftops. Despite the biting cold, Ragna maintained a resolute expression. Determined to complete his assigned task, Ragna stood alone in the snow, thick snow covering his cloak. His gaze resolute. Ragna's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spotted something in the distance. Two hooded figures hurried across the town's snow-covered path. Inside the cozy inn, Kreis whispered to his teammates, his gaze directed at the waitress Lisa to gather information. The door burst open, and Ragna stepped in, bringing with him the cold air and snow from outside. He saw his teammates, including Encred, sitting around a hearty meal. A flicker of weariness and annoyance appeared on Ragna's face as he confronted the warmth he had just missed. Encred, with a piece of meat in his hand, looked at his returning teammate. He offered the meat to Ragna as an invitation, but Ragna shook his head in refusal. Encred, losing patience, decisively suggested that the entire team depart immediately. Ragna objected, while Rem cast him a threatening look, an implicit warning. Encred raised his hand, signaling for the argument to cease, and declared they would wait for the snow to subside for tactical reasons. Encred silently looked out the window, observing the blizzard that showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, his eyes resolute, issuing a new order contrary to his previous decision. The entire team was now trudging through the thick snow outside. They silently pressed forward in the biting cold. The warmth of the inn, now just a memory. Encred walked past a beggar huddled in the snow. Suddenly, the beggar revealed himself to be an assassin, drawing a gleaming dagger. He and another accomplice lunged from the shadows, initiating the ambush. Encred easily parried one attacker's strike, causing him to lose balance. The second assassin was struck by a devastating blow to the head. Left dazed, the muscular gray-haired man delivered a finishing punch, smashing the face of the remaining attacker. The muscular gray-haired man grabbed an attacker, his gaze inquiringly directed at Ragna. While Kreis recognized their identities, Ragna pulled a tarp aside, revealing a secret underground entrance. Ragna confirmed the door was locked, but the muscular gray-haired man merely smirked and stepped forward, flexing all his might. The muscular gray-haired man prepared to unleash a punch. His punch shattered the wooden door into splinters. With a satisfied smile, the muscular gray-haired man gestured for the team to enter. The muscular gray-haired man turned to look at Encred with a teasing expression, but Encred merely responded with a resolute gaze, asserting that only the outcome mattered. The team gathered before the entrance. The muscular gray-haired man looking at Encred, awaiting the next command. With a cold gaze, Encred issued a decisive order: attack first, talk later. Under Encred's command, the team began to descend the dark stairs of the enemy's lair. Inside a fortified lair, the bandits confirmed their target was approaching. The Gilpin guild leader and his subordinates gathered, confident they could kill Encred themselves after a failed assassination attempt. The red-haired leader smirked sinisterly, fully prepared for the impending bloodshed. A mustachioed subordinate expressed concern, but the leader began to mock his cowardice. The sturdy wooden door suddenly exploded into splinters, sending nearby bandits flying. Encred's gray-haired teammate stood at the entrance, cracking his knuckles with a satisfied smile after breaking down the door with a punch. The Gilpin guild leader froze, his smug expression vanishing in an instant. Encred stepped in, his gaze cold, while the leader in the back roared orders for his men to slaughter the intruders. To issue an ultimatum, Encred drew his longsword, offering a choice to those who wished to live or surrender. He forcefully thrust the tip of his sword into the ground, creating a clear boundary. Encred dragged his sword across the floor, drawing a decisive line on the ground and declaring that anyone who did not cross it would die. The gray-haired teammate questioned Encred about the change in plans, but Encred merely replied that he had changed his mind. Encred glanced sideways, a hint of self-satisfaction about his authoritative display. The Gilpin guild leader growled, scoffing that Encred was underestimating them. A burly blonde bandit stepped forward, placed a hand on Encred's shoulder, and calmly proposed a direct confrontation. Encred assumed a defensive stance, his eyes sharp, issuing a challenge, demanding to face the guild's best warrior. The red-haired Gilpin guild leader sneered, dismissing Encred's challenge. He designated his strongest warrior, Wyvern, to step forward and meet the challenge. Wyvern, a burly blonde warrior, accepted the order with a resolute expression. Facing Encred, Wyvern smugly boasted about his undefeated record. Wyvern roared and charged, swinging his sword with terrifying speed. Encred easily blocked the attack, a spark flashing from the clash of the two blades. In a flash, Encred dodged and thrust his sword straight into Wyvern's chest. Looking down at his fallen foe, Encred recognized his simple fighting style, a ridiculous reflection of his own past. The smug expression on the Gilpin guild leader's face transformed into stunned disbelief. Encred stood over Wyvern's corpse, declaring that if that was their strongest, then this fight was over. With his bloodied sword, Encred issued a final ultimatum to the remaining individuals. From behind, Ragna and the other team members silently observed their commander's display of power. Ragna watched Encred's heroic posturing with a gaze full of skepticism and amusement. Encred stared at the frightened crowd, his offer hanging in the air: surrender or die. His team continued to observe, analyzing the bandits' reactions to this calculated display. Deep down, Ragna wondered about the true intention behind Encred's actions. Encred stood proudly on the Wyvern's corpse, his blood-stained sword silencing the remaining members of the Gilpin Guild in shock. The defeated foe's weapon lay discarded on the ground, a testament to his failure. A hooded bandit raised his hands in surrender, while another, more stubborn, red-bearded one, prepared for a desperate attack from the ground. With a furious roar, the red-bearded bandit charged forward, refusing to accept defeat. The surrendering bandit flinched back at his comrade's reckless action. A thrown knife whizzed through the air with deadly precision. Encred's hand remained in the throwing posture, his gaze icy, without a hint of hesitation. The knife plunged directly into the stubborn bandit's forehead, ending his attack instantly. The bandit's body fell to the ground, a brutal warning to the others. The gray-haired soldier with the bandaged arm frowned, chastising himself for finding the cruel act somewhat heroic. Christ looked at Ankred with admiration, while the gray-haired soldier beside him nodded in approval. Ragnar observed everything calmly, analyzing, his eyes betraying no emotion. The two-toned-haired soldier also grimaced, annoyed by his own reluctant admiration. Ankred slightly bowed his head, a fleeting hint of self-satisfaction appearing on his face as he realized the image he had just created. Their will to fight completely broken. The remaining bandits knelt, raising their hands to the sky and begging for their lives. The gray-haired soldier turned to Ankred, gesturing to suggest that the safest course was to eliminate all who had surrendered. A bald man explained his people's desperate circumstances, but Ankred remained unmoved, stating that it did not excuse their crimes. The man prostrated himself on the ground, begging Ankred to kill only him and revealing his name as Gilpin. Ankred appeared confused by the confession, not understanding why this person claimed to be Gilpin. Ankred pointed to the defeated red-haired leader, but Gilpin denied being the true leader. When Ankred insisted the red-haired man must be Gilpin, the bald man once again asserted that he himself was Gilpin. Crace leaned into Ankred's ear and explained the guild's ruse, naming a subordinate after the leader so the real leader could escape. Gilpin bowed his head, repeating his offer to die in place of everyone else. Immediately, the other bandits rushed to shield Gilpin, shouting protests and demanding to die in his stead. The muscular gray-haired soldier became enraged, questioning Ankred about his cruelty, completely forgetting that he himself had wanted to kill them all. In a final effort, Gilpin desperately offered to surrender the guild's entire treasure in exchange for their lives. Ankred silently considered the offer, while Christ stood behind him, smirking meaningfully. Gilpin pointed towards a snow-covered warehouse, explaining that the treasure was stored in a safe. Without waiting, the gray-haired soldier delivered a powerful kick, shattering the safe's iron door. Ankred waved his hand, signaling his team to enter and collect the spoils. The bandits cheered in relief as Ankred's team began to search for the treasure. While his comrades were collecting items, Ankred found something that particularly caught his attention. Ragnar examined a high-quality leather armor from the spoils, deciding to take it for himself with a satisfied nod. Crace approached Ankred, who was kneeling amidst the confiscated treasure, to get his commander's attention. With a cunning smile, Crace presented a bold proposal to take control of the entire bandit guild. Ankred looked up, his expression a mix of skepticism and moral objection at the idea of becoming a bandit. His expression softened into contemplation as Crace clarified the core principle of his plan: a bandit who does not kill. Crace detailed his strategy, explaining the futility of simply disbanding the guild, while Gilpin listened with a dejected expression. Ankred studied Crace, a look of realization dawning on his face as he recognized his subordinate's foresight. A fleeting memory crossed Ankred's mind, Crace whispering to the waitress during their meal. The first move in his calculated game, Ankred calmly questioned Crace about deliberately leaking information, receiving a cheerful and unapologetic admission of this successful tactic. Crace presented a more enticing deal, offering Ankred a stable income and valuable intelligence in exchange for his leadership. Ankred's gaze remained steady, rejecting the temptation of money as his primary motivation. After a moment of thought, Ankred accepted the pragmatic offer and turned to announce the guild's new, non-lethal rule to the stunned members. Crace informed the anxious Gilpin about the guild's restructuring plan, starting with the imprisonment of the most dangerous elements. Gilpin's anxiety turned into extreme panic as he revealed a fatal flaw in their plan, shocking Crace. With a desperate expression, Gilpin explained the guild's reliance on the powerful Asvin and the brutal inspections they faced. Gilpin's voice trembled as he warned of the slaughter awaiting them all at the hands of Asvin's monstrous executioners. A warning, Ankred calmly stepped forward to address. Crace smugly gave a thumbs up, causing Gilpin in the background to let out an angry roar. Ankred stood up, signaling to the entire team that it was time to return to base. Gilpin leaned back, his gaze thoughtful as he considered the order. He mumbled a question about the task they might face upon their return. Ankred flinched, realizing the hidden meaning behind the question was about clearing snow. He turned to look at the thick snowflakes falling outside the window. The two-toned-haired soldier leaned back comfortably, suggesting they should stay, as there was unfinished business. The muscular gray-haired comrade also offered a reason, solemnly declaring that he needed to stay to spread the faith. Ragna, with a bag slung over his shoulder, also made an excuse about personal business and would return in the morning. Encred bowed his head, a helpless smile on his lips, as he realized they were all just making excuses. The entire group, including Encred, eventually settled down to sleep around the warm fire, abandoning the idea of returning. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the house in a thick layer. The next morning, Encred reported to his commander that they had successfully eliminated the bandit guild. The elf commander raised an eyebrow, her sharp gaze indicating she saw through his excuse to avoid snow-clearing duty. Encred maintained an impassive expression, a fleeting memory of the previous warning about her perceptiveness crossing his mind. Standing in the snow-covered courtyard, the commander issued a friendly challenge, and Encred straightened, ready to accept. The elf commander turned, her thin sword blurring as she swung it, presenting an undeniable challenge. Encred drew his sword, his gaze firm as he accepted the challenge, his breath misting in the cold air. Without hesitation, the elf commander charged with terrifying speed, her sword slashing down, forcing Encred to hastily duck and evade. He lost his balance and fell face down onto the ground. Gritting his teeth through the harsh impact, Encred's sword flew away as he fell, and the elf commander stood there, ordering him to get up with her gaze. Encred reached for his sword, determined to continue the fight. As soon as he stood, the elf commander attacked again, a powerful leg sweep sending Encred flying into the air. He was knocked backward, completely surprised by the flexibility of his opponent's weapon, which coiled like a whip. The elf commander held her unique sword firmly, an incredibly thin yet deadly weapon. The sight of Encred being knocked down repeated many times. Each time he helplessly got up, only to be defeated again. Completely exhausted, Encred lay on his back, on the ground, panting, while the elf commander watched him from a distance. She observed him intently, pondering the perplexing contradiction in his fighting style. Despite her confusion at Encred's erratic nature, she could not deny the extraordinary feats he had achieved alone. The elf commander looked up at the sky as snow began to fall again, a decision forming in her mind. She turned and walked away, leaving a warning that she would continue to observe him, making Encred realize this harsh training session had a deeper purpose. Lying on the cold ground, Encred closed his eyes, feeling his own pathetic state as he realized he was utterly useless without his familiar sword. Encred knelt on the snow, exhausted, his sword lying abandoned not far away. The bulging, muscular back of the white-haired man displayed overwhelming physical strength. Lying on the cold ground, Encred looked up helplessly, realizing his weakness without a weapon. To prove his point, the white-haired man uprooted a large tree with his bare hands. With a roar, he used his shoulder to snap the tree trunk in half. The tree trunk shattered under a tremendous impact. The white-haired man stood upright, panting but with a satisfied smile, asserting the power of a trained body. Encred observed silently, his eyes registering the valuable lesson. The white-haired master turned to Encred, beginning to explain a harsh training method he had devised. With a cold smile, he issued a warning of extreme pain, a near-death challenge. Encred looked up, his gaze unwavering, his face hardened, an iron resolve evident as he accepted the challenge. Under the master's supervision, Encred began the first exercise. Carrying a colossal sack on his back, he strained under the unimaginable weight, his body trembling. Each step a torment. The white-haired master stood beside him, observing with satisfaction as he explained that strength is born from the destruction and regeneration of muscles. Encred gritted his teeth, enduring, sweat pouring down, his hands clutching the straps to keep from collapsing. The white-haired master pressed down hard on Encred's back, forcing him to strain while offering a confident word of encouragement. With a gentle smile, the master posed a question about regret. As if testing his student's will, Encred gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve as he cast aside all thoughts of regret. A fleeting memory of a fierce past battle reinforced his determination. a vow to focus only on the present, to avoid being trapped. He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the master, making a decisive request to continue the training. The master closed his eyes, an expression of admiration evident on his face as he witnessed Encred's unyielding will. A self-satisfied smile appeared on the master's lips, an acknowledgement of his student's courage. Accepting the challenge, Encred stood up, hoisting a colossal sack of rocks onto his shoulder, preparing for the next phase of the exercise. The master, also carrying a similar weight, made a ruthless declaration about pushing Encred to his absolute limit. From atop the wooden fence, the blue-eyed panther watched intently as Encred roared in pain. Under the master's guidance, Encred struggled to maintain balance with 2 heavy sacks in his hands. While the panther kept its eyes fixed on him, Encred's face contorted in extreme pain, but his eyes still burned with an indomitable will. The panther's blue eyes narrowed, its gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly assessing Encred's every broken limit. Finally, his body gave out, and he collapsed, face down on the wooden floor of the barracks. Rem, a soldier with a thick goatee and a fur cloak, looked at Encred with concern and spoke. From the floor, Encred replied, his voice tired but clear. While Rem and the panther watched him, the magical panther jumped onto Encred and purred, showing its attachment. Torres, a bearded soldier with his hair tied up, suggested Encred should name his new companion. When Encred tried to suggest a few names, the panther immediately growled and bared its fangs in fierce protest. Torres showed disapproval of Encred's clumsy name choices, while Encred maintained a pensive expression. Deciding to postpone the naming, Encred lay back on his bed, and the panther settled comfortably on his chest. Encred made a silent promise that it wouldn't have to go anywhere, and the panther responded with a trusting gaze. He slowly closed his eyes, falling asleep after an exhausting day. The reality around Encred began to blur as his consciousness faded. The scene shifted to a field of glowing purple flowers, shimmering under a starry night sky. Encred suddenly opened his eyes, astonished to find himself lying in a fantastical space. He propped himself up, his face confused as he tried to ascertain his whereabouts. His body floated gently as he stood up amidst the flower field, surrounded by aurora-like streaks of light. Encred stood alone in the endless space. Wondering if this was a dream, he looked around, noticing the absence of the familiar ferryman he had encountered in previous spiritual experiences. A gentle breeze blew through, causing the glowing petals to flutter around. Encred turned his head, his gaze pensive as he observed this serene yet mysterious scene. Encred floated in a surreal space, amidst flying petals, looking down at a mysterious black-haired woman. The black-haired woman bowed her head, her long hair concealing her serene expression. She raised her head, revealing bright blue eyes, her gaze piercing straight into him. Encred looked back, his face pensive and slightly bewildered by her presence. He recognized her name in his mind, a connection formed beyond words. The woman, Esther, affirmed her identity with a steady gaze. Reality returned as Encred opened his eyes, lying on his bed in a dimly lit wooden room. His eyes still held the lingering afterimage of the dream. He turned and realized Esther was lying right beside him, an unexpected presence in the real world. Esther looked at him, a hint of worry on her face as she awaited his reaction. Outside, the winter night enveloped the wooden building under the full moon. In the warm room, they lay side by side under a shared blanket. Esther suddenly clutched his shirt, a gesture seeking reassurance. Encred closed his eyes, whispering a good night. Fully accepting her presence, he pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her protectively. In the communal sleeping quarters, amidst other sleeping soldiers, Encred and Esther fell asleep together. Dawn broke over a snow-covered mountain village. In a warm room, Cray showed concern upon seeing Encred, already in training attire. Preparing to leave, Encred turned back, his face completely calm, asserting that his body had fully recovered. Much to Kreis's astonishment, the magical panther opened its eyes, its gaze holding a deep understanding. The panther's thoughts revealed that it had used magic to heal Encred, an action necessary to keep him alive. To Kreis's skepticism, Ankred denied seeking external help but admitted to the strange encounter in his dream. Christ teased Ankred about his unexpected dreamy nature and curiously asked about the woman in that dream. Esther's image appeared vividly in Ankred's mind, ethereal and haunting. With a distant gaze, Ankred simply acknowledged her beauty. Hearing this, the magical panther snorted sullenly, clearly displeased. The panther's memory flashed back to the past, where its sorcerer form dissolved into a beast's guise due to an ancient curse. The memory continued, showing the panther, in its beast form, drawn by the scent of the curse from Ankred, and seeking him out. Outside, the white-haired master watched in astonishment as Ankred, who should have been exhausted, displayed even greater strength than the day before. Ankred strained to lift a heavy boulder, his breath turning to mist in the cold air, a testament to his extreme effort. When Ankred looked up and saw Esther observing from the rooftop, the panther growled hostilely, forcing him to quickly call her by her correct name to reassure it. The scene dissolved into the dreamscape, where Esther explained to Ankred that mispronouncing her name would harm her very being. In his sleep, Esther lay beside Ankred, admitting that she had tried to appear in his dreams. A blush on her cheek revealed a complex emotion as she thought about his lack of sensitivity. Esther watched Ankred as he prepared to train. Recognizing the powerful curse hidden within him, the magical panther's eyes stared, sensing the power of the curse within Ankred, a power far surpassing its own. In a spiritual space, Esther stood with the panther, determined to stay by Ankred's side so that his curse would absorb hers, helping her recover her strength. Heavy thuds echoed throughout the wooden building, signaling a brutal training session in progress. The white-haired companion threw a thunderous punch towards Ankred. Ankred leaned back, narrowly dodging the blow, his movements faster than before. Without hesitation, the companion spun and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick. Ankred raised his arm to block, but the impact was too great. The companion's kick knocked Ankred to the ground. Knocked down. Ankred looked up, his eyes still burning with determination. Standing above him, the companion cracked his knuckles, explaining that strength was fundamental, but agility was the decisive factor. Ankred pushed himself up, his body taut and visibly transformed after relentless training. A young soldier observed from a distance, completely overwhelmed by Ankred's never-give-up attitude. A month passed, and the first green shoots pierced through the melting snow, a testament to Ankred's relentless and uninterrupted training. Ankred delivered a powerful spinning kick during his sparring session with his muscular companion. Ankred's eyes were coldly focused, a drop of sweat trickling down his temple. An excited smile appeared on the companion's face as he welcomed a true challenge. The scene faded into a distant memory, where an empty bowl was slammed onto a table. A younger Ankred stood before blonde-haired Ragna, resolutely demanding a sparring session even before his comrade had finished eating. As dusk fell, the grueling training session concluded with Ankred collapsing from exhaustion on the training ground under Ragna's gaze. Ragna rested his sword on his shoulder, declaring that he had taught Ankred all the fundamentals. Ankred panted, listening to Ragna's instruction that he now had to repeat the moves until they were ingrained despite his exhaustion. A determined smile formed on Ankred's lips. He considered the relentless training the easiest part. The stream of memories faded, returning to reality under the quiet moonlight of the barracks. Inside the room, Ankred sat on his bed, carefully cleaning his sword, his mind yearning for a real battle. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His keen senses detected an approaching threat. He swung his sword up in an instant, blocking an overhead attack from a shadowy figure. The attacker, revealed to be long-haired Ragna, landed lightly and acknowledged Ankred's greatly improved defensive skills. From his bed, Christ grumbled about the noise, while the magical panther lay still at the foot of the bed. The panther stirred slightly, startling a drowsy Christ into a yelp. Christ frantically rummaged through his bedding, obsessed with the value of a lost claw. A sudden knock at the door made Ankred turn, his expression curious. Under the moonlight, the elf commander stood at the threshold, her gaze signaling a command. Outside, Ankred began to report the situation, but she ignored him. Her eyes focused on a more important matter. She assigned him a new mission: a special request through the city's mercenary program. A fleeting image showed other soldiers examining similar requests on a notice board. Ankred accepted the challenge with a glint of determination in his eyes, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to test himself. Elsewhere, a grizzled veteran soldier shuffled and yawned, lamenting the monotony of military life. His gaze suddenly stopped when he saw Ankred and the elf commander speaking privately, a spark of curiosity igniting. Ankred inquired about the scale of the mission, and she designated a 3-person team with a resolute gaze. The elf commander declared herself the third member. Ankred was stunned, not understanding why a commander would participate in such a low-level mission. From a distance, the veteran soldier observed, a smirk forming as he began to speculate about their relationship. The elf commander looked directly at Ankred, her eyes full of hidden meaning, as she questioned his hesitation. The veteran soldier's eyes lit up, completely misinterpreting the situation as a romantic confession. Rumors quickly spread through the whispers of other soldiers, weaving a fabricated story about the commander and curse cleaver. The grizzled soldier whispered excitedly, spreading a sensational new rumor. Whispers of an impending child spread far and wide, tinged with romance under the dawn light. In the middle of the barracks, while a black-haired recruit was training hard, other soldiers whispered about Ankred with a mix of admiration and amusement. The recruit stopped, drenched in sweat, his face utterly bewildered by what he had just heard. Ankred entered the doorway, immediately greeted by a comrade's teasing remark about his role as a proud father. A burly axe-wielding warrior rushed over, eagerly inquiring about the rumors with a wide grin. Ankred coldly denied the rumors, while in the background, Kreis couldn't hide his amused smile. The axe-wielding warrior and another comrade continued to tease, blessing Ankred's convenient relationship. Ankred clearly showed his annoyance as the axe-wielding warrior pressed him about the romantic date, referring to the upcoming mission with a serious expression. Ankred firmly declared that the noisy warrior would not be joining the mission. The axe-wielding warrior's smile stiffened, replaced by astonishment at the blunt refusal. Ragna appeared, fully equipped, and Ankred gestured that he was the chosen companion. Ankred and Ragna turned and walked away, leaving the axe-wielding warrior still stunned. In response to the abandoned warrior's fury, Ankred calmly explained that his hot temper was a danger. Along the way, Ragna inquired about the reason for his selection, and Ankred admitted it was due to his extensive experience. Ragna accepted the explanation and offered to share his experience to prepare for the mission ahead. Ragna offered an experienced warning about women, his eyes showing a world-weary look. Ankred brushed aside the unwanted advice, his gaze entirely focused on the mission ahead. The three stood waiting in the bustling market, Ankred impatiently asking the elf commander when the client would arrive. The elf commander glanced at Ankred, evading his question to focus on the spreading rumors. With a completely serious expression, she questioned Ankred about the possibility of them having a child together. A direct and teasing question. Ankred was speechless at the question, while Ragna, in the background, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Ankred turned to glare at Ragna, who immediately feigned innocence at his accusation. Relentlessly, the elf commander continued to corner Ankred with a series of increasingly awkward questions, clearly enjoying his discomfort. The clatter of wheels on stone interrupted the interrogation. Signaling the arrival of a carriage, Ragna announced that the client had arrived, ending Ankred's awkwardness. The elf commander clicked her tongue softly, showing regret that her fun had been interrupted. Ankred was stunned, realizing that the entire interrogation had merely been a joke, delivered with a poker face. The carriage stopped, and the mission was officially revealed to protect an heir of the Rokefried Merchant Association. A fleeting image showed the complex context of the mission: two potential heirs vying for power, and they were hired to maintain peace. The carriage door opened, and a person stepped out, their feet clad in distinctive shoes. Ankred showed surprise, as the client appeared completely different from his image of a greedy merchant. A blonde woman named Leona introduced herself as the heir to a merchant association, the group's new client. She offered a formal but distant greeting, her eyes conveying seriousness. The escort mission began as the group entered the cobblestone streets of a town. Along the way, Leona remained silent, only whispering to the elderly maid walking beside her. Ankrid observed Leona's demeanor. Noticing she only communicated through an intermediary, the maid turned, relaying Leona's instructions to the guards, confirming her role as spokesperson. Ankrid silently understood that they were hired merely as bodyguards and were not to interfere with Leona's affairs. A memory brought him back to a training session, where his muscular mentor explained the importance of observing opponents, with his mentor's words echoing in his mind. Ankrid focused his gaze, beginning to analyze those around him. He directed his attention to a brown-haired female guard, noticing she was left-handed and likely equipped with heavy weaponry based on her gait. After a quick assessment, he concluded that she was a capable warrior, but not yet at the highest level. Ragna broke the silence, proposing a game to train Ankrid's senses on the spot. He challenged Ankrid to pinpoint the locations of various sounds in the bustling neighborhood. Ragna pointed out sound sources from a grocer to a blacksmith. Testing Ankrid's perception, he highlighted Ankrid's delay, urging his comrade to react more quickly and accurately. The maid led Leona and her guards up the inn stairs, instructing Ankrid's group to wait outside. The elf commander approached Ankrid and Ragna's table, confidently interjecting into their sensory training. Ragna and the elf commander took turns pointing out hidden threats, precisely locating them within the inn, using only sound. Ankrid listened in despair. Unable to keep up with his two comrades' extraordinary analytical speed, he crossed his arms, showing frustration as Ragna continued to pinpoint another enemy holding their breath, hiding under a table. Looking down from above, the elf commander pointed out a final threat, silently observing from behind Ragna. A hooded assassin lunged from the shadows, swinging a dagger directly at Ragna in a surprise attack. The ambush erupted, assassins simultaneously attacking, stabbing and slashing wildly at the mercenary group. Ragna, unfazed, had anticipated the attack and gripped the enemy's wrist, his eyes sharp. The elf commander reacted with lightning speed, drawing her sword and piercing her attacker before he could act. Leona's two male guards immediately took defensive stances, drawing their weapons and overturning a table as a shield. Another assassin leaped over the railing, lunging directly at Ankrid for an aerial attack. Ankrid quickly parried, his blade blocking the enemy's dagger, point blank before his chest. Amidst the chaos, Ankrid shouted an order, prioritizing the protection of their client. Determined to protect Leona, Ankrid charged up the stairs, his sword already stained with blood. Another assassin tried to block his path, lunging to prevent the rescue. To clear Ankrid's path, Ragna delivered a powerful blow with his sword hilt, knocking out the obstruction in a single strike. The elf commander glided past an assassin, a swift sword stroke, ending him. Two assassins showed surprise at their opponent's skill, but one tried to reassure his comrades, signaling that they still had numerical superiority. Ragna coldly pierced another enemy, his skill far surpassing the assassin's. The elf commander glanced at Ankrid, recognizing the absolute trust these skilled warriors placed in their captain. She continued to observe the battle, her curiosity about Ankrid's leadership evident on her face. A smile of amusement flickered across the elf commander's lips as she realized the intriguing nature of their bond. She turned back to the fight, effortlessly plunging a knife into another assassin's throat. Ankrid blocked an attack, his sword stained with enemy blood. He charged forward, his gaze resolute, recalling countless battles and lessons that had freed him from fear of surprise attacks. An assassin leaped at him from above, intending to finish him with a single knife thrust. Ankrid focused intensely, feeling the surge of strength and speed from his recent rigorous training. He twisted, narrowly dodging the attack, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the assassin's face. The assassin collapsed to the ground, felled by a potent unarmed strike. Ankrid stood firm, sword ready. Shifting his attention to the next threat, another assassin broke through the defenses, charging directly at Leona with a fanatical roar. Swearing allegiance to Asvin, the loyal maid rushed forward without hesitation, using her body as a living shield to protect Leona. Ankrid lowered his stance, his sharp eyes assessing the distance to the enemy. Realizing his throwing weapons were useless, he glanced at Leona in danger, then back at the charging assassin, a bold decision forming in an instant. Reality blurred. giving way to the image of a figure gliding with extraordinary speed, a technique he had only just witnessed. Back in reality, Ankrid poured all his strength into his legs, the ground beneath him seeming to crack. To protect the target, he burst with speed, launching himself at the assassin like an arrow just before he could reach Leona. Surprised by Ankrid's speed, the masked assassin swung his knife in a desperate counterattack. Ankrid spun to dodge, but still allowed the assassin an opportunity to attack from behind. The blade slashed through Ankrid's cloak, aiming directly for his back. The assassin froze, eyes wide with astonishment as his attack failed to penetrate the defense. The leather armor beneath Ankrid's cloak had completely blocked the lethal blade. Ankrid turned to face his attacker, his torn cloak revealing the protective armor. His gaze cold and unwavering, he delivered a powerful shoulder bash to the assassin's chest. A forceful attack. The assassin was thrown backward, his body flying straight through the shattered window frame. He fell heavily onto the cobblestone street below, shards of broken glass scattering. The assassin lay motionless on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Ankrid stood beside the fallen enemy, slightly swaying from the impact's aftershock. Looking up at the window, Ankrid confirmed Leona and her maid were safe after he cleared the upper floor. His gaze shifted downward, focusing on the last remaining enemy with a confident smile. The hooded assassin staggered to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he slid his sword from its sheath. Facing Ankrid, he scrutinized him, attempting to ascertain the soldier's identity. Upon receiving a negative response, the hooded assassin flashed a cruel smile, confident in his victory. Ankrid's gaze swept over his opponent, analyzing his pair of swords of differing lengths and his perfect stance. He issued a clear threat. Directing his gaze and intent towards the hidden Leona, Ankrid interrupted him with a light flick of his fingers, his demeanor showing complete disdain for the boasts. Provoked, the hooded assassin lunged with a powerful slash. Ankrid took a defensive stance, his eyes gleaming with excitement for a true battle. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for the impending impact. With his blood-stained sword raised high, Ankrid weighed his tactical options in a split second. The hooded assassin unleashed a dual attack, his two swords moving as one. Ankrid's eyes focused intensely. Instantly recognizing the complex dual-wielding technique, he identified the attack as a specific technique. Preparing a countermeasure, the two warriors charged at each other, their blades clashing in a blur of steel. Ankrid ducked low, dodging the dual-wielding assassin's sweeping slash. Ankrid's blade slid precisely, deflecting his opponent's lightning-fast attack. The two warriors lunged at each other, their weapons clashing, sparking in a whirlwind of steel. With a smooth pivot, Ankrid evaded another fatal thrust. After a flurry of attacks, the dual-wielding assassin stood still, looking at Ankrid with astonishment. Sweat streamed down the assassin's temples, his initial confidence dissolving into extreme doubt. Ankrid maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes analyzing every movement of his opponent with intense focus. Angered by Ankrid's composure, the dual-wielding assassin roared and charged, swinging both swords in a reckless attack. The world around Ankrid blurred, his eyes glowing with the blue light of absolute focus. In his perception space, he saw the blurry image of the charging assassin. His glowing eyes followed, recognizing an obvious truth. He saw through his opponent's attack trajectory, a clear path of blue light appearing distinctly. He foresaw the enemy's next move. Ankrid stepped forward, his body instinctively moving to intercept the attack. He blocked one blade with his sword and caught the other with his ironclad hand. Ankrid's eyes widened, a clear realization dawning. As he completely neutralized his enemy, the dual-wielding assassin realized his thrust had missed its most vital target. He let out a cry of extreme pain as Ankrid's sword pierced his chest. With a decisive motion, Ankrid withdrew his sword, his gaze still evaluating his own technique. The dual-wielding assassin's body collapsed at Ankrid's feet. The duel concluded, witnessing their leader fall. The remaining assassins frantically signaled each other to flee to save their lives. Ragna appeared beside Ankrid, silently observing, implying that the battle had drawn too much attention. Ankrid pointed towards the fleeing individuals, his eyes clearly showing his desire to pursue them to the end. Ragna maintained a calm demeanor, explaining that their mission was only to protect the target, not to eliminate all enemies. Ankrid turned back, his eyes showing understanding and acceptance of his comrade's pragmatic reasoning. The elf commander approached, placing a hand on Ankrid's shoulder with an appreciative pat for his achievement. The elf commander looked at Ankrid with a blank expression, revealing no emotions. She suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling with hidden meaning, as she hinted that Ankrid was worried about his beloved. Ankrid looked at the commander with a completely bewildered expression at the sudden teasing in Leona's presence. The elf commander bluntly questioned their relationship, causing Ankrid to firmly deny it. The elf commander slightly raised an eyebrow, seemingly a little surprised by his blunt answer. Ankrid frowned, his eyes revealing extreme bewilderment at the inexplicable behavior of those around him. Leona looked directly at Ankrid, asking a direct question to ascertain the identity of her savior. Leona bowed her head, expressing sincere gratitude and making a promise. But Ankrid interrupted her, his gaze unwavering. Ankrid bowed slightly, a gesture affirming absolute professionalism, that his actions were merely in compliance with orders. Leona looked up, her eyes gleaming with curiosity at the soldier's unusual demeanor. Under the twilight sky, a secluded inn nestled among the snowy mountains became a temporary refuge. Reinforcements had arrived, armored soldiers standing strict guard, transforming the inn into an impregnable fortress. In the corner of the room, Ankrid sat alone by candlelight, his mind replaying the battle to uncover the true purpose of the attackers. He frowned slightly, coming to a chilling conclusion. This ambush was an internal purge by other heirs. From upstairs, Leona silently observed Ankrid's solitary back, who was guarding her safety. She descended, breaking the silence with a gentle greeting. Ankrid looked up, his eyes still vigilant, asserting that he was merely performing his duty. Leona did not hesitate to approach and sit opposite him, calling him by name to begin an important conversation. She looked him straight in the eye, making a direct offer an opportunity to join her private forces. Leona's eyes were full of confidence as she emphasized the boundless power and potential of the Rokafried Merchant Association. An image appeared, showing the mighty nomadic army of the Wild Shepherds, one of the association's powerful partners. Another image flashed, depicting the renowned warriors of the Black Guild standing on dragon corpses. A testament to Leona's influence, Leona began to present the strength of her organization, mentioning the formidable glacial rangers guarding the icy lands. She emphasized the value of the Rokafried map, an asset that could ensure a prosperous life for anyone who possessed it. With a determined expression, Leona affirmed her will to protect and develop this legacy, acknowledging that she needed talented individuals to do so. The image of Ankrid saving her from the assassin's blade flashed in Leona's mind as proof of the talent she was seeking. Leona looked directly at Ankrid, making a solemn and promising offer, inviting him to join her forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Ankrid gave a firm refusal, shattering Leona's expectations. Leona was stunned by the immediate answer, surprise evident in her eyes. From the stairs, Ragna interjected, remarking that it was inappropriate for Leona to continue pleading after being refused. The elf commander stood beside Ragna, nodding in agreement with his remark. Leona bowed her head, accepting defeat in this recruitment attempt. She stood up, announcing the upcoming meeting with the other heirs as a way to professionally conclude the conversation. As Leona left, Ragna and the elf commander approached Ankrid's table. Ragna began to tease Ankrid about attracting a wealthy heiress, while Ankrid silently denied it. The elf commander joined in, feigning hurt over Ankrid's two-timing. Ankrid gritted his teeth, his discomfort evident on his face. He offered a sarcastic apology, hinting that his preferences might have changed. Ragna showed an expression of extreme astonishment at the elf commander's words. The elf commander appeared slightly flustered but also somewhat amused by Ragna's reaction. Ankrid frowned in annoyance upon hearing the gossip from nearby soldiers, who were discussing his flirtation with another woman. The elf commander cast a meaningful and mischievous glance. Afterwards, Ankrid sat alone at a wooden table in the tavern, his head bowed in thought. The scene showed the tavern situated solitarily amidst a snow-covered mountain region. A cheerful young red-haired soldier approached Ankrid, loudly asking about the rumors he had heard. The red-haired soldier continued to tease Encred about spending the night with the commissioner and then acquiring a wealthy heiress. Encred raised his hand to signal him to be quiet, his expression shifting from annoyance to seriousness to discuss business concerning the Gilpin Guild. The red-haired soldier immediately changed his demeanor, attentively listening to Encred's orders. With sharp eyes, Encred assigned the task of pursuing the escaped attackers and uncovering their motives. The scene shifted to a portrait of Renos Roquefried, the esteemed former head of the Merchant Association. Another portrait showed Leona, his wife's stepdaughter, whom he chose as his successor due to her intelligence and shrewdness. The third portrait was of his biological son, whom he could not exclude from the succession race. The narrative concluded with an image of Renos's funeral, his death, leaving the Merchant Association without a clear leader. A horse-drawn carriage moved through a bustling market, signaling the start of a new journey. Inside a moving carriage, the dark-haired mercenary reported a failed mission to Polide Roquefried. Polide frowned, showing disappointment and reproach for missing the opportunity. The brown-haired mercenary leaned forward, his gaze scrutinizing to reconfirm their agreement. Under pressure, Polide hastily promised a generous reward to secure their loyalty. The dark-haired mercenary just listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion. The group stepped out of the carriage, arriving at a public area. From the opposite side, Encred, Ragna, and the elf commander observed their arrival. Polide showed disgust, complaining about being summoned by Leona to this dusty place. Encred's gaze locked on to the dark-haired mercenary, immediately recognizing a formidable opponent. The dark-haired mercenary stood tall, his powerful aura emanating naturally. He also sensed Encred's gaze, his eyes narrowing warily. Encred maintained a calm expression, continuing to assess his opponent. The dark-haired mercenary turned away, but remained highly vigilant. Polide imperiously pointed towards Ragna, ordering him to summon Leona. Encred looked at his comrade, silently comparing the current situation to Rem's more ruthless approach. Suddenly, a gray-haired man lunged forward, grabbing Polide's head with terrifying force. Encred and Ragna stood silently as an angry command aimed at Ragna rang out. The command urged Ragna to act, but he remained motionless. Leona appeared, confronting Polide and his henchmen, demanding he maintain order with a cold expression. Leona pointed out Polide's tardiness. Polide retorted gruffly, blaming her supposedly incompetent guards. Without warning, Leona delivered a devastating punch to Polide's face. Witnessing the scene, Encred let out a weary sigh, wondering about the chaos around him. Polide staggered, clutching his face and yelling accusations of Leona being insane. But she calmly denied it. Leona raised her hand, her sharp voice warning Polide of severe consequences for disturbing the border guards. Polide's smug expression shattered, replaced by extreme fear as he stammered in ignorance. Standing behind the trembling Polide, the brown-haired mercenary cleared his throat with contempt, completely losing his composure. Polide frantically denied guilt, trying to blame others. Leona ignored his rage, pointing out that he was the outsider here. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, exposing Polide's incompetence in analyzing trade routes or calculating finances. Polide gritted his teeth, weakly retorting that it was the servant's job. Leona ended the conversation, revealing that the will itself had forced her to waste time on this discussion to decide the successor. Encred observed silently, his gaze analyzing the former leader's weakness and Leona's suitability. Leona coldly dismissed Polide's claim to inheritance, pointing out that bloodline was his only argument. Without warning, Leona grabbed Polide's face, squeezing it in a humiliating gesture. She leaned close, her contemptuous gaze piercing Polide, scorning his ignorance. Pushed to his limit, Polide roared and drew his weapon, aiming directly at Leona. Like a blur, Encred lunged forward to block the impending attack. His eyes were sharp, fully focused on neutralizing the threat. At the same time, the dark-haired mercenary also drew his sword, but his target was unclear. Encred's feet pushed off the ground, creating a blur that demonstrated his incredible speed. Encred stood between Leona and Polide, facing the group of mercenaries drawing their weapons. He drew his sword, the steel blade flashing decisively, ready for battle. Unexpectedly, the dark-haired mercenary used his sword to block Polides' weapon, preventing his master's insane action. Encred paused, his gaze sweeping over the mercenary's stance. Recognizing a familiar skill, the mercenary stood firm, his sword stance exuding agility and deadly danger. Encred adjusted his sword stance. An unspoken challenge issued. Ready to confront his opponent's speed, the dark-haired mercenary lunged, his body becoming a blur. Beginning the confrontation, with a wild grin, Encred swung his sword towards the dark-haired mercenary. A powerful voice rang out, ordering everyone to stop. As a gray-haired man appeared, the border guard commander declared royal authority, warning that any further action would be considered treason. Polide flinched in terror at the unexpected intervention of the authorities. Encred held his stance, silently assessing the new situation with a focused expression. Standing behind, Ragna appeared weary of the endless chaos. Encred glanced at Ragna, who was sighing exasperatedly at the mess. Ragna rubbed his forehead, his eyes revealing extreme exasperation with those around him. The border guard commander explained that they were taking over the case based on the confessions of the foreign assassins. He looked directly at Polide, implying that he was behind the assassination. The dark-haired mercenary stepped forward, attempting to refute the accusation by claiming insufficient evidence. The border guard commander sneered, bluntly dismissing the mercenary's excuse. Leona stepped forward, making a bold offer to the border guard commander. Polide shouted in protest, completely stunned by Leona's proposal to detain both of them. Encred looked at Leona with confusion, not understanding her suicidal move. Leona explained her strategy, her sharp gaze directed at the mercenaries as an affirmation that there were still others who needed to be interrogated. Encred observed the last attackers escaping, realizing there were still potential threats. Leona proposed a new plan, her cold gaze set on hunting down the escaped masterminds. Facing the border guard commander, she coldly transferred ultimate responsibility to them if her plan failed. To gain the upper hand, Leona offered a conditional withdrawal agreement, a calculated political move. Encred analyzed silently, keenly aware of the fragility of Leona's safety once they departed. He envisioned the threat from the dark-haired mercenary, a deadly blade still lurking in the shadows. Encred's eyes hardened as he tried to comprehend Leona's bold and risky strategy. Leona acted, handing an object wrapped in cloth to her maid, and announcing a generous reward for the capture of the fugitives. Her gloved hand tightened around the valuable item, turning it into a tool to manipulate those who craved power and money. Encred and Ragna were both stunned by this public and unexpected action. Leona held up an exquisitely crafted dagger, Carmen's stiletto, as both a challenge and a reward. With a decisive command, she launched a city-wide hunt. Ragna turned to Encred, his eyes flashing with a decision already made. With a determined expression, Ragna declared he would take on this bounty hunt. Encred and another subordinate looked at Ragna with undisguised surprise at his unusual eagerness. Leona held out the dagger, the reward awaiting the victor of the dangerous hunt. Outside and in, a tense atmosphere enveloped them as Leona was questioned about her reckless decision regarding the Carmen stiletto dagger. Polide Roquefried roared in protest, pointing at the precious dagger Leona was holding. Questioning her recklessness, Leona coldly asserted her ownership, while Encred turned to Ragna to learn about the weapon's true value. Ragna began to explain, revealing the dagger was the work of a legendary weaponsmith named Carmen. A stream of memories brought forth images of 7 dark weapons, illustrating Ragna's story of Carmen, a slave who became an assassin for revenge. He emphasized that this dagger was one of those deadly weapons, a treasure many would trade their lives to possess. The border guard leader intervened, raising a commanding finger, declaring the entire inn sealed off and no one allowed to leave. Encred glanced at Ragna, his eyes reassuring his comrade not to worry about the dagger. He confidently revealed that he had sent someone named Kreis on a mission, indicating a prearranged plan. In the background, Polide gnashed his teeth in fury, while his dark-haired mercenary remained unusually calm. Encred remained silent, his eyes analyzing every movement in the tense room. His gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the potential threat from his opponent. The dark-haired mercenary returned a sharp gaze, his red eyes glinting dangerously. He subtly turned his head, seemingly having made a decision despite the situation. Despite the lockdown order, the dark-haired mercenary casually walked past Ankrid to leave, a blatant act of defiance. The scene outside the window showed silence after the mercenary had disappeared, leaving an atmosphere full of questions. In the confined inn-room, Polyday Rokefried irritably presented his predicament, while the brown-haired mercenary sitting opposite advised him to be patient. The mercenary outlined a plan, explaining that they must capitalize on the moment investors make their decision about the successor. Standing by the window, the dark-haired mercenary confidently asserted that he had sent promises of generous rewards to the investors, certain of his victory. Meanwhile, at an outdoor training ground, Ankrid was tormenting himself with push-ups, a heavily weighted backpack on his back, his face contorted with effort, sweat pouring as he strained to push his body off the ground. The immense strain caused the ropes on his backpack to snap. A gray-haired soldier named Torres approached Ankrid, who was sitting and panting, commenting on his relentless training regimen. Torres smiled, wondering why Ankrid wasn't taking this opportunity to rest. Ankrid, with his eyes closed, pondered the difference between a genius's time and an ordinary person's time. He was well aware that what others learned in a week, he would take a year to learn. And then he stood up, with iron determination. Ankrid picked up the dumbbells, refusing to waste even a second. He continued his training with extraordinary vigor, swinging the weights to build a solid foundation for the future. From a distance, Torres and another comrade observed, wondering if Ankrid was the strange one or if they were the lazy ones. Torres mused, his gaze fixed on Ankrid's striving back. He approached Ankrid from behind, advising his comrade to calm down on his path to seeking strength. Torres recalled their past draw, his eyes glinting with challenge as he asked if the outcome would still be the same now. Under the moonlight, Ankrid exhaled a cold breath, sweat streaming down his temples. But his gaze remained resolute. A challenging smirk appeared on his exhausted face. The wooden staff duel raged fiercely under the night sky. Torres, with his extensive experience, unleashed a powerful blow. He easily parried the weapon and knocked Ankrid to the ground. Amidst the watching crowd of soldiers, Torres raised his fist to the sky, declaring another victory, while others pointed and mocked Ankrid's defeat. Facing Ankrid, who had stood up, Torres showed annoyance at his opponent's inexplicable resilience after numerous exchanges. Other soldiers in the crowd eagerly raised their hands, demanding to replace Torres and test their strength against Ankrid. From his seat, Polide Rokefried showed disdain for the noisy spectacle. Considering it the behavior of barbarians, Torres delivered a powerful leg sweep, knocking Ankrid down once more. Ankrid fell sprawling on the ground, taking the full force of the blow. From behind a pillar, the dark-haired mercenary silently observed the match with an analytical gaze. A female soldier looked at Ankrid, who had sat up after the fall, in astonishment, gesturing to ask if he could repeat a certain technique. The mercenary continued to observe, realizing that Ankrid's pride was not at all hurt by defeat. He saw Ankrid like a child who had just found a new toy, full of curiosity and excitement. The mercenary's train of thought concluded that Ankrid was a unique individual, one who openly displayed hostility even when clearly at a disadvantage. The dark-haired mercenary observed the ongoing rigorous training with his arms crossed. Ankrid was sent flying into the air by a kick from Torres, a cruel reminder of the disparity in their strength. The mercenary's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the lack of innate talent in Ankrid's every movement. In response, Ankrid lunged to attack, but was easily parried by Torres. Torres exploited the opening, spun around, and knocked Ankrid to the ground once more. Ankrid's body hit the dusty ground hard, marking yet another defeat. Torres roared in approval when Ankrid finally counterattacked successfully, then defiantly called for the next opponent. Leona, sitting next to a female elf, calmly declared that she and Ankrid were married, stunning her companion. Hearing that, Ankrid frowned in annoyance, his concentration broken by the blatant lie. The dark-haired mercenary stepped out of the crowd, raising his hand to signal his desire to join the match. From the ground, Ankrid looked up, his resolute gaze locked onto the new opponent. The mercenary stood in the middle of the training ground, his calm demeanor signaling an entirely different challenge. Torres and another soldier looked at the mercenary with suspicion, trying to gauge his intentions. The mercenary continued to assess Ankrid, reconfirming his lack of skill. A determination flashed in the mercenary's eyes, an inexplicable urge to intervene himself. Facing Ankrid, the mercenary gestured, indicating that the real training was about to begin. Ankrid, drenched in sweat, resolutely refused any hesitation. He raised his head, a confident and expectant smile evident, asserting that he had been waiting for this moment. Opposite him, the dark-haired mercenary observed with a sharp, cold gaze. He subtly smirked, a silent acknowledgement of his opponent's courage. From the rooftop, Ragna silently observed the confrontation, while Palide and his subordinates stood below with impatience. Ragna narrowed his eyes, assessing the potential threat from the mercenary. He recognized the deadly danger emanating from Ankrid's opponent, even though he only held a wooden staff. The mercenary's back exuded an overwhelming aura, transforming the simple weapon into a deadly object. To prepare for the worst, Ragna placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready to intervene. On the ground, Ankrid took a defensive stance, the wooden staff in his hand becoming his only weapon. The mercenary lunged with astonishing speed, his staff swinging like a true sword strike. The two clashed, wooden staffs colliding in a lightning-fast exchange of blows. The mercenary maintained his offensive, his gaze never leaving Ankrid. Ankrid faced heavy pressure, the tension of the match spreading throughout his body. This feeling was terrifyingly familiar, throwing him back into the chaos of the battlefield. For a moment, the mercenary's image transformed, appearing as a seasoned warrior amidst the flames of war, holding a sharp sword. Ankrid's eyes flashed with violet blue light as he activated his analytical ability. In his mind, Ankrid traced a single, glowing line of attack from his opponent's weapon. He gripped the wooden staff, anticipating a feint before the fatal blow aimed at his neck. To break the stalemate, Ankrid attempted to block the attack, but his opponent's speed far exceeded his reaction time. He bowed his head, accepting defeat in the moment as his opponent's staff stopped inches from his throat. The dark-haired mercenary stood firm, his attack having completely overwhelmed Ankrid. From a distance, Torres and another comrade silently observed the duel, their faces showing clear seriousness. The mercenary withdrew his weapon, his gaze acknowledging Ankrid's judgment, but also pointing out his fatal weakness. Ankrid looked up, the truth of the terrifying speed of the swift sword technique striking a powerful blow to his perception. The mercenary's figure appeared as a harsh reminder that the strength he had just gained was still nothing. The gap between the two appeared like a towering cliff. A peak Ankrid felt was almost unconquerable. He looked directly at his opponent, the disappointment in his eyes quickly replaced by a new flame of determination. A challenging and tenacious smile appeared on Ankrid's lips. Without hesitation, he returned to his stance, offering a silent request for another match. The mercenary slightly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement and respect appearing in his eyes at Ankrid's extraordinary attitude. Under the moonlight, the sound of wooden staffs clashing echoed, signaling the start of the next round. Despite the weariness of the surrounding guards, a clash resounded as Ankrid demanded another round. From an observation point, the blonde elf woman looked down, recognizing the repetition of a recent attack. Ankrid gritted his teeth, his body tensing as he prepared for another attack. The dark-haired mercenary moved with blurring speed, his wooden staff delivering a powerful blow to Ankrid. Ankrid fell backward, coughing once from the crushing impact. The mercenary looked down, inwardly perplexed by his opponent's unyielding persistence. Gasping for breath, Ankrid used the wooden staff as a fulcrum to push himself up, refusing to give up. From the rooftop, Ragna observed, analyzing that Ankrid's speed was too slow to effectively dodge. Ragna mused, deciding that he needed to teach Ankrid a lesson in speed to overcome his current limitations. The dark-haired mercenary lowered his weapon, signaling the end of the training session for the night. Sweat pouring, Ankrid gasped for breath, his body at its limit, but his eyes still burning. The dark-haired mercenary turned, listening to Ankrit's declaration, with a confident smile despite defeat. Ankrit expressed his admiration and vowed to learn his opponent's swift sword technique. The dark-haired mercenary smiled faintly, acknowledging that it was Ankrit's will that was truly astonishing. The sky brightened over the inn, signaling the start of a new day. A scarred soldier reported to Torres, while Ragna stood right behind, that they had successfully captured the escaped mercenaries. Kreis, with a confident demeanor, pushed two bruised, captured mercenaries before Ankrit. Ankrit nodded in approval, acknowledging Kreis's successful completion of the mission. Kreis shrugged casually, downplaying the difficulty of the pursuit. Ankrit turned, facing Leona, who stood on the stairs, and expressed her gratitude. The border guard leader crouched down, questioning one of the captives to find out who had hired them. Polite Rockfried trembled, his face pale with fear, as the interrogation focused directly on him. Under pressure, the captured mercenary began to reveal the truth. Ankrit narrowed his eyes slightly as he heard a name uttered. The mercenary revealed the mastermind to be a merchant guild from Aspen, outlining a larger conspiracy. Polide frantically denied any deeper involvement, only admitting to receiving money and a letter of instruction. Leona handed over the handling to the border guard leader, ending her role in the interrogation. The border guard leader glanced at Leona, realizing she had expected a simpler outcome, with Polide as the sole mastermind. Leona closed her eyes in acknowledgement, confirming that she had hoped so. Enough to wager a treasure as a reward. The commander accepted the complex situation, turning to take on the task of solving the case. With an order, the border guard leader allowed Leona's group to leave, releasing them from confinement. Ragna examined the gleaming Carmen's stiletto dagger, the reward for completing the capture mission. Ragna placed a hand on Ankrit's shoulder, a gentle reminder to keep the weapon sheathed. While Kreis watched with amusement, Kreis whispered a warning to Ankrit about Leona, but the soldier's gaze remained forward, revealing no thoughts. With a serious expression, Kreis analyzed the contradictions in the assassination plot as Ankrit listened intently. Memories flashed back to a dark room, where Kreis stood over the defeated mercenaries, recounting the skirmish. From Ankrit's perspective, a mercenary looked up at Kreis with astonishment upon realizing his true identity. Kreis showed slight discomfort at being identified, a fleeting expression on his face. Back in the present, Leona pulled down the carriage window curtain, concluding her explanation of her political maneuver. Ankrit turned, his gaze thoughtful as he analyzed the complex layers of Leona's strategy. Leona smiled with relief from the carriage window, announcing the outcome to a surprised Ankrit and Kreis. Inside the carriage, Leona explained her reasoning, a calculated decision to protect her predecessor's legacy. Ankrit pondered Leona's motives, prompting her to comment on his apolitical nature. With practical concern, Ankrit turned to Leona, expressing worry about her safety beyond the border. Leona responded with a confident smile, reassuring him that everything had been arranged. The carriage approached the city gate, where a solemn honor guard stood in formation, waiting. The commander of the guard stood tall, exuding authority and discipline. Commander Mattis solemnly declared Leona had been unanimously elected as the new leader of the Rockafried Merchant Association. Mattis stood over the fallen guards, his voice echoing as he officially declared Leona Rockafried the new leader. From a distance, Ankrit observed Leona, silently admiring the bold and effective political maneuver she had just executed. Leona glanced over, a subtle yet confident smile on her lips, showing complete control of the situation. Facing Ankrit, Leona maintained a formal demeanor, indicating she would not reiterate her offer to join her. Ankrit nodded slightly, his gaze showing recognition of her formidable capabilities. With an open gesture, Leona extended her hand, proposing a future alliance rather than an employment contract. Ankrit was silent for a moment, weighing the offer and what it represented. He took her hand decisively, accepting their new agreement. As the carriage prepared to depart, Polide Rockfried rushed out, his face contorted with rage as he screamed accusations of betrayal at Mattis. Mattis met the outburst with a cold gaze, delivering a brief and cruel insult to silence him. Stunned by the rebuke, Polide froze, his expression a mix of horror and utter helplessness. Inside the carriage, the brown-haired mercenary admitted their defeat, while his dark-haired comrade calmly analyzed that they had learned of Leona's cunning. The dark-haired mercenary's gaze sharpened as he thought of another crucial factor. His thoughts focused on Encred's figure in the distance, identifying him as an unpredictable card to watch. Memories rushed back to a dark night, where the dark-haired mercenary stood over another swordsman, his tone condescending as he spoke of the futility of effort without talent. In the past, he looked at the swordsman with an almost sorrowful expression, reinforcing his harsh belief in insurmountable limitations. Encred gasped, leaning on a staff, his resolute gaze recalling a warning he had never heeded. A confident and unyielding smile appeared on Encred's lips, affirming the path he had chosen, despite all advice. The dark-haired mercenary listened silently, his eyes revealing no thoughts. After the silent confrontation, the mercenary turned and left, leaving Encred alone under the moonlight. The scene shifted to a fortified settlement nestled among majestic snow-capped mountains. Inside a wooden house, Encred confronted Rem, who was growling irritably at being disturbed, with a direct and determined gaze. Encred made an undeniable training request. Rem's irritability vanished instantly, replaced by extreme excitement upon realizing he was valued. Encred's mind replayed the battle, analyzing the elements necessary to master the swift sword technique. His eyes lit up, highly focused on identifying the most effective sword path among countless possibilities. In the simulated space, Rem swung his axe in a deadly arc, demonstrating pure power. Encred took his stance, preparing for the explosive movement needed to pierce his opponent's defenses. With terrifying speed, Encred's blade found an opening, slipping past Rem's axe in a decisive moment. Blood splattered on his face, but Encred's eyes remained fixed on the target, unwavering. A fatal cut appeared on Rem's neck in the simulated space, ending the match. Back in reality, Rem stared in astonishment at Encred's wooden staff, resting lightly on his neck, perfectly replicating the finishing blow. Encred, with sharp eyes, reached a new threshold of speed. Believing he had surpassed his master, he pondered the combination of technique, flexibility, and muscular strength that had led to this breakthrough. Rem, who had parried the blow, showed genuine surprise at Encred's recent sword swing. Rem's smile turned into an excited challenge as he declared he would increase his own speed. Encred was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Rem lunged forward with incredible speed, his axe becoming a deadly blur. Encred barely managed to raise his sword to parry with difficulty. His body pushed back by the impact. He staggered backward, trying to maintain his balance against the torrential attack. Another attack from Rem grazed past, forcing Encred to bend low to dodge. Encred looked up in astonishment, realizing Rem's speed far exceeded anything he had ever known. Rem continued to attack with a whirlwind of energy, giving Encred no second to breathe. For a moment, Encred was completely overwhelmed, his sword nearly knocked from his hand. After the training session, Encred stood alone in the yard, repeating his sword swings with renewed determination. Acknowledging the long road ahead, his eyes suddenly widened, sensing another presence. Ragna appeared, blocking Encred's practicing blade with a short sword. Ragna nodded in approval, a gesture acknowledging that Encred's combat senses were now honed to perfection. Ragna stood authoritatively, questioning Encred's purpose, who could only respond with a confused look. Encred mused, finally understanding Rem's remark about Ragna's unpredictable nature. In a brutal, simulated moment, Ragna lunged, delivering a fatal blow to Encred's neck to teach him a lesson. Encred clutched his neck, gasping as the pain from the imaginary attack washed over him. With wide eyes, Encred sensed the pure killing intent emanating from Ragna, who stood observing from a distance. Encred listened intently as Ragna explained that he must learn to sense killing intent when ordinary senses are no longer reliable. Ragna continued his lecture, introducing the concept of a sixth sense that could perceive things beyond normal perception. Holding the dagger, Ragna offered to teach Encred this skill in exchange for the legendary weapon. Encred's eyes blazed with determination. He drew his sword, ready to embrace the challenge. and the endless path of learning ahead, Ragna began the training. Explaining that the sixth sense originates from the deepest instincts, he emphasized that to awaken it, Encred could not rely on his 5 inherent senses. The image of a predator illustrated the lesson of primal instinct in movement and hunting. Ragna concluded that through continuous combat with heightened vigilance, Encred would gradually sense ill intent. During practice, Encred suddenly turned his head, his body reacting to an invisible threat. Ragna admitted that it would be very difficult at first, but assured that Encred's sixth sense would certainly be awakened through training. The training session concluded as night fell over a quiet wooden house. Rem observed Encred with a scrutinizing gaze, noticing a change in his demeanor. In response, Encred flexed his muscles awkwardly, but Rem shook his head, dismissing that simple explanation. A white-haired muscular warrior smiled and gave a thumbs up, suggesting Encred was simply happier. But Encred remained skeptical. Kreis suddenly exclaimed with a radiant smile, offering another, bolder explanation. Rem pointed towards Kreis, fully agreeing with the assessment that Encred's madness had reached a new level. Ragna looked at Encred with a pensive expression, seemingly contemplating the true nature of his comrade's obsession. The torch in their common room flickered. While the other soldiers slept, a small panther-like creature stealthily jumped onto the bed, referred to as Beast by a sleeping soldier. The creature approached the deeply sleeping Encred, recognizing the extreme exhaustion he had pushed himself into. It curled up on Encred's chest, its eyes filled with worry and determination. A stream of blue magical energy emanated from the creature, enveloping Encred to heal his overtaxed body. The creature looked towards Encred's neatly folded clothes, aware that its fate and the breaking of the curse depended entirely on his survival. It gently placed a paw on Encred's chest, transferring more magical energy. Encred's shirt emitted a purple magical glow, a sign of the ongoing recovery process. The scene shifted to a training ground under daylight, where Encred tirelessly repeated combat movements. Under the moonlight, he continued his relentless training, driven by the determination to grow stronger with each repetition. Under the moonlight, the old swordsman sat panting, while Encred, with the help of the white-haired warrior, strained to carry a heavy mass, demonstrating his tireless resolve. Alone in the training ground, Encred meditated, finding satisfaction in the very process of forging himself to become stronger. Suddenly, Encred opened his eyes, his senses having just perceived something. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the training ground. While Ragna passed by behind him, Encred turned, his gaze directed towards a group of people sitting together. He saw Rem, Torres, and the white-haired warrior gathered around a table. The group fell silent as Encred approached, their eyes all fixed on him. Around the table, Rem, Torres, Ragna, and the blonde soldier collectively assessed Encred's change. Rem frankly stated that Encred was fundamentally unchanged. The white-haired warrior and the blonde soldier exchanged words, acknowledging Encred's rapid progress, but also agreeing that he was not a born genius. Ragna and Rem discussed the next steps, suggesting that real combat experience was the only thing that could help Encred break through. Rem rested his chin on his hand, proposing that a monster hunting mission might be the necessary test. Along with his comrades, Encred stood before a mission board, feeling the pressure of their expectations. Images of his urging comrades appeared in Encred's mind as he confronted the truth that he was still not strong enough. Ragna approached Encred, extending a small piece of paper with a mysterious instruction. Encred took the paper, read its contents, and furrowed his brow in confusion at the task of investigating a shoemaker's basement. Encred read the mission paper with a skeptical expression, confused by the request to investigate a shoemaker's basement. He turned to Ragna to question the mission's validity, but Ragna asserted that a mere reconnaissance team would not be sufficient. Encred frowned upon hearing about the possibility of undead, an unbelievable threat right in the heart of the city. He expressed disappointment, believing this trivial mission would not help him gain the combat experience he craved. Torres approached, beginning to persuade Encred, explaining that no one else wanted to take on such an ambiguous-looking mission. Encred's gaze wavered slightly as Torres revealed the shoemaker's personal circumstances, having just lost his wife. Although still hesitant, Encred listened to Torres's plea, reconsidering his decision. After a moment of silence, Encred accepted the mission, and the scene shifted to a bustling commercial street. A blonde, braided girl, with a worried expression, rushed out to greet Encred, urgently pointing the way to the basement. The girl led the way down the stairs, explaining that the shoemaker was digging down there himself. The elderly shoemaker looked up, hastily pointing Encred towards a dark hole in the middle of the floor. He knelt beside the hole, explaining that he had dug it himself and discovered an unusual void beneath. Encred stared into the darkness. Realizing that rumors of a rat could not explain a tunnel in the middle of the city, he lit a torch, its flame flaring up to dispel the darkness and reveal a rough stone passageway. Along with the shoemaker, Encred cautiously descended into the artificial tunnel, his gaze sweeping across the stone walls. The deeper he went, the more Encred realized the scale of the construction, and he suddenly stopped, wary of something in the darkness ahead. Encred, holding a torch, led the frightened shoemaker deeper into a vast, dark cavern with focused eyes. Encred analyzed the turns, realizing this was a deliberately constructed labyrinth. The shoemaker flinched at a strange sound, but Encred raised a hand to stop him, signaling that he would go ahead to check the danger. Encred cautiously placed a foot on the rough stone floor ahead. His foot pressed down, activating an invisible mechanism beneath the ground. Suddenly, Encred turned back with a look of horror while the shoemaker watched in terror from behind. A blinding explosion of magical energy erupted from the ground right beneath Encred's feet. The fierce vortex of energy devoured everything in its path. The magical explosion intensified, leaving no chance of escape. Encred jolted awake in bed, his eyes wide with fresh memories of his own death. While the panther creature remained still on his chest, his mind replayed the event being incinerated the moment he felt the heat, confirming he had stepped into a deadly magical trap. The memory shifted to Rem's stern lecture, his words explaining the brutal reality of facing mages. A menacing image of a hooded mage reinforced Rem's warning surviving the confrontation would lead to a fate worse than death. Back in the town square, before accepting the mission, Encred stood among his comrades, lost in thought as he considered the challenge of a magical threat. Ragna extended a hand, offering him the mission request paper with a simple suggestion to take the job if nothing else was more suitable. Encred examined the paper, his expression serious as he concluded that this was not a simple mission and would require an expert he did not possess. Realizing the urgency, Encred turned, deciding he had to act before the shoemaker walked into danger himself. His eyes gleamed with iron determination. He dashed at maximum speed, cutting through the crowd to reach the shop. Encred burst through the shop door. He confronted the blonde braided girl, his urgent demeanor an unspoken question, and she frantically pointed downwards. Without a moment's hesitation, Encred rushed down the creaking wooden stairs leading to the basement. He leaped directly into the dark tunnel entrance below. He landed steadily, immediately searching for the shoemaker in the darkness. He gritted his teeth, sensing the potential danger in the air. Ahead, the light from the shoemaker's lantern illuminated a deep, winding passage. Detecting the threat beneath the shoemaker's feet, Encred lunged to stop him. The shoemaker startled and turned at the sudden warning. The shoemaker's foot froze just above the ground. A fierce burst of magical blue light erupted from the ground, engulfing the shoemaker. Encred screamed as he was also caught in the energy explosion. The entire tunnel was engulfed in the destructive light of the magical trap, a vast void space with glowing blue ripples spread out, reflecting a growing determination to find a faster solution. In that space, Encred sat alone, hunched over, his posture showing a resolve to warn the shoemaker to prevent the tragedy. He bowed his head in contemplation as a phantom greatsword appeared before him, a symbol of the deadly danger he was about to face. An unseen voice seemed to recall the memory of his agonizing death. Incinerated by the magical flames from the trap, Encred remained still, his back to the unseen questioner, resolute in his intent to face the deadly flames once more. He acknowledged the memory of extreme pain, his expression hardening with acceptance instead of fear. A colossal, shadowy humanoid entity appeared, its presence seemingly testing Encred's resolve. Encred turned, His eyes filled with unwavering conviction as he asserted that the duty to protect the innocent outweighed his own suffering. Reality returned as Ankrid jolted awake in bed, his eyes wide with vivid memories of death and a new objective. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed past a bewildered Ragnar, who called after him with confusion. Ankrid glanced back over his shoulder, his expression grim and resolute as he declared his mission to save the shoemaker. Ragnar was left alone, utterly bewildered by Ankrid's cryptic and urgent declaration. He arrived at the workshop and found the shoemaker digging, confirming his fears and the need for immediate intervention. He firmly ordered the shoemaker to stop and step back, declaring that he would face the threat alone. After ensuring the shoemaker's safety, Ankrid donned his cloak and lit a torch, his face grim as he prepared to enter the dark tunnel. His senses were heightened to their peak, intensely focused, as he became acutely aware he was about to face a mysterious magical trap with no information. Ankrid held the torch high, illuminating the dangerous path ahead, keenly aware that death always lurked in this darkness. With iron determination, he raised the torch higher, aiming to gather all information about the threat before it could act. He cautiously stepped into a tunnel intersection, weighing which path would lead to death. He paused, contemplating the misuse of the death loop as an easy escape. Determined to find a more sophisticated method, he swept the torch across the stone walls, searching for a sign, the slightest clue about the waiting trap. He stood motionless, recalling his countless deaths, trying to distill the sensations from each failure. The stream of memories brought him back to his most desperate moments on the battlefield. He recalled the sensation of a blade at his throat or his weapon being knocked from his hand. He lifted his foot, each step a probe, an unspoken question. The scene dissolved, giving way to the image of a fully armored knight, eyes glowing red in the darkness, an embodiment of pure killing intent. The knight swung his sword, a deadly streak of light tearing through the night, an attack solely purposed for destruction. Back in reality, Ragna appeared in his mind, her sharp gaze conveying a lesson on the nature of killing intent. Suddenly, Ankrid sensed a cold surge of killing intent from above, a faint streak of light plummeting from the darkness. A colossal stone axe swung down with unstoppable speed. Ankrid's eyes widened in horror, reflecting the image of impending death. His body lay motionless on the cold ground, the torch rolling beside him, still burning, illuminating the failure of this loop. A boot stepped onto the ground as a memory began to surface. The boot remained still, an enlightenment spreading. The memory flashed his body was violently thrown by an invisible trap, the torch drawing a chaotic streak of light in the darkness. He was flung towards the jagged cave walls, utterly helpless against the trap's power. In the final moment before death, Ankrid's eyes gleamed with understanding as he recognized the pure killing intent of the mechanism that had killed him. Back in reality, the scene shifted to a quiet street outside the shoemaker's shop. Ankrid stood on the basement steps, looking down into the dark pit, leading to the tunnel where he had died countless times. His face showed iron determination. He had identified the new wall he had to overcome, the ability to sense danger before it struck. Now inside the cave, he raised his torch high, illuminating a series of dark, ominous passages ahead. Instead of rushing in, he began pacing back and forth at the entrance, a methodical exercise to attune his senses to the environment. His eyes narrowed in intense focus, searching for the slightest clue of the sensation he had experienced upon dying. He paused, extending his torch forward, his gaze fixed on the path, trying to determine if he could sense any threats. A flicker of doubt crossed his face as he questioned his perception and the correct path forward. He took a probing step, testing the ground, his entire being focused on the surrounding space. He moved with extreme caution, his body tensed, ready to react to the slightest anomaly. He stopped at a specific spot, recognizing it as where blades had previously emerged from the walls. Using his memory as a death map, a dark, treacherous tunnel emerged from the rock face. A decisive boot stepped into the darkness, beginning the exploration. From the darkness, a massive stone axe swung down with deadly speed. The memory faded, and now Ankrid cautiously held his torch high, illuminating the perilous path ahead. His eyes narrowed, focused on processing the recently replayed memory of death to guide him. The scene shifted back to a past loop, where the shoemaker's sudden appearance was a reminder of the lives he had to protect. Alone once more, Encred ventured deeper into an unexplored passage, his entire mind focused on sensing the killing intent of the next trap. He placed another cautious foot on the ground, scanning the surface and the air for the slightest sign of threat. The suffocating darkness of the tunnel gave way to the clear night sky, signaling that time had passed and he had escaped the underground labyrinth. At the tunnel entrance, an old woman expressed her concern, while Encred firmly urged her to stay away from the dangerous area below. Later, the shoemaker sought out Encred, his face etched with despair as he pleaded for help to find his lost family. The man recounted the recent disappearances, revealing that his wife was among the victims. He held out his wedding ring, a simple gold band with a green stone, as the only clue to identify his wife. Encred nodded decisively and resolutely, accepting the burden of the search. Back at the quiet military camp, rows of wooden barracks stood silent under the night sky, seeking a moment of peace after the ordeal. Encred sat alone, finding solace as the panther-like creature curled up in his lap. Encred's eyes narrowed with intense focus. A gray-haired, braided soldier expressed displeasure, implying Encred's state was due to associating with the shoemaker. While Ragna observed from behind, Encred motioned for his comrade to sleep, then looked down at the curled-up panther creature, ending a day without dying for the first time. Lying on his bed, Encred pondered the possibility of tomorrow truly arriving. He closed his eyes, resolved to face whatever sleep brought. Time passed in a void, indicated by concentric circles of light. Dawn broke over the wooden camp. Encred froze as he heard the gray-haired, braided soldier repeat the exact words from the previous day. Realizing he was back at the starting point, determined to break the loop, Encred took his torch into the darkness, testing the hypothesis of not sleeping. Under the moonlight, he stood guard alone, fighting off drowsiness to see if staying awake all night could change fate. The sun rose, marking the end of a long night spent awake. Encred looked up at the dawn sky, his face weary but hopeful. His eyes gleamed with determination. Believing he had succeeded, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, finding himself lying on his bed in utter disbelief. Encred sat bolt upright, stunned to realize that just a blink had brought him back to the starting point. The gray-haired, braided soldier began the familiar conversation again, confirming Encred's bitter failure and the loop's cruelty. Encred accepted the challenge, his eyes gleaming with the resolve to overcome the invisible wall, trapping him in the present. With the torch in hand, he showed his readiness to face whatever lay ahead, with no intention of backing down. Day after day, he steadfastly advanced into the darkness, each step a conquered loop. He sensed an unusual presence, not merely fear. He focused his mind, trying to grasp the nature of the impending threat. He sensed death lurking, a familiar yet ever-present feeling. He paused for a moment, his body tensed in preparation for the confrontation. After weeks of repetition, he ventured deeper into the cave, highly vigilant. His boots were worn from countless traversals of this perilous path, a testament to his persistence. He continued forward, his hand resting lightly on his sword hilt, ready for battle. From beneath the ground, skeletal arms of the undead emerged, clawing at the air. Encred calmly looked down at the creatures, unfazed by the threat he had faced countless times. A grotesque figure fully emerged from the ground, lunging towards him, bypassing the undead. Encred finally reached a rock wall deep within the cave. He looked up with a confident smile, seemingly having anticipated something. From the darkness, a masked swordsman lunged to attack, the true challenge he had been seeking. Encred stood firm, his gaze fixed upwards, ready to face the challenge. Under the full moon, he confronted the mysterious masked swordsman. The masked swordsman looked at Encred, a flicker of surprise and acknowledgement appearing in his eyes at his opponent's progress. After 72 days of repetition, Encred tightened his gauntlet, his expression harder than ever. In the room, the old swordsman mentor posed a probing question, but Encred only responded with a decisive nod, not revealing his true purpose. The magical creature lying beside him narrowed its eyes, showing clear skepticism at Ankrid's words. Ankrid's mind envisioned 6 dark tunnels. Realizing there was only one way out, he analyzed the situation, his sharp eyes concluding that every path was booby-trapped. Standing before the labyrinth's entrance, Ankrid observed the skeletons and magical traps, confirming that no path was safe. Despite the danger, he stood tall with determination, realizing that the challenge was not to find a path, but to create one himself. An image of fiery death flashed through his mind, a warning of the consequences of a wrong step. Ankrid took a deep breath, closing his eyes to focus his entire spirit. He cautiously took his first steps into the deadly corridor. His foot halted just above the ground. Sensing an invisible threat, a fierce swirl of blue magical energy erupted from the ground directly beneath his foot. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ankrid stomped his foot down onto safe ground. Narrowly dodging the trap, Ankrid delved deeper into the dark tunnel, his cloak billowing with each cautious step. His heels landed decisively, probing the treacherous surface ahead. He lifted his foot, preparing for the next step with utmost caution. Each footfall was calculated, his weight pressing onto the hard stone floor. He paused, his heel lightly touching the ground. Sensing every subtle vibration, images of past failures surfaced, his body lying motionless on the cold stone floor of the tunnel. Back in reality, Ankrid's eyes gleamed with iron determination, leaving no room for error. He took a step, a solitary but steady stride, then another step. He steadfastly advanced into the darkness. He continued to move, each step a life or death challenge. Suddenly, faint blue specks of light appeared on the ground, revealing the locations of invisible traps. His heel gently grazed right past one of the glowing danger zones. From above, Ankrid looked small amidst a matrix of deadly traps that he could now perceive. He closed his eyes, fully trusting his newly honed senses to guide him. His foot landed in a safe clearing, stirring up a faint puff of dust. His eyes remained tightly shut, his entire mind focused on the path of survival ahead. Ankrid's eyes shone with sharpness, reflecting his intense focus after overcoming the challenge. He landed softly on the ground. Having passed through the trap-filled area, Ankrid lifted his head, a sense of satisfaction evident as he had conquered yet another wall. Suddenly, a grotesque humanoid creature lunged at him from the darkness. A streak of light flashed in the confined space as his sword swung out. Ankrid spun in midair, severing a winged monster that was attacking. Blood splattered onto his face, but he merely offered a cold smile, as if a thank you to his foe. Facing an encroaching horde of monsters, he regarded this deadly threat as a precious gift for training. His smile grew more ferocious, ready for the impending slaughter. He stood firm, sword in hand, awaiting the entire horde to charge. The monsters roared, surging towards him like a hungry flood. In an instant, Ankrid analyzed his enemies, aware of their venomous claws and the power they possessed. He plunged into the midst of the monsters, moving with extraordinary speed, leaving blurs and enemy corpses in his wake. Each of his steps was steady, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, preparing for the next attack. He became a whirlwind of steel, ceaselessly cutting down enemies. Amidst their encirclement, he gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength and focus into each slash. Ankrid charged into the ghouls, his sword carving deadly arcs. With a cold expression, he swung his sword, sweeping away the remaining foes. Determined to cast aside all hesitation, he moved like a whirlwind across the battlefield, each slash sending a monster to dust. A winged ghoul swooped down from above, but Ankrid was faster, piercing straight through its body. Amidst the pile of monster corpses, Ankrid bent over, panting, sweat pouring after the fierce battle. He gently closed his eyes, briefly reassessing his recent display of power. A flicker of regret crossed his face, wishing his comrades could witness this growth. From deep within the darkness, a barbaric howl echoed, signaling a new threat. A pack of wolf-like monsters with gruesome mutations charged out, their eyes glowing with ferocity. Ankrid narrowed his eyes, Quickly analyzing the hybrid nature of the creatures before him, he stood firm, raising his sword, ready to confront the charging mutated beasts. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, a severed arm fell from above. The panther creature moved gracefully across the rooftops, recalling the image of Encred, fully equipped, entering the shoemaker's shop. The image of Encred entering the wooden house appeared in its mind. A dark-haired woman ran beside it, her face worried about the soldier's recklessness. The panther creature suddenly stopped, raising its head, sensing a powerful surge of energy emanating from ahead. Under the moonlight, the shoemaker's shop was eerily silent. On the rooftop, the dark-haired woman and her panther creature simultaneously turned their attention towards the shop, sensing an unholy surge of magic. In the tunnel below, Encred delivered the final sword strike, finishing off the wolf-like monster. He panted, withdrew his sword from the beast's corpse, and straightened up, listening. Encred detected a faint sound from deep within the darkness and decided to proceed to investigate. He cautiously stepped forward, his hand gripping the sword hilt, ready for anything. Encred's eyes gleamed with iron determination as he prepared to face the unknown. He stepped into a vast cavern, a horrifying sight, unfolding with countless bodies hanging and dismembered. A severed arm fell near his feet. But Encred remained unfazed, his gaze still sweeping across the brutal scene. He stared at a disfigured corpse, disgust evident on the hardened face of a soldier. His gaze settled on a gaunt, captive survivor who was weakly pleading for peace. The desperate woman extended her emaciated arm, begging Encred to end her suffering. His eyes focused on the wedding ring on her finger, a familiar detail that sparked a memory. The memory flashed back, showing the shoemaker pointing to a similar ring as he entrusted Encred with the task. Back in reality, realization and cold fury flared in Encred's eyes. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, displaying a morbid delight at finding a new subject for his cruelty. The hooded mage crossed his arms, his malevolent gaze fixed on Encred as he made a gruesome offer concerning the giant creature beside him. Encred stood firm, his hand gripping the sword hilt, his questioning gaze sweeping across the scene of carnage before returning to face the hooded figure. A contemptuous and cruel smile appeared on the mage's lips as he admitted his atrocities. With a gesture of morbid pride, the mage introduced the stitched creature named Bamillo as a work of art. The mage's gaze was now fixed on Encred, a look of craving, as if assessing material for his next creation. Encred recognized the true nature of his enemy, vigilance rising in his eyes. A fleeting image in Encred's mind, the silhouette of a dark mage, and a warning of a fate worse than death. Purple energy flared around Encred's eyes. He raised a small, glowing object, his face etched with iron determination to destroy the enemy at all costs. Encred charged with terrifying speed, launching a spinning weapon towards the mage. The hooded mage effortlessly raised his hand, creating a magical shield that deflected the attack. Undeterred, Encred continued to charge at dizzying speed. He slammed his armored shoulder directly into the mage, creating a powerful impact. The mage unleashed a magical counterattack, sending Encred flying into the air. Encred spun in midair, regaining his balance and preparing for the next attack. From a high cliff, a small dark silhouette observed the battle below. The panther creature watched the confrontation, its glowing blue eyes reflecting worry and an awareness of the magical danger. A clawed beastfoot slammed onto the ground, a symbol of Encred's resolve as he focused all his power. Facing him, the hooded mage figure pointed, a gesture of arrogant defiance. He snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible wave of energy from the ground straight towards Encred. Encred raised his head, sensing the incoming killing intent without seeing it. He spun with terrifying speed, narrowly dodging the deadly attack. The complacent look on the mage's face turned to utter astonishment. Encred's eyes flashed blue, his target locked. In retaliation, Encred shot through the air, closing the distance with his enemy. A memory of the gray-haired braided soldier flashed, reminding him of a tactic. Encred launched a spinning blade from his armored forearm. A surprise attack. Crace's advice to strike when the enemy was distracted echoed in his mind. Following that was the memory of the white-haired muscular companion, who always encouraged him to get close to his opponents. Immediately after the blade, Encred charged, his sword ready to finish the mage. Torres's words resonated, reinforcing his resolve that anything that breathes can be brought down. The mage's face contorted in fear as he realized death was imminent. Encred's sword halted just before the mage's throat, blocked by an invisible shield that rippled with energy. Encred tensed, determined to break through the defense with sheer force. He channeled all his strength into his fist, preparing for a devastating blow. The mage looked up, a smirk of arrogance and defiance on his face. To shatter the magical shield, Encred shot into the air like an arrow. Elsewhere, the panther, creature with glowing blue eyes, observed the battle intently. Encred descended with a direct strike, his power converging into a blinding surge of light. The panther, creature's gaze gleamed with recognition, as if it had known the outcome. A surge of purple energy erupted around Encred as he delivered the decisive blow. The impact created an energetic tremor, completely overwhelming the mage below. With a look of horror, the mage watched his magical shield shatter into pieces, giving his opponent no second to recover. Encred landed and swung his sword. The sharp blade cut deep into the mage's side, fresh blood gushing out. He continued the relentless assault, thrusting his sword straight into the enemy's chest. The mage collapsed, his body convulsing in a pool of blood under the continuous assault. Encred pressed down on his fallen foe, his gaze cold and unwavering. He finished off the mage, his face unmoving after delivering justice. Encred stood over the fallen mage, panting after the battle. He noticed a new crack on the surface of his sword blade. Encred lifted his sword, confirming with relief that the damage was limited to his weapon. A fleeting memory of the overwhelming power in the mage's final attack flashed in his mind, a force that should have torn him apart. He touched his chestplate, realizing with surprise that the armor had protected him far better than he had ever imagined. With one final cold glance at his defeated enemy, Encred turned to investigate the rest of the cave. He discovered the shoemaker's wife, her body contorted inside a grotesque cage made of bone-like bars. His gaze lingered on the wedding ring on her lifeless hand, a final tragic confirmation of the victim's identity. Encred turned his face away from the grim sight, his expression hardening as he accepted that her faint breath had completely ceased. A flicker of resolve sparked across his face, a silent vow made amidst the shadows and death. He stood alone in the vast cave, silent. The mage's body, a small, insignificant heap in the distance, finding no satisfaction in his victory. The scene lingered on the corpse, a testament to the brutal end of a dark ambition. The panther, creature silently entered the cave, its intelligent eyes assessing the scene with a stern judgment of the fallen mage's foolishness. It approached a massive, inactive creature made of stitched flesh, a golem the mage had left unused, awaiting activation. The creature raised its paw, which began to glow with a supernatural energy, preparing to claim the powerful golem for itself. The sun shone brightly over a peaceful town nestled among towering mountains, a stark contrast to the darkness left behind. Encred reported to the elf commander about the mage's tunnel beneath the shoemaker's shop. The elf commander pondered, realizing the risk of chaos if news of kidnapped civilians and experiments spread. She gestured that it was best to keep this a secret, leaving Encred to weigh recognition against the city's stability. Encred nodded in agreement, his steady gaze indicating that the lives of the people were more important than his reputation. The scene shifted to a tunnel entrance, where soldiers were hastily filling it with earth and rocks to seal it off. Outside the shop, a soldier explained to the elf commander and Encred that they were filling a tunnel dug by the Thieves' Guild. The shoemaker client approached Encred, expressing surprise that the culprits were merely thieves, not monsters. With gratitude, the shoemaker client handed Encred a heavy pouch as a gift. He pointed to Encred's worn boots, implying the gift was to replace them. The shoemaker client sighed in relief as a burden was lifted, but then his expression clouded with sorrow as he expressed hope for his wife's safe return. And Encred's gaze held a flicker of complexity. In desperation, the shoemaker Client grasped Encrid's hand, pleading with him to find his wife. Encrid clenched his fist, a decision forming behind his hardened expression. Holding the new boots, he looked directly at the shoemaker client and promised to do his best. Later, Encrid sat alone on a rocky outcrop overlooking the city at dusk, his sword resting on his shoulder. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his face shadowed as he questioned whether giving the man hope was the right thing to do. The cracked blade reflected the twilight, carrying Encrid's question of whether a knight's strength could prevent similar tragedies. Encrid sat alone on the outcrop, his head bowed to his sword. Admitting to himself that he still had no answer, Encrid's solitary figure stood out against the twilight sky, looking down into the abyss, embodying his isolation and the weight of his thoughts. The scene abruptly shifted to a chaotic battle as multi-eyed wolves snarled and lunged forward. A monster fell before a soldier's spear, but the shield wall struggled against the fierce assault. An old man instructor roared commands, rallying his men to hold the shield wall against the relentless horde of monsters. A monster leaped over the defenses, creating a breach that forced the soldiers to react instantly. To counter the new assault, a soldier thrust his spear, impaling a lunging monster. Two soldiers coordinated seamlessly, using their spears and shields to block another attacking monster. The soldier on the right thrust his spear through the monster's neck, decisively finishing it. Amidst the battle, Encrid appeared utterly bored, while the gray-haired, braided soldier yawned widely behind him, equally unimpressed. The gray-haired, braided soldier glanced at Encrid with a knowing smile, recognizing his comrade's dissatisfaction with the lack of a true challenge, deciding to stir things up. The gray-haired, braided soldier grinned maniacally, brandishing two axes and preparing to break formation. He leaped over a monster's back, charging straight into the heart of the enemy horde like a whirlwind. With a furious roar, he unleashed a storm of steel, cleaving through the monsters with brutal, unrestrained power. A goatee, subordinate, horrified by the berserker's recklessness, yelled at Encrid, demanding that he, as the spellbreaker, control his chaotic comrade. The soldiers watched in awe as Encrid single-handedly charged into the horde of monsters. Encrid deftly weaved through the waiting jaws of the multi-eyed wolves. With a single motion, his blade cut deep, striking down two monsters at once. The gray-haired soldier grinned wildly, full of bestial ferocity, reveling in the chaos. Encrid glanced back, his expression a mix of bewilderment and annoyance at his comrade's remark. Gripping his axe tighter, the gray-haired soldier prepared to unleash his own frenzy. He erupted, becoming a whirlwind of steel and fury, carving a bloody path through the remaining monsters. The other soldiers could only huddle together, their faces pale with fear and awe at the brutal spectacle. Encrid flicked blood from his sword, each of his movements precise and deadly. Standing amidst the battlefield, Encrid and the gray-haired soldier observed their handiwork, while the rest of the squad acknowledged their terrifying effectiveness. The gray-haired soldier placed a hand on his axe. Sensing Encrid's lingering dissatisfaction after the too-easy victory, Encrid shifted his attention to the other soldiers, his gaze intensifying as he inquired about a true battle. Elsewhere, two colossal ape-like monsters roared with primal rage, signaling a far more dangerous battle. An armored battalion formed a desperate shield wall, bracing against an unseen aerial threat at their commander's order. The battalion commander's eyes narrowed with steely resolve as he looked up at the sky. A colossal griffin monster swooped down from the clouds, its talons extended to shatter the soldiers' defensive formation. The armored battalion was torn apart under the combined assault of the ferocious ape monsters and the harpies diving from above. A soldier was flung into the air, becoming a helpless prey for a swooping harpy. With overwhelming force, an ape monster smashed through the shield wall, breaking the soldier's last line of defense. Encrid and his gray-haired comrade arrived. The comrade grimacing at the brutal scene, while Encrid coldly assessed the situation. Encrid's gaze turned skyward, recognizing the aerial threat. Reality blurred, pulling Encrid back to a horrifying moment in his past, where he was just a young mercenary facing death from the sky. In the memory, a comrade was seized by a harpy, despair evident on his face. The memory ended with him kneeling, the sole survivor amidst a battlefield strewn with the bodies of his comrades. Back in reality, the fear in Encred's eyes had been replaced by an iron resolve as he drew his sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. He charged forward, a vow made to ensure the past tragedy would not repeat. With extraordinary speed, Encred streaked across the battlefield, becoming a blur aimed directly at the harpy. Another harpy threw its head back, emitting a piercing shriek that vibrated through the air. The surviving soldiers immediately froze, clutching their heads in pain as they were stunned by the sonic attack. Encred was not spared either. He bowed his head, enduring the agonizing pain from the shriek, seizing the opportunity. A harpy swooped down, its talons extended, aiming for the disoriented Encred. Despite the pain, Encred lifted his head, his eyes blazing, asserting that this physical pain was nothing compared to the death he had once faced. Encred lunged at a harpy, the monster's blood splattering onto him. He used his full body weight to wrestle the harpy to the ground. With immense force, Encred slammed the monster into the ground, tearing it apart. The gray-haired warrior seized another harpy by the neck, roaring an excited challenge towards Encred. He used his berserk strength to tear the monster apart, turning the battle into a hunting contest. Targeted by another harpy, Encred knelt on one knee, his cold gaze unwavering. A colossal, monstrous hand lunged down, but Encred maintained his calm demeanor. Completely focused, he ignored his comrade's challenge, his steady gaze affirming his sole objective was to annihilate the enemy. With an extraordinary leap, Encred landed on the back of a flying harpy, ready for the finishing blow. A surge of blue energy enveloped Encred as he swung his sword, his power erupting mid-air. Below, the armored battalion soldiers looked up in astonishment and admiration at his display of power. Meanwhile, the gray-haired warrior charged into another harpy with a savage grin. Swinging his axe brutally, he grabbed the monster's head with his bare hands, preparing to finish it off. The harpy shrieked in pain as the gray-haired warrior used pure strength to break it. Mid-air, Encred delivered the decisive thrust, finishing off the harpy he was riding. From a distance, a goatee commander observed Encred with a keen eye, noting his remarkable progress. The eye-patch soldier looked troubled as he offered to assist those fighting. His goatee commander calmly dismissed him, asserting that their presence was unnecessary. On the battlefield, two harpies swooped down to attack an armored soldier. The soldier raised his sword to parry the monster's direct attack. The impact was too strong, causing the sword to fly from his hand. Another harpy swooped down, targeting the disarmed soldier. A thrown knife unexpectedly flew, embedding itself directly into the harpy's head. Encred, who had thrown the knife, extended his hand with a sharp gaze. Ready for his next move, he lunged forward, leaping onto the back of a flying harpy to use it as a springboard. Losing his balance, Encred and his sword fell together. Mid-air, he calmly tracked the falling sword. With a lightning-fast movement, he snatched the hilt of the sword. Immediately, he spun and slashed another harpy that was lunging towards him. Terrified by such power, the remaining harpies panicked and fled. The armored battalion soldiers watched in awe, realizing that their saviors were even more terrifying than the monsters. A soldier stood amidst the battlefield littered with harpy corpses, completely overwhelmed by the outcome. The stream of memories brought Encred back to an old battlefield, where he knelt among his fallen comrades. A surviving soldier stood above, looking down with contempt at Encred's weakness. The mercenary leader snarled, placing the blame for his comrades' deaths on the inexperienced Encred. Back in reality, the pain of the past was etched deep on Encred's face. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute, determined to become a protector instead of the protected. After the battle, the goatee commander suggested continuing the hunt so as not to return empty-handed. The goatee commander approached to allow Encred to leave, then asked him about his next plan. Encred, his hand gripping his sword hilt, resolutely refused to return. The commander and his soldiers looked at each other, unable to believe Encred's fanaticism. At a military encampment at dusk, a new chapter began. Ankrid began a brutal training regimen, carrying a colossal rock on his back to push his physical limits. The goatee commander observed Ankrid's arduous training, then turned to use that effort to challenge his eye-patch soldier. At the request board, Ankrid accepted a new request, declaring he would complete yet another mission that very night. Astonishing another soldier, under the cover of night, Ankrid trained relentlessly, swinging his sword at a dummy with dizzying speed. The goatee commander quietly observed from a distance, noting Ankrid's tireless daily dedication. The commander mused, wondering about the motivation behind the ascetic life Ankrid had chosen. Ankrid, driven by an inner resolve, practiced swordsmanship relentlessly on the training ground. Under the sunlight, a vast military camp with sturdy wooden fortifications stood firm. The eye-patch soldier joined Ankrid, both attacking the training dummies in unison. A panoramic view of the military camp emerged, a hub of activity and discipline under the clear blue sky. Under the moonlight, Ankrid led a group of soldiers, including the eye-patch soldier and the goatee commander, in a rigorous night training session. The elf commander and her gray-haired elf adjutant observed the training ground with serious expressions. The adjutant pointed towards the enthusiastic crowd of soldiers practicing, reporting the situation to her commander. The elf commander listened, her gaze fixed on the soldiers as the adjutant confirmed that Ankrid's fervor had become a trend. With a decisive breath, the elf commander decided that she could not continue to stand by and had to intervene. The elf commander approached Ankrid, stopping him to convey an important order from above. Facing Ankrid directly, she began to announce the official order concerning his squad. With an authoritative demeanor, the elf commander officially promoted Ankrid to independent platoon leader. Ankrid offered a practical reason, expressing doubt about the promotion given his current meager troop count. The elf commander calmly dismissed his concern, assuring him that more troops would be deployed upon request. Ankrid pondered the burden of leadership, but his train of thought was interrupted by her next words. The elf commander revealed the true benefit of the promotion: more time for training. And Ankrid's eyes lit up with understanding and acceptance. Ankrid bowed his head, formally accepting the new assignment in front of the elf commander. The elf commander made an unexpected offer: a farewell duel. She gestured with her hand, seemingly explaining the rules of the engagement. The elf commander pointed to her sword, implying it would be the only weapon used. Ankrid's gaze sharpened as memories of his previous defeat flooded back. Reality blurred, giving way to the image of him being easily thrown by the elf commander in the past. The memory shifted to his brutal training sessions with his muscular mentor, Auden. Back in the present, Ankrid accepted the challenge by dropping his sword to the ground. He removed his cloak and assumed a defensive stance, ready to demonstrate his progress in unarmed combat. The two warriors faced each other on the training ground, a tense atmosphere pervading. Ankrid recalled Auden's teachings, a confident smile briefly appearing on his lips. The memory of Auden's advice on simplicity and directness in close combat resurfaced. The elf commander lunged with incredible speed, closing the distance in a flash. Ankrid raised his hands to block her direct attack. She collided powerfully with his guard, her strength astonishing, utilizing her physique and technique. The elf commander broke Ankrid's defense and delivered a decisive blow. Ankrid lunged forward, using his full weight to tackle the elf commander to the ground. With a powerful impact, he successfully pinned her down, dust rising around them. Ankrid exhaled, his eyes exuding the confidence of a victor. As he held his opponent firmly, he looked down, only to meet a perfectly calm, green gaze. Looking back, the elf commander, unfazed, smirked with challenging amusement at his aggression. Ankrid's confidence faded, replaced by discomfort as he realized the situation was not as simple as he thought. Suddenly, the elf commander used a powerful two-footed kick to his body to break his hold. In a lightning-fast movement, she reversed the situation, easily throwing Ankrid over herself. Now in the dominant position, she pinned Ankrid with her knee and leaned close to deliver a tactical lesson. She smiled meaningfully, a teasing compliment offered to test his composure. Ankrid turned his face away, frustration evident as he made a definitive request for her to get off him. The match concluded. Ankrid stood up and brushed dust from his clothes, while the elf commander turned away. Ankrid bowed his head, offering a brief apology for his attitude. The elf commander paused, responding with an enigmatic explanation about an action she couldn't restrain. Encred looked up at her, retreating back, utterly bewildered by the meaning of her last words. The scene shifted to an army marching in formation, signaling the battlefield awakening once more. A crowd of soldiers gathered before a command tent, signaling an impending full-scale war. A man in boots and a red cloak stepped onto the wooden platform with a decisive stride. The commander's figure loomed, his cloak billowing, exuding authority before the entire army. The gray-haired man introduced himself as Marcus, the new battalion commander, his sharp gaze sweeping across the ranks. From the crowd, Encred recognized Marcus, a notorious warmonger. While Chryse appeared anxious beside him, Marcus stood confidently, assessing the forces under his command. A seasoned tactician, Marcus pondered the army's weaknesses, acknowledging that most soldiers were merely useless numbers. Marcus's eyes narrowed, focusing on a specific target within the ranks. His gaze settled on Encred, the soldier dubbed Spellbreaker. Standing at attention, Marcus silently issued a challenge, an order for Encred to prove his worth. The twilight sky signaled the end of a day and the beginning of a new mission. A group of soldiers, including the blonde undercut soldier, expressed shock upon receiving a direct reconnaissance order from the battalion commander. Auden placed a hand on Encred's shoulder to reassure him, while Encred pondered the elf commander's instructions. A new soldier with a goatee spoke up, confirming the mission location was near Aspen's Crossguard Fortress. The new soldier, Henri, explained that the fortress was built for military purposes. Chryse crossed his arms, confirming to Henri that their objective was to gather intelligence. The gray-haired braided soldier tried to stop Encred from leaving, determined to join him on the mission. Encred turned back, announcing that the commander's order was for everyone to follow the new squad leader's direction. Andrew Gardner stepped forward, introducing himself as the new squad leader, Mag, with an arrogant demeanor. Mag looked at the platoon members with a challenging gaze, a smug smile on his lips. In response, the gray-haired braided soldier showed hostility by provocatively licking his axe blade. He let out a defiant roar, openly rejecting the newcomer's authority. Another squad member's face contorted in disgust at Mag's presence. As Mag trembled in fear, Auden appeared behind him, mocking the new squad leader's weakness. A blonde braided soldier drew his sword, openly questioning Mag's competence. Mag, despite his fear, puffed out his chest, challenging the entire squad, declaring he volunteered to come here to fight alongside Encred. The gray-haired braided soldier lunged forward, his face full of killing intent, ready to attack. Auden cracked his knuckles with a cruel smile, preparing to join the brawl. A long-haired dagger user quietly drew his dagger, ready to teach the new squad leader a lesson. Encred moved like lightning, using his sword to block the blonde-braided soldier's attack to prevent violence. While Henri frantically begged him to intervene, Encred merely watched the chaos with a calm, almost amused expression. Encred's explanation of the duel offer only further horrified Henri, who believed he was about to be murdered. The braided gray-haired soldier shouted a furious challenge at Mag, while a panicked Henri was held back, completely ignoring the chaos. Encred focused on the task, requesting intelligence on the terrain. Henri, having regained his composure, warned of the area's dangers and offered to share what he knew before they set off. Encred nodded decisively, accepting the briefing. Night fell upon a secluded wooden outpost by the river, under a full moon and towering mountains. Steep, treacherous cliffs emerged under the night sky, heralding a perilous journey. In his new combat gear, Encred strode purposefully along a desolate moonlit path. He paused, his expression resolute, fully prepared for the dangerous mission ahead. Marcus approached from behind, calling out to Encred just as he was about to set off. With a friendly gesture, Marcus greeted Encred, acknowledging that he had seen him frequently. Marcus walked alongside Encred, congratulating him on his equal rank promotion and advising him to relax more. Marcus casually asked Encred's age, and Encred frankly replied that he was 30. The commander's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that this youthful-looking soldier was older than him. Encred maintained his calm demeanor, unaffected by Marcus's surprise. After Marcus lamented his age, Ingrid got straight to the point, asking for the mission details. Marcus explained the initial plan as they headed towards the dock. The two of them would cross the river first as the vanguard. They arrived at the empty dock, realizing with concern that their ferryman was gone. In a rocky mountainous area, Marcus sat down, signaling for a much-needed rest. Ingrid nodded in agreement, but immediately stood up, drawing his sword from its sheath. While Marcus rested, Ingrid began a relentless sword practice session, redefining the concept of rest. Marcus watched with a displeased expression as Ingrid's blade cut through the air, his persistence irritating the commander. Ingrid continued his practice with intense focus, unaware of Marcus's attention. Marcus's gaze darkened, his initial admiration turning into bitter envy. Marcus's envy flared into a murderous rage, his face contorted with hatred, sensing the sudden surge of killing intent. Ingrid spun around, his sharp gaze locking onto Marcus. Marcus quickly masked his emotions, replacing his rage with a feigned look of confusion. He let out a breath, trying to regain his composure after revealing his intentions. Marcus stood up, reviving an old rivalry to mask his true animosity, and issued a challenge. Ingrid smiled confidently, indicating that he had surpassed their previous skill level. Marcus drew his sword, its blade glowing with a blue light. Accepting the unspoken challenge, Ingrid prepared to respond, his sword also emitting a similar energy. Marcus's blade slashed down with a faint blue streak of light. The two warriors lunged at each other, their swords clashing with immense force in the wilderness. Ingrid and Marcus locked blades in a fierce confrontation, sparks flying from the impact. With a roar, Ingrid unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, forcing Marcus onto the defensive. Marcus struggled to parry, his face astonished by his opponent's incredible strength. Ingrid's eyes gleamed with iron determination as he poured all his strength into his sword. Completely overwhelmed, Marcus gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure. Ingrid delivered a decisive blow, shattering Marcus's defense and sending him sprawling backward. Marcus stumbled to the ground, completely stunned by Ingrid's power. In retaliation, Marcus lunged forward, throwing a direct punch at Ingrid's face. Marcus threw a feint punch, Ingrid's eyes reflecting the incoming fist. Suddenly, Marcus twisted his wrist, revealing a sharp dagger concealed in his glove. The hidden blade grazed Ingrid's hand, leaving a small but decisive cut. Ingrid looked down at his wound, surprised by Marcus's unexpected ploy. Marcus smirked smugly, holding out the hidden dagger as a challenge to the duel's rules. Marcus was stunned by Ingrid's reaction, realizing the soldier's obsession went far beyond what he had imagined. Instead of anger, a crazed, eager smile spread across Ingrid's face, his eyes burning with a desire to learn the new technique. A memory flashed Ingrid back to a dock, where an elderly man gestured with a decisive flick of his wrist, offering a silent lesson in precise technique. Marcus made a showy, clumsy move towards Ingrid, loudly criticizing his technique, while Ingrid looked back with utter confusion, and a hooded man observed them from a distance. The hooded man watched them with a tired, impatient expression, seemingly questioning their delay. Under the dawn light, the hooded man rowed a small boat, carrying Ingrid and Marcus across a wide, still body of water. The boat gently docked at a wooden pier, signaling their arrival on the other side. Ingrid and Marcus walked along a precarious cliffside path, scanning their surroundings for the rendezvous point. Marcus paused, pointing towards a nearby lake, suggesting they clean up before meeting the others. Ingrid halted, bringing his gloved hand to his face and sniffing, seemingly considering Marcus's suggestion. Marcus was already in the water, shivering from the cold, while Ingrid stood on the bank, undressing. Marcus, submerged in the water, waved Ingrid to join him. Marcus's expression grew tense, as if assessing Ingrid for another challenge. Ingrid, now in the water, adopted a defensive stance, while Marcus reassured him he meant no quarrel. A red-haired female soldier suddenly appeared on the bank, her sharp voice cutting through their conversation as she questioned their delay. Ingrid spun around, his face astonished that he hadn't sensed her and her team's approach. The red-haired female soldier stood authoritatively on the bank, two male subordinates behind her, and ordered them out of the water. Marcus retorted with a defiant look, asking how they could get out, while she was watching. Ignoring the confrontation, Encred turned and began to climb out of the water, his muscular back facing the newcomers. The newly arrived female recon platoon leader stared accusingly. Marcus reacted with a smug smile, completely oblivious to her intentions. The red-haired woman bluntly accused Marcus of peeping, prompting him to flex his muscles, while she admitted she was looking at Encred. Completely ignoring Marcus, the woman introduced herself as Pin and extended her hand to Encred. Encred shook Pin's hand decisively, his gaze focused and analytical. Sidelined, Marcus looked down at his body with humorous disappointment. Having redressed in her uniform, Pin began the briefing with the posture of a commander. She announced that an agent codenamed Kitten had failed to arrive at the rendezvous point as expected. Pin confirmed the agent's status as missing. Encred's and Marcus's expressions turning serious. With iron determination, Pin declared their mission was to infiltrate Crossguard to rescue the agent. She explained the enemy's defenses. A monster-infested wasteland under a red moon. Pin presented the first option, a smuggler's tunnel, dark and dangerous. The second option was presented, scaling the towering city walls at night. The final option was to disguise themselves as merchants, a risky gamble to pass through the main gate. Pin designated a three-person team consisting of herself, Encred, and Marcus to undertake the infiltration mission. She entrusted the final decision to Encred, allowing him to choose their path. Encred pondered, aware of the difficulty of the upcoming mission. Despite Pin's confident demeanor, Marcus crossed his arms, suggesting Encred should choose the infiltration route as he was more familiar with the area. Pin pointed forward, decisively declaring they would set off tomorrow morning and use the tunnel. Under the blood-red moon, the three soldiers rested by a cliff, preparing for the perilous mission. Encred awkwardly swung his sword during the night practice, trying to hone his skills. He lost control and let the sword slip from his hand. Marcus sat nearby, looking at Encred with a critical expression, questioning his swordsmanship. Pin approached. Noticing Encred had skipped dinner to train, she showed her displeasure at him skipping a meal. Holding a piece of dried meat in her hand, Pin handed the dried meat to Encred, a gesture both commanding and caring, demanding he eat first. Encred and Marcus both showed surprise and delight at the food's excellent taste. Pin seriously pointed to a nearby area, issuing an important warning. Encred turned, his face surprised by her sudden warning about a venomous snake. Pin smiled confidently, explaining that she had learned this knowledge from a hunter in her platoon. Her smile conveyed approval and impression at Encred's dedication. Pin playfully leaned down towards the two resting men, making a suggestive training offer. Encred listened with a silent, unexpressive face. Pin bluntly stated her intentions, leaving Encred utterly confused. Marcus, looking tired, asked them not to do that in front of him. Pin decisively refused Marcus's request and continued to press Encred, who seemed to finally understand. Encred secretly wondered how his past connection with the elf commander was so widely known. Pin pointed directly at Encred, asking him to be as comfortable with her as with Marcus, and he reluctantly accepted. Pin turned away to order the team to rest, leaving Marcus lamenting being completely ignored. Under the night sky, with two moons, one red and one white, the team prepared to rest. Encred lay down on his cot, trying to catch some sleep before the mission. His sleep was restless, his mind clearly still active. His consciousness drifted into a strange dream, where a hooded figure holding a lantern emerged from dark, rippling water. Encred's eyes suddenly opened wide, escaping the strange illusion. He sat up abruptly, the memory of the dream still vivid. He pondered the vision, trying to decipher its meaning. The dream evoked a memory. A noblewoman with elaborately braided hair closed her eyes, expressing deep regret that he had been unable to prevent. A sinister smile appeared on Encred's face as blue energy flared around him, his resolve for the mission now forged into something harder and more dangerous. The infiltration mission began as Encred took decisive steps onto enemy territory. The team, consisting of Ankrid, Pin, and Marcus, advanced onto a paved road, heading towards the massive crossguard city wall. Pin turned back, her eyes questioning Ankrid about the decision to act during the day instead of waiting for nightfall. Ankrid explained his strategy, emphasizing the element of surprise by attacking when the guards were least vigilant. Marcus looked annoyed, feeling sidelined by the interaction between the other two. Pin signaled, leading the formation deeper into the darkness of a secret cave. Ankrid intently observed Pin, analyzing her every movement. Recognizing the vanguard role of a scout, he realized that a scout must move lightly with minimal equipment to reconnoiter the path ahead. Pin demonstrated her masterful skill, walking on the uneven ground without making a sound. Her footsteps gently met the ground. Not a single speck of dust disturbed. Impressed by Pin's silent footsteps, Ankrid focused intently. Observing her closely, he immediately tried to mimic the technique, attempting to adjust his body weight to move silently. From the shadows, a guard commander appeared with a smug smile, his eyes glowing maliciously as he declared the trap sprung. Ankrid's team was suddenly surrounded by a large contingent of crossguard soldiers, their spears pointed directly at them. Realizing the trap, Pin desperately shouted an urgent retreat order. Blocked at both ends by shield walls and cocked crossbows, the team's escape route was completely cut off. The crossguard commander's eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he ordered their annihilation. Pin roared a defiance, swinging her axe and sword, leading a desperate breakout attempt with Marcus. A volley of crossbow bolts was fired from the ranks of the crossguard soldiers. Amidst the chaotic battle, Ankrid stood firm, his sword ready, his eyes scanning the battlefield to analyze the situation. With terrifying speed, Ankrid lunged in front of Pin, deflecting the incoming arrows with his sword. He continued to move, blocking a sword blade, slashing towards a teammate. Marcus fought fiercely, piercing an enemy soldier's throat with a precise strike. Ankrid's eyes gleamed with cold realization. He understood that his teammates would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Another crossbowman aimed at Pin while she was pinned down. Marcus used his sword to block an incoming spear, repelling the attacker. Outnumbered on the narrow slope, Pin and Marcus were forced into a life-or-death struggle. Ankrid looked at the wall of armored soldiers before him, acknowledging the nearly impossible challenge. With unyielding determination, his right arm began to transform as he prepared to unleash his power. Ankrid became a deadly blur, decapitating the crossbowman with a single sword stroke. Blood spurted as the soldier's severed head flew through the air. In a brutal combat vision, Ankrid single-handedly fought against the encirclement of crossguard soldiers. The crossguard commander roared an order, urging his soldiers to tighten their formation to eliminate the target. Completely overwhelmed, Ankrid braced himself for a direct attack. He was knocked backward, losing his balance amidst countless enemies. Cold spears simultaneously pierced his body, ending his resistance. Collapsing to the ground, Ankrid's eyes slowly lost their life. From his perspective, the shadows of his victors enveloped him. The vision of death faded, giving way to a clear blue sky and sunlight. Back in reality, Ankrid sat in contemplation, analyzing the inevitable outcome of a direct confrontation. He concluded that the enemy had anticipated their every move. Pin approached with Marcus, questioning Ankrid's hesitation and urging him to act according to the plan. Ankrid looked up, his gaze resolute, proposing an alternative attack plan scaling the city wall directly. Marcus explained to Pin, reiterating that Ankrid's intuition had once even broken enemy magic. Ankrid calmly corrected him, asserting that his intuition was not luck, but the result of countless experiences. Pin listened, her finger touching her chin in thought, weighing the risks and timing of the new proposal. Ankrid stood behind Pin, issuing a direct challenge. Pin turned back with a flirtatious smile, deliberately misinterpreting his offer. With a serious expression, Ankrid clarified his intention for a one-on-one match, causing Pin to show humorous disappointment. He proposed an unarmed match to test their skills. Pin flashed a confident smile, ready to accept the challenge of a duel. Both faced each other, ready for the match. While Marcus and the other soldiers observed from behind, Ankrid took a defensive stance, explaining that this was a necessary training session and invited her to attack first. Pin accepted the invitation, cracking her knuckles provocatively. A fist shot out with incredible speed. Ankrit easily blocked Pin's punch with his forearm. Without hesitation, he countered with a powerful knee strike to her abdomen. The impact sent both of them staggering back. Breaking their balance, Ankrit immediately closed in, delivering a powerful hook punch towards Pin. He recalled the tactical lesson from the Elf commander as his punch landed. Using his physical advantage, Ankrit delivered a decisive blow, sending Pin flying backward. Ankrit's attack was halted as Pin spun beneath him, preparing for a counterattack. With a confident smile, Pin used Ankrit's momentum to throw him off balance. Pin delivered a powerful elbow strike to Ankrit's side. The force of the blow sent Ankrit flying, completely reversing their positions. Ankrit winced in pain, sweat beading on his forehead. After the impact, Marcus rushed forward, hand outstretched, ordering the match to stop. Defeated, Ankrit lay gasping on the grass while Pin stood over him. Triumphant, Pin glanced at him with a triumphant, teasing smile, asserting his defeat. Instead of despair, Ankrit's eyes blazed with determination as he challenged her to another match from the ground. Pin responded with a shy, suggestive smile, seemingly misunderstanding his intense offer. Marcus intervened with an exasperated expression, clarifying Ankrit's desire for a training bout and reprimanding Pin's attitude. As the sun set behind the mountains, the time for their departure to the wall was drawing near. Now dressed for the mission, Ankrit appeared confused as his choice of heavy armor and numerous weapons was questioned. Pin knelt before him, pointing out the absurdity of his overloaded gear while Marcus stood by. Disapproving, Pin glanced back with a sly, knowing look, implying her superiority in practical matters. Pin turned away helplessly. Accepting Ankrit's stubbornness, Marcus covered his face in utter exasperation at Ankrit's equipment choice. Pin looked at Ankrit with a gaze that was both pitying and exasperated by his naivety. She pointed forward, revealing a challenge even greater than the city walls for Ankrit to see. All three stood before a colossal rock face, towering and obscuring the sky. Their true objective. Marcus squinted up at the towering peak, while Ankrit assessed the obstacle with cold focus. Ankrit's eyes gleamed with iron determination, ready to face this impossible challenge. A memory brought him back to the mage's tunnel, where glowing blue magic stones lay scattered like spoils. In the past, he had given the stones to a red-haired shopkeeper, who was utterly astonished by their value. Ankrit coldly demanded the best sword that wealth could buy. Ignoring the shopkeeper's confusion, the memory focused on the new longsword on his back, an affirmation of his belief that it was his lifeline. Back in reality, Ankrit began his ascent of the cliff face, gripping the treacherous surface step by step. From below, Pin and Marcus observed, she pointing out that the very sword he cherished would drain his strength. Crushed by the weight of his gear, Ankrit pressed his face against the cliff, his body pushed to its limit. Despite his exhaustion, his hand reached up, gripping the next rock with an indomitable will. Ankrit's will transformed physical limits into strength, every muscle straining to conquer the cliff. Under the crimson moon, his solitary figure clung to the perilous cliff face, a battle against gravity and exhaustion, surpassing countless limits. His hand gripped the ledge at the summit, a victory of perseverance. Sweat pouring down, Ankrit lifted his head, his resolute gaze affirming that this challenge would not stop him. He placed his foot firmly on the cliff's summit. Officially overcoming the first obstacle, Ankrit stood tall on the summit, Marcus and Pin following behind, all three looking forward. Pin looked at Ankrit with an expression of skepticism regarding his recklessness, while Marcus stood behind her. Marcus squinted, unable to believe someone would treat a dangerous infiltration mission as a crazy training session. A terrifying howl echoed in the night, tearing through the silence. A pack of lycanthropes appeared below, their presence indicating an unforeseen threat. The large, muscular creatures darted through the shadows, their predatory instincts evident. Pin signaled caution, realizing that the appearance of such a large pack was a dangerous omen. Ankrit squinted, identifying their distant objective, the crossguard's city wall. The team crouched low, realizing the open area ahead offered no cover. Light from a guard's torch swept across the open ground, turning their only approach into a deadly trap. Pin explained the strategy, her eyes gleaming with confidence that the enemy's negligence was their advantage. On the crossguard city wall, a guard patrolled under the flickering torchlight, unaware of the danger below. To begin the infiltration, Pin gave a decisive signal, and she, Encred, and Marcus charged forward. Under 2 moons, all 3 traversed the open ground, heading straight for the base of the formidable city wall. Encred maintained intense focus, his eyes scanning the walls for any signs of danger. The guard raised his torch high, its light sweeping across the empty space below the city wall. He looked down into the darkness, detected nothing unusual, then turned to continue his patrol. The group had safely reached the base of the colossal stone wall, hidden in the shadows. Pin glanced at her teammates with a smug expression, affirming that her plan was unfolding perfectly. Suddenly, Encred froze, his eyes gleaming with suspicion as he believed they had been detected. Ignoring Encred's apprehension, Marcus dusted his hands, preparing for the decisive climb into the slums. Pin pulled out a grappling hook and rope, ready to conquer the city wall. She turned to Encred, her gaze signaling him to leave his cumbersome longsword behind for safety. Encred firmly refused, his eyes indicating that he considered the weapon's weight an integral part of his training. Marcus observed the standoff, a resigned look on his face as he accepted his teammates' madness. To infiltrate crossguard, Encred and Pin scaled the sheer cliff face under the cover of night. Encred clung tightly to the cliff, his gaze fixed upwards, recognizing the true challenge of the mission. Pin was the first to reach the top, cautiously surveying her surroundings, sensing an ambush. Soon after, Marcus also climbed up, both preparing for potential danger. A figure suddenly appeared on the city wall, blocking their path forward. From above, the purple-haired mage looked down at the infiltration team with a smug expression, signaling that the fun was over. She smiled cruelly and waved her hand, a gesture commanding death. Recognizing the threat, the sorceress summoned giant thorny vines from the ground to attack. Pin shouted a warning, immediately pushing Marcus down to dodge the sudden attack. The giant thorny vines lashed down, forcing the entire squad to hastily dodge by a hair's breadth. Under Pin's command, the squad rushed towards the base of the wall to find cover from the magical attack. The sorceress easily controlled a thorny vine to block an incoming knife. She crushed the weapon with ease, but a hint of surprise flickered across her face. At the same time, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against Encred's neck, and he realized he had fallen into a more elaborate trap. The hidden attacker stepped forward, completely in control of the situation. Encred lunged down, swinging his sword to dodge the purple-haired sorceress's thorny vines. A vine lashed down onto the stone floor, narrowly missing his position. The purple-haired sorceress retreated, summoning more vines for defense as Encred closed in with absolute confidence. Encred believed his senses were sufficient to deal with a mage he had encountered before. He dodged another attack, preparing to thrust his sword through his opponent's body. His sword tip was mere centimeters from the sorceress, her eyes reflecting surprise. A flood of memories rushed back, bringing with them the dark-haired mercenary's warning that mages could deceive all senses. Back in reality, Encred's confidence shattered as the vines unexpectedly wrapped tightly around his body. He was lifted into the air, his sword slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. From atop the city wall, Pin and Marcus watched in horror as Encred was captured. Pin let out an angry shout, questioning her comrade's reckless actions. Giant vines extended from the sorceress's position up towards the city wall. They attacked unexpectedly, piercing through both Pin and Marcus before they could react. Bound tightly by layers of thorny vines, Encred strained in vain. He gritted his teeth, realizing he was completely neutralized and helpless. Retsha, the purple-haired sorceress, gestured imperiously towards Encred, who was bound by the thorny vines. Constricted, Encred gritted his teeth in anger and helplessness. With a self-satisfied smile, Retsha extended her hand, introducing herself with a powerful gesture. She clenched her fist, channeling magic into the vines. The vines tightened further around Encred, suffocating him. A burst of blue energy erupted from Encred's position, marking his end. The scene dissolved, bringing Encred to a void space where he sank into still water. Gnawing on the failure caused by his own arrogance, he bowed his head, realizing he had been intoxicated by power and charged in without analyzing his opponent. His reflection shimmered on the water's surface, his sword hovering beside him as a reminder of his mistake. A hooded, lantern-wielding entity appeared in the darkness, delivering a judgment on his misuse of power. The entity pointed out his insignificance before an overwhelming wall of power. Encred looked up, his eyes closed for a moment of acceptance. He opened his eyes, a faint smile and determined gaze appearing, showing gratitude for the challenge he needed to overcome. The hooded entity continued to issue a warning about an even greater challenge ahead. Encred closed his eyes, fully accepting his fate and preparing for the next loop. In the void space, Encred smiled with renewed determination, accepting failure as a necessary wall to overcome. The silhouette of the lantern-bearer appeared, delivering an ominous warning about even greater challenges ahead. Back in reality, Encred discussed a new infiltration plan with Marcus. Expressing his doubts, Pin proposed a practical solution, blending in with a merchant caravan and setting the time of action for the next morning. Encred pondered, determined to overcome the current wall before tomorrow arrived. Marcus accepted the weight, while Pin cheerfully suggested an activity to pass the time. Pin eagerly received orders from Marcus. While Encred observed with confusion at their relaxed interaction, Pin laid out wine and food, preparing for a rest session right before a dangerous mission. Encred looked at the scene with skepticism, unable to believe the relaxed attitude of his new comrades. He questioned Pin about their lack of caution, but she responded with a philosophy that excessive tension would be counterproductive. Pin poured wine while explaining that being too focused could make one lose sight of the bigger picture. She handed Encred a cup of wine, inviting him to relax and loosen his tense body. Pin's words stunned Encred. He realized the rigidity in his approach until now. He walked slowly, sinking deep into new thoughts. He drew his sword, an epiphany clear on his face. As he understood that direct confrontation was not the only path, Encred raised his sword high, his steady gaze showing his determination to turn every experience into his own strength. From a distance, Pin looked at Marcus with a puzzled expression, wondering about Encred's intense way of resting. Pin squinted, a contemplative expression appearing on her freckled face. Encred swung his sword with extreme force, putting all his strength into each slash to train his body and will. Pin took a sip of water with an appreciative smile, while Marcus gave her a helpless look. Night fell, revealing a strange sky with a giant blood moon and a smaller white moon. Under the crimson light, the squad rested by a campfire at the base of a giant tree. Sitting apart, Encred cleaned his weapon, calmly reflecting on the important epiphany he had just gained. He looked forward, recalling the path they had taken in the previous loop. The image of the blood moon appeared in his mind as he remembered past threats. He wondered which enemies would block their path this time. A giant clawed foot suddenly stomped down, breaking the night's silence. A lycanthrope tilted its head skyward, letting out a resounding howl towards the blood moon. Startled by the howl, Pin and the light brown-haired soldier spun around, their faces full of vigilance. Marcus's relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by the sharp gaze of a seasoned warrior. Encred's eyes narrowed with intense focus, his resolve hardening against an unseen threat. A sudden, chilling howl shattered the campfire's tranquility, immediately putting Encred, Marcus, Pin, and their subordinates on high alert. Under the blood moon, a massive pack of lycanthropes charged forward, their eyes glowing with savage hunger. Pin shouted a desperate order to retreat, while Encred glanced back, his expression grim as he assessed the sheer scale of the ambush. A monstrous, clawed foot slammed down, kicking up dirt and debris in a terrifying display of speed and power. The soldiers' escape route was cut off as the pack of lycanthropes swiftly encircled their position, leaving no way out. Standing back to back with Encred, Marcus calculated their hopeless odds, his face betraying the grim reality that they were vastly outnumbered. Sweat beaded on Marcus's face as a bitter smile of acceptance formed. embracing their impending demise. Pin expressed her panicked confusion at the ambush's unbelievable stealth, a sentiment Encred confirmed. With a tense glance, realizing their senses had been deceived, Encred's mind raced to the only logical conclusion, linking the sensory illusion to the manipulative magic of the sorceress Recha. The pack of lycanthropes surged forward in a coordinated attack, their fanged muzzles wide in a ferocious snarl. A memory of his new vow flashed in Encred's mind, his eyes lighting up with a cold, renewed determination. Rejecting despair, Encred stood firm and raised his sword to face the attack, preparing for the impact with the leaping beast. Blue energy flashed and enveloped Encred's blade as he prepared to unleash a decisive counterattack. Encred spun and thrust his glowing sword into the attacking lycanthrope, meeting primal fury with focused power. Surrounded by the pack of lycanthropes, Encred realized his heightened focus was useless against the chaotic attacks from all directions. A lycanthrope lunged forward, its jagged teeth bared in a savage snarl. The light brown-haired soldier looked up in horror as the monster's jaws were about to clamp down on his head. Encred's eyes glowed as he realized his tactical error, forced to expand his awareness to the entire chaotic battlefield below. A bold recon soldier screamed in despair as a lycanthrope's claws crushed his skull. Marcus was thrown back, blood gushing from his mouth as he took a fatal blow. Pin collapsed as a lycanthrope sank its teeth into her shoulder and neck. Encred's eyes reflected agony as he witnessed the massacre, a genuine emotion even though he knew the loop would reset. Overcoming the pain, he channeled energy into his sword, its blade glowing blue, to face the charging monster. He thrust his glowing sword into a lycanthrope's chest, black blood splattering. Using the momentum of the attack, Encred ducked under another monster's arm, preparing for his next strike. He swung his sword upwards, cleaving through the lycanthrope's body in a powerful arc. Another lycanthrope, with glowing purple eyes, raised its massive claws, ready to deliver a finishing blow. The crushing blow struck Encred's flank, the impact sending him flying. Encred gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes etched with pain but unwavering. A leading lycanthrope snarled, its eyes gleaming with brutal cunning. In response, Encred lunged forward, delivering a hook punch to the monster's jaw. The lycanthrope took the blow, then slammed Encred violently to the ground. It delivered a brutal kick, sending Encred flying. Encred slid across the ground, his body bruised, but his gaze unyielding. The rest of the lycanthrope pack roared and charged, forming a wall of flesh and claws. Encred's eyes reflected despair as he faced inevitable death. The scene blurred, leaving only the tragic image of his fallen comrades strewn across the battlefield. Reality dissolved, giving way to a void space with purple energy curves. A hooded skeletal entity emerged from the shadows, offering a mocking challenge. Back in reality, Encred calmly looked down, his expression pensive. Torres and Pin looked at him, confusion and worry evident on their faces. Encred bowed his head, lost in thought. Ignoring his comrades' questions, he clenched his fist, a silent act demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Encred raised his head, his eyes burning with the will to find his own path to victory. Encred led Torres and a light brown-haired soldier cautiously into a narrow canyon. He analyzed the situation, realizing they would be surrounded with no escape. He concluded that the only way to win was not to be surrounded in the first place. Encred closed his eyes, focusing all his senses to detect the hidden enemies. A guard commander, Roger, with glowing purple eyes and a goatee, roared an attack command from his hiding spot. Encred's squad was surrounded by full-armored guards and cross-guard archers. Encred's eyes snapped open in astonishment, realizing his senses had completely failed to detect the ambush. The light brown-haired soldier collapsed, his body riddled with crossbow bolts. Thorny vines emerged from the ground, coiling around Torres, while a purple-haired sorceress appeared from the shadows. The sorceress, Recha, extended her hand, manipulating the magical vines with a self-satisfied expression. Recha glared at Roger, uttering a reprimand for his incompetence. Torres was impaled by sharp thorns, ending his life. The loop restarted, Encred's hand clenching, Back at the starting point, Ankrid looked at the still-living Torres, who was confused by his actions. Ankrid faced the new challenge with iron resolve. Understanding that magic had concealed the ambush, he realized he had to contend not only with the guards but also with a pack of ferocious lycanthropes. Under the blood moon, Ankrid single-handedly confronted a besieging pack of lycanthropes. He tensed, swinging his sword, his face etched with desperate determination to overcome the uneven odds. His eyes flashed with intense focus, analyzing the enemies before him. Ankrid suddenly loosened his grip on his sword, realizing the recklessness of his tactics. His thoughts replayed a scene of a crossguard soldier's spear lunging forward. In his combat memory, he skillfully used one soldier's spear shaft to deflect another's attack. Next, he calmly resisted the magical vines tightening around him. Returning to the fight with the wolves, he lunged at a lycanthrope, treating each defeat as a training opportunity. His body collapsed to the ground, pierced by countless weapons. Another death. In the loop, he dodged the lashing vines with agility honed through multiple deaths. His blade flashed with a sharp gleam, reflecting the crimson sky. With a clear objective, Ankrid decapitated a lycanthrope to make every second in the loop count. Another lycanthrope lunged, its jaws clamping down on his shoulder. In the void after death, a glowing lantern hovered before him. The skeletal void figure extended the lantern towards the seated Ankrid, a challenge presented for him to overcome his walls. Ankrid bowed his head slightly and smiled, an expression showing he had understood and accepted this harsh challenge. Ankrid's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with a new understanding of the challenge ahead. Dawn broke over a rugged, rocky terrain, casting long shadows. Torres yawned widely, his attention suddenly drawn to something out of frame. From Torres's perspective, Ankrid stood below, his sudden appearance leaving the older soldier agape in astonishment. A gloved fist tore through the air at dizzying speed. Ankrid completed the throw, a small, gleaming blade leaving his hand with absolute precision. Torres was stunned in utter disbelief, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he tried to comprehend the incredible skill he had just witnessed. Torres pointed decisively, demanding an explanation for this sudden mastery. But Ankrid merely clenched his fist, a silent intensity emanating from him. With eyes closed, Ankrid clenched his fist, his entire being focused on an internal declaration of newfound strength. His eyes snapped open, burning with the resolve of countless unseen battles as he prepared to break the loop that had imprisoned him. Ankrid approached Henri and Pin before they moved forward, gesturing towards his wrist with a specific request for new equipment. He demonstrated the size of the pouch he needed on his wrist, and Henri nodded, in understanding and agreement. Turning to Pin, Ankrid pointed towards her shoes, his focused gaze clearly showing an inquisitive intent. Pin revealed a fabric-lined shoe insert, demonstrating how it muffled her footsteps for stealth in enemy territory. A flash of realization crossed Ankrid's face as he made a decisive gesture, indicating he would adopt a similar tactic. To Pin's surprise and Torres's skepticism, a boot took a decisive, purposeful step forward, ready for the upcoming challenge. In the dark tunnel, Pin turned to Ankrid skeptically, questioning his ability to move as silently as a cavalryman. Ankrid's gaze was cold and distant as he explained that his skill came from repeatedly reliving today, a truth hidden behind his cryptic words. All three cautiously advanced on the treacherous slope inside the dark smuggling tunnel. Pin's expression became focused, realizing that her reconnaissance expertise was key to the squad's survival. Ankrid leaned forward, pressing Pin with questions about contingency plans for a potential ambush. Pin stopped and turned to face him, challenging Ankrid's sudden pessimism by asking what they would do if their retreat was also blocked. She continued to probe him about the tunnel's tactical details, her tone suggesting she was testing his unusual understanding. Torres looked at Ankrid with concern, sensing an unusual fear or premonition behind his line of questioning. Ankrid's sharp gaze conveyed the gravity of the situation, directly asking if they were prepared to face death. Annoyed by his ominous tone, Pin suggested he should stay behind instead of demoralizing the squad. Ankrid maintained his unwavering, serious expression, asserting that his intention was merely to ensure they proceeded cautiously. Pin fell silent, pondering Ankrid's unusual yet authoritative demeanor. A stream of memories brought Ankrid back to a moment of violent confrontation in the past. He recalled the menacing face of a man named Krang. Remembering his effectively imposing manner, Ankrid's eyes narrowed with determination, realizing that a powerful presence was more effective than 100 words. Understanding the implicit warning in his tension, Pin nodded gravely, admitting she had been too careless. Pin led Ankrid and Torres deeper into the dark tunnel, the atmosphere growing tense. She suddenly stopped, her sharp eyes detecting something unusual. Her gaze focused on the footprints on the ground, which had been deliberately disturbed to conceal a trap. The truth dawned, Pin's face paling in horror as she recognized the deadly danger. She spun around, pointing towards the exit and shouting an urgent command for immediate retreat. Ignoring the command, Ankrid stomped his foot, preparing to charge forward. From the shadows, a squad of crossguard soldiers with cocked crossbows emerged, blocking the path. A memory of a previous loop flashed in Ankrid's mind, where Pin and Torres had fallen to this ambush. Back in reality, Ankrid stood at the very death point he had foreseen. Instead of retreating, he charged directly towards the archers, shouting a message from their commander. Roger. Pin and Torres froze, watching Ankrid's seemingly suicidal action in horror. The crossguard soldiers were confused, hesitating before the unexpected messenger. Ankrid did not hesitate, continuing to charge deep into enemy ranks to execute his plan. His eyes flared with blue light, showing his intense focus and iron resolve. He repeated his declaration, his voice full of authority, sowing further confusion among the enemy formation. Ankrid silently confirmed Roger was the commander Recha had mentioned, staking his life on this psychological gamble. Ankrid stared into the darkness, his sharp gaze issuing a challenge aimed at the enemy commander. A dark memory of chaos and screaming flashed in his mind. The crossguard soldiers froze in confusion, surprised that Ankrid knew their commander's name. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Ankrid lunged forward like a ghost. He struck down a crossguard soldier, blood splattering as he closed in on their ranks. The remaining soldiers realized the intruder in shock and hastily raised their crossbows. Ankrid grabbed the fallen soldier, using him as a human shield. He held his sword to the hostage's throat, his eyes challenging the remaining soldiers. Paralyzed by hesitation, the crossguard soldiers could only watch their hostage struggle in despair. Ankrid roared a taunt, stirring chaos within the enemy ranks. From behind, Torres shielded Pin, his face showing clear bewilderment at Ankrid's actions. Pin pushed Torres away, anger flaring on her face as she yelled at her comrades. She gritted her teeth, staring at the confrontation with annoyance. Suddenly, Pin's eyes widened, her anger giving way to astonished realization as she understood his strategy. Ankrid continued to bellow Roger's name, his voice echoing, sowing extreme confusion. Amidst the chaos, a crossguard soldier suddenly lunged and grabbed Pin. A crossguard soldier was sent flying by a powerful impact. Torres slashed a crossguard soldier across the neck, blood splattering as one of his comrades watched in horror. Pin stabbed a soldier in the neck, using his body as a shield, while her eyes gleamed with brutal appreciation for the unfolding strategy. The crossguard soldiers recoiled in horror as they realized Ankrid's entire squad was attacking them from behind. With deadly precision, Torres struck down another enemy soldier attempting to counterattack. Ankrid's squad carved a path through the panicked crossguard soldiers, their desperate calls for Commander Roger unanswered. A crossguard soldier screamed, his face contorted in utter terror at the relentless assault. Ankrid grabbed a soldier from behind, holding his blade to the man's throat, to force the remaining enemies to halt. Without hesitation, Ankrid executed the hostage with a brutal stab through the skull. The remaining crossguard soldiers lost all discipline, screaming in a mix of rage and fear as their formation collapsed. Ankrid's expression hardened, signaling the end of the psychological manipulation and the beginning of the final assault. He threw two small, dark orbs into the center of the enemy cluster. The orbs exploded with concussive force, blowing apart the head of a crossguard soldier. Under Ankrid's command, the trio surged forward as one, exploiting the opening created by the explosion. Encred led the charge, his boots pounding on the stone as he rushed towards the tunnel's exit. He glanced back, meeting Pin's gaze to confirm she was right behind him. Their objective clear. Underground. Roger and his crossguard forces waited with glowing purple eyes filled with killing intent. To sow confusion, Encred roared a name he shouldn't have known. Recha. A crossguard soldier froze, his confidence shattering upon hearing the name. Encred shouted a command, directing his squad to charge straight ahead, through the bewildered enemy ranks. Outmaneuvered, Roger gnashed his teeth, his furious gaze fixed on Encred. He pointed, ordering his troops to pursue at all costs. Encred's squad burst out of the tunnel entrance. Escaping the darkness, they ran through the forest. Pin, Encred, and Torres moving as one. Pin frantically searched for an escape route. Weighing the stream against the cliff, Encred gripped her shoulder, issuing a decisive and cryptic command: return to their camp. Despite her doubts, Pin trusted him and immediately led the squad in the directed course. The sun gradually set behind the mountain ranges, signaling that time was running out. Encred stopped, turning to face his pursuers and raising his sword, ready to summon an unexpected ally. A stream of memories brought him back to the teachings of a man with a goatee, about venomous snakes hidden beneath rocks. Inspired by the memory, he channeled his strength into a large rock nearby. Encred shattered the rock with his sword, turning the fragments into a deadly hail of projectiles aimed at the approaching enemies. A crossguard soldier flinched in terror as a venomous snake lunged from beneath his feet. The crossguard formation broke into chaos as dozens of venomous snakes emerged from the ground, attacking the panicked soldiers. Amidst the chaos, Torres grabbed Pin, his face contorted in anger as he scolded her for making too much noise. From a higher vantage point, Encred observed the chaos below with a cold, calculating gaze, his plan unfolding as intended. Pin and Torres climbed a steep cliff, trying to escape the unfolding disaster below. As night fell, a blood-red moon rose beside a smaller white moon, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. A colossal clawed foot stomped heavily on the ground, signaling the arrival of a new predator. A monstrous pack of lycanthropes emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with savage hunger. Encred's squad watched from their safe perch as the lycanthrope pack charged towards the unsuspecting crossguard soldiers. To ensure his comrades' escape, Encred stepped forward, ordering Pin and Torres to leave the impending combat zone. Pin and Torres vehemently protested the order, their faces clearly showing their refusal to abandon their commander to face danger alone. Encred roared a final, non-negotiable command, emphasizing that their presence would only hinder his strategy. Pin and Torres reluctantly separated, leaving Encred standing alone as he turned to face the approaching crossguard soldiers. Seeing their targets split, the crossguard soldiers charged in pursuit, unaware of the second approaching threat. Encred positioned himself perfectly in the open space, a lone figure standing between the charging soldiers and the hungry lycanthrope pack. He took a deep breath, preparing to unleash an overwhelming surge of killing intent to draw both enemy forces onto himself. Encred charged, his entire body flaring with a crimson aura of killing intent to draw all attention to himself. A crossguard soldier was stunned by the pressure emanating from Encred. A lycanthrope growled, its glowing yellow eyes locked onto the new target. Roger gnashed his teeth, his eyes full of killing intent, as he issued a decisive command. At Roger's command, the crossguard forces charged in unison, focusing all their might to eliminate Encred. Encred's hand clenched, ready to face the impending storm. A crossguard soldier leaped onto a high rock, charging to attack a lycanthrope blocking the path. Under the blood moon, a colossal lycanthrope roared amidst the encirclement of soldiers, initiating a bloody melee. Encred observed the chaotic battlefield with a cold, determined gaze. Encred plunged into the midst of the lycanthrope pack, his sword swinging in deadly arcs. Amidst the carnage, Encred stood firm, his plan to sow chaos perfectly successful. The three-way battle erupted fiercely, crossguard soldiers torn apart by lycanthropes, while Encred continued his own slaughter. In the distance, Torres looked back at the battlefield with extreme anxiety, wanting to return despite the order. Pin held Torres tightly, her resolute gaze preventing his reckless action. Both helplessly watched Ankrid fight alone amidst a sea of enemies under the crimson sky, torn between orders and loyalty. Torres roared in despair, demanding to go back and save his commander. Torres's face was tense, sweat pouring as he tried to comprehend what was happening. From a distance, Pin and Torres watched the battle in astonishment. Unable to fathom Ankrid's performance, Ankrid glided past an attack, his cold eyes analyzing the chaotic battlefield. Amidst the encirclement of crossguard soldiers and lycanthropes, he became the epicenter of violence, drawing all killing intent towards himself. He expanded his perception, sensing every invisible movement around him, transforming his senses into a network encompassing the battlefield. He moved like a ghost among his enemies, every decision made in an instant. Amidst the chaotic battle, he knew that the slightest mistake would mean death. His blade flashed, a purple streak blocking a fatal attack. A confident and cruel smile briefly appeared on Ankrid's lips. He was completely in control of the situation. A crossguard soldier roared a command, attempting to rally the Greyhound's formation to quell the chaos. Ankrid recognized the tactical threat. He had to act to maintain the chaos to his advantage. Leveraging knowledge from previous loops, he charged forward to break their formation before it could be established. The crossguard soldier shouted a taunt, inadvertently revealing a weakness concerning Commander Roger. He continued to yell, warning that no one could stand against a Roger who never removed his helmet. Ankrid paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with curiosity as he absorbed the new piece of intelligence. Immediately, he cast aside the distraction and continued the slaughter, thrusting his sword into another crossguard soldier. Roger's helmet flew off after an attack. Rolling on the ground, two crossguard soldiers looked at each other with extreme horror, realizing their commander's secret had been exposed. Roger slowly raised a hand to touch his bald head. Ankrid looked directly at Roger with a calm expression, a silent taunt conveyed without a sound. Roger's eyes flared with angry light, his face contorting in rage. Ankrid roared, a defiant command, publicly revealing the truth to the entire battlefield. He continued to shout loudly, pointing at the enemy for everyone to witness his humiliation. A crossguard soldier tried to restrain Roger, but the commander's furious gaze showed it was too late. Ankrid lowered his head, a smug smile hidden behind his hair. He looked up, confidently sweeping back his thick hair, a final provocative act. His eyes were sharp, full of defiance and contempt. From a distance, Pin and Torres exchanged a worried glance, confirming that Roger had completely fallen into the trap. Consumed by rage, Roger roared a bloody oath as he charged forward. He swung his sword with all his might, aiming directly at Ankrid to finish him. With a smug smile, Ankrid calmly adopted a defensive stance, ready to receive the attack. Two blades clashed, sparking, beginning a deathmatch ignited by humiliation. In a blind rage, Roger swung his sword down with a reckless attack. Ankrid easily dodged and counterattacked with a lightning-fast slash to his opponent's face. Ankrid's blade grazed past, Roger's eyes revealing sheer horror as he realized his defeat. Roger's helmet flew off, and he fell backward in a daze. Ankrid stood over Roger, raising his sword, delivering a final taunt more painful than any physical wound. Roger looked up, his anger replaced by shock and extreme humiliation. Amidst the confrontation, a massive set of lycanthrope claws tore through the air. Without hesitation, Ankrid spun to block the lycanthrope's attack, blood splattering. With a decisive movement, Ankrid severed the monster's head, ending the immediate threat. A crossguard soldier was caught by another lycanthrope. He screamed his commander's name in despair. A large lycanthrope stood over the corpse, its eyes showing cunning intelligence, as it had attacked when the enemy was weakest. Ankrid dodged another pounce, his sharp eyes analyzing the monster's attack pattern. He realized this monster was exploiting the chaos to ambush. A clever tactic. Memories from countless previous loops confirmed that this lycanthrope was the true threat, even more dangerous than Roger. Ankrid shifted his full focus, confronting the alpha monster. His eyes gleamed with determination, ready to end this loop once and for all. Ankrid, determined to end the battle, charged forward, Swinging his sword at the alpha lycanthrope, he ducked down, avoiding a powerful swipe from the monster. The lycanthrope roared, revealing its sharp fangs after its attack missed. With sharp eyes, Encred raised his sword for a decisive downward slash. His blade cut deep into the lycanthrope's shoulder, fresh blood splattering. The monster braced itself against the blow, its glowing yellow eyes staring at Encred. It let out a roar of pain and fury. Encred seized the moment of vulnerability, turning and preparing for the finishing blow. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into the final thrust. The sword tip pierced through the thick fur, embedding directly into the lycanthrope's skull. The blade penetrated the monster's skull, ending its life instantly. Meanwhile, the other lycanthropes continued to slaughter the panicked crossguard soldiers. Torres and Pin witnessed Encred's overwhelming power, Torres acknowledging his awe through his gaze. The alpha lycanthrope's body collapsed to the ground. Encred stood tall amidst the chaotic battlefield, his sword still stained with enemy blood. With a resolute gaze, Pin signaled Torres, preparing to rush in to assist Encred. Encred's eyes were cold, ignoring the calls of his name. Amidst the slaughter, Pin and Torres motioned for Encred to retreat in vain. Despite the warnings, Encred charged directly into the midst of the lycanthropes and crossguard soldiers. A crossguard soldier screamed in pain as he was torn apart by a lycanthrope. Under the blood moon, Encred's squad sought an escape route amidst the deadly chaos. Having escaped danger, Pin confronted Encred, demanding an explanation for his seemingly foreknown plan. Torres grasped Encred's shoulder, questioning his mysterious strength and tactical knowledge. Encred remained silent, his eyes indicating a secret that could not be shared. He turned away, signaling that their mission was not yet over. Before them was a colossal cliff, the team's next objective. Encred looked up at the cliff, his resolute gaze commanding the climb to begin. A high-heeled boot stepped decisively onto a high rock ledge. From above, Recha appeared, her silhouette looming over the cliff. Observing her prey below, Encred hammered a piton into the cliff face. Preparing for the first ascent, he swiftly climbed, leaving Pin and Torres watching in astonishment from below. Pin and Torres struggled with the first few meters, their eyes filled with bewilderment at their commander's superior skill. Encred scaled the massive stone wall with practiced ease, leaving Pin behind with a bewildered expression. Hidden behind a boulder, Encred's gaze fixed on the distant target, his senses sharpened by the memory of countless previous failures. From his vantage point, Encred observed Recha standing alone on the rampart, completely unaware of the approaching hunter. Encred gave a decisive hand signal to Pin, a silent gesture indicating the imminent threat and his intention to engage. His expression was coldly resolute as he confirmed the enemy's position, a silent declaration of his plan. Pin and Torres watched in astonishment as Encred declared he would attack alone, their faces revealing shock at his reckless confidence. Without waiting for a reply, Encred burst from cover, soaring through the air directly towards the unsuspecting Recha. Recha turned just in time, her eyes widening in surprise as Encred's figure hurtled towards her. Encred landed before her, his sword arcing like a silver streak, closing the distance in a blink. Recha reacted with preternatural speed, her hand extending to block his attack, not with steel, but with surging magic. Dense, thorny vines erupted from the ground at her command, coiling around Encred's arms and body to halt his momentum. With a powerful twist, Encred used his blade to sever the magical vines binding him, breaking free from her trap. Recha stared, both bewildered and enraged by his sudden appearance. Demanding an explanation for his presence, Encred maintained his ready stance, calmly explaining that her forces were being held elsewhere, revealing his strategic foresight. A smirk played on Encred's lips as he taunted her, implying her minions were improperly trained. A deliberate, psychological strike. Recha's face contorted in anger, his words having struck a nerve and shattered her composure. Surrounded by magical vines, Encred skillfully slid to evade an attack. With a determined expression, he used his sword to parry a thick, spear-like vine hurtling towards him. Encred stood firm against a wall of attacking vines, analyzing tactics to counter them. Thicker vines twisted together, forming a powerful, crushing attack. He lunged low, his sharp blades severing thinner vines, attempting to bind his legs. From behind a rock, Pin and Torres watched in awe, realizing they would only be a hindrance if they intervened. A commander ordered a squad of crossguard soldiers armed with crossbows to provide support for Recha. Before they could fire, a crossguard soldier collapsed with a fatal wound to the neck. To protect Encred, Torres and Pin charged out, intercepting the crossguard reinforcements. Recha's face contorted in fury at Encred's stubborn resistance. She unleashed her full wrath, launching an all-out attack with vines tipped with sharp red crystals. Amidst the magical storm, Encred maintained an unnerving calm, his eyes having found a path to victory. In his mind, he pinpointed Recha's core weakness. No matter how powerful, she was still human. He revealed the daggers concealed on his forearms, the perfect weapons for his plan. Encred swiftly launched a volley of daggers, aiming precisely for the gaps in the vine barrier. He charged after the daggers, sword ready, piercing through the broken defenses to close in on the sorceress, bound by her own vines. Recha gasped in surprise as Encred prepared an attack from his forearm. She was trapped, helpless against the imminent threat. Encred focused on his trump card, a secret weapon he had prepared. A memory flashed back to a shop, where the red-haired vendor asked him about his intentions for the leftover magical devices. With a calculating look, Encred decided to keep the crystals, believing they would be useful. Back in reality, he clutched one of those blue crystals in his hand. Recha squinted at the glowing object. Sensing an unforeseen danger, Encred crushed the crystal, unleashing a blinding burst of magical energy. The intense blue light enveloped the crossguard soldiers, forcing them to shield their eyes in pain. The elderly woman with glasses and her white-bearded companion also recoiled from the burst of light. The entire top of the rampart was engulfed in a sea of brilliant blue light. Dazed and disoriented, Recha screamed as the light magic overwhelmed her senses. Her magical vines weakened and disintegrated under the light's effect, seizing the opening. Encred surged forward, his sword flashing a streak of light amidst the blue glow. He delivered a powerful slash, cutting deep into Recha while she was still dazed. As the attack concluded, Encred realized the clarity that came from relaxing his body at the right moment. The blue magical crystal, Encred's trump card, lay on the ground. Recha lay motionless amidst rose petals, completely incapacitated, with the crystal not far away. Amidst the chaotic scene, Encred stood over Recha's defeated body, his sword still stained with blood. Encred glanced with satisfaction, a confident smile on his lips after his meticulously calculated victory. A crossguard soldier fell backward, mouth agape in pain, as an arrow lodged directly in his chest. Pin pointed urgently, her eyes warning Torres that they had to move immediately before enemy reinforcements arrived. Without hesitation, Encred led Pin and Torres down a stone staircase to escape. Elsewhere in the fortress, two torch-bearing crossguard soldiers on patrol discovered an area littered with bodies. The two soldiers raised their torches high, sweeping their vigilant gazes into the shadows for intruders. From the shadows, Encred, Pin, and Torres, now cloaked, secretly observed the enemy patrol. Pin led the group, gesturing towards a door where their informant was supposed to be. All three peered inside the room, their expressions immediately shifting from hope to astonishment. Inside, the scene was a chaotic mess of overturned furniture, bloodstains, and a severed rope, all signs of an ambush. Pin gritted her teeth, her face darkening as she accepted the bitter truth that their contact was dead. The group stood motionless, realizing that this entire rescue mission was, in fact, an elaborate trap. Encred's eyes turned cold. He quickly analyzed the situation, understanding they had been lured here to be annihilated. Torres frowned, recognizing the trap they had fallen into as a crossguard soldier patrolled nearby. A torch-bearing crossguard soldier ordered his comrades to search the entire warehouse area. Cornered, Pin looked at Torres with an urgent gaze, seeking a diversion to escape. Encred interrupted them with a confident look, offering a solution he had meticulously calculated. A violent explosion rocked the compound, Crossguard soldiers screamed in panic as flames erupted, engulfing a building. Capitalizing on the chaos, Ankrid led Pin and Torres through dark alleys to escape. For a moment, Ankrid briefly reflected on his unsettling mastery of fire-based sabotage tactics. He gestured decisively, urging the team to continue moving towards their final objective, shedding their disguises. All three ran at full speed towards the border guard ramparts under the red moonlight. Behind them, the smoldering ruins of the burning building glowed in the night, a testament to their daring escape. Elsewhere, the masked subordinate reported the failed infiltration and the fire to his superior. The green-haired commander listened, disappointment evident on his face upon learning all the traps were useless. He clenched his fist in rage at the heavy losses, especially Wretch's death. He slumped, bitterly admitting that the plan to annihilate the entire enemy reconnaissance team had utterly collapsed. However, despair was quickly replaced by a sinister smile, indicating he still had other trump cards. Regaining his composure, the commander turned away, signaling his subordinate to follow him to prepare for the next plan. Abner, Aspen's genius strategist, smiled confidently, his eyes already calculating the next move. On the sparkling sea, a small boat carried Ankrid, Pin, and Torres back from their mission. Pin and Torres gasped for breath, exhausted after the long journey and relentless battles. In stark contrast, Ankrid turned to Torres with sparkling eyes, issuing another challenge. Torres erupted in frustration at Ankrid's endless desire for battle, while a nearby hooded soldier looked at them with confusion. Their boat gently docked at a wooden pier. As the team stepped ashore, Torres dejectedly admitted that for Ankrid, fighting was his form of rest. Pin decisively refused Ankrid's invitation, turning away with a resolute expression, determined not to be drawn into another fight. Their eyes were drawn to a man desperately struggling, trying to get past the line of guards ahead. Ankrid recognized the bald man, while Torres reminded him to report on the mission first. The bald man, Gilfin, recognized Ankrid and called his name with a look of both shock and joy. Gilfin rushed towards Ankrid, stumbling to the ground in a desperate attempt to deliver an urgent warning about Kreis. Ankrid held Gilfin tightly, demanding an explanation as the man stammered about a threat codenamed Frogs. Gilfin's memory surfaced, showing Aspen agents, known as Frogs, arriving to oversee his guild. Ankrid listened, his expression turning cold as he realized the enemy had arrived at their doorstep. The scene shifted to 4 days prior, where Aspen's bags of money and gems were laid on a table as proof of their dealings. In his office, Kreis smugly examined the bags of money, the spoils of his guild's expanding influence. Gilfin entered, bowing his head to present a report to his guildmaster. After hearing the report about an Aspen spy, Kreis ordered Gilfin to send someone to deal with it. With a decisive gesture, on the night streets, heavily armed members of Gilfin's guild subdued a suspect, asserting their control. Kreis smiled with satisfaction, tossing a coin into the air, a symbol of the guild's growing reputation and income. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, calculating his next moves to consolidate his power. With ambitious eyes, Kreis clenched his fist, determined to conquer the entire underworld in the shortest possible time. The office door was suddenly slammed open from the outside with extreme force. A guild guard was sent flying into the hallway, his body hitting the floor hard. The guard collapsed, his arm reaching out desperately towards the unseen attacker. Kreis only managed to see a dark figure flash past the guard with terrifying speed. A hooded figure stood in the middle of the ruined room, the intruder's glowing red eyes shining in the darkness. Gilfin gasped in horror, while Kreis startled and took a step back. Kreis recognized the enemy, his face paling as he uttered the Aspen agent's code name. The attacker's webbed hand dug deep into the wooden floor, leaving deep claw marks. The one called Frog stood upright, revealing green skin and strange markings as the cloak fell away. Ankrid stood over the defeated Frog agent, confirming the target was still alive. He bent down, sweat beading on his temples, determined to extract information from the defeated foe. From his desk, Kreis beamed and spread his arms, welcoming a new guest. A tall, green-skinned figure with intricately braided hair entered the room with a deadly aura. The green-skinned man's eyes flashed red as he smirked, issuing an unspoken challenge. To diffuse the tension, Krace ignored the question, instead offering a strained, friendly invitation. The green-skinned man seemed amused by Krace's insolence, a smug smile appearing on his lips. With unseen speed, the green-skinned man lunged past Krace and delivered a thunderous blow to Encred. Encred coughed up blood, his face contorted from the devastating punch. The punch sent Encred flying backward, while Gilfin was knocked aside like a puppet. The green-skinned man grabbed Encred by the collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. He held Encred tightly, his eyes conveying a cruel message about how he treated humans. Despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Encred smirked, his eyes defiant, and questioned the attacker in return. Taken aback by Encred's stubbornness, the green-skinned man tilted his head, beginning his interrogation. Encred casually replied about the former guildmaster's fate, his attitude defiant in the face of intimidation. But when the green-skinned man growled, demanding a name, Encred's smile vanished, replaced by utter horror. Encred, held tight by the enemy's blue hand, gritted out a name. The green-skinned Aspen agent narrowed his eyes, repeating the name as a cold confirmation. To assert his demand, he lifted Krace off the ground with one hand, his eyes commanding the terrified Gilfin on the floor. Despite being choked, Krace still roared a loyal command, ordering Gilfin to find their true commander. Gilfin froze, horror and confusion evident on his face. Jolted by the command, Gilfin scrambled up and rushed frantically out of the room to carry out the task. Elsewhere, Gilfin found Encred and reported in despair that he couldn't find Ragna because the entire team had been deployed elsewhere. Encred silently processed the information, a glint appearing in his eyes as he contemplated a plan. His thoughts briefly drifted to Ragna snoring soundly, realizing this command was a test for anyone strong enough in the team. Back in reality, Encred cut short Gilfin's explanation with a direct question about Krace's well-being after 4 days. Gilfin was stunned by the unexpected question. Not understanding Encred's implication, Encred clarified his meaning, asking directly if Krace was being tortured, while internally reassessing his own strength. A bitter memory of past defeat at the hands of a similar foe suddenly resurfaced. But that memory was quickly replaced by an iron will, his eyes sharpening. A confident and aggressive smile spread across Encred's lips. He was no longer afraid, but craved a confrontation to test his strength. Encred ordered Gilfin, his tone calm yet authoritative, instructing him to deliver a message to the waiting enemy. With a confident smile, Encred turned back, deciding that Ragna would have to wait. He strode away, confident that the Aspen agent's patience would give him time to prepare. The silhouette of the hooded Aspen agent appeared, an intelligent predator, not a mere beast. Encred stood at attention, reporting the completion of his mission to a gray-bearded commander. He bowed his head, calmly requesting 2 days of rest to recover before taking on a new assignment. The scene shifted to a quiet wooden cabin under the moonlight, where Encred began his preparation process. To reach his best state, he lay on the bed, allowing his body to rest completely. He sat down and ate a simple meal, recharging his energy for the upcoming battle. He trained his endurance by carrying a heavy, fur-covered object on his shoulder, sweat streaming down his face. After preparing, Encred examined a curved throwing knife, his gaze sharp and focused. He checked his pouch, realizing he only had 2 knives left and needed to find more. A blue-eyed black panther, Esther, approached and cried out to get his attention. Encred knelt, gently stroking Esther's head. A rare moment of peace. He stood up, opened the door, and gestured for Esther to follow, inviting her to join the hunt. Esther looked forward, her eyes gleaming with eagerness and intelligence. A fierce and expectant smile appeared on Encred's face. He yearned for the opportunity to confront the enemy. Inside a makeshift base, patience was wearing thin. The green-skinned Aspen agent ate a worm while demanding Ragna's appearance. A red-haired man with a forced smile hastily offered a bowl of fresher food to appease him. The Aspen agent looked at the man with a maliciously amused smile, an unspoken threat. The red-haired man bowed with exaggerated gratitude, concealing the despair welling up inside. Sweat beaded on his face, his strained smile unable to hide his utter terror. Outside, the area remained ominously silent. The Aspen agent bit into an apple, appearing accustomed to waiting. He arrogantly propped his feet on the table, while the red-haired man stood rigidly to the side, not daring to move. A flicker of annoyance crossed the red-haired man's face as he thought of his tardy comrades. With a commanding snap of his fingers, the Aspen agent demanded more food, and the red-haired man instantly complied. He brought out a plate of apples, constantly aware of his captor's unceasing scrutiny. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, believing his comrades would soon arrive to end this nightmare. Meanwhile, in another corridor, Encred's decisive footsteps echoed, signaling the impending confrontation. He drew 2 throwing knives, ready for the assault. Unbeknownst to him, the Aspen agent calmly ate his apple, savoring the last moments of peace. The green-skinned Aspen agent glanced with irritation, his red eyes glinting with danger. To clear the way for the confrontation, he flung the red-haired man across the room. Encred charged in, 2 throwing knives ready in his hands. His gaze locked on his foe. The red-haired man sprawled on the floor, stunned by the sudden attack. He shrieked in horror, not for himself, but at the appearance of the captain he considered the weakest. Without hesitation, Encred launched both knives with tearing speed. The daggers struck the Aspen agent's chest but shattered, failing to inflict a single scratch. With astonishing speed, the Aspen agent leaped over Encred's head to counterattack. Encred quickly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the deadly landing. The Aspen agent lunged again from above, preparing another strike. His hand mutated into a black claw, swinging down with destructive force. Encred slid to evade the blow, creating a safe distance between them. Encred's eyes gleamed with intense focus, analyzing his opponent's every move. The Aspen agent narrowed his eyes, his initial complacency replaced by caution. Encred lunged, his sword blocking the Aspen agent's claw in a burst of sparks. From the rubble, the red-haired man watched in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend his captain's strength. The Aspen agent looked at Encred with skepticism, wondering how a mere commoner could resist. Overwhelmed by sheer power, Encred strained to parry the Aspen agent's attack, realizing a direct confrontation was suicidal. Encred changed tactics. He shifted to a defensive stance, using his swordsmanship to deflect his opponent's devastating blows. Sparks flew as steel met claw. Encred searching for a fleeting opening, identifying the sole weakness. Encred poured all his strength into a strike aimed directly at the Aspen agent's heart. His sword point lunged forward, a desperate attempt to finish off the regenerating foe. The Aspen agent countered with a crushing blow, its force sending Encred flying. Encred was thrown backward, losing control mid-air. He crashed into the rubble, the impact startling the red-haired man into a panic. The red-haired man shrieked in horror, fearing his captain had been defeated. The Aspen agent stood still, watching Encred struggle to his feet with an incredulous expression. He approached, his tone revealing astonishment as he revealed his kind were called skill readers. He confessed that, despite their ability to read talents, he utterly failed to comprehend Encred. His red eyes scrutinized Encred, realizing the soldier had long surpassed his own limits. He wondered how Encred could continue fighting, a question punctuated by a sharp sword stroke. Encred charged, his sword carving a gleaming arc. Dust rising beneath his feet. A confident and defiant smile appeared on Encred's face. He had found a way to counter his opponent's power. The skill reader, with cold eyes, raised his sword, signaling his intent to end the fight immediately. Encred lunged from above, aiming his sword point directly at the skill reader's chest. The skill reader's eyes flashed red with anger as he realized Encred was once again aiming for his heart. The skill reader delivered a powerful kick, sending Encred flying into the air to break his attack. Encred spun in midair, his sword swinging to block the blow, determined to neutralize his enemy's regeneration. With a lightning-fast movement, Encred slashed across the skill reader. Blood splattering, the skill reader's arm was severed from his body, falling through the air. Encred maintained his offensive, his sharp eyes analyzing that his opponent would not be able to regenerate a major limb mid-battle. The skill reader's face was shrouded in shadow, his red eyes glinting with deadly contempt. Viewing Encred as merely an insect, without hesitation, Encred continued his charge, capitalizing on the opening he had created. The skill reader used his remaining hand to seize Encred's blade, his strength easily halting the attack. Completely overpowered, Encred was pushed back, his sword held fast. Encred's eyes widened, reflecting the inevitable defeat in this direct confrontation. As the skill reader prepared to deliver the finishing blow, an iron resolve flashed in Encred's eyes. Ready for another challenge today. The green-skinned agent's clawed hand stopped just before Encred. Amidst the rubble, the green-skinned agent loomed over the prone Encred, creating a tense standoff. The green-skinned agent gritted his teeth, a growl escaping him as he inexplicably faltered. Lying on the ground, Encred looked up, his expression shifting from resignation to confusion at his opponent's sudden hesitation. The green-skinned agent's eyes flashed red, his focus abruptly shifting from Encred. His senses were overwhelmed by a massive, surging magical energy. He turned his head, pinpointing the source of the deadly threat emanating from Encred's beast companion. Esther crouched low, her body enveloped in a menacing blue aura, her eyes glowing with murderous intent. The green-skinned agent clenched his fist, his desire to kill Encred conflicting with the warning he had just received. His gaze returned to Encred, recognizing him as an unpredictable danger that needed to be eliminated immediately. With renewed resolve, he raised his sharp clawed hand once more, ready to attack. Despite the danger, Esther, vigilant, took a decisive step forward, an unspoken warning of immediate retaliation. The three-way standoff grew tense, the air thick with impending violence. Prioritizing his life, the green-skinned agent lowered his weapon, making a clear statement to Encred. He pointed to himself, identifying as Merlune and offering a chilling promise for their next encounter. Encred met Merlune's gaze, his eyes hard and resolute, silently accepting the challenge. Esther landed on the ground and looked up at Encred, the immediate danger having passed. In the quiet room filled with debris, Encred stood watching the trembling Kreis while Esther returned to his side. Kreis, still sitting on the floor amidst the rubble, looked around frantically, seeking confirmation that their monstrous enemy had truly departed. Kreis expressed immense relief and astonishment at Encred's strength, but Encred dismissed the praise, stating his power was not yet enough. Encred examined his bruised and bandaged wrist, recalling the force of Merlune's final attack that had disarmed him. His hand clenched into a fist, a silent vow of future victory forming, with unshakable resolve in his eyes. Encred calculated that with just 3 more days of experience, he would be the victor. As Encred, Kreis, and Esther walked through the town streets, Encred noticed the unusual absence of other capable individuals. Kreis sighed, attributing their survival to luck. Grateful that the Aspen agent had voluntarily left, Encred's eyes narrowed in thought, questioning the logic of a killer who had cornered them. Suddenly holding back, his gaze fell upon Esther, who was calmly walking beside him, a silent and humble guardian. Encred quietly spoke to the creature, his suspicions confirmed, leaving Kreis utterly bewildered. A burly soldier in splendid armor, Torres, blocked their path, demanding to know Encred's whereabouts. Torres's urgent expression softened with concern as he noticed Encred's bandaged hand and inquired about the injury. His expression hardening again, Torres conveyed a direct order for Encred to accompany him, citing a summons from his superior. Encred's expression shifted to surprise and curiosity. Upon learning the order came from the commander he referred to as the Fairy. From above, the elf commander observed a chaotic battle unfolding before her. She calmly assessed the carnage, understanding the frenzy that drove these soldiers. On the front lines, a gray-haired warrior swung his axe, felling an enemy. He continued to cut down another, his movements brutal and efficient. Amidst the raging battle, he abruptly stopped, declaring his workday over despite his comrades' warnings. Elsewhere, a seemingly exhausted Ragna was carried back to camp by his comrades. Letting out a huge yawn when questioned, he indifferently tossed an object to the ground and then intended to go to sleep. His comrades recoiled in horror upon realizing it was the severed head of the enemy commander. In the camp, the giant Auden approached a screaming soldier, his presence a clear threat. Auden's hand clamped onto the soldier's arm, his sheer strength immediately silencing the commotion. Later, in the commander's tent, the elf commander and a superior officer reviewed plans on a campaign map. She entered a barracks to confront the newly assembled squad of eccentrics Ragna, Auden, and the gray-haired warrior, Henri, a soldier, stepped forward to challenge her authority, questioning where she had transferred their former squad leader. The entire squad rose in unison, demonstrating defiance and loyalty to their old commander. The elf commander's gaze turned icy as she issued a threat, blaming Ankrid's insubordination on them. The memory sequence ended with a close-up of Ankrid's face, his eyes burning with unspoken resolve. A hazy memory surfaced, where the braided gray-haired warrior set an ironclad limit for himself. He asserted his unbreakable rule, a declaration of personal discipline amidst the battlefield. Back in reality, the elf commander sat in a meeting room, acknowledging that the madmen under her command were at least contributing. Her hand moved a piece on the strategic map, emphasizing that their victory or defeat would determine the entire war. The superior commander with a gray goatee spoke, his expression thoughtful as he analyzed the Aspen organization's new provocative tactics. The elf commander replied, explaining that successive failures were instilling fear of the war's failure into the soldiers' morale. The commander slammed his hand on the map, asserting that they only needed to unleash their strongest warriors in response. His eyes gleamed with calculation, realizing that those unruly madmen were the perfect weapons for this mission. They both discussed the insubordination of this special unit and sought ways to effectively control them. The elf commander stood up, her gaze resolute, declaring she would personally find and bring their leader. In a moment of silence, the superior commander cursed the cunning of the Aspen enemy. He sat alone, staring at the map, contemplating their sudden change in tactics. His mind conjured the image of Abner, the young genius strategist he believed to be the mastermind behind it all. The scene shifted to a vast military camp under the sunset. Andrew Gardner and two other soldiers strode through the camp with grim expressions, with a bruised eye and a bandage on his cheek. Andrew Gardner bore the responsibility of leading his chaotic squad. Mag's two comrades expressed concern, but he firmly explained that confronting Rem was necessary to curb that person's killer instincts. Mag clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, asserting that every near-death battle made him stronger. His comrades exchanged a resigned look, acknowledging the uncomfortable truth in Mag's logic. In the tent, Auden meditated, Ragna slept soundly, and the braided gray-haired soldier read a book. The three eccentrics, keeping their distance from each other. A new platoon commander with a goatee burst in, roaring an order for the independent platoon to fulfill their duties. The commander confronted the braided gray-haired soldier, questioning his laziness while others risked their lives on the battlefield. Mag gritted his teeth, realizing the danger of an outsider provoking such an unstable warrior. To prevent bloodshed, Mag stepped forward, placing himself between the commander and the gray-haired soldier, declaring that only he could give them orders. The commander angrily shifted his attention to Mag, pointing and accusing the entire group of openly shirking their duties. The braided gray-haired soldier slightly hunched, an aura of killing intent emanating as he considered attacking the annoying commander. Mag grabbed the commander's collar, pulling him close and issuing an ultimatum if he wanted a fight. He should fight him. The braided gray-haired soldier watched with an amused smile, intrigued by Mag's sudden challenge. He watched as Mag led the commander and his comrades away to settle the dispute. The braided gray-haired soldier let out a sigh, his initial excitement fading. He slumped against a railing, expressing disappointment that Mag had stolen his chance to eliminate the commander. With a dejected look, the braided gray-haired soldier turned away, concluding there was nothing interesting left here. The braided gray-haired soldier entered the barracks, his face heavy with fatigue. He stared into the distance, contemplating ending his military career. In the tent, Auden knelt in a silent vigil while Ragna lay on his bed, both consumed by worry for their missing leader. Ragna stared at the ceiling, the grim possibility of their leader's death lingering In his mind, Auden clutched a dart-like memento, determined to leave if his reason for staying was gone. A reddish-brown, curly-haired soldier sharpened his dagger, coldly remarking that the current situation was inefficient. He glanced at Ragna, having decided to abandon his post, believing his duty in the army was complete. The faces of the squad members, the braided gray-haired soldier, Ragna, Auden, and the curly-haired soldier were a series of grim, determined expressions, ready to disband. Ankrid walked purposefully through the military camp at sunset. The elf commander blocked his path. Her order to return to her platoon, emphasized by the unexpected word fiancé. Ankrid stood firm, his gaze unwavering as a young red-haired soldier observed from behind him. He took a moment to observe other soldiers training nearby before continuing on his way. Ankrid finally entered the barracks, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the waiting squad. He announced his return with a steady, confident gaze. The braided gray-haired soldier shot up from his bed, his face a mixture of shock and relief. In a blur of motion, Ragna launched himself from his bed, rushing straight towards the newly returned Ankrid. The red-brown-haired soldier burst into sobs, both joyful and angry to see their leader return. He clung tightly to Ankrid's leg, while the braided gray-haired soldier sat nearby, observing with an unreadable expression. The braided gray-haired soldier smirked defiantly. He grabbed the red-brown-haired soldier's head, growling his annoyance at being usurped in welcoming their leader. Ankrid surveyed his motley crew, a collection of talented but eccentric warriors, with Esther standing beside them. Night fell over the military encampment, flickering fires providing illumination. Inside the tent, Ankrid, with his bandaged wrist, sat opposite the braided gray-haired soldier, listening to him talk about their self-control mission. The braided gray-haired soldier leaned back on the bed, casually dismissing the idea of obeying superiors. He suddenly sat bolt upright, his gaze shifting from indifferent to highly focused. With a smug smile, the braided gray-haired soldier leaned forward, issuing a challenge regarding Ankrid's progress. Ankrid responded with a sharp, silent, and powerful gaze. A foot stomped heavily on the floor, signaling an impending confrontation. Ragna stepped forward, sword in hand, bluntly demanding a duel. From the sickbed, the red-brown-haired soldier hastily intervened, pointing out Ankrid's wrist injury. The braided, gray-haired soldier angrily grabbed Ragna's face, asserting his right to fight the leader first. Auden easily intervened, using his superior strength to clamp both their heads together with a wide smile, quashing the argument. Auden cheerfully used his strength to restrain the gray-haired soldier, preventing a pointless brawl before the main match began. Amidst the chaos, Ankrid ordered the entire squad to maintain order with a weary but no less authoritative gaze. Ankrid stood up, his gaze resolute, accepting all challenges to prove his strength. The brown-haired female teammate anxiously checked Ankrid's injured wrist. While he asserted that the injury wouldn't hinder him, Ankrid pulled his hand back, admitting his wrist was weakened, but still strong enough to wield a sword. Determined not to let the injury deter him, a flood of memories brought Ankrid back to a moonlit battle, where he stood amidst fallen foes. Feeling his power surge, the memory replayed the life-or-death confrontation with Merlune, a fierce battle that pushed him to his limits. In the memory, his injured hand clung tightly to the cliff face, a symbol of the arduous journey still ahead. He looked up at the sheer cliff, aware that the path to becoming a great warrior was still very long. The scene expanded, showing Ankrid as merely a tiny speck on the massive cliff face, emphasizing the scale of the challenges he had overcome and was still facing. Back in reality, Ankrid's eyes blazed with determination. He wanted to show his teammates the fruits of those life-or-death battles. The brown-haired female teammate handed him ointment, accepting his decision, but also warning him of the cost. Ankrid offered a confident smile, ready to face any challenge. Under the night sky, Ankrid stepped onto the training ground, facing his eagerly awaiting teammates. Without hesitation, the gray-haired soldier lunged forward, initiating the duel. The gray-haired soldier roared with excitement, putting all his strength into the first attack to test his leader. The gray-haired soldier roared with excitement as he swung his axe down, testing Ankrid's new strength. Ankrid calmly leaned back, the axe blade sweeping past, right in front of him. With focused eyes, he tracked the trajectory of the attack, searching for an opening. Ingrid used his sword to block the next axe swing, a spark flashing from the clash of the two weapons. The gray-haired soldier paused, noticing a distinct change in Ingrid's demeanor. With absolute confidence, Ingrid charged forward, each movement decisive and without hesitation. The gray-haired soldier's smile turned wild. He yearned to see more. Ingrid quickly closed in, using his sword hilt to knock the weapon from his opponent's hand. From a distance, the curly, red-haired soldier, Odin, and Ragna watched with astonishment at their leader's remarkable progress in just 1 week. Odin crossed his arms, his eyes impatient, awaiting his turn. Ragna squatted, chin in hand, silently urging the gray-haired soldier to end the match. The entire group watched intently, the atmosphere tense as they awaited the outcome of the match and what would happen next. The gray-haired soldier felt the urging gazes behind him, but he also couldn't suppress his own desire to fight. Ingrid stood firm, pointing his sword forward, ready for any challenge. Night fell over a military camp with tents and flickering firelight. Inside a tent, the female soldier looked directly at Ingrid, who was rebandaging his injured wrist, demanding an explanation for his absence and injuries. Ingrid calmly rewrapped his hand bandage, trying to dismiss the curly red-haired soldier's concern about his injury. The curly red-haired soldier stared, his face disbelieving and full of concern, knowing the injury was far more serious than stated. In the common room, the braided gray-haired soldier questioned Ingrid's story, pointing out inconsistencies in his explanation. Ingrid faced the entire squad, his expression turning serious as he prepared to recount the truth about the past mission. The curly red-haired soldier was stunned, his face utterly bewildered as Ingrid listed the enemies they had faced in the ambush. He gritted his teeth, a sense of helplessness and frustration evident on his face as he recalled his own efforts in the fight. Ingrid looked down at Esther beside him, humbly admitting that his survival was purely due to luck. The scene shifted to night, a lone candle, illuminating empty wooden cups on the table, signaling the passage of time. Ingrid leaned back, eyes closed, Esther sleeping peacefully on his chest as he reflected on the recent training matches. His bandaged hand subtly tightened, a gesture reflecting his iron will to recover and unleash the full strength of the squad. Lying on the bed, Ingrid's eyes were wide open, staring into the darkness with a vow never to lose to such an enemy again. From a nearby bed, Odin offered advice, asserting that only practice was the sole path forward. The wavy, brown-haired female soldier slept soundly, her face serene after the intense meeting. The braided gray-haired soldier mumbled in his sleep, a confident challenge for their next battle. The wide shot showed the entire squad sleeping soundly in their simple beds. A moment of quiet and unity. Ingrid's face appeared in the darkness, his eyes closed, but his expression still resolute, ready for the challenges ahead. From his bed, the braided gray-haired soldier looked at Ingrid with a challenging gaze, promising a fight once he recovered. Odin offered strict training advice from across the room, while Ragna and the curly red-haired soldier listened from their beds. Ingrid nodded slightly in weary acceptance, while Esther purred softly in contentment on his chest. The entire squad settled into the dimly lit barracks for the night's rest. As he lay in the darkness, Ingrid's expression hardened with cold fury as he recalled the Aspen agent's name. Filled with vengeful energy, the braided gray-haired soldier sat up and threw punches into the air, vowing to turn Ingrid into a professional frog hunter. Odin advised Ragna to continue training his muscles even when his hands were resting, a lesson in continuous self-improvement. The curly red-haired soldier looked with a serious expression, warning his teammates not to become too complacent. Odin glanced around the room, a silent command for everyone to finally rest. A quiet understanding spread throughout the barracks as the men drifted off to sleep. Outside, the military camp was quiet under the night sky, with only a central campfire casting flickering light. The sun rose over distant snow-capped mountains, signaling a new day. Ingrid suddenly sat up in bed, his face surprised as he realized he had overslept. He gently roused Esther. The lazy beast stretched before leaping off the bed as he prepared for the new day. Stepping out of the tent, Ankred was greeted by the curly red-haired soldier and immediately asked about the whereabouts of the others. The soldier explained the troop deployment, pointing towards a large camp area where only the logistics and guard platoons remained. A sharp pain shot up from Ankred's bandaged right wrist. He sat alone in the camp, looking at his injured hand, with a fleeting expression of regret. His expression hardened, his gaze shifting to steely determination as his fighting will surged. Ankred stood up, his eyes fixed on a sword stuck in a nearby weapon rack. He drew the sword, trying to hold it with one hand, despite some difficulty. He shifted into a stance, swinging the sword with his left hand, in a clumsy but effortful stroke. Ankred frowned, dissatisfied with his own nascent technique. However, a confident smile quickly appeared on his lips as he realized the value of training from scratch. In the deserted training ground, he continued to perform basic movements, determined to hone his skills again. He put his strength into a powerful slash, his body tensing with effort. Henri stood with his arms crossed from a distance, observing Ankred with a skeptical expression. Henri approached, calling Ankred while the squad leader was still focused on his sword strokes. Ankred fumbled as he tried to attach the strap to the sword hilt with only one hand. Henri clicked his tongue in annoyance, then unexpectedly stepped forward and skillfully helped Ankred tie the strap. Ankred watched Henri's back, his expression shifting from surprise to confusion at the unexpected act of kindness. He stood there alone, his gaze thoughtful, pondering the change in his comrade's attitude. Henri meticulously inspected his sword, his gaze focused on the steel blade. Suddenly, he grabbed Ankred's collar, growling out a name, Jenny. Ankred appeared completely bewildered, while Henri angrily demanded he recall the herbalist. Ankred's confusion only further angered Henri, who roared in frustration. Too exasperated, Henri pushed Ankred away, declaring an end to this futile confrontation. He turned and walked away, his posture heavy with annoyance and disappointment. Henri stopped, his voice lowering as he admitted he had never truly cared. At that moment, a memory flashed in Ankred's mind as he realized the affection was one-sided. The stream of memories brought him back to the image of Jenny, the herbalist, with a radiant smile at the border outpost. In the memory, Jenny blushed, looking at Ankred affectionately as he examined her wares. In the distance, a younger version of Henri stood frozen, dropping the bouquet in his hands with a pained expression. Back in reality, Ankred calmly explained that he was only interested in her herbs, not her as a person. Henri nodded in acknowledgement, bitterly stating that he knew Ankred was only passionate about sword blades, not women. Ankred remained silent, perhaps pondering how Jenny could have fallen for someone as indifferent as him. Henri's frustration flared again, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance at Ankred's indifference. Henri turned away decisively, ordering Ankred to take care of his sword before hurrying off to work. Leaving Ankred in thought, Ankred looked away, his expression pensive as he pondered Henri's strange behavior. A military camp lay peacefully in a valley, surrounded by mountains and a wooden fence. Inside the tent, Esther yawned widely, revealing her sharp teeth. Ankred sat on the bed, gently stroking Esther with an anxious expression due to her fatigue. Esther turned her head away with a glare, batting his hand away as if blaming him for her condition. As Ankred rested, Esther lay on his chest, a gentle blue aura emanating from her body and flowing into him, indicating she was using her energy to help him recover. Now sitting up, Ankred gently patted the sleeping Esther, a silent command for her to rest and regain her strength. The military camp appeared peaceful, with tents neatly arranged inside the wooden fence. From an elevated position, the camp was seen situated next to a river, with a lone guard standing watch on the riverbank. 2 soldiers patrolled along the riverbank, spears ready as they surveyed their surroundings. The water's surface was suddenly broken by a sound, creating ripples that spread outwards. The 2 soldiers stopped, turning their heads in confusion as one tried to pinpoint the source of the sound. An arrow shot forth, embedding itself directly into a soldier's forehead with lethal force, his eyes wide with horror as he fell. Back in the tent, Ankred and Esther simultaneously snapped their heads up, their moment of rest broken by a sudden sense of danger. Henri sprang into action, his face contorted with anger as he roared commands for everyone to defend the camp from the unseen enemy. Ankrid sprang up, shielding Esther while observing the chaos, his eyes searching for the source of the attack. Amidst the scattered soldiers, the red-haired soldier shouted a warning, trying to prevent the injured Ankrid from joining the fight. An enemy boot stomped heavily into the water, signaling the start of the attack. Ankrid ignored the dissuasion, calmly stepping forward to block his comrade's path to confront the threat. Ankrid's eyes showed a flicker of surprise as he recognized the leader of the raid. From beneath the water, an army in black armor emerged, their eyes glowing purple with killing intent. Standing on the bank, Mitch Hurrier led his army, his expression resolute as he began the invasion. Ankrid recognized his old enemy, uttering his name with a grave expression. Mitch Hurrier stared at Ankrid, the tension of the impending confrontation causing sweat to bead on his forehead. The two adversaries stood opposite each other amidst the chaos, preparing for a long-awaited battle. Mitch Hurrier expressed bitter satisfaction, admitting he had yearned for this opportunity to face Ankrid again. Ankrid silently acknowledged their past connection, understanding his enemy's motives. Mitch confessed that his past arrogance had been shattered by Ankrid, pushing him to reach new heights. Determined to prove his strength, Mitch drew his sword, declaring his intention to finish Ankrid with his own hands. Amidst the battle, Ankrid rushed to protect his comrades, shouting Crace's and Esther's names as he saw the red-haired soldier shielding her. A long-haired swordsman from the enemy side blocked Ankrid's path, their blades clashing violently. The two swords met with a shower of sparks, initiating a fierce duel. The long-haired swordsman was sent flying by Ankrid's sheer power after a violent weapon clash. Off balance, Ankrid strained to keep his sword steady, his face showing clear exertion. Despite the battle, Ankrid turned, his anxious gaze sweeping over his comrades to check on their situation. Looking down at the staggering Ankrid, Mitch Hurrier raised his sword with a cold expression, preparing to mercilessly finish him. A brutal slash from Mitch Hurrier swept through the air, aimed directly at the blonde-haired soldier rushing to intervene to protect his commander. The blonde-haired soldier named Vengeance lunged to intercept the blow. While Ankrid was thrown to the ground, Vengeance shouted a final warning, urging Ankrid to flee from the overwhelming enemy. Ankrid ordered Vengeance to retreat, trying to get up to face the threat he knew his comrade couldn't withstand. Mitch Hurrier's blade pierced Vengeance's chest in a brutal moment. Ankrid froze, his eyes wide with horror, as he witnessed his comrade's sacrifice. Vengeance's body exploded into a spray of blood under the force of the attack. Ankrid knelt on the ground, able only to watch the remaining fragments of his comrade fall. Ankrid's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, his rage surging. Mitch Hurrier looked down with utter contempt, viewing the life just extinguished as an insignificant nuisance. Esther let out an angry roar, her eyes glowing and fangs bared, in response to the brutality she had just witnessed. The red-haired soldier desperately reached out, shouting to stop Esther, who was charging directly at Mitch Hurrier. Ankrid's face contorted in extreme horror. In retaliation, Esther roared and charged straight towards Mitch Hurrier. Despite the red-haired soldier's attempts to stop her, blood splattered across the battlefield. Ankrid darted like a phantom, desperately trying to prevent the tragedy. To protect his comrade, the red-haired soldier bravely faced Mitch, raising his sword in defense. With eyes flashing with fury, Ankrid reached forward in a futile attempt. Mitch's blade slashed down, ending the red-haired soldier's life just before Ankrid could arrive. Ankrid froze, stunned before the body of his fallen comrade. Mitch looked down at the collapsing Ankrid, mocking the injury that had rendered him helpless. Blood stained the ground red, a silent testament to the attack's brutality. Amidst the scattered bodies, Mitch stood as the sole victor on a silenced battlefield. The chaotic scene faded, giving way to the image of a peaceful military camp. Back in the quiet moment, Ankrid's bandaged hand gently stroked the sleeping Esther. He sat on his bed, head bowed, weighed down by the burden of memories and helplessness. Ankrid stared at his injured wrist, the source of his regret and failure. In a more peaceful memory, the red-haired soldier cheerfully approached Ankrid, unaware of the tragic fate awaiting him. Driven by a recurring warning in his mind, Ankrid swung his sword at dizzying speed, putting all his strength into a downward slash. His still bandaged right wrist strained. The sword tip plunged forcefully into the ground, ending a sequence of movements. The memory of Mitch Hurrier's smug face suddenly resurfaced, his taunts echoing. The stream of memories dissolved, leaving only the sound of sweat drops falling onto the damp ground. Encred panted, exhausted, but with eyes still burning with determination. From a distance, a blonde-haired soldier with a goatee observed. Realizing Encred was pushing himself with only his left hand, he continued to observe, considering this level of training a kind of illness. Encred bowed his head, a determined smirk appearing as he promised himself to turn this sacrifice into results. Raising his head, Encred's gaze was resolute, silently vowing to protect everyone this time. The blonde-haired soldier with a goatee raised an eyebrow, confused by Encred's sudden change in demeanor. Encred approached, unexpectedly mentioning someone named Jenny, startling the blonde-haired soldier with a goatee. Noticing his comrade's sad expression, Encred looked at him with understanding, asserting that it wasn't his fault. Encred's comforting words seemed to have the opposite effect, causing the blonde-haired soldier with a goatee's face to darken in offended anger. At his comrade's reaction, Encred merely turned away slightly, hiding a smug smile. The tension between them dissipated, returning tranquility to the military camp under the clear sky. Amidst the shouts of alarm, Encred plunged into the chaotic battle with his comrades, including the red-haired soldier. Memories flooded back, depicting Mitch Hurrier towering on the battlefield, a superior opponent. Facing that power, Encred poured all his determination into his eyes. Fully aware of the enemy's caliber, two blades clashed, sparking, as Encred attacked Mitch with full force and intense focus. Mitch easily blocked the attack, his eyes flashing with overwhelming power. Pushed back, Encred braced himself, the power disparity evident as he could only use one hand. Mitch gave his opponent no respite, pressing close, forcing Encred into a desperate defense. Mitch's blade pressed down, Encred gritting his teeth, enduring the immense pressure. With a refined movement, Mitch broke Encred's guard, his blade tearing through his flesh. Blood gushed. Encred collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless against his opponent's technique. Mitch Hurrier looked down at the fallen Encred, his gaze scrutinizing, full of condescension. Lying on the ground, Encred gasped for breath, his hand unconsciously clutching his injured right wrist. A cruel smirk appeared on Mitch's lips, expressing contemptuous disappointment at an overly easy victory. Without hesitation, Mitch plunged his sword straight into Encred to end the fight. Mitch's silhouette loomed over the defeated Encred, that image of failure etched deep into his mind. Back in reality, Encred channeled the resentment from that memory into every sword stroke, obsessively training his left hand for revenge. Encred, with his right wrist bandaged, focused on mastering the sword with his left hand. He recalled all the sword techniques he had learned, from basic childhood lessons to more complex techniques. With iron determination, Encred discarded old techniques to find his own new path. The stream of memories brought him back to the confrontation with Mitch Hurrier, the enemy charging with overwhelming killing intent. Encred, now more agile, leaned to narrowly dodge Mitch's fatal sword stroke. He spun, swinging his sword with his left hand in a perfect arc. Encred's blade cut a decisive path, ending the threat from Mitch Hurrier. Blood splattered as Mitch Hurrier's head was severed from his neck. A victory replayed in Encred's mind. Back in reality, Encred poured all his strength into a final attack. The wooden training post splintered under the force of the slash, demonstrating his rapid progress. He panted, leaning on his sword, frustration evident on his face as he felt the training was still too slow. From behind, the soldier with the goatee observed Encred with an unreadable expression. He maintained a pensive demeanor, assessing Encred's exhaustion and determination. Vengeance stepped forward, breaking Encred's concentration with a challenge. Encred looked up, surprise and confusion evident as he realized this was a variable that had never appeared before. Vengeance looked directly at Encred, his gaze steady, awaiting an answer to his challenge. Encred recognized the seriousness in Vengeance's eyes, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple. With a decisive nod, Ankrid tightened his grip on the sword hilt with his left hand, accepting the challenge. Both took their positions facing each other on the training ground, ready for battle. Vengeance roared and charged, swinging his sword with both hands for a powerful downward strike. Ankrid raised his sword with his left hand to parry the blow, the impact so strong it pushed him back, overwhelmed by his opponent's strength. Ankrid realized the weakness of defending with his non-dominant hand. Two blades clashed, sparking, as Vengeance continued his relentless assault. To create distance, Ankrid stomped his foot and spun to dodge the attack. Taking advantage of Vengeance's opening, Ankrid slipped into his opponent's attack range. With a lightning-fast movement, Ankrid used his sword hilt to knock the sword from Vengeance's hand. Ankrid looked down at the kneeling Vengeance, his eyes inquiring about the reason for the fight. Vengeance looked up, admitting that observing Ankrid had stirred the fighting spirit within him. Vengeance sat on the ground, explaining that Ankrid's focus on the fundamentals was the source of his inspiration. He recalled the excitement and craving for strength when he first held a sword. Vengeance's gaze became distant, a new determination, kindling but still unexpressed. Ankrid stood over Vengeance, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes questioning. After hearing an unexpected remark, Vengeance struggled to find the words, finally offering a haunting comparison of Ankrid's swordsmanship. Ankrid subtly furrowed his brow, repeating Vengeance's enigmatic phrase with a questioning look, while Vengeance appeared flustered, trying to explain. Ankrid had already delved deep into analysis, hand on chin in contemplation, completely ignoring Vengeance. Ankrid continued his line of reasoning, weighing every possibility. A spark suddenly ignited in Ankrid's eyes as he made a sudden discovery. A flood of memories brought him back to a moment in the duel. Realizing he had mechanically mimicked his right hand's movements with his left, standing before the dummy, Ankrid confronted the truth that the two sides of his body required entirely different techniques. With renewed determination, he raised his sword with his left hand, preparing to forge an entirely new sword path. Ankrid put his strength into a test slash with his left hand at the dummy. His blade drew a perfect arc, leaving a trail of blue energy in the air. The cut on the dummy was astonishingly clean, a tangible testament to his breakthrough. A satisfied and confident smile appeared on Ankrid's face. Ankrid turned and nodded his thanks to Vengeance, who was still bewildered by the sudden change. With his sword on his shoulder, Ankrid looked forward, his gaze now filled with certainty about the path he had to take. Ankrid stared at his left hand, determined to awaken every sensation within it. With intense focus, he forced himself to eat with his left hand, changing even the smallest habits. The short, red-haired soldier looked puzzled, but Ankrid merely explained it was a way for his right hand to heal faster. He clumsily dropped some food, causing Esther, lying beside him, to growl in annoyance. Ankrid gripped his shirt, silently vowing to prioritize using his left hand for everything from now on. On the training ground, he swung his sword with his left hand, the blade plunging forcefully into the ground. Sweat streamed down. Ankrid gasped for breath, trying to push his senses to their limit. He used his bandaged right hand to steady his left arm, pouring all his focus into the practice. Memories brought him back to Torres, who was teaching him the finesse required to wield a hidden blade. Back in reality, Ankrid successfully drew a small dagger from his glove. He spun, launching the dagger with a skillful swirling motion. Ankrid picked up the blade, acknowledging the effectiveness of the technique Torres had taught. After 50 days of arduous training, Vengeance approached, offering to spar with him. The match ended swiftly as Ankrid defeated Vengeance with his left hand, sending him sprawling. Vengeance stood up, acknowledging Ankrid's skill, but pointing out that something was off in his swordplay. Ankrid's eyes flashed as Vengeance's remark helped him realize a fatal flaw. The sparring match resumed, Vengeance lunging to attack Ankrid. Ankrid, using only his left hand, blocked Vengeance's attack in a flash of sparks. After 60 days, Ankrid's gaze sharpened, his body accustomed to the rhythm of one-handed combat. 70 days passed. Ankrid dodged a powerful sweeping blow from Vengeance, his movements becoming smoother and more efficient. On the 80th day, Ankrid poured all his strength into a left-handed attack. Determined to end the match, he unexpectedly drew a small dagger, a hidden blade appearing to break his opponent's defense. With a lightning-fast movement, Ankrid used the dagger to parry Vengeance's sword aside. Vengeance lost his weapon, his sword flying out of reach from the sudden and precise attack. Ankrid seized the opening, kicking Vengeance with his foot, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Vengeance panted on the ground, sweat pouring, his eyes revealing astonishment at the incredible power from Ankrid's left hand. Ankrid stood above him, resting his sword on the ground and looking at Vengeance. A question posed without words. Vengeance looked up, the defeat in his eyes replaced by a new fire of determination. He vowed to redouble his efforts. Ankrid noticed the change, a recognition in Vengeance's eyes that had never been there before. Ankrid offered a teasing remark, an attempt to encourage his recently defeated comrade. Vengeance reacted with a comically angry expression, easily provoked by Ankrid's jest. Ankrid turned away with a subtle smile, satisfied that he had ignited Vengeance's fighting spirit. Ankrid's gaze hardened with new resolve, a promise made to someone absent. To that end, he stood alone before the vast training ground, ready to challenge his own limits. He walked through the camp, his expression pensive as he pondered the nature of strength and talent. The training began, each breath a gasp as he pushed his body past the point of exhaustion. He trained relentlessly, the sword an extension of his body, as he honed his fundamental combat skills. Driven by obsessive focus, he ignored the pain, his eyes burning with steadfastness. He swung his sword in a powerful arc, the motion repeated thousands of times until it became pure instinct. A strained cry burst from him, sweat pouring down his face as he broke through his physical limits. He lunged forward, a blur of motion against the stark white backdrop of his own endurance. His left hand gripped the sword hilt with absolute certainty, a vessel for his newfound power. A blue aura enveloped Ankrid as he took his stance, his entire being radiating controlled energy. He held the blade before him, the gleaming steel, reflecting the fruits of over 100 days of relentless self-improvement. A confident, triumphant smile spread across his lips. He had reached a new pinnacle as a warrior. Time flew by. Ankrid now led a troop down the hillside, charging into battle. His face was a mask of intense concentration, a surge of purple energy swirling around him as he prepared to breach the final wall. Behind him, 2 soldiers roared commands, their shouts blending into the chaos of battle as they fought to hold the line. Clutching the growling Esther, the short red-haired soldier yelled a desperate warning towards Ankrid. Ignoring the call, Ankrid stood firm on the battlefield, his hand gripping the sword hilt. Mitch Hurrier appeared, and the two faced each other, their eyes reflecting a faded acknowledgement. Mitch Hurrier took a decisive step, displaying absolute confidence in his victory. He declared his intention to crush Ankrid as a stepping stone for further advancement. Brandishing his menacing serrated sword, Ankrid's gaze became distant, memories taking him back to countless confrontations with Mitch. In past loops, he had faced the full might of Mitch, and he realized a harsh truth: he could not win in a pure sword fight. Back in reality, Mitch lunged to attack, but his expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment. Instead of parrying, Ankrid charged within striking distance, delivering a devastating punch to Mitch's face, giving his opponent no time to react. Ankrid stomped his foot hard on the ground to disrupt his balance. Seizing the opportunity, he pinned Mitch to the ground, completely overwhelming him in close quarters. Ankrid used his left hand to firmly grasp Mitch's sword-wielding wrist, neutralizing his primary weapon. With a terrifying grip, he twisted Mitch's arm backward, causing him to lose control. Mitch gritted his teeth, enduring extreme pain as his joint was twisted. To end the confrontation, Ankrid leaned down and delivered a brutal headbutt to Mitch's face. Ankrid charged with terrifying speed, his sword drawing a deadly arc. His blade parried Mitch Hurrier's attack with a deafening clang of metal. Cornered, Mitch Hurrier gritted his teeth, his fists clenched in anger at his opponent's unpredictable fighting style. Ankrid stepped back, his gaze distant, recalculating the entire strategy that had been repeated countless times. He looked down at his left hand, a bold and risky decision forming. To break this loop, he let his arm drop, allowing his sword to fall to the ground. Mitch Hurrier sneered. Seeing Encred's action as a desperate surrender, he tightened his grip on his sword hilt, arrogantly preparing to end the match. Mitch Hurrier confidently declared his superiority, his eyes full of condescension. In response, Encred raised his head with a challenging smile, asserting his new strength, not just with words, but with his gaze. He gripped the sword hilt with his left hand, deciding that this battle would not be determined by pure swordsmanship. Encred's eyes sharpened. He poured all his focus into a desperate technique, a final ace up his sleeve. His pupils flashed with a blue light, signaling the activation of an esoteric move. With a sudden movement, Encred threw his sword directly at his opponent. The sword whizzed through the air, a direct and unpredictable attack. Mitch Hurrier reflexively raised his sword to block, but the shock and pain on his face showed it was merely a deadly feint. Encred gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into a desperate throw. He accepted a fight to the death, where all rules were broken. His sword shot out like an arrow, aimed directly at Mitch Hurrier. The blade spun rapidly in the air, a deadly streak of light. Mitch Hurrier stumbled back in shock as the sword embedded itself in his chest armor, the impact dazing him. Encred's eyes blazed with ruthless determination, without a hint of hesitation. This was the secret art of mercenaries, a merciless fight for survival. Before Mitch could regain his composure, Encred charged forward, swinging his fist like a hammer. Encred delivered a thunderous punch to Mitch Hurrier's face. Snapping his head back, Mitch Hurrier roared in anger, caught off guard by the close-quarters combat style. With unstoppable force, Encred lunged to tackle his opponent. He slammed Mitch Hurrier to the ground, dust billowing from the impact. Encred grabbed Mitch's head, violently pressing it firmly into the ground. Determined to win at all costs, Encred raised his fist, his eyes gleaming coldly. A final, powerful and devastating punch descended. Encred stood tall over his fallen opponent, the victor of the fight to the death. Encred's eyes blazed with fierce blue light. From the ground, Encred delivered a powerful kick that sent Mitch Hurrier flying into the air. Mitch Hurrier lost his balance, thrown off by the unexpected kick. Standing firm again, Encred faced Mitch Hurrier, who was staggering to his feet, the enemy roaring a demand for a serious fight. Mitch Hurrier screamed in rage, demanding Encred use his sword to face him, ignoring the provocation. Encred charged forward, his eyes glowing with blue energy. The two figures clashed in a swift confrontation, fragments scattering. Encred's eyes flashed, recognizing a fatal opening. Encred boldly used his gauntlet to block Mitch Hurrier's blade. With icy eyes, Encred affirmed his absolute seriousness. Encred swung a powerful punch forward. He delivered a fatal knife slash to Mitch Hurrier. Fresh blood splattering. Blood splattered on Mitch Hurrier's dark figure as he took the blow. Encred clenched his fist, blue energy converging around his hand. He delivered a thunderous punch to Mitch Hurrier's face, making him scream in pain. Encred grabbed his opponent, delivering another brutal finishing blow. Encred dodged a fatal blow, but was wounded in the shoulder. Blood splattering. Despite the wound, his eyes turned cold, realizing he had to end the battle immediately. Mitch Hurrier roared, his face contorted with rage as he lunged to attack. To end the match, Encred put all his strength into a decisive slash. Mitch Hurrier gritted his teeth, using all his strength to block Encred's blade. With a roar, Mitch narrowly pushed back the attack. Encred spun with the push, using Mitch's own sword as leverage to deliver a kick to his face. Losing his balance, Mitch Hurrier fell backward as Encred threw his sword away. Abandoning sword fighting, Encred charged forward, unleashing a brutal barrage of blows on his dazed opponent. Struck down to the ground, Mitch Hurrier looked up with eyes full of resentment and astonishment, giving his opponent no chance. Encred lunged in, delivering an extremely powerful hook punch. He grabbed Mitch's arm, twisting it back with terrifying force. Mitch Hurrier roared in pain, his eyes rolling back, as Ankrid put strength into the lock. With a battle cry, Ankrid delivered a devastating elbow strike to Mitch. He continued his relentless assault, a halo of blazing red energy surrounding his fist. Ankrid's eyes flashed with blazing red light, and he delivered the final finishing blow. Mitch Hurrier collapsed, letting out a cry of defeat and pain. From Mitch's perspective, the other soldiers looked at him in panic, a desperate command echoing in his mind. A stream of memories took him back to the past, where he was once a naturally talented warrior, but was held back by laziness. Memories of his previous crushing defeat resurfaced. He sat on the bed, his body full of injuries, but his will had changed. His eyes blazed with iron determination, harboring the intent to seek revenge and surpass his own limits. Since then, he plunged into relentless training, each sword swing carrying the weight of obsession. He pushed his body to its limits, collapsing from exhaustion on the training ground, but never giving up. Thanks to a combination of talent and effort, he stood on another battlefield, completely victorious and overwhelming his enemies. Back in reality, Mitch Hurrier lay sprawled on the ground, doubting the very victory he once felt certain of. He buried his face in the ground in helplessness, unable to understand why he had failed. He looked up at the feet of the victor standing tall before him. Ankrid looked down at Mitch with cold eyes, without a trace of pity. In Mitch's mind, Ankrid appeared as an insurmountable fortress. Memories of his opponent, who had made him realize the harsh truth, flooded back. Mitch slammed his hand to the ground, resentment and despair surging as he realized the battle had not unfolded as he wished. The wall in his mind collapsed, signifying the complete shattering of his pride and will. Mitch Hurrier collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to get back up. A stone wall shattered in a violent flashback. Mitch's face contorted with anger and pain. A plea for a fair fight, unanswered. Ankrid placed the tip of his sword on Mitch's sword, an act asserting absolute dominance. With cold, glowing blue eyes, Ankrid raised his blood-stained sword, declaring the brutal truth of the battlefield. Ankrid's gaze sharpened, without a hint of hesitation, before delivering the finishing blow. He charged forward, his sword delivering a fatal slash towards Mitch. The blade pierced Mitch's throat, ending his opponent's life in a spray of blood. Ankrid bowed his head, his enemy's blood on his face, having completed his task. A drop of blood fell, reflecting the chaotic scene of the recent battle. The stream of memories returned to the scene of black-armored soldiers frantically calling out to their captain amidst the battle. An enemy commander roared an order to attack. The commander ordered his troops to annihilate all enemies. Volleys of arrows were fired, forming a deadly rain that poured down on Mitch's troops. The black-armored soldiers fell under the merciless rain of arrows. A square stone block fell heavily onto the calm water, creating spreading ripples. Ankrid, with his tattered shoulder, stood tall on the desolate battlefield, his eyes obscured by shadow. His blue-violet eyes gleamed with cold, unrepentant determination. At his feet, Mitch Hurrier lay slumped in a pool of blood, a declaration of the end of a life-or-death battle. Blue energy swirled at Ankrid's feet, signaling a newly affirmed power. He looked up, the defeated figure of Mitch Hurrier behind him becoming a stepping stone for his advancement. The scene shifted to a fortified military camp, a reminder of the fragility of the hard-won victory. Memories brought him back to the medical tent, where the red-haired soldier companion was helping him bandage severe wounds while Esther lay quietly beside him. Vengeance entered the tent, expressing gratitude for Ankrid's delaying action that saved their lives. The dark-haired, goatee soldier stepped forward, handing Ankrid a sword with a reproachful look for leaving his weapon lying around. The red-haired soldier companion looked bewildered, while Vengeance pointed, wondering as he thought the captain's sword had been recovered. Ankrid's familiar sword still lay on the sickbed. Ankrid took the second sword, his eyes sharpening as he realized it was Mitch Hurrier's weapon. Vengeance and the red-haired soldier companion gathered around, curious about the spoils Ankrid had just acquired. The blade gleamed blue in the light, revealing it was forged from a special steel. The red-haired soldier, companion excitedly explained the value of the rare metal, his eyes lighting up with the intention of trading it, completely ignoring the offer. Encred turned to Vengeance to discuss heading to the front lines, his gaze already focused on the next battle. Encred, his body bandaged, held the trophy sword and declared it was time to return to his squad. Vengeance crossed his arms, expressing skepticism about changing weapons, while the red-haired soldier companion listened curiously. Encred handed the sword to the red-haired soldier companion, implying there was no need to choose. With a confident smile, Encred demonstrated his intention to use both swords, revealing a new tactical mindset. The scene shifted to a mountain path, where a group of soldiers marched, led by the muscular Auden and the seasoned Hyung. Hyung whistled casually, contemplating promoting their captain. He continued walking, considering passing on an esoteric technique to someone he was growing fond of. A smug smile spread across Hyung's face as he thought about the power of that esoteric technique. Auden stretched, explaining the process of body regeneration to create an invulnerable physique. He looked up at the sky, saying that the process had to be done step by step for the body to endure it. Suddenly, Auden threw a punch directly at Hyung's face. The unexpected punch made Hyung stagger. While the other soldiers stood watching, Hyung clutched his face, his bewildered gaze turning to anger as he yelled at Auden. Auden merely smirked, mocking that his elder brother had not yet fully developed. Provoked, Hyung swung his axe and charged, roaring a challenge. Auden yawned dismissively, easily batting away the charging Hyung with the back of his hand. Rem dismissed a question with annoyance, deeming it foolish. He looked into the distance, explaining the philosophy of making the sword a part of one's body. His focus dissipated, replaced by weariness, as he decided sleep was more important than training. Meanwhile, the wavy, brown-haired soldier walked, contemplating improving his footwork for maximum efficiency. He continued his analysis, aiming to move efficiently and silently like an assassin. His eyes sharpened, but then he questioned the necessity of teaching such complex techniques. Sighing at the bother, suddenly, Hyung struck Rem on the head, reprimanding him for his reckless attitude. Rem grabbed Hyung by the collar, turning the argument into a brawl witnessed by the other soldiers. The wavy, brown-haired soldier watched the scene with weariness, deciding he had to intervene to restore order. Elsewhere, an elf commander, female, rode a white horse, leading her army through a mountain pass. She raised her hand, signaling her entire force to halt. Her army immediately stopped, their formation holding firm on the narrow path. The elf commander, female's expression was calm and focused as she assessed the situation ahead. An enemy soldier, Lowell of the Aspen Duchy, stepped out and shouted a challenge, demanding a duel. The elf commander, female's eyes narrowed with weary recognition. She understood this was a deliberate psychological tactic. Her soldiers appeared restless, their morale clearly shaken by the enemy's challenge. The elf commander, female, observed the battlefield from horseback, assessing the stalemate caused by the Aspen challenge. The red-haired soldier companion offered a tactical suggestion to his commander, proposing to use their madmen warriors to break the psychological deadlock. The elf commander, female, smiled faintly, seemingly approving of this bold plan. Among the mercenaries, Hyung grabbed Rem by the hair, making an offer he couldn't refuse for the upcoming duel. Hyung narrowed his eyes in consideration, his sharp gaze having decided the fate of the duel. The Aspen soldiers scoffed upon seeing their opponent, dismissing him as merely a barbarian. With a sinister smile, Hyung forcefully threw Rem forward, thrusting him into battle. Rem hurtled through the air towards the astonished Aspen soldiers. Rem delivered a devastating punch, crushing Lowell's helmet and head in a single blow. Lowell's headless body was flung into the air, blood spurting in a long streak. An Aspen soldier screamed in horror, witnessing the brutal scene right before his eyes. Rem threw his head back and let out a savage roar, his eyes blazing, challenging anyone who dared to stand in his way. The elf commander Soldiers looked at each other, both astonished by their ally's power and terrified by his madness. The elf, commander, female, observed the outcome. Her tactical satisfaction mixed with a hint of apprehension at the power she had just unleashed. The elf, commander. A fleeting horror as she realized Rem was still attacking the corpse. Even the most seasoned soldiers had to turn away, unable to bear the sight of the brutal slaughter unfolding. The elf, commander, female, issued a decisive command to end the massacre. Ignoring the command, Rem continued his frenzy, delivering brutal blows to Lowell's motionless body. An Aspen soldier cried out in despair, begging for mercy for his fallen comrade. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, Rem raised his weapon, completely unaffected by the plea. A savage smile spread across Rem's lips as he reveled in the destruction. The remaining Aspen soldiers were frozen in horror, their will to fight completely shattered. The elf, commander, female, bowed her head in disappointment. Realizing that this brutal victory had demoralized her own army, her gaze sharpened, focusing on a single solution to control these berserkers. Her vision turned to Encred, the captain, standing steadfast among the troops. The scene shifted to a military encampment under the night sky. Inside a tent, Encred sat on the sickbed, while Hyung and the red-haired soldier companion advised him to rest. The elf, commander, female's hand parted the tent flap, revealing a deeply worried expression. She stepped inside, and Encred looked up, formally addressing her as commander. The elf, commander, female, handed him a small box, a gesture of care beyond duty. Encred opened the box. Inside was a precious elixir. While Encred examined the gift, Hyung observed with an understanding expression. Recognizing the elf, commander, female's affection for their captain, Encred held the small vial, his gaze fixed on the elf commander, filled with both gratitude and curiosity. She explained that this was not just medicine, but a testament to her promise for their future. With a rare, gentle gaze, the elf commander called the gift their engagement token. Encred looked at her, trying to process the profound meaning in her words. Before leaving, she turned back to look at him one last time, wishing him a full rest. Inside the tent, Encred sat with Hyung and the red-haired soldier, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed. The red-haired soldier playfully styled the wavy-haired soldier's hair, making Encred wave his hand to dismiss it. While Hyung teased about the red-haired soldier's talent, Encred was confused, pondering the term fiancé that the elf commander had used. He still couldn't comprehend her complex feelings. Many days passed at the front, with minor skirmishes allowing the soldiers time to recover. Encred took advantage of the peaceful period to begin his physical recovery process. He trained relentlessly, carrying a heavy sack and running throughout the camp despite still being bandaged. A muscular, white-haired warrior blocked his path, asking about the captain's injury. Encred replied that thanks to the elixir, his body was recovering very well. The white-haired warrior smiled, took a stance, and suggested a light sparring match. Encred's eyes gleamed with determination. He was ready to accept the challenge. Encred was knocked back, his still weak body unable to withstand Audin's strength. Audin held Encred tightly, his gaze sweeping over the new injuries, layered upon the old with undisguised concern. He pinned Encred to the ground, asserting that the captain's body was not yet ready for full combat, but also acknowledging his indomitable will. Audin looked down with a resolute expression, knowing that Encred would rush into battle no matter what if called upon. Decisively, Audin stood up, ending the sparring match. Lying on the ground, Encred looked up, accepting the truth that he had not yet fully recovered. He slightly furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual change in the surrounding air. A burst of golden energy erupted from Audin, radiating a sacred and powerful aura. Audin channeled all his energy into Encred's body, a vortex of healing light enveloping both of them. Encred's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the nature of this power, a pure holy power. He raised his bandaged hand, feeling the warm energy permeating and healing every muscle fiber. A divine pillar of light enveloped Audin, revealing an immense power he had concealed. Auden gently placed his hand on Ankrid's chest, transferring the last surge of energy to complete the healing. As Ankrid was about to speak, Auden immediately stopped him. A decisive action demanding silence. Auden extended his hand, his stern gaze commanding Ankrid to keep this secret with an oath. Ankrid looked up, his steadfast gaze an unspoken promise. Auden nodded in agreement with Ankrid, who was sitting on the ground. Auden stood up, looking out at the mist covering the military camp. A stream of memories brought him back to the moment a monk was granted healing holy power. Reality blurred, showing that Auden, though always praying, had never revealed this power before. He clasped his hands, silently praying for forgiveness, for breaking his rules. Back in the present, Ankrid stood up, realizing that Auden had defied church regulations to save him. Ankrid turned and walked away after expressing his gratitude, leaving Auden alone with his thoughts. Auden explained with a serious expression the danger from the church judges if the secret were discovered. A metaphorical image appeared, showing a heart chained by glowing golden chains. He recalled the moment he personally placed a seal on his chest. Accepting the physical pain, Auden looked down at his fist, facing the misty military camp. He looked up at the sky, clenching his hand with new resolve, believing that acting for Ankrid was the right path. The scene shifted to empty eating bowls, signaling that time had passed. The gray-haired soldier and the red-haired soldier approached Ankrid, who was sitting alone. Ankrid refused the red-haired soldier's offer of help. Applying medicine to his shoulder himself, he touched the miraculously healing wound, then turned to answer the red-haired soldier's question about the war situation. Ankrid placed a coin on the battle map, indicating the position of Commander Marcus's battalion blocking the enemy's detour. He moved other coins, outlining the overall battle formation with the main forces awaiting their chance at Green Pearl. The red-haired soldier pointed at the map, analyzing that the enemy might deploy their entire cavalry force in the upcoming major battle. The gray-haired soldier crossed his arms, expressing impatience with the minor skirmishes and a desire for an all-out battle. With sharp eyes, the red-haired soldier asserted that this tense stalemate would not last long. The wind blew strongly through the valley, carrying leaves, signaling that the quiet was about to be broken. A forest of spears was raised, forming a steel wall ready to welcome the enemy. The sound of war horns echoed across the battlefield, a majestic call to arms. Enemy banners appeared on the hillside. A soldier shouted an alarm about the impending attack. Ankrid, Auden, the gray-haired soldier, and the entire squad took their positions, their gazes fixed forward. On horseback, Commander Marcus and a platinum-blonde elf warrior turned back, their expressions grim as they faced the enemy. 3 enemy scouts in blue armor charged forward, initiating the confrontation. The leading soldier roared provocative words, a blatant attempt to anger and break their ranks. The gray-haired soldier gritted his teeth in anger at the insult, while Ankrid maintained a cold, unwavering expression. The red-haired soldier saw through their intentions, realizing this was a psychological warfare tactic. The Azpen soldiers roared back, determined to crush the enemy's morale even before the battle began. The enemy scouts drew their bows, uttering provocations to demoralize the opponents. The red-haired soldier observed his ranks, realizing Commander Marcus was holding the formation steady to avoid a disastrous attack due to low morale. On horseback, Marcus assessed the situation, knowing that the soldiers' morale was too low to effectively utilize his main warriors. He realized he only needed a single spark to turn the tide. The red-haired soldier shared the same thought, wishing for an unexpected event to break the stalemate. An Azpen soldier shouted a personal insult at the enemy ranks, and then burst into laughter. Andrew, the insulted soldier, tensed with anger, but a hand was placed on his shoulder to stop him. Ankrid held his comrade firmly, signaling Andrew to restrain his rage. Andrew turned to look at his captain with a bewildered and confused expression. Ankrid reassured Andrew, advising him to save that anger for the upcoming battle. From a distance, the Azpen soldiers observed, perplexed by their target's strange reaction. Other soldiers in Ankrid's squad tried to suppress their laughter at Andrew's awkwardness. Auden and the gray-haired man joined in the teasing, laughing loudly at their comrade's anger. Rem patted Andrew's fuming back, making him even more resentful of the mockery from his own brothers. The Aspen soldiers looked at each other, completely failing to understand why their target was being ridiculed by his own comrades. Andrew exploded, roaring in rage, not at the enemy, but at his own teasing comrades. Young threw his head back and laughed loudly, while Andrew looked at him with a bewildered expression at his comrade's joke. The red-haired soldier observed the scene thoughtfully, analyzing Hyung's behavior. A knowing smile flickered across his lips as he recognized the peculiar nature of his comrade. He turned to Encred, who was looking out at the battlefield, and suggested that the squad leader should act. Encred turned back with an indifferent expression, but the red-haired soldier leaned in, signaling that he had a plan. The strategist whispered his plan into Encred's ear, covering his mouth to keep it secret. With a new objective, Encred decisively took a step forward, initiating the plan. The red-haired soldier watched with his arms crossed, completely confident in his squad leader's ability to turn the tide. Unease spread through the ranks of the Aspen soldiers as they recognized the infamous squad approaching. Encred led the way, with Hyung and Auden following closely behind, advancing with determined expressions. The red-haired soldier's faith was unshaken. He knew Encred's actions would pave the way to victory. The murmurs among the Aspen soldiers turned into recognition as they identified the approaching commander. A warning shout echoed through the enemy ranks as they saw Encred himself moving. Encred gave an order, instructing his men to approach and directly provoke the enemy archers. The blonde goatee soldier angrily blocked Encred's path, questioning the squad leader's sudden bold action. The blonde soldier sneered at Encred, but was silenced by a sharp glare from him. The blonde goatee soldier shouted a warning, pointing out the danger from the enemy's arrows. As Encred advanced too far, one of the enemy scouts mocked Encred, dismissing him as an unknown nobody. Encred's purple eyes narrowed, intense focus evident as he prepared for the psychological attack. The red-haired soldier expressed hesitation, unsure how to effectively provoke the opponent. With a confident smile, the red-haired soldier signaled that Encred had a natural talent for this. Encred pointed directly at the leading scout, posing an insulting and bizarre question about his origins. The scout's smug smile froze, replaced by extreme bewilderment. His expression quickly shifted from confusion to anger as the insult began to sink in. The blonde goatee soldier watched with an astonished expression. Realizing the unique tactic was working, Encred raised his hand, making a feigned apologetic gesture to further the humiliation. He calmly and directly repeated the insult, aiming straight for the opponent's mental weakness. The scout's face contorted with uncontrollable rage. Behind them, Auden, the gray-haired warrior, and Rem couldn't help but laugh at the scene. The blonde goatee soldier burst into loud laughter, completely convinced by Encred's method of provocation. He pointed towards Andrew, another soldier who looked annoyed, and teased his comrade's seriousness. Driven to madness, the leading scout roared and charged forward, swinging his sword and vowing to cut out Encred's tongue. Encred, with a confident demeanor, secretly calculated his next move after the successful provocation. His battle axe gleamed coldly, ready for the fight. Encred's comrades advanced, led by Hyung, who spoke up to stop him. The wavy brown-haired soldier placed a hand on Encred's shoulder, his eyes showing concern for the commander's unhealed wound. Encred flinched slightly, realizing he had to conceal his extraordinary healing ability. Hyung designated the young light brown-haired soldier, tasking him with finishing off the opponent. The young soldier's gaze suddenly became distant, memories flooding back to the moment the insult was unleashed. In his memory, his comrades, including the goatee soldier and Hyung, were bursting into laughter at the enemy's humiliation. Back in reality, the young soldier drew his sword with ironclad determination, his face contorted with anger. Driven by wounded pride on behalf of the entire squad, the enemy scout roared, demanding to face the one who had insulted him. Encred gave a brief, decisive command. Having lost all reason, the scout swung his sword and charged towards the young soldier. The young soldier charged forward to meet him, blocking the enemy's first attack. From a distance, Marcus observed with a pensive expression, noting that the enemy's fighters were not easy opponents. Two blades clashed, sparking, signaling the start of a deathmatch. Andrew Gardner gritted his teeth, struggling to parry a downward strike. The enemy scout's dark shadow enveloped Andrew, his purple eyes flashing as the sword was pressed down. From a distance, the gray-haired soldier watched with a confident smile, acknowledging the rookie's persistence. Overwhelmed, Andrew roared, lightning flashing from his eyes as he put all his strength into pushing back the blade. Two swords clashed, sparking, and Andrew was pushed back by the opponent's strength. With ironclad determination, Andrew shouted his name as a declaration of war. Memories brought him back to the arduous days, where he struggled alone amidst towering fields of grass. He recalled the harsh training sessions, being easily pinned to the ground by the gray-haired soldier. Fallen to the ground, exhausted but not giving up, he was knocked down again. A cruel lesson in strength. Back in reality, the strength from the past transformed into a sudden counterattack, causing blood to splatter from the scout's face. Andrew ended the fight with a decisive sword thrust, piercing through the enemy. Standing over his fallen opponent, Andrew gritted his teeth, his gaze asserting that his will was invincible. Elsewhere, the goatee soldier with the scar recalled that Andrew's talent had once been overshadowed by the extraordinary people around him. The Allied soldiers cheered loudly, raising their fists to celebrate Andrew's victory. The gray-haired soldier shouted an order, urging Andrew to end the fight. Andrew Gardner let out a primal roar of victory. He leaped beside the fallen enemy, shouting an arrogant challenge towards the remaining foes. Behind them, Hyung burst into laughter at the sight, while the wavy brown-haired soldier dejectedly covered his face in second-hand embarrassment. The blonde undercut soldier bent over with laughter as Auden watched with a subtle, amused smile. Observing from a distance, Ingrid couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. The red-haired soldier analyzed the outcome, recognizing the hidden effectiveness in Ingrid's seemingly reckless tactic. The moment of amusement ended as Commander Marcus's expression hardened with strategic resolve. Marcus raised his hand and shouted the command to advance, signaling a full-scale assault to break the Azpen defenses. The Allied soldiers charged forward, rushing into battle against the astonished Azpen army. The assault turned into a massacre as the Allied forces carved a bloody path through the enemy formation. An Azpen soldier cried out a desperate warning as a new force, the Border Defense Force, appeared on their flank. Under Marcus's command, the heavily armored Border Defense Force swept across the battlefield, a disciplined and deadly wave of blue steel, seizing the opportunity created by the pincer attack. Ingrid shouted the command for the next phase of the plan. In response, a line of Allied archers simultaneously drew their bows and unleashed a coordinated volley of arrows. A dense cloud of arrows obscured the sky, flying across the battlefield. Hyung and Ingrid looked up in horror as the deadly rain of arrows began to fall directly on their position. A rain of arrows poured down, piercing the soldiers in blue armor and making them fall with screams. From behind, Marcus observed the changing battlefield, his eyes sharp as he declared that combat skills were the ultimate decider. In response, Allied archers continued to fire a volley of deadly arrows into the crumbling enemy ranks. Under the rain of arrows, an elite group of warriors, including the gray-haired man, Ingrid, Auden, the red-haired soldier, and the blonde undercut man, led the charge. On the Azpen front line, a soldier frantically reported the situation to his commander, the man with the goatee. The commander's gaze shifted to a blonde-haired warrior with a scar across his face, the captain of the Grey Dog Battalion. The Azpen commander ordered the Grey Dog captain that it was time for them to retreat as planned. Witnessing the enemy begin to flee, Ingrid flashed a cruel and triumphant smile. Allied soldiers cheered in victory, raising their weapons, believing they had repelled the Azpen forces. However, amidst the jubilation, the red-haired soldier appeared confused, feeling the enemy's retreat was suspiciously easy. Marcus also narrowed his eyes, his battlefield experience telling him that a trap awaited. When a subordinate suggested pursuit, Marcus raised his hand to stop them, decisively ordering the entire army to retreat. Marcus's gaze became resolute. He was certain the enemy had some scheme. Under the cover of night, the Grey Dog captain hurried through a military encampment. He paused for a moment, his scarred face reflecting determination before entering a tent. Inside, the gray dog captain approached three mysterious hooded figures waiting around a table. Two hooded figures sat in the shadows. One with a white mask turned its head, as if sensing someone's arrival. The gray dog captain reported to a mustached commander, confirming a secret message had been delivered. Deep in the forest, two giant gorilla-like creatures hid, an asymmetric force awaiting orders. The mustached commander mocked the Nerillian army's tactics, disdaining their rigidity. During the strategic meeting, the Azpen commanders and the mysterious hooded figures outlined a new plan by candlelight. A curly-haired man explained the new war philosophy, emphasizing the power of an elite group to change the tide. The curly-haired man smirked smugly, revealing that these elite troops didn't necessarily have to be knights. With absolute confidence, the mustached commander asserted that victory would belong to the Azpen side. A coin was tossed into the air, marking a shift in fate and scenery. At the same time in the Nerillian camp, the red-haired soldier clenched his fist, feeling the tension of the calm before the storm. He sat alone, weighing the Azpen army's options, his mind racing to predict the enemy's next move. In the commander's tent, Marcus pointed at the tactical map, ordering increased reconnaissance to guard against enemy magic. The red-haired soldier's eyes narrowed. The enemy's unusual silence made him extremely uneasy. He continued his train of thought, trying to decipher the Azpen army's true intentions. He glanced at his comrades, including Encred and Auden, and wondered about their nonchalant attitude amidst wartime. Encred stretched powerfully, showing he was fully recovered and ready for battle, a sign that caught the observing comrade's attention. The Elf Company commander stood authoritatively, questioning Encred about his presence, while the red-haired soldier observed from behind. Encred's eyes narrowed, analyzing the true reason behind his superior's personal visit. He decisively stood up, taking a step forward to issue a challenge. Ready to resume the unfinished training match, Ragnar stood upright, his body tensed in a ready stance. Accepting the invitation, Encred drew his sword, his steady gaze showing he no longer needed any leniency. Ragnar responded with a sharp look, asserting that he also had no intention of showing mercy. Becoming a blur, Ragnar charged forward with astonishing speed, initiating the engagement. The clang of metal echoed as Ragnar launched his first attack and was blocked. Encred observed his opponent, silently admitting Ragnar's swordsmanship was refined and beautiful, contrasting with his own rough style. With a powerful movement, Encred lunged down from above, unleashing the strength he had forged himself. He swung his sword, channeling all the skills he had absorbed into a single strike. Ragnar gritted his teeth, straining to parry the powerful blade pressing down. Pushed back, Ragnar's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Encred's unique technique. Encred spun, delivering a powerful sword stroke, demonstrating the attack trajectory he had planned. A flash of blue light gleamed as Encred charged, unleashing an overwhelming attack. Ragnar recognized the great sword technique he himself had taught. With a stunned expression, Encred gripped his sword hilt firmly, his gaze highly focused on the upcoming match. In a deadly dance, Encred lunged down from above to attack Ragnar, who looked up to parry. Ragnar's red eyes gleamed with surprise at an unexpected move. The two blades clashed with terrifying speed, creating a blur in the air. Ragnar looked up, his face stunned by the change in his opponent's fighting style. With eyes emitting a blue light, Encred took a stance with two swords, asserting the path he had chosen. Ragnar gritted his teeth, accepting the new challenge as he faced a dual-wielding opponent. Without hesitation, Encred charged with the speed of a whirlwind. The two warriors locked in a tempest of steel, sparks flying from every clash. From behind his blade, Ragnar issued a determined challenge, asserting that the match was not yet over. Encred responded with a confident smile, ready for what was to come. Encred unleashed a powerful spinning attack, forcing Ragnar onto the defensive. Ragnar clenched his teeth, bracing himself against Encred's overwhelming power. From afar, the gray-haired man with the tattoo slammed his hand on the ground, his face impatient, and yelled for his turn. The wavy, brown-haired soldier observed, admitting his own hesitation, but unable to hide his desire to face the captain. His eyes flashed with determination. Ready to enter the fray, Auden tried to suppress his own rising urge to fight. He stroked his chin with a smug smile. Considering unleashing his full power, Auden's smile widened. While behind him, the red-haired soldier looked at him with exasperation. The red-haired soldier appeared utterly helpless against the madness of those around him. The Elf Company commander observed her aggressive warriors. Noticing their relentless energy, she pondered Enkred's inexplicable charisma, the only one who could ignite the fire in these soldiers. Her thoughts brought back the image of Enkred fighting, his eyes glowing powerfully, with determination. The Elf Company commander placed her hand on her sword hilt, causing the red-haired soldier to look up in surprise. Young could not bear it any longer. He let out a frustrated roar. He lunged forward, pointing defiantly at the Elf Company commander to claim his turn to fight. Enkred observed his comrades, aware of their unreleased power. His gaze swept over the eager faces of Auden, Jung, and the brown-haired soldier, all burning with the desire for confrontation. Ragnar stood there, his sharp eyes following every development. The Elf Company commander also looked back, her expression serious and expectant. A subtle smile appeared on Enkred's lips as he recalled a promise. He raised his two swords, his stance a clear invitation. Ready to face all of them, night fell over a military camp at the foot of the mountain. Exhausted, Enkred collapsed onto the bed. The red-haired soldier looked worried, while the gray-haired man gestured for him to be quiet. And Esther lay still beside her master. The gray-haired man looked at the sleeping Enkred with a complex expression, then turned to ask Esther something. Enkred fell into a deep sleep. Reality faded, giving way to light filtering through dense foliage. Memories brought Enkred back to a forest, where he awoke on the ground. He sat up, recognizing this unfamiliar scene in his dream. An invisible force threw Enkred backward. A soldier roared a command to charge. Enkred took a defensive stance, facing soldiers from his mercenary past. Memories swirled of a chaotic battle, where a younger Enkred was fighting winged creatures. A black-haired man with sharp eyes observed the battle from afar. He flashed a sinister smile. The dreaming Enkred looked up, his face stunned as he recognized the person. A bald, bearded warrior charged forward, roaring an angry warning at the young Enkred. A harpy swooped down, claws extended, blocked by a mercenary with a shield. In his memory, the young Enkred recalled the bond of the mercenary squad that had taken him in, but his thoughts shattered as the black-haired mercenary suddenly stabbed a comrade from behind. Enkred froze, his comrade's blood splattering his face, horror evident in his eyes. Enkred's eyes filled with rage and disbelief, and he roared a question. A harpy attacked the bald captain, causing him to stumble and expose his flank. Another soldier screamed in terror, witnessing his captain in danger. The bald captain swung his sword desperately to fend off the attack. Amidst the chaos, a comrade yelled Enkred's name, Ensi, urging him to retreat. The black-haired mercenary coldly stabbed the comrade who had just warned Enkred in the back. He, the strongest in the group, stood there with an emotionless gaze, his hand still gripping the blood-soaked sword to assert his betrayal. He stepped on the corpse of a harpy, blocking the retreat path for the survivors. Enkred, drenched in sweat, struggled to comprehend the reason for this massacre. The black-haired mercenary sneered, explaining his actions to the dying. With a sinister smile, he grabbed another soldier. Displaying utter contempt for them, he delivered a brutal punch to the face of his former comrade, ending him without hesitation. With eyes blazing blue, Enkred charged, swinging his sword at the traitor. The blade sliced through the air. The traitor pinned Enkred to the ground, a smug smile on his lips as he granted him a contemptuous pardon. He looked down at Enkred with disdain, asserting his uselessness. The traitor's hand obscured Enkred's face, a final act of humiliation. After asserting his dominance, the traitor turned and walked away, leaving Enkred lying there in defeat. Enkred bowed his head, clenching his fists in helplessness, as shame and his own weakness gnawed at his mind. The memory displayed the brutal scene of the battlefield, where his comrades lay scattered, his own survival becoming a burden. He clenched his fists, suppressing the pain of loss. deep within his heart to pursue his goal. Nevertheless, the image of the retreating enemy haunted him, a bitter reminder of his helplessness. The traitor's face suddenly appeared, roaring a cruel challenge through his memory. In a nightmare's fiery red space, the traitor lunged to attack Encred, who was now ready to face him with two swords in hand. Encred's eyes snapped open, escaping the nightmare's vortex. He gasped for breath, trying to dispel the haunting images. Esther, the Black Panther creature, sat beside him, its bright blue eyes intently watching him. It gently placed a paw on Encred's chest, a reassuring gesture bringing him back to reality. Memories flooded back, showing Auden exhausting his holy power to heal the exhausted Encred. The memory of his own exhaustion surfaced. The moment he helplessly watched Encred face danger, Esther looked straight ahead, its blue eyes flashing, with an iron resolve not to let that mistake happen again. The sound of war horns echoed throughout the base, shattering the morning silence. Awakened by the alarm, Hyung rushed into the room, gripping his weapon, signaling an Aspen raid. With a warlike smile, Hyung ordered preparation for battle. Ragna was rudely awakened, his face still groggy, mixed with annoyance. The other squad members quickly gathered, their gazes directed outside the camp. Encred donned his armor, frowning slightly at the nuisance of the dawn attack. While Esther stretched on the bed, Encred mused, his gaze seemingly connecting the sounds from his recent nightmare with Esther's presence. He gently placed his hand on Esther's head, a silent command entrusted to protect their dwelling. After entrusting the task, Encred turned and walked out, leaving Esther on guard. Outside, a large Aspen army in full armor had formed ranks, stretching to the horizon. Standing beside Encred, Hyung observed the enemy forces, excitement gleaming in his eyes at the promising battle. Encred narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze agreeing with his comrade's assessment. From Encred's perspective, the sea of Aspen soldiers appeared as a challenge, and he was ready to face it. The Aspen soldiers looked up in horror, facing an unimaginable threat. Their commander, drenched in sweat from fear, roared a single command to quell the panic. A gigantic dark silhouette loomed in the mist, obscuring the sky, making the ranks of soldiers appear tiny. To quell the spreading fear, the archers simultaneously drew their bows, determined to bring down the enemy with a rain of arrows. Hundreds of arrows flew, a desperate attempt to counter the overwhelming power. The rain of arrows shattered uselessly upon hitting the giant creature's body, leaving not even a scratch. Encred was stunned, his eyes reflecting the unbelievable sight. He recognized the nature of the enemy, a giant, a creature of legend, charging with destructive power. The giant charged into the ranks, each swing of its arm a thunderous blow, tearing through soldiers and their weapons. Blood and debris splattered, the screams of the Aspen soldiers drowned out by the carnage. The ranks shattered, the survivors fleeing in hopeless panic from the giant's wrath. Amidst the wreckage, the giant stood towering, its glowing blue eyes looking down at the weak. A savage laugh echoed from the creature, reveling in the destruction it had wrought. Encred's thoughts clarified the situation. Besides humans, this continent was also home to other races. The image of a Frock appeared, a race consumed by dreams and desires. Next was an ethereal fairy race, those who worshipped nature, representing another power in the world. Encred's thoughts drifted to the metal-obsessed dwarves in the forge. He thought of the soft-eared beastkin, who prioritized procreation above all else. His mind wandered to the solitary dragonkin on the snowy peaks. And finally, the giants, berserk beasts who tore soldiers apart with their bare hands. Back in reality, Encred and the wavy brown-haired soldier realized they were caught in a pincer attack. Their right flank collapsed into a sea of blood and chaos. At the same time, the left flank was also overrun and massacred by the enemy. The red-haired soldier cried out a desperate warning that they would be completely surrounded and annihilated. With an unusually calm expression, Encred simply ordered that they would hold off the enemy. The red-haired soldier was stunned, unable to comprehend his commander's composure amidst the hellish scene. As expected, the elf commander led her troops through like a storm, reinforcing the ranks. She declared decisively that the left flank was her responsibility, her eyes showing no hesitation. Ankrid teased, offering a good luck kiss, but she coldly refused and turned away. As the elf commander led her troops away, Hyung cracked his knuckles, his eyes blazing towards the giants. He swung his massive battle axe, declaring he would teach Ankrid a lesson in strength. Ankrid watched his aggressive comrade, trying to discern his insane plan. Hyung stepped onto the battlefield ground, a delighted smile on his lips. He clenched his fists, feeling the familiarity of battle spread through his body. With a decisive movement, Hyung swung his massive battle axe, ready for the slaughter. His gaze was resolute, showing an unwavering determination in the face of danger. Fiery red energy erupted from his chest, his heart glowing like a furnace, activating his latent power. Amidst the chaos, the allied soldiers screamed in horror, desperately seeking orders to retreat. Hyung charged forward, delivering a devastating punch to the giant creature. Blood splattering, he spun around, putting all his strength into the next axe swing. The giant creature was thrown backward by an unstoppable force. Another punch, enveloped in purple energy, struck the enemy directly. The soldiers could only raise their shields in despair, screaming as they witnessed the terrifying power before their eyes. Hyung continued his assault, his body a living weapon. His axe slashed down with terrifying speed, leaving a blur in the air. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a powerful thrust to propel himself forward. Hyung's entire body slammed into the giant creature, a full-force attack that shook the ground. His heart pounded even harder, his veins bulging as his power reached a new peak. Hyung's muscles rippled and tensed, signaling a terrifying power being unleashed from his heart. He looked up to face the giant creature, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. He poured all his strength into the charge, the ground beneath his feet cracking. With blazing red eyes, Hyung roared, unleashing the full power of his beast heart. He charged like an arrow, his battle axe violently colliding with the giant's leg. The recoil force sent Hyung flying backward. Sliding across the ground, the giant creature roared, raising its massive club high, aiming to finish off Hyung. The shockwave from the confrontation threw the allied soldiers, making them scream in panic. A soldier's face contorted in extreme horror at the inhuman power. Despite the danger, Hyung once again charged straight forward with incredible speed. The giant creature looked down with disgust, disdaining its tiny opponent. It swung its hand to swat away, a contemptuous gesture to sweep aside the bugs daring to stand in its way. Hyung dodged the attack and delivered a devastating punch to the creature's abdomen, giving the opponent no time to react. He spun around, swinging his battle axe in a deadly arc. The axe blade struck the giant's face, creating a powerful impact. Hyung put all his strength into it, driving the axe blade deep into the giant creature's head. Hyung delivered a devastating punch to the giant's face, causing blood to splatter. Landing on the ground, Hyung showed frustration upon realizing his weapon wasn't strong enough to defeat the opponent. A spear left on the battlefield became a makeshift weapon. With renewed determination, Hyung swung the spear, preparing for another attack. His gaze was highly focused, pouring all his will into the upcoming strike. Among the ranks of soldiers, a young curly-haired soldier saw an opportunity for victory and extended his hand to signal. Hyung glanced over his shoulder, a look acknowledging the soldier's impending support. He turned back to face the giant, a confident and aggressive smile on his lips. The curly-haired soldier yelled, urging his comrades to charge forward in support and continuously supply weapons. Inspired, the allied soldiers surged forward, thrusting countless spears into the giant while Hyung attacked from above. From a distance, Ankrid observed the battle, analyzing Hyung's extraordinary power. He realized this was a type of power far beyond the limits of ordinary people. A delighted and calculating smile appeared on Ankrid's face, his eyes gleaming as he recognized the potential of this technique. Ragna, sitting next to Ankrid, looked bored, deeming the fight merely a disturbance, not worth watching. The red-haired comrade outlined the strategy, assigning Rem to deal with the giant so they could focus on the remaining flank. Encred, as the squad leader, calmly approved the plan, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield. The red-haired comrade noticed they had been left behind, while Ragnar declared he would join Encred in battle because he was tired of waiting. Encred gripped his sword hilt, determined to set aside personal skill refinement. With a resolute gaze, he focused entirely on the task at hand, leading the army to victory. A splash of blood on the battlefield signaled the ferocity of the engagement. Amidst the battle, a soldier watched in horror as his officer, Venzens, was threatened by a hooded assailant. Venzens, covered in injuries, roared, ordering his subordinate to fall back, determined to face the enemy alone. The hooded assailant sneered at Venzens' sacrifice, his blazing red eyes glinting in the darkness. He lunged forward with a dagger in hand, mocking the officer's futile resistance. A flash of blue light erupted as a sword blocked the fatal attack. Encred appeared, his sword blocking the hooded assailant's dagger, saving Venzens by a hair's breadth. Venzens brushed aside Encred's inquiry, asserting his wounds were honorable proof of protecting his comrades. The officer looked up, recognizing his savior as Encred. The hooded assailant froze, the name Encred seemingly stirring a memory. Encred stood firm, directly confronting the mysterious enemy. Encred's eyes flared with blue light, his power unleashed. The hooded assailant gave a sinister smile, recognizing Encred and greeting him like an old acquaintance not seen in a long time. The hooded man leaned down with a malicious smile, his eyes glowing red as he called Encred by a name from their past. From behind, Ragnar looked confused, pointing to his head to express skepticism at the stranger's claim of friendship. Bitter memories flooded Encred's mind, where the man was pressing him to the ground with a triumphant look. Back in the present, the enemy showed contempt, asserting that the weak past was no more. Encred's mind contrasted that image with a true comrade, the bald captain roaring, rushing to shield his brothers. Memories of the chaos of the old battle flashed by. A brutal and fierce moment. Another flashback appeared, showing another mercenary fighting against a fierce swarm of harpies. The image of a true friend was reinforced by Venzens in the present, who, despite being wounded, bravely wiped blood from his mouth. Encred smirked, a cold smile signaling a cruel retort about to be unleashed. He looked up, his gaze as sharp as a knife, using words to completely dismantle the enemy's identity. The hooded man's eyes twitched with anger, his complacency shattered by Encred's insult. With glowing blue eyes, Encred drew his twin blades, ready to redefine their relationship with steel. Provoked, the enemy roared and lunged to attack. His arm swinging a fatal blow, Encred calmly parried the blow, crossing his two blades to block the attack in a flash of sparks. Instantly, he spun and hurled one of his knives towards his opponent. The enemy reacted extremely quickly, his hand swinging up to block the incoming blade right in front of his face. With glowing blue eyes, Encred pointed his sword at the enemy, his gaze containing a declaration of vengeance for his lost friends. The hooded traitor faced Encred, showing skepticism at his declaration. He burst into a savage laugh, his face showing contempt as he realized why Encred was still alive. The red-haired soldier rushed forward with a panicked expression, while Ragnar watched with concern. A soldier stepped forward, his mind echoing a grim premonition about Encred's fate. The hooded traitor, along with his subordinates, brandished their weapons and mocked Encred, claiming he was not a worthy opponent. Ragnar squinted, analyzing and realizing that the enemy's skills were honed only through killing for amusement. The traitor bowed his head, his tone full of self-satisfaction as he spoke of his luxurious life in contrast to Encred's obsession with revenge. He swung his flexible sword in a deadly arc, proclaiming the noble status awaiting him after this battle. Encred remained silent, his jaw clenched, but showing no sign of wavering. He looked up, his gaze completely calm, responding to the enemy's boasting with an indifferent question, provoked by Encred's calmness. The traitor gnashed his teeth, his face contorted with rage. His flexible sword whipped down to the ground, creating a small explosion. He let out a roar, unleashing his full fury into another attack, aimed at the gaze he despised. The traitor's weapon lunged at Encred with terrifying speed. Encred tilted his head, his blue eyes calmly analyzing the trajectory and characteristics of the incoming sword. The traitor lunged down from above, confidently proclaiming his swordsmanship. Encred steadily parried the blow, his blade flashing with a blue light to block the attack. With a scornful smile, the traitor mocked Encred, deeming his survival meaningless. The two opponents faced each other on the battlefield, the tense atmosphere signaling a fight to the death. A fleeting image of fallen warriors appeared, a testament to the traitor's cruelty. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes etched with a vow to finish Encred this time. The traitor attacked again, his sword creating a series of deadly illusionary slashes. From a distance, the red-haired soldier shouted a desperate warning to his commander. Encred calmly ducked low, letting the storm of steel pass over his head. As he straightened up, his eyes glowed blue, radiating absolute focus. Encred confidently retorted, revealing that he had been taught by Ragna how to counter this very swordsmanship. The traitor's face contorted with rage as he realized his strength had been neutralized. Encred's glowing eyes analyzed every movement of his opponent, recognizing the fatal flaw in a fighting style based solely on killing intent. Ragna watched from a distance with a calm expression, confirming that Encred had secured the victory. Seizing the opportunity, Encred delivered a decisive slash, tearing through the enemy's defenses and body. The traitor staggered back, blood gushing from his mouth as Encred stood before him, ready to correct his earlier mockery. Encred's blue eyes were icy cold as he delivered the final judgment to the fallen enemy. Without hesitation, his blade tore through the air, delivering a decisive cut. Blood spurted as Encred's sword pierced the traitor's chest, ending a painful past. With a resolute gaze, Encred affirmed that the ghost of betrayal would no longer haunt him. The traitor collapsed to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp, his life completely extinguished. Encred looked up at the gray sky, a moment of stillness after settling a blood debt. The images of 3 fallen comrades appeared in his mind, a tribute to them. He plunged his sword into the ground, marking the end of an old chapter. From behind, Ragna watched with satisfaction, a nod of approval before joining the fray. Encred turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield, ready for what was to come. Ragna drew his sword, its blade flashing with a blue light, and he eagerly charged into battle. A hooded soldier blocked Ragna's path. Displaying defiance and contempt, Ragna lunged forward with terrifying speed, his sword blocking the enemy's attack. A streak of light flashed as Ragna delivered a lightning-fast counter-slash. The hooded soldier's head flew into the air, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, to the astonishment of his comrades. Ragna glanced over his shoulder at the corpse, a sarcastic question evident on his face. The red-haired soldier looked at Ragna with a helpless expression, unable to believe his comrade's ruthlessness. One of the hooded enemies roared in anger before being cut down by a sword slash. Ragna decisively stepped forward. Without hesitation, he spun in the air, his blade tracing a deadly arc. Ragna's slash continued to sweep through, taking down another enemy in a single motion. The blade pierced the head of a hooded soldier, ending him instantly, without stopping. Ragna made a sharp cut across the next enemy's throat. He completed the finishing blow with cold precision, blood spurting from the wound. Standing from a distance, Encred observed Ragna's performance with an admiring and analytical gaze. Ragna stood amidst the fallen, his sword gleaming with power, demonstrating absolute dominance on the battlefield. Cornered, the remaining hooded soldiers roared, signaling to charge together for revenge. Ragna glanced towards Encred, a confident smile, signaling that the practical lesson was about to begin. Encred's eyes turned glowing blue, and he focused his full attention to absorb Ragna's techniques. Ragna lowered his stance, his glowing red eyes locked onto the charging crowd. He took a defensive stance, his sword ready for the upcoming attack, terrifyingly calm, leading the charge. A hooded soldier wielding an axe lunged towards Ragna with a savage yell. Ragna charged into the enemy, his breath misting in the cold air. His red eyes flashed with a deadly glint, locking onto his target. In a single moment, Ragna tore through the ranks of the hooded soldiers with a single sword stroke. From a distance, Enkrid observed, his bright blue eyes analyzing every movement of that perfect sword stroke. Ragna stood firm amidst the fallen enemies, his sword still gleaming clean. He glanced over his shoulder, deciding to name the technique scission. Enkrid continued to stare, a flicker of surprise appearing on his calm face. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly processing the unexpected simplicity of the name. At the same time, in another area of the battlefield, the fight was escalating fiercely. The Norillian Border Defense Force roared a battle cry, brimming with confidence in victory. But the Allied soldiers on the opposite side were stunned, looking up at the sky in horror. The silhouette of the giant creature loomed, its red eyes glowing like embers. It swung its muscular arm like a colossal living mace. The swing swept through the Norillian army formation like a destructive storm. Soldiers, their weapons, and their hopes were all crushed into pieces. Amidst the devastation, the giant creature stood towering, a terrifying question echoing from the enemy side about its existence. The silhouette of a ponytail-haired warrior with glowing red eyes appeared, making the Norillian troops wonder in astonishment about the existence of another giant. The giant white-haired man mocked the terrified soldiers, sarcastically claiming he was only the size of a normal person. With a cold smile, he declared he would grant them a slim chance of survival. The Allied soldiers in brown armor looked at each other, completely bewildered by the man's strange declaration. The white-haired man turned his back on the enemy, beginning a countdown from 5 as he entered a combat stance. He crossed 2 staffs in front of his chest, a powerful stance. As the chilling countdown continued to 4, a Norillian officer roared a command, urging his trembling soldiers to hold their ground and attack. A volley of spears flew towards the white-haired man, who remained unfazed as his countdown reached 3. He casually raised a hand to brush his hair, completely ignoring the impending threat as the count was 2. As the final number was called, he stomped his foot onto the ground with terrifying force, cracking the earth. A destructive vortex erupted from his position, flinging Norillian soldiers and their weapons into the air. He spun with brutal speed, his body becoming a deadly blur as he swept through the enemy ranks. His staff, now stained with blood, was raised high like an oath in response to some call. His eyes blazed with a fierce red light as he prepared for the next assault, an envoy of death. The surviving Norillian soldiers broke ranks, screaming in horror as they tried to flee from the monster before them. The white-haired man roared, charging straight ahead to confront the last attackers mercilessly. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the white-haired man swung his weapon, tearing through the enemy ranks. An Allied soldier screamed in horror as the mace came hurtling. Memories flashed back to another battle, where the white-haired man with glowing red eyes burst into insane laughter, inviting enemies into the embrace of death. Reality returned, leaving only a leaf fluttering in the wind, signaling a new confrontation. The elf commander turned her back on a group of hooded elves, her gaze hardening. She pondered her people's past, the elves who once lived hidden in sacred forests. Her thoughts continued, acknowledging that times had changed, forcing them to step out into the world. The elf commander faced a fellow kin, an elf mercenary, embodying the different path her people had chosen. The images of the 2 elves, a soldier and a mercenary, overlapped, signifying the division of a people. The hooded elf man drew his slender sword, issuing a final warning for her to retreat. Undaunted, the elf commander took a defensive stance with her spear, countering the threat. He recognized both their weapons, his needle and her nadir, then issued a challenge. Without a word, both charged at each other, their speed leaving only blurs on the hillside. The man's hood flew off as he dodged her attack. In an instant, the hooded elf man used his superior speed to close in, knocking aside the elf commander's spear. Their blades clashed, sparking. As the duel between the 2 elf warriors reached its climax, the hooded elf man lunged with a fierce attack, but the elf commander easily blocked it, pushed back by her strength. He staggered off balance. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his opponent's strength. The elf commander displayed confidence in her skills, overwhelming her opponent in the confrontation. She pressed on, proving that the wielder's skill was more important than the weapon itself. The hooded elf man was knocked back, looking annoyed. The two blades clashed again with a piercing metallic sound. Sparking, with a decisive move, the elf commander knocked the sword from her opponent's hand. Disarmed, the hooded elf man screamed a desperate command, calling his comrades to charge. The elf commander plunged into the midst of the elf mercenaries, her sword carving deadly streaks of blood. An elf mercenary fell, a blade piercing his head. The wavy brown-haired soldier knelt to examine the body of the recently defeated enemy, taking advantage of the momentary lapse. The hooded elf man grabbed the elf commander, a triumphant smile on his lips. He admitted to the ploy of using his comrades as bait to distract her. A hidden dagger was drawn and plunged deep into the elf commander's hip. Blood gushed from the wound, and the elf commander collapsed to the ground in pain. The elf commander coldly finished off an enemy who had fallen at her feet. She glanced at the wavy brown-haired soldier, her gaze questioning him about leaving his captain behind. He responded with a resolute look, his faith in his captain unwavering. Both turned their eyes to the battlefield, sensing the changing tide. The elf commander expressed confidence in Marcus's command abilities. From a distance, Marcus, on horseback, majestically led his army. Marcus roared a command, urging the turtle-heavy infantry forward. In response to the call, the heavy infantry began to move in unison. They quickly formed a solid shield wall, an unbreakable formation. Enemy scouts fled in panic before the overwhelming power. Andrew Gardner charged forward, determined to cut off the enemy's retreat. The enemy soldiers recognized him with horror, shouting his nickname, Madman Andrew. With a wild scream, Andrew swung his sword, striking down a soldier who was trying to resist. The goatee-wearing soldier was stunned, realizing Andrew's madness was a reflection of Rem. Amidst the chaos, Rem entered the battlefield, followed by his comrades. Auden carried someone on his shoulder, walking through the ranks, his presence signaling a powerful intervention. The wavy brown-haired soldier stood on the giant's corpse, pulling out the spears embedded in it. The elf company commander led her troops through the battlefield, with the wavy brown-haired soldier following closely behind. The elf company commander stopped, her sharp gaze sweeping across the desolate scene. Auden carried Rem on his shoulder, leading the madmen squad to gather on the battlefield. Andrew Gardner's eyes shone with an iron resolve, signaling a change. A soldier pointed towards the enemy commanders fleeing in disarray on horseback. On horseback, Marcus roared a command, pointing forward to order the pursuit. Marcus looked back at the battlefield, his face filled with astonishment and admiration for the achievements of that mad squad. The red-haired soldier glanced towards Andrew, noticing the change in their fighting style. Andrew stood in the middle of the battlefield, his presence being the decisive factor in the battle's outcome. The elf company commander observed the madmen squad, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She realized that they were the spring breeze bringing change to this war. Marcus raised his weapon high, calling on the entire army to cheer for the heroes of the battle. The entire army roared in unison, cheering for the madmen squad with fervent admiration. The red-haired soldier scratched his head, giving a wry smile at the somewhat strange cheering of the soldiers. Amidst the cheers, Andrew Gardner raised his fist to the sky, embracing his victory.